Chapter 351 The Wongli Hunting Group is willful if you have money. After getting the new equipment, Wenlong and his party left Master Luo's forging house with satisfaction, and then headed to the location of Wang Li's hunting group. Unlike the Hunter Guild, the Wongli hunting group was not in a prosperous place near the center of MHOL. Instead, they had to walk up a slope along the street. At a higher position, there was a huge castle built against the mountain. Architecture. There is the headquarters of Major Bolton's Wongli hunting group. So tall, so big, so majestic. When they walked to the square in front of the headquarters of Wongli hunting group, the magnificent headquarters of Wongli hunting group was already in front of them, which made Catherine couldn't help but admire. That's of course. Compared with our stingy and poor guild, this Wongli hunting group is simply a rich and wealthy man. Naturally, the house is built more magnificently, Wenlong said, walking along the wide marble road. You could also see huge metal humanoid sculptures on both sides of the road. These sculptures look shiny and golden, and judging from the posture and clothing of the sculptures, they all seem to have considerable strength. The old hunter came as a prototype. Mr. Cat, why do the Wongli hunting group erect sculptures for these people? At this time, Catherine asked. It is said that these people are all outstanding hunters who have made outstanding contributions to Major Bolton, Wenlong explained. Are they all hunters from the Wongli hunting group? No, that's not the case. Look at the costumes of these statues. About half of them are not from the Wongli hunting group, Wenlong said seriously. It can be seen that Longtong Shisha only respects the strong, even if he is not a hunter from the Wongli hunting group. As long as they have indeed made significant contributions to Major Bolton with their strength, they are qualified to erect sculptures for them here for people to admire. Meow. If you put it that way, I feel like Grandpa Caesar is so awesome. Catherine also sincerely appreciated it. While Wenlong and Catherine were chatting, Wenlong noticed that Begonia beside him seemed ready to touch the shining golden statues with his hands. Little girl, there's no need to touch it. It's all pure gold. Meow. That's what Wenlong said. Haitang blinked, then took his hand back and said, Haitang really wants to erect a statue here in the future. As long as you work hard, there will be a day when you can be a meow, Wenlong replied. At this time, Wenlong and others had already arrived at the gate of the headquarters of Wongli hunting group. Compared with the gate of Major Bolton Hunter Guild, the gate of Wongli hunting group was obviously taller and grander, and there was a seal hanging on the gate. The large flag with the emblem of Wang Li's hunting group looked particularly majestic. What are you guys here for? Seeing Wenlong and others walking over, a Wongli hunter standing at the door asked. Well, we are here to see Captain Caesar, Catherine replied politely. Are you here to see the captain? The guard standing at the door looked at Catherine and others with some confusion, with an expression of complete disbelief on his face. Yeah, Catherine nodded again, confirming. As a member of the Wongli hunting group, the Wongli hunter guarding the gate also knew the temper of the group leader, and knew that if he were not a hunter of considerable strength, Longtong Shisha would never be willing to meet him. However, neither Catherine nor Haitang looked very old. Fortunately, Catherine is almost 18 years old and can be considered an adult, while Haitang is obviously still underage, with a completely childish look on her face, and does not look like a capable old hunter at all. Okay, I'm going to report it right now. You guys just wait. To be on the safe side, the Wongli hunter decided to report it first. Wait, there's no need to report. Just let them in. At this time, another man came over. This man wore glasses and a wide-brimmed top hat with a colorful feather on his head, making him look quite elegant. Yes, as you command, Baron Star. Seeing this person, the guard immediately changed his attitude and made way for Catherine and others. Ah, it's Uncle Star. Catherine also recognized this man at a glance. This Baron Star was the royal hunter who reported the situation to Longtong Shisha when he was in Lake Esther. Because Catherine was also present at the time, she quickly remembered this man's appearance and name. The hero who defeated the Star Dragon can actually recognize me. I'm really scared, Baron Star said. Uncle Star, you've given me the compliment, Catherine said with some embarrassment. No, this is not my personal opinion. Being valued by our group leader is proof of your strength. I don't need to praise you for this. Then, go quickly. Our group leader is also waiting for you. If I know you are coming, he will also be happy. Yeah, thank you. So along, Catherine and Haitang said goodbye to Baron Star, and then passed through the gate of Wongli hunting group. After entering the gate, there is a long corridor. Unlike the Hunter Guild, the Wanli hunting group seems to be much quieter. Even if someone walks by, they are walking in a hurry. There is no scene of whispering to each other and casual chatting like in the Hunter Guild. It feels like people here are so serious, Catherine couldn't help but say. That's of course. After all, the work style of the leader of an organization often affects the people below. So it's not surprising that the people here have more or less similar styles to Shisa. Meow. Wenlong explained, continuing to move forward. Wenlong and others soon passed through the corridor and arrived at the reception hall of Wang Li's hunting group. This is a huge stone hall that far exceeds the Hunters Guild in scale and grandeur. In the center of the hall, Caesar is standing there discussing some matters with others. This man in his 70s still looks energetic. The body is upright and strong. And he does not look like an old man who is already in his 70s. After seeing Wenlong and others come in, Shisa stopped temporarily and then said, "Welcome everyone. I didn't expect to be able to meet you so soon. How about you? Are all your injuries healed? Thank you, Grandpa Caesar, for your concern. The injuries on your body are no longer serious," Catherine said. "Well, I saw that you were all injured that day. I thought you would come to me after a while, but I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It seems that you also have a strong heart." Long Hitomi Nisa praised. Chapter 352 The Strict Rules of Wanli's Hunting Ground. Then as agreed, open the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground for us. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also interjected. "Oh, it seems that you, Elu Cat, can't wait any longer. The day before, you were burned by the flames of the male and female fire dragons and almost lost your life. Today, you look very energetic again." Long Tong Shisa glanced at Wenlong and then said, "Well, don't worry. Wang Li's elite hunting ground will definitely be open to you." After speaking, Long Tong Shisha called Baron Star, and then said to him, "Take them to the Wang Li elite hunting ground now." "Yes," Baron Star replied immediately, and then the elegantly dressed middle-aged man turned to Wenlong and others and said, "Then, please come this way." Follow Baron Star out of the hall. Then walk through a long corridor again, and then come to a spacious platform. There is a large hot air balloon parked on the platform. Judging from the size of the hot air balloon, in addition to the operator of the hot air balloon, it is no problem for more than a dozen people to sit on it. If you want to go to the Wang Li elite hunting ground, you have to take a hot air balloon up from here. Baron Star pointed at the mountain behind the Wang Li hunting group and said, "But before that, I still have something to tell you. If you have anything to say, please just say it." "Meow," Wenlong said. "First of all, what I need to tell you is that the monsters in our Wang Li elite hunting ground are much stronger than the monsters encountered in the wild. If you go with the mentality of fighting ordinary monsters, you will have to eat a lot. A loss. I know this." Meow. Wenlong nodded and then said, "Well, another thing I want to say is that there is no subsidy for supplies at the Wang Li elite hunting ground, which means you have to rely on yourself for everything there. That's no problem. We've brought enough supplies, so you don't have to worry about it." Meow. Wenlong said again, "Very good. I can see that you have made sufficient preparations." Then the third and final point is that once the hot air balloon reaches the Wang Li elite hunting ground, everyone will be dropped into the hunting ground separately. That is to say, at the beginning of the hunt, it is very likely that you are not in the same area, and you cannot support each other, and you have to find the whereabouts of your teammates again. Will I be separated from Mr. Cat in the first place?" Catherine said in surprise. "Yes, that's what it means. You must learn to face extremely bad situations when you are alone. I have finished the above 3 points. Do you have any questions?" "I still have questions." Meow. Wenlong said again, "Please say. I would like to ask, what is the goal of our hunting this time? Are there any requirements in this regard?" Meow. "There is no target." Baron Star spread his hands and said, "Not only is there no target, but there is also no time limit. You can stay in the Wang Li elite hunting ground as long as you want, and you can hunt whatever monster you want. But please remember that our Wang Li hunting group does not welcome the weak. If you just entered and escaped without hunting anything, then I am afraid you will not have the next chance to come here again." "Humph. Of course not. I also hope that your Wang Li elite hunting ground can bring me some surprises." Meow. Wenlong said, "Then I've said all I have to say. Now you can board the hot air balloon. Our people will send you to the Wang Li elite hunting ground. Wish you good luck." Baron Star said towards Wenlong and his party, "Okay. A salute," and then said, So Wenlong and others got on the hot air balloon. And then the hot air balloon slowly lifted into the sky and began to fly towards the sky, while the people on the ground became smaller and smaller and gradually disappeared. Starting from the location of Wang Li's hunting group, the hot air balloon quickly entered the mountainous area adjacent to Midgebolton. Looking down, apart from the dense mountain forests, almost nothing else could be seen. Midgebolton has always been a city close to the mountains and the sea, and there are many monsters in the mountain that is closely connected to Midgebolton. It can even be said that Midgebolton was a city when it was first established. It was a fortress built to prevent monsters from the mountains from attacking humans. The name of the so-called prosperous commercial port came only later. Later, with more and more hunters in Major Bolton, the monsters in this mountain were also controlled to a certain extent. Coupled with a fortress as a defense, the monsters in the mountain finally no longer pose a threat to the city. However, this situation has also caused concerns among some hunters. They are worried that an overly comfortable life will cause the hunters of Midgebolton to lose their combat effectiveness. Therefore, while controlling the activity range of the monsters in the mountains, led by Lontong Caesar, the hunters of Wang Li's hunting group also sent some selected powerful monsters into the mountains, using this place as a place for training elite hunters. So when Wenlong and others took a hot air balloon to the sky above this dense mountain forest, they could constantly hear the roars of various monsters fighting. This is because under the deliberate control of Wang Li's hunting group, although there are many monsters in the mountain, there is relatively little territory left for them. Therefore, even if no hunter enters, those monsters will compete for territory in the mountain forest, killing each other. And the few monsters that can stand out and stay are naturally the best and strongest among their kind. I feel like there are a lot of monsters fighting in the forest below Mr. Cat. Looking down from the hot air balloon, she saw birds being frightened from time to time in the woods, and sometimes there were roars. Catherine was also surprised. Said, "Well, there are so many monsters in this hunting ground that we can only survive by killing each other." Meow. Wenlong said, "But that's it. We still have to be separated." Catherine's tone was obviously uneasy. "Woman, are you afraid?" Wenlong asked. "A little bit. After all, I have to be separated from you, Mr. Cat, and I feel a little uneasy in my heart," Catherine admitted. "But I won't back down." "Well, what about you, little girl?" Wenlong asked Haitang next to him. Haitang is a little scared too, but it's okay. Haitang also clenched her fists. "Really? But it's normal to be afraid alone in this mountain forest." But as the hunter Wang Li just said, in addition to cooperating with each other, hunters also need to exercise their ability to deal with difficulties alone. If you can't overcome fear, there's no way to become stronger. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong walked calmly to the basket of the hot air balloon, and then continued, "Then I will go down first." Meow. Chapter 353. 3 people separated. Wenlong jumped over the edge of the hanging basket and jumped down. Mr. Cat. Catherine and Haitang immediately rushed to the hanging basket, then looked down and found that Wenlong had disappeared. Mr. Cat has already gone down. Seeing Wenlong jump down, Catherine also had the urge to jump after him. However, Haitang on the side immediately said, "Sister Catherine, it's not possible now. According to the regulations of the Wang Li hunting group, people hunting together cannot leave the hot air balloon at the same time. Everyone must be at least 15 minutes apart to ensure that everyone does not land in the same place." Well, I get it. Although she really wanted to go down with Wenlong, Catherine still endured it. However, when the 15 minutes were up, Catherine immediately stepped over the edge of the hot air balloon's basket. "Little Haitang, I'm leaving first." Catherine waved towards Haitang. "Sister Catherine, have a nice trip." After saying that, Catherine jumped from the hot air balloon. Sister Catherine and Mr. Cat have already gone down. Haitang looked at Catherine from above, who quickly disappeared into the woods, and then murmured. The hot air balloon continued to fly in the Wang Li elite hunting ground. The flying height was not too high. It was flying almost close to the top of the big tree. It was about a level that could ensure that ordinary hunters would not be injured if they jumped directly from above. Haitang has been waiting like this. As an archer, Haitang wanted to find the most suitable landing point from the beginning. After all, unlike Wenlong and Catherine who use melee weapons, Haitang, as a user of long-range weapons, has higher requirements for terrain than the other two. It will be troublesome if you are approached by a monster, so you need to find a place where you can have a clear view of the surrounding situation as much as possible. Hai-Tang thought in her mind. Just like this, another 15 minutes passed quickly, and the hot air balloon floated to a hillside. Hai-Tang carefully observed the surrounding environment and found that there was a thick and tall tree that was the highest point in the nearby area. Well, this is the most suitable place around here. So Hai-Tang jumped slightly, held the edge of the hanging basket with one hand, and jumped down. As expected, Hai-Tang fell from the sky and landed on the crown of the big tree. Then Hai-Tang stretched out her hand and grabbed the thick branch of the big tree. With another force, her whole body jumped onto the branch lightly. The entire movement was extremely smooth, fully reflecting the girl's agility and lightness. Standing on the branch and looking down, Hai-Tang soon discovered a big wild boar king eating mushrooms not far away. Very good. This is the first prey. Seeing that the big wild boar king didn't notice her, Hai-Tang calmly took out an arrow and put it on the bowstring. Normally, Hai-Tang would probably not pay attention to such a big wild boar king. After all, for a hunter who has been upgraded to 4 stars, a big wild boar king is not a monster worth hunting. But this is Wang Li's elite hunting ground, an area that Hai-Tang has never entered before. And there is a legend that the monsters here are much stronger than the monsters outside. Therefore, Hai-Tang wanted to first find a weaker monster to test the strength of the monsters in the Wang Li elite hunting ground, so as to ensure that he would not provoke an enemy that he could not handle without knowing the opponent's strength. So Hai-Tang pulled out the arrow, put it on the bowstring, and pulled the bowstring apart. A layer of frost began to appear on the arrowhead, which was evidence that the power of ice began to condense on the arrow. At this moment, the big wild boar king has not noticed the existence of Hai-Tang, let alone that Hai-Tang has aimed the arrow at him. Whoosh! The arrow flew towards the big wild boar king quickly, and then there was only a pop sound, and the arrow pierced into the back of the big wild boar king. Okay, done! Hai-Tang thought to herself. Roar, however. What surprised Hai-Tang was that the big wild boar king only shook its body, then immediately turned around and roared angrily in the direction of Hai-Tang. He's not dead yet? This is a hunting bow made from the enhanced material of the Snow Lion King. Normally, it would have fallen long ago. Seeing that her 40-level weapon could not kill the low-level big wild boar king in one shot, Hai-Tang also experienced firsthand how powerful the monster in the forest was. Even if it is just a big wild boar king, it is still an elite among the big wild boar kings, and it is definitely not comparable to the average big wild boar king. So Hai-Tang immediately put away her hunting bow, and then started to leap with all her might. However, she failed to kill the enemy with one shot. All Hai-Tang wanted to do was to leave her current hiding place immediately. Sure enough, when Hai-Tang had just jumped to another big tree, the big wild boar king immediately rushed over, and its sharp fangs easily penetrated into the trunk of the big tree. Then the big wild boar king used all his strength to swinging his head. The 2 sharp fangs pierced into the big tree, swept across together, and there was only a click sound. The big tree where begonia was originally broke from the roots, and then slowly fell down. It was a close call. Fortunately, I ran away from such a big tree, and it fell down in just a moment. Not only does this elite giant wild boar king have stronger vitality, it is also much more powerful than the ordinary giant wild boar king. Although Hai-Tang was a little surprised, she did not panic. She immediately drew out an arrow again. This time, Hai-Tang did not shoot the arrow out immediately, but took the time to start accumulating power. Roar! The big wild boar watched the big tree fall, but did not see Hai-Tang standing on the tree. So the big wild boar king raised his head again and prepared to look for traces of Hai-Tang again. Whoosh! The big wild boar king had just raised his head when he saw an arrow flying towards him. The big wild boar king wanted to avoid it, but it was already too late. Crack! This arrow accurately hit the head of the big wild boar king, shot from the eye socket of the big wild boar king, and then pierced straight into the head. Roar! The big wild boar king wanted to roar angrily, but this time, the power of ice that spread immediately exploded in the skull of the big wild boar king. Before the sound was completely released, the blood had already coagulated, and the big wild boar king was completely destroyed. The ground fell. Well, if you can't do it with one arrow, just use 2 arrows. If you can't do it with ordinary arrows, use charged arrows. As long as you work hard, Hai-Tang can survive in this forest. After confirming that the big wild boar king had completely fallen, Hai-Tang thought in her heart. Chapter 354 Poison Assassin. After that, Hai-Tang did not rush down from the big tree, but stood on the branches of the big tree and continued to observe the movements around her. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance, a group of birds were startled, and Haitang noticed that a big tree had fallen there. That direction should be where Sister Catherine is. If there is such a big commotion, there must be a direct conflict with the monster. We need to help Sister Catherine as soon as possible. Although she wanted to go back to meet Catherine as soon as possible, Haitang still did not choose to set off immediately. Instead, she once again used the height advantage of her position to observe the terrain on the route. Judging from the straight line distance, Catherine and Haitang are actually not too far apart, which is more than 10 minutes flying distance of the hot air balloon. However, this is the dangerous hunting ground for Wang Li's elite, and the terrain is very complicated. There are more than 10 people in the air. It often takes several hours to reach the ground, which is only a few minutes away. At this moment, Haitang encountered such a problem. If you go from here, you have to pass through a very deep canyon. But there is no bridge over the canyon. Does Haitang need to go around here? No. That would be too far and take too long. If you do this, there may be dangers on the way, not to mention encountering more monsters. By the time Haitang gets around, Sister Catherine will have already left. However, Haitang couldn't think of a good solution after thinking about it so much, so she had to decide to get closer to the canyon first. Haitang did not choose to move from the ground, but used the intertwined branches to jump forward, walking lightly, and trying not to make any sound or let herself fall to the ground, in order to prevent herself from being discovered by the monsters on the ground. Compared with the monsters that may be encountered at any time on the ground, it is relatively safe on the branches. Not long after, Haitang was close to the edge of the canyon. When he got closer, he found that the width of the canyon was indeed too wide for him to jump over. It seems we have no choice but to take a long way around, Haitang thought. However, just as Haitang was thinking this, Haitang suddenly felt an inexplicable coldness behind her back, which made her shiver. What? Although she didn't hear the sound, her keen perception still made Haitang feel that something was watching her from behind. So the alert Haitang immediately turned her head. At this moment, what Haitang saw was a huge yellow-purple spider, hanging in the air not far from him. At the same time, those terrifying compound eyes were staring coldly at Haitang. Haunting spider! While shouting out the spider's name, Haitang immediately jumped back, trying to keep as much distance from the huge spider as possible. At the same time, he reached behind his back, pulled out the hunting bow hanging on his back, and got into a fighting stance. The horrible hunting spider made a hissing sound, as if he was a little unhappy that his sneak attack was discovered. It's actually the horrible hunting spider. Beads of sweat were already oozing out from Haitang's forehead, as if she was breaking out in a cold sweat due to sudden fright. The haunting spider and the ghost hunting spider both belong to the species of carapace. Apart from being quite different in color, they also look somewhat similar in appearance. However, their level of danger is far greater than that of the ghost hunting spider. The most dangerous of them is the haunting hunting spider. It possesses not one, but two toxins, one of which is a paralyzing toxin that can immobilize people, and the other is a deadly poison. In addition, the horror spiders are monsters that only 3-star high-level hunters can hunt. And this is the Wang Li elite hunting ground. This means that the horrible hunting spiders here are probably far beyond what a 3-star high-level hunter can handle. Although Haitang had never fought against the ghost hunting spider before, Haitang had heard her father talk about some of the characteristics of this dangerous ghost hunting spider before. So at this dangerous moment, the content that had been recorded in her mind suddenly emerged from Haitang's mind like a gush of spring water. I remember my father once said that when you encounter a hunting spider, you should run away immediately. So why don't you run away first, and then come back with Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine to hunt this hunting spider? Haitang recalled her father's warning and had the idea of escape for a moment. However, when she saw the spider hanging from the air with a bunch of slender silk, Haitang decided to change her mind. No, you can't rely on others like this. Now Haitang is also a 4-star low-level hunter. If the performance of hunting General Sickle and Xinglong are also taken into account, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a 4-star mid-level hunter. How can he see it just run away after being scared of the hunting spider? Don't be afraid. You can win. Haitang gritted his teeth, immediately drew out the arrow, and then shot at the horrible hunting spider. Haitang shot this first arrow in a hurry, not intending to cause much damage to the opponent. The more intention was to tentatively test the opponent's speed and ability. Sure enough, the scary hunting spider immediately used the spider silk at its tail to pull up its body, and then dodged the arrow shot by Hai Tang in an instant. At the same time, the haunting spider used the spider silk to swing over like a swing, approaching Hai Tang in an instant. So fast, Hai Tang couldn't help but click her tongue and continued to retreat. However, after taking 2 steps back, she heard the clicking sound of branches breaking. Fortunately, Hai Tang stopped her steps in time, thus avoiding the tragedy of falling. Oops! We've reached the end of the branch. If you want to escape, you have to jump to another tree. Seeing that the haunting spider was getting closer and closer, Hai Tang had no choice but to jump with all her strength towards the big tree nearest to her. Whoosh! The spider, swinging like a swing on its silk threads, passed by Begonia. Because Hai Tang jumped from one tree to another in time, the scarlet spider also jumped into the air. However, this did not seem to have a great impact on the scarlet spider. Although Hai Tang dodged it, the scarlet spider immediately changed direction again, spun out new spider silk, once again used the spider silk hanging on the branch to swing over, and quickly approached Begonia. Seeing that the spider was about to approach Hai Tang again, suddenly, Hai Tang, who had just landed on another big tree, turned around. When facing the spider, she was already ready to draw a bow and shoot an arrow. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows were shot out again. This is an extremely fast archery method. It requires not only fast technique, but also that the hunter using this move must aim accurately at the moment he turns around. There must be no delay. Otherwise, if he is half a beat slower, he will lose this move. The surprising effect of winning is naturally greatly reduced in power. Chapter 355 Continuous Poison. Even the haunting spider didn't expect that Hai Tang could turn around and complete the arrow aiming and shooting in an instant. He didn't have time to dodge, so he could only use his 2 huge pincers to stand in front of him, preparing to use as a shield to block Hai Tang's attack. As a crustacean known for its defensive power, and as an elite monster that has fought against various monsters and hunters in the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground, the horror hunting spider is still confident of blocking the arrows shot by the hunters in a hurry. So even when facing these arrows head-on, the haunting spider was confident and did not take the arrows shot by Hai Tang seriously. However, the horrible hunting spider soon discovered that he was wrong. The moment Hai Tang turned around, she shot 5 arrows at the same time. 4 of them were indeed aimed at the horrible hunting spider, but one of them was aimed at a higher position than the others. To be precise, 4 of the 5 arrows were aimed at the spider, and one was aimed at the spider silk at the tail of the spider. At this moment, the scarab spider finally realized that he had been deceived. The 4 arrows shot towards his body were just to deceive himself, and Hai Tang's real goal was to hang the spider silk threads from the spider's body. Whoosh! The sharp arrow accurately brushed against the spider silk. The frost on the arrow made the originally tough spider silk extremely fragile, coupled with the cutting damage caused by the sharp arrow. The spider silk broke instantly. Because the spider silk broke instantly, the entire body of the spider began to fall downwards, and finally passed by Hai Tang again. It was so dangerous! I almost got jumped by this spider! However, just when Hai Tang was feeling somewhat fortunate, Hai Tang suddenly felt her body sink. Her feet seemed to be tied up by something and pulled down forcefully. Ah! The downward force was so great that Hai Tang also fell with it. When he lowered his head, he found that the spider silk spun out again at the moment of falling, and it was wrapped around Hai Tang's ankle. The thing happened so suddenly that Hai Tang didn't have time to react. She fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was relatively soft soil. Although she fell to the ground, Hai Tang was not seriously injured. The haunting spider also landed not far from Hai Tang. Due to inertia, it slid on the ground for a distance before finally stopping. No! Since it fell from the tree, we must deal with this spider as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be even more troublesome if we wait for other monsters to come. Hai Tang immediately realized that the situation at this time was very bad. Her first reaction was to pull out an arrow and use the sharp tip of the arrow to cut off the spider silk wrapped around her ankle. Then she quickly stood up and prepared to position herself. Attack posture. Pain. However, a burst of pain came from Hai Tang's ankle. As a last resort, Hai Tang glanced at the ankle that was previously entangled with spider silk, and found that there was a line of purple marks on the originally fair skin. Oops! The spider silk is poisonous! Hai Tang immediately thought of this characteristic of the haunting spider. However, on the other side, the haunting spider also quickly adjusted its position. After turning around quickly, it rushed towards Hai Tang again. The action was so fast that Haitang didn't even have the slightest chance to take the antidote. It can be seen that the horrible hunting spider also knows that although its own poison will not kill people immediately, it will continue to consume the opponent's life. As long as the opponent is prevented from taking the antidote, it will not take long, for no matter how powerful the hunter is, the poison will eventually develop. Death. Boom! 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 While charging, the horror hunting spider also waved its two huge hooks, making a big hole in the ground with every blow. At the same time, he uses the power of the hook to pull his body forward at a faster speed. Because of this, the hunting spider was much faster than the ghost hunting spider. As a result, Haitang had just stood up, and the haunting spider was already approaching. The situation was extremely critical, and Haitang had no choice but to dodge again. However, Haitang quickly moved her body to one side and counterattacked at the same time. She drew her bow and shot an arrow in one go, and another arrow was shot towards the horrible hunting spider. Clang! However, arrows that have not been charged can still only cause some scratches on the carapace of the ghost hunter spider, but cannot cause effective damage to the horror hunter spider at all. On the contrary, after the giant claw attack failed, the horrible hunter spider immediately made another spin on the spot, and its two claws swept across, hitting Haitang, who had not yet had time to completely distance herself. The huge force knocked Haitang flying away. Fortunately, the Ice Thunderbird's armor was of a high level, so it could barely withstand the blow. Haitang, who was knocked into the air, spit out a mouthful of blood. However, even so, Haitang still quickly changed his posture in the air, and when Haitang landed, he was already standing firmly on the ground. Haitang's move is called suffering the body, which can ensure that when he is not seriously injured, he can land smoothly and not fall to the ground. The purpose, of course, is to prevent yourself from being pursued by the hunting spider after you fall to the ground, so as not to fall into a passive situation. Sure enough, after the scary hunting spider knocked Haitang away, he immediately chased after her. Crack! The giant claw of the haunting spider once again passed by Haitang. It can be seen that if it had not used the suffering body skill to maintain balance and avoid falling to the ground, Haitang would have been suppressed by the opponent. Ahem. It's true that it's Wang Li's elite monster. It's completely different from ordinary monsters. Haitang spat out the blood in her mouth and drew the bowstring in her hand again. But this time, Haitang was not in a hurry to shoot the arrow in his hand. It seems that without charging, Haitang's arrows can't hurt the haunting spider. But if you want to charge up, the haunting spider presses forward step by step, leaving little left for charge shooting. In addition, this battle cannot be delayed for too long, because the toxins on the body may spread. While dodging, Haitang carefully estimated the defensive capabilities of the spider and the speed of the poison spreading in her body, and considered what method she would use to truly hurt the opponent. After all, it is not easy to accumulate power, so every attack must maximize the power of the power. Theoretically, the weakness of this spider should be its eyes, but this spider seems to be very smart. It always puts its huge claws in front for defense. It is easy to shoot arrows from the front. Will be blocked. Then we want to attack from the side? If we want to do this, we can only lure the spider to attack again, and then find an opportunity to go around to the side. Haitang thought. Chapter 356 Penetrating Arrow. However, just when Haitang was about to go around to the side to attack, she found that the surrounding environment had become different from before. I don't know when there were white spider webs left on the originally green grass. These spider webs were scattered near Begonia, almost sealing off Begonia's movement space. What the hell? At that moment, Haitang suddenly realized that these spider webs were thrown out by the centrifugal force when the spider turned its body just now, so they quickly scattered around. These cobwebs must not be touched. In Haitang's mind, her father's original advice came to mind again. The spider webs of the ghost hunter spider will only hinder movement if touched. But the spider's webs contain additional toxins, and judging from the yellow viscous liquid attached to these spider webs, it should be a more terrifying paralysis. Toxin. The paralyzing toxin on the spider web can penetrate through the gaps in the armor, and once it comes into contact with human skin, it can easily paralyze the person instantly. At this critical moment, once paralyzed, it will undoubtedly be a dead end for Haitang. What to do? As an archer, Haitang does not have the ability to defend from the front. He must either dodge or turn around and run away. However, judging from the speed of this spider, It is impossible to outrun the opponent even if he turns around and runs away. Not to mention that Hai Tang is still poisoned. In this state, Hai Tang also knew very well that he might collapse if he couldn't run away. Boom! 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 The haunting spider is approaching again, waving its giant claws. There is no other way. Since we can't run away, let's fight head-on. Hai Tang gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Direct confrontation is not an archer's strength. But now Hai Tang has no choice but to draw the hunting bow in her hand again, and then aim at the haunting spider that is charging towards her. At the same time, the attack bottle has also been prepared, in order to snipe the opponent head-on. Seeing Hai Tang aiming the arrow at himself, the horror hunter spider immediately took defensive measures as before, blocking its two giant claws in front of itself to prevent its fragile eyes from being attacked. Monsters with solid carapace defense are indeed difficult to deal with. But if Hai Tang can use that move, in Hai Tang's mind, a certain move that his father had taught Hai Tang before emerged. However, because Hai Tang's father was injured and disabled, his temperament changed drastically. This move was not fully taught, and Hai Tang was never fully taught it. Master. However, now Hai Tang has no choice. Even though he has not fully mastered it, this trick is the only way Hai Tang can think of to deal with it now. Penetrating arrows, continuous arrows, and scattered arrows are also among the charging skills of bows. One of its characteristics is that it can penetrate thick carapace. It can be said to be a sharp weapon for those who want to deal with crustacean monsters. Although Hai Tang has never succeeded before, now Hai Tang should not fail again. No, it should be said that failure is never allowed. The bowstring had been stretched to its maximum limit, and Hai Tang's mind was filled with memories of her father's hunting days. Just like a revolving door appears when human beings are at the critical moment of life and death, Hai Tang is also facing a major crisis in her life at this moment. If she is not careful, she may die under the claws of the spider. Therefore, in Hai Tang's mind, the past scenes were played back like slides, and details that could not be remembered before became extremely clear now. 1 stage of charging. 2 stages of charging. Hai Tang's energy storage has reached 2 levels. The haunting spider has arrived at Hai Tang's side and raised its huge claws. Faced with the threat of the haunting spider, Hai Tang did not run away, but continued to think calmly. 3 stages of energy storage. The charge is over. Next, Hai Tang's technique will determine whether this arrow is a scatter arrow, a continuous arrow, or a penetrating arrow that can penetrate the hard SHL. I see. That's how it is. A smile appeared on Hai Tang's lips. Shoot. The arrow spun and shot out. Yes, the arrow is shot spinning. When the sharp arrow comes into contact with the carapace of the horrible hunting spider, it is like a high-speed rotating drill that continues to penetrate deeply, and finally pierces the carapace that should have been impenetrable with the help of impact and rotation. Crack! The arrow penetrated the spider's claws, and then accurately pierced the spider's eyes. The body of the spider was raised high, and red liquid spurted out from its eye sockets. But Hai Tang didn't have a hard time either. When the spider's carapace was pierced, the claws of the spider still hit Hai Tang's body, causing another wound on Hai Tang's body. Hai Tang was injured in the chest. Even the armor made of the scales of the ice thunderbird had cracks due to the attack of this elite hunting spider. The fragments produced after the armor was shattered were scattered due to the impact, and the sharp parts even scratched the skin on Hai Tang's chest was broken, resulting in a blood stain on Hai Tang's chest. But what makes Hai Tang feel fortunate is that these wounds can only be regarded as skin trauma at best, for hunters who have been fighting monsters all year round. As long as the fragments do not penetrate into the chest or damage vital parts, such as the lungs or heart, then it does not count. What's the matter? In this round of fighting, both sides have their own winners and losers. Then, if we do it again, this time it will cost you your life. Without thinking, Hai Tang once again opened the hunting bow in her hand, and the scary hunting spider seemed to be aware of the approaching danger. Although it was shot in one eye, the scary hunting spider immediately cheered up and pounced towards Hai Tang again. Now the two sides are competing for speed. Whoever can hit the opponent faster will win. 1 stage of charging. 2 stages of charging. With the experience of using the piercing arrow for the first time, Hai Tang's movements became more skillful this time, and the speed of accumulating power became faster. 3rd stage, however. Hai Tang suddenly felt dizzy just before the 3rd stage of charging was completed, and the scene in front of her became blurry. Is this toxin spreading? It seems to be happening faster than expected. Hai Tang needs to concentrate, but his eyes can no longer see clearly. Well, the The general direction is this way. As long as you aim here, you should be right. Although you can still see the vague shadow of the haunting spider. The more detailed parts have been it's completely indistinguishable. I don't know which part can be hit. If it doesn't hit the vital part. No. Now is not the time to think about this. We must shoot the piercing arrow as soon as possible. Haitang doesn't want to die yet. Haitang still wants to live happily with Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine. Haitang shouted in her heart. Chapter 357 Survival from Desperate Situation. The moment the arrow escaped from her finger, Haitang fell. Haitang didn't even see whether his arrow hit the hunting spider, because Haitang also lost consciousness. As if the last arrow consumed all of Haitang's physical strength. And Haitang just lay back like this, on the ground. Just before falling to the ground, Haitang seemed to hear some violent noise. It was a sound that seemed to tear the air apart. However, this noise was something Haitang had never heard before. So Haitang didn't know what it was. Something comes from. Bang! At the same moment when Haitang fell, Wenlong heard a violent explosion. Immediately afterwards, Wenlong saw many trees falling down one after another in the woods not far away like dominoes. The sound of falling trees. The sound of wild beasts running around in fright. And all kinds of messy sounds were heard one after another. What's going on? Why is there such a big movement? Could it be that some huge flying dragon species has appeared? Meow? Like Haitang, Wenlong also wanted to cross this canyon to the other side of the canyon, but could not find a good way. So Wenlong could only move along the edge of the canyon, preparing to go around from a farther place. As a result, Wenlong was fighting the monster while moving, and he heard this unusual loud noise after he had circled less than half the distance. Of course, Wenlong decided to go and see what happened first. After running for about 5 minutes, Wenlong quickly arrived at the scene where the loud noise broke out. At a glance, the first thing Wenlong saw was a large hunting spider lying on the ground. The sight in front of him also startled Wenlong. Not because the scary hunting spider was lying there motionless, but because the way the scary hunting spider died was really terrifying. The haunting spider looked as if it had been cut horizontally in the middle by a big sword, and its entire body was divided into the upper and lower parts of the body. And from the severed section, a large amount of disgusting liquid and internal organs flowed to the ground. Not only that, the trees in the same direction as the spider were also cut off by the lazy waste, leaving only half of the stump was still standing there. That's it. Meow. Maybe others couldn't see anything, but Wenlong immediately understood what just happened. So Wenlong immediately looked to the other side, and sure enough, he saw Haitang lying on the ground. Hey, little girl, are you okay? Meow? Wenlong hurriedly ran over, helped Haitang up, and used his paws to explore, and found that Haitang still had a faint breath. Soon, Wenlong found the purple marks on Haitang's ankles, and knew that Haitang was unconscious. Reason: overworked and poisoned. I need to take the antidote as soon as possible. As one of the more commonly used medicines, Wenlong of course always carries something like antidote with him. So Wenlong immediately took out a bottle of antidote from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and fed it to Haitang bit by bit. After feeding, Wenlong was still a little worried, so he took out another bottle of recovery medicine G and fed it to Haitang. After finishing the 2 bottles of medicine, Haitang finally opened her eyes after a while. Ah, Mr. Cat? Is Haitang dreaming? You're not dreaming, little girl. I saw you lying on the ground when I came here. I checked and found that you were in a coma due to poisoning and overexertion. So I gave you some antidote. Now you're fine. Meow. So that's it? Is that scary hunting spider dead? Haitang asked again. You've already killed me. Meow. Wenlong said in an approving tone. That's great. I finally didn't cause any trouble to Mr. Cat. Anyway, little girl, you are very powerful. Although you are a little bit worse than me. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong pointed to the position where the horrible hunting spider fell, and then said, at this time, Haitang's vision slowly began to recover, and in front of Haitang's eyes, the horror hunter spider that had been chopped into 2 pieces gradually appeared. Is this made by Haitang? Haitang was so surprised that she didn't close her mouth for a long time. That's right, little girl. This is what you did, and it can be seen from the wounds on the spider. Just now, little girl, you used the secret of the hunting bow to kill the first line. Meow. Kill the front line? How is it possible? Haitang remembered that the bow did have such a profound meaning. It's just that Haitang never thought that she could master this secret before, let alone that she would master it by such a coincidence. Haitang only remembered that at the last moment. Her eyesight was reduced due to toxins. So in order to increase the hit rate, Haitang drew 2 arrows at once and placed both arrows on the bowstring at the same time. Although according to common sense, penetrating arrows cannot shoot multiple arrows at the same time like scattering arrows. Haitang, who was already cornered at that time, still did it regardless of whether he could succeed or not. The result was that the 2 arrows were shot out at the same time like scattered arrows, and flew in 2 directions at a small angle fan-shaped trajectory. However, at the critical moment of life and death, Haitang's potential was unleashed, resulting in the flight speed and rotation speed of these 2 arrows far exceeding any arrows Haitang had shot before, because the speed was very fast and they were shot at the same time. The moment the arrows broke through the sound barrier, a violent sonic boom was produced. This was the reason for the last loud noise Haitang heard. At the same time, the torn air met between the 2 arrows, eventually forming a flat air blade. The extremely fast air blade swept across and cut the arrogant horror hunter spider in half in an instant. Not only that, after slicing through the body of the horrible hunter spider, the air blade continued to move forward and successively cut off several 100-year-old trees behind it before gradually weakening and finally disappearing. This secret has such great destructive power. Haitang had only heard of this secret before, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he truly understood how powerful the so-called secret was. That is definitely not comparable to ordinary skills. Anyway, little girl, you did it. But you must have been very tired after using your secret body for the first time. So you fainted. So that's it. Haitang tried to stand up, but found that her whole body was weak. In the end, it was Wenlong who helped her to stand up completely. So Wenlong gave Haitang another strong medicine and helped Haitang take it, and Haitang's complexion improved slightly. Chapter 358 Homemade Ropeway. Mr. Cat, Haitang is fine. Let's go to the opposite side now. Sister Catherine should be right on the opposite side, Haitang said to Wenlong. Well, Wenlong also nodded and said, don't worry. We'll go there right away. Hearing the sound of fighting on the opposite side, Wenlong also guessed that Catherine was not far from the opposite side. It's just not that easy to pass through this canyon. Fortunately, there is begonia now, and there is a recently dead haunting spider lying on the ground. Seeing the haunting spider, Wenlong also thought of a shortcut. First, Wenlong put on gloves to collect the spider silk from the hunting spiders, then used a knife to scrape off all the venom on it, and then tied the processed spider silk to Haitang's arrow. Can the little girl shoot this arrow to the other side? Meow? Wenlong asked. Yes, Haitang can do it, Haitang said. Then put the arrow tied with spider silk on the bowstring, then slowly pulled it open, and then suddenly released it when the bowstring was stretched to the limit. Whoosh! The arrow with white spider silk flew straight towards the opposite side, and then pierced into a big tree that required 3 people to surround it before stopping. And because the spider silk was long enough, the tail still stayed with Wenlong and Haitang. Okay, Mr. Cat, Haitang said, so that I can try it. Meow. Wenlong tried to pull the white spider silk again, and found that the arrow was very stable in the big tree. It should be enough to support the weight of the 2 people without loosening. Not bad. Very strong. Meow. Wenlong then climbed to a nearby big tree with a piece of spider silk left beside him, and then tied the end of the spider silk tightly to the branch, thus forming a height difference between near high and far low. Mr. Cat, what are you doing? You'll know soon. Oh, by the way, little girl, help me cut off the front end of the shank of the horrible hunting spider. Meow. Ah. Okay. So Haitang followed Wenlong's instructions, and spent a lot of effort to cut off the front end of the spider's calf, and handed it to Wenlong. After Wenlong got the small piece of the scarab spider's calf, he rubbed the small piece on the spider silk. After finding that they would not stick to each other, he nodded with satisfaction. Come on, little girl. Hold me tight. Meow. Ah. Okay. At this time, Haitang finally understood why Wenlong did what he did. What Wenlong wanted to make was a simple ropeway. So he tied the spider silk on his side to a relatively high place, so that he could take advantage of the height difference, and use the spider silk as a ropeway to slide directly to the opposite side. Of course, it is not easy to use spider silk as a rope for a ropeway. First of all, the spider silk has venom, so Wenlong used a knife to scrape off all the venom on the spider silk. Ensure safety. In addition, The spider silk has a certain stickiness like that of the ghost spider. So despite the height difference and the strength of the spider silk, it can easily support the weight of 2 people. But it is very likely that it will be stuck in midair because it is too sticky and cannot slide at all. Therefore, Wenlong thought of using part of the front end of the spider's calf as a medium for contact with the spider silk. After all, the spider can move freely on the spider silk without being stuck. So it is not afraid of being caught halfway. Sticky. At this time, Haidang had hugged Wenlong tightly, and Wenlong also hung the cut-off leg of the horrible hunter spider on the ropeway like a hook, and then held the piece tightly with both hands. The 2 ends of the spider's calves maintained the balance of the body. Hold on tight, little girl. We're about to set off. Meow! As he spoke, Wenlong kicked off his legs, and his whole body rushed out. Squeak! It is the sound made by the rapid friction between the spider's lower legs and the spider silk. Unlike ordinary objects that are easily stuck by spider silk, the front ends of the spider's legs can easily slide on the spider silk. Coupled with the height difference between the 2 sides, Wenlong and Haitang moved toward the opposite side at extremely fast speeds. Slide away. So in a moment, Wenlong and Haitang had reached the opposite side of the canyon. Perfect landing. Meow! As soon as he landed, Wenlong said proudly, Mr. Cat is indeed very powerful. Although Haitang also thought about using spider silk to build a bridge to slowly crawl over. She never thought that the spider's toes could not be stuck by the spider silk to make a ropeway. Just slide over here. When he said this, Haitang's eyes were filled with admiration for Wenlong. Of course. You have guessed everything I can think of. So what are you doing? Meow? Wenlong said proudly again. Boom! At this time, the sound of a big tree falling was heard not far away. It's not far from here. Although he was still boasting just now, the moment the sound rang out, Wenlong immediately pricked up his ears and carefully identified the direction of the sound. The sound should be from the northwest. The fight is getting fierce. Little girl, let's go quickly. Meow. Yes. Without saying anything, Wenlong and Haitang immediately rushed towards the location where the sound came from. Along the way, they saw many monsters running in the opposite direction. They ignored Wenlong and Haitang who passed by them. He just ran blindly, as if he was avoiding something. It seems that he is a troublesome guy this time. He actually made the surrounding monsters consciously retreat. I'm afraid this stupid woman will be in trouble. Seeing this situation, Wenlong became a little more worried, and his steps became more hurried. Boom! There was another loud noise. And this time, another big tree fell not far away. Mr. Cat, look over there. At this time, Haitang couldn't help shouting. And at the moment when the big tree fell, Wenlong saw a figure flying out. And then after the figure hit a mountain wall not far from Wenlong, he actually smashed a big one on the mountain wall. Pit! Woman! Wenlong couldn't help but exclaimed. Although it was only for a moment. Wenlong immediately recognized the figure. Ah! It's Mr. Cat. Cough! 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 I thought I was going to die. That guy is so powerful. Catherine struggled to crawl out of the pit. Although it could be inferred from the depth of the pit on the stone wall that the attack Catherine had just received was extremely powerful. Catherine did not seem to be seriously injured and could still move freely. Chapter 359 Silver Earthquake Maker. Sister Catherine, it's great that you are okay, Haitang said thankfully. You woman should really thank you for this good equipment. Meow. Wenlong finally relaxed a little when he saw that Catherine was not in any serious condition. Oh, yes. I said it's because of this equipment that I can still stand up after being beaten so many times. Catherine suddenly realized. Of course, both the male and female fire dragons are powerful monsters that can only be hunted by 5-star hunters. What's more, the scales of these 2 monsters are combined to make special thickened armor. The defense is certainly not as good as before. Those armors are incomparable. Meow. Wenlong explained. Yeah, I understand. Catherine nodded sheepishly. So, who is this powerful guy you just mentioned? He beat you like this? Wenlong asked again. Wenlong also knew in his heart that about half a year had passed since Catherine became a hunter. And Catherine was no longer the novice who knew nothing. In addition, Catherine uses a large sword that can be used for defense. When she faced powerful monsters, like the male and female fire dragons, she successfully defended against the opponent's fireball attacks. So generally speaking, it is difficult for monsters to attack them. Catherine hit it until it flew this far. Ah, that one looks like a big strange bird. but it has long and big beautiful feathers on its tail, and its whole body is covered in sparkling silver. And every time I want to defend against its attack, the opponent has not touched it yet. When it came to me, I suddenly felt like I was sleepwalking and lost consciousness, and I didn't know why I was knocked away," Catherine said. "Okay, I know what it is. Meow." Wenlong held his forehead and finally guessed the reason why Catherine was knocked away. "If I guess correctly, it should be a silver sleeping bird." "Huh? What is that?" Catherine asked. "It's the silver sleeping bird. It's a rare species of sleeping bird. But I can't blame you if you don't know about it. It would be great if you had hunted ordinary sleeping birds before. At least when you meet this silver sleeping bird. It's also an elite silver sleeping bird. You won't be so overwhelmed anymore." "Meow," Wenlong said again. At this time, Wenlong had already heard the sound of dong, 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 as if something heavy was hitting the ground. Sure enough, listening to this voice, it's absolutely right. Meow. Wenlong immediately made a judgment. Wenlong knew that although the silver sleeping bird also belonged to the bird dragon species, and was only slightly larger than the big strange bird, the silver sleeping bird not only had a silver color all over its body, but also the structure of its body seemed to be it is generally composed of metal, and is much heavier than ordinary bird dragons. In addition, the silver sleeping bird's legs are very powerful, which makes the silver sleeping bird step on the ground with a dong dong sound when running. Sure enough, after a while, Wenlong saw the silver sleeping bird emerging from the woods. Because they both belong to the ornithosaur species, the body shape of this silver sleeper bird looks somewhat similar to the big strange bird. However, in the tail part, the silver sleeper bird has more obvious and huge tail feathers, and its tail also appears thicker. And just as Catherine described, the whole body was covered in shiny metallic silver, which looked particularly weird. "Mr. Cat!" Seeing the silver sleeping bird appear, Catherine immediately rushed forward, then drew out her sword and took a defensive posture. "Don't defend yourself. If you can't defend yourself, retreat first. It's going to spit out sleep mist. Meow." However, Wenlong shouted loudly, "What?" Although Catherine didn't know why Wenlong wanted to retreat immediately, Catherine, who had long been accustomed to listening to Wenlong's opinions, immediately jumped back as Wenlong said, and quickly distanced herself from the silver sleeping bird. Immediately afterwards, Catherine saw a stream of white smoke coming out of the silver sleeping bird's mouth, and it exploded right where she was standing. "This is a sleepy mist that makes people feel drowsy and unconscious after being breathed in. This kind of attack is not something you can defend with a big sword. Meow." Wenlong immediately told what he knew about fighting the silver sleeping bird. The main points were told to Catherine. "I see. Why do I remember that I was clearly well prepared for defense? But I was knocked away without knowing what happened," Catherine also said. At this time, the silver sleeping bird spit out sleeping mist and missed a hit. He glanced around again and found that there seemed to be 2 more enemies. However, the silver sleeping bird did not feel scared. According to its past experience, there were already too many enemies. Many hunters fell at its feet. Even if there were 2 more hunters, it was nothing worth worrying about. What made Emmanuel feel a little surprised was that the woman who had been beaten away twice not only did not die, but stood up as if nothing happened, which made Emmanuel a little difficult to understand. Ouch! Suddenly, the silver sleeping bird flapped its wings and flew up. The silver wings were obviously more powerful than any bird dragon species that Wenlong and others had encountered so far. Even the silver sleeping bird had a heavier body, was able to rush towards Catherine at extremely fast speeds. "Woman! Stop it quickly! Meow!" Wenlong shouted. "Clear!" With Wenlong's instructions, Catherine immediately stepped forward without hesitation, then raised the sword in her hand to protect Wenlong and Haitang behind her. Clang! The silver sleeping bird hit Catherine's sword hard, causing Catherine's body to take several steps back. However, on the other hand, Catherine still barely blocked the attack of the elite silver sleeping bird. "Now! Meow!" Wenlong, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack, immediately shouted loudly. Seizing the moment when silver sleeping bird paused, Wenlong took the lead and rushed forward. The 2 swords were raised and lowered. Although the feathers of the silver sleeping bird were as hard as alloys, Wenlong still relied on his superb skills and high-quality weapons to leave dozens of scars on the silver sleeping bird's body. At the same time, Haitang also shot the arrow in his hand. The penetrating arrow that I had just mastered was immediately put to use again. One arrow shot through the wing of the silver sleeping bird, and then penetrated into the body of the silver sleeping bird. Ouch! The silver sleeping bird jumped up. He didn't jump directly towards Wenlong, but jumped up on the spot and stamped his feet on the ground at the same time, making a lot of dong, dong, dong sounds again. Chapter 360 Crazy Attack. Get away! Meow! Wenlong shouted again. However, it was too late. When the silver sleeping bird was beating, it not only made a loud thumping sound, but also the earth began to tremble, as if a small earthquake had occurred. With the silver sleeping bird as the center, the entire ground began to shake around the silver sleeping bird. It can be seen that the power of the silver sleeping bird has far exceeded that of ordinary bird dragons, reaching extremely terrifying levels. Situation. Wenlong immediately hit aside because he reacted in time, while Haitang was far away because he originally used a long-range weapon, so he was less affected. It was just because the ground shook that he couldn't aim. Catherine was not so lucky. The ground suddenly shook and Catherine, who was unprepared, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ah! Catherine wanted to stand up, but the silver sleeping bird had already stepped on her. The flying stomp of the silver sleeping bird, which can shake the earth, can be said to be the silver sleeping bird's most powerful skill. Catherine, who fell down, could no longer dodge, and could only hurriedly raise the sword in her hand to resist. Bang! The silver sleeping bird just stepped on Catherine's sword, pressing down like a huge force. Catherine felt her hands hurt from the shock. Her whole body sank, and her body actually fell into the soil. Fortunately, it is a big sword made of male and female fire materials. Otherwise, the big sword in my hand would probably be broken by now. Catherine, who had experienced her sword being damaged several times before, immediately realized this, and was secretly glad in her heart. However, the silver sleeping bird's attack did not stop, but continued to jump violently, and then kept stepping down with its feet. Catherine's body had already sunk into the soil, and could no longer roll, so she could only resist with her big sword. Bah! 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 Catherine felt as if the silver sleeping bird could break her hands with every blow. She was so suppressed by the silver sleeping bird's attack that she couldn't stand up even if she wanted to. Woman! Hold on! Meow! Seeing that Catherine had been suppressed, Wenlong also quickly approached the silver sleeping bird, preparing to attack, because the ground was shaking too much. It was difficult for Wenlong to stand firm under his feet, so Wenlong had to lean down and get on all fours to maintain his balance, in order to get close to the silver sleeping bird as soon as possible. 1 step, 2 steps, and 3 steps were almost as frequent as falling down once after taking 3 steps. Wenlong finally rushed to the side of the silver sleeping bird, and at this time, Catherine seemed to have no strength. Mr. Cat! Hold on! Meow! Without saying a word, Wenlong first aimed at the leg of the silver sleeping bird, and then slashed it with both swords. The best way to stop this guy from jumping around is to injure his legs. Meow! Wenlong thought. In order to help Catherine overcome the predicament, Wenlong also tried his best, because Wenlong knew that the scales on the elite silver sleeping bird were also extremely hard, and it was not easy to cause effective damage with casual attacks. Crack! However, the 2 swords flashed, and Wenlong's attack did not hit anything. On the contrary, Wenlong himself fell to the ground due to excessive force and violent vibrations on the ground. Oh meow! You can't cut it if you swing it around! In front of Wenlong's eyes, the silver sleeping bird kept jumping back and forth, although it did not change its position back and forth. Its body was also rising up and down. In addition, the ground kept shaking, but it was not easy to attack. However, Wenlong was not discouraged and immediately got up again, then kicked his legs hard in an attempt to jump up. This time Wenlong's target is the head of the silver sleeping bird. According to Wenlong's idea, as long as he attacks the weak point of the head, the silver sleeping bird will definitely stop temporarily. However, there is always a big difference between reality and imagination. After Wenlong jumped up, due to the shaking of the ground, he did not jump directly to the head of the silver sleeping bird. Instead, he flew directly to the wings of the silver sleeping bird. The silver sleeping bird also noticed that Wenlong was approaching, and simply flapped its wings, and heard a pop sound, sending Wenlong flying away, and then knocked down a big tree. Then he reluctantly stopped. Ah! Mr. Cat! Haitang shouted. Leave me alone. I'm fine. Please help that stupid woman. Meow! Wenlong insisted. Haitang looked ahead and found that although Wenlong was knocked away, The silver sleeping bird's ground-stomping attack was also slightly interrupted for a while. Haitang immediately realized that the opportunity had come. In the past, because the ground kept shaking, it was difficult to aim the bow and arrow, and she was afraid of hurting Wen Long if she shot randomly. So Haitang never dared to shoot. But now this problem no longer exists. Although the time was short, it was enough for Haitang. Although the time for 3 stages of charging may not be enough, 1 stage of charging should still be enough. However, 1 stage of charging may not be powerful enough for this elite monster, and it is very likely that it will not be effective at all. Based on the previous attack actions of the silver sleeping bird, Haitang estimated in her mind. If the power is not enough, then you can only aim at the head of the silver sleeping bird, even if it is just a period of charging. If you can attack the opponent's weakness, it will definitely attract hatred, so Sister Catherine can escape. Haitang thought again. So Haitang immediately put the arrow on the bowstring, took the time to go for a period of time to accumulate strength, and then shot it with 1 arrow. It must hit! Haitang prayed in her heart the moment the arrow flew out. Even though Haitang's archery skills are very good, it is not always possible to hit the target. What's more, the silver sleeping bird keeps beating like crazy, so it is not that easy to hit. Crack! Fortunately, it seemed that Haitang's prayer came true, as the arrow accurately hit the silver sleeping bird's head after being shot. Although it only caused a certain degree of skin trauma due to insufficient energy storage, the head, as the weakness of the silver sleeping bird still made the silver monster feel threats from other places. So the silver sleeping bird stopped and began to turn its body towards Haitang. Obviously, in the silver sleeping bird's view, Haitang was already an enemy that could not be ignored. On the contrary, the human being who was lying on the ground and had been trampled by him for several rounds had not caused any harm to the silver sleeping bird from the beginning to the end. Sister Catherine, run! Haitang shouted again, while continuing to draw the bowstring. Without Haitang shouting, Catherine immediately realized that the silver sleeping bird had stopped attacking. So Catherine immediately seized the opportunity to turn over and climb out of the pit, and then took advantage of the opportunity to roll to the side, trying to get closer to the silver sleeping bird. Keep distance. Chapter 361 Paralysis Flash Combination. Huh? Catherine finally let out a breath. Even though her whole body was shocked to the point where her bones ached, she still tried her best to run away. However, looking at the silver sleeping bird again, this time it pounced on Begonia again. Originally, the foot strength of the silver sleeping bird is very powerful. Not to mention that this is an elite silver sleeping bird that has been selected and trained, and its strength is far beyond that of the average silver sleeping bird. Therefore, even though the body of this silver sleeping bird is extremely heavy, it can still jump more than 10 meters away in one leap, approaching Haitang quickly like a jumping automatic pile driver. And Haitang also drew the bowstring. This time, Haitang used continuous shooting, preparing to snipe the silver sleeping bird. Swish, swish, swish. Several more arrows were shot at the silver sleeping bird. But after being attacked for the first time, the silver sleeping bird also became more vigilant. The long neck tilted, and several arrows missed. Although the remaining arrows hit the silver sleeping bird's body, they only left some scratches on the opponent's scales, and did not stop the silver sleeping bird. Oops! Haitang immediately realized that the situation was not good. At this time, Haitang truly realized the strength of this elite silver sleeping bird. Haitang, who was in the distance before, was not directly attacked by the silver sleeping bird, so the strength of the silver sleeping bird was estimated to be somewhat insufficient. So he thought of using arrows to prevent the silver sleeping bird from approaching. But now the silver sleeping bird suddenly rushed towards it. Coming over, Haitang wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Moreover, Haitang was not Catherine, and the level of her armor was several levels lower than that of Catherine. In addition, she was an archer, and her armor was relatively lightweight light armor, which made her even more dangerous. No matter what, Haitang still chose to run away immediately. But compared with the silver sleeping bird, which could jump more than 10 meters in one jump, Haitang's speed was really not impressive enough, and she only ran a few steps away. The silver sleeping bird, he actually caught up with him. Ouch! 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 The silver sleeping bird jumped up like crazy, then stomped high. From the perspective of Emmanuel, the human in front of her does not have anything thick and big to use as a shield to resist her attacks, and her body is relatively petite, so she should be able to trample her into a pulp with just one step. The silver sleeping bird is so convinced because it has done this kind of thing before. Not long ago, A human hunter died at his feet. At the same moment, Haitang also felt that there was a huge shadow chasing after him from behind. However, Haitang could only try his best to continue running forward, not daring to look back, for fear that because of the delay in turning back, he would be hit by this silver. The sleeping bird catches up. Little girl. Here! Meow! Suddenly, Haitang heard Wenlong's voice. Haitang looked and saw that Wenlong had buried a disc right in front of her. This is... Haitang immediately recalled that she had seen this thing before, when she was hunting the general sickle crab. Quick! Jump over! Meow! Wenlong shouted again. Haitang immediately understood what Wenlong meant, and jumped with all her might. With the inertia of running fast, Haitang's petite body seemed to be flying. At the same time, the silver sleeping bird behind also jumped up, and he jumped higher and further than Haitang. It was so far that it even exceeded Wenlong's expectation. Oh meow! Is it really an elite monster? It didn't even move its wings, but it jumped more than 20 meters with just its feet. Meow! Even Wenlong was surprised. Just like this, in the air, you can see the silver sleeping bird following Haitang closely. And the distance is getting closer and closer. No! In this case, the little girl will still be caught up. And the silver sleeping bird will also jump over the paralysis trap without triggering the mechanism. In this case, everything will be over. Meow! Wenlong immediately saw this situation. Think. Then without hesitation, Wenlong took out another shining jade from his pocket. Little girl, close your eyes and lower your head. While throwing out the glittering jade in his hand, Wenlong shouted again. The shining jade flew towards Haitang, which was done deliberately by Wenlong. Wenlong knew that the monsters in Wang Li's elite hunting group often had many experiences fighting hunters, so they were likely to already know some of the props often used by hunters. Moreover, such high-level monsters have high IQs. Once they suffer a loss once, they will definitely be wary the second time. Therefore, even if he uses props, Wenlong must try his best to prevent the opponent from being wary. Therefore, Wenlong threw the shining jade directly towards Haitang this time in order to block the trajectory of the shining jade with Haitang's body, making the silver sleeping bird unable to defend itself. And Haitang, who had cooperated with Wenlong many times, immediately understood Wenlong's painstaking efforts. The next moment, Haitang closed her eyes, lowered her head at the same time, and huddled up. Only then did silver sleeping bird see a ball flying towards her in front of her eyes. Suddenly, a strong flash of light burst out in the air. This thing is glittering jade. A hunter has used it before. Mianio did recognize it, but he had no time to avoid it. Things happened so suddenly that Mianio didn't even have time to close his eyes. There was only a vast expanse of white left in front of him. At the same time, because of the sudden strong light, the silver sleeping bird suddenly panicked. Just like humans would reflexively close their eyes and cover their eyes with their hands when encountering strong light. The silver sleeping bird couldn't help but flapping its wings randomly in a gesture to block the strong light. As a result, it lost its balance in the air. This also made the distance of the silver sleeping bird's jump much shorter than initially expected. And at the same time, it also made Haitang finally close the distance from the silver sleeping bird. Snapped! The first one to land was Haitang. Because her body huddled up, Haitang rolled forward for a distance after landing before stopping. The one that landed right after Haitang was the silver sleeping bird. Due to the interference of the shining jade just now, the silver sleeping bird's jumping distance was a little shorter than the actual distance. However, it was such a small distance that the silver sleeping bird did not jump over that area after all. The paralysis trap finally fell on top of the paralysis trap. Bang! The moment the silver sleeping bird landed, the paralysis trap was immediately activated. Ouch! A strong electric current burst out all of a sudden, and the silver sleeping bird was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Quick! Now! Meow! Wenlong immediately clenched his two swords and rushed out. Haitang also stood up, opened the hunting bow in her hand, and pointed the arrow directly at the head of the silver sleeping bird. And behind the silver sleeping bird, Catherine also rushed over with a big sword in hand. Everyone knows that there must be no mercy for the monster that has fallen into the trap. At this moment, it must use all its strength to completely defeat it. Otherwise, this powerful elite monster may definitely break out of the trap at any time. Chapter 362 The Final Counterattack. The first one to rush to Mianio was Wenlong. In order to seize this rare opportunity to completely obliterate Mianio, Wenlong activated his secret power without hesitation and approached the Mianio at a speed that was difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Silver Sleeping Bird. And then I saw the sword light shrouding the Silver Sleeping Bird like a shining net of light. In just an instant, countless blood stains appeared on the body of the Silver Sleeping Bird. Although the scales of this elite Silver Sleeping Bird were too hard, and Wenlong's attack did not cause fatal damage, the large amount of blood that passed away still caused it to Silver Sleeping Bird's body has become a lot weaker. And Silver Sleeping Bird's hope of breaking out of the paralysis trap is completely lost. Swish swish. Immediately afterwards, Haitang also completed charging up. And several arrows were fired at the same time, directly hitting the head of the Silver Sleeping Bird. Ouch! Inmanio's head tilted back, and blood sprayed out. Although the severe pain made Inmanio want to launch a counterattack, his body was temporarily paralyzed, and could only twitch in pain. Ah! Finally, Catherine rushed over. Catherine, who rushed directly from behind, raised the big sword in her hand, and then slashed at the back of Silver Sleeping Bird. Crack! With a slash of the sword, a large hole was torn open in the Silver Sleeping Bird's body from its back to its tail. Sure enough, the weapons made by mixing the two materials of male and female fire dragons are different. Wenlong and Haitang thought about this together. Ouch! The Silver Sleeping Bird also felt that its body had been torn apart. But at the last moment, the Silver Sleeping Bird, whose whole body was paralyzed, finally broke free from the paralysis trap and made a final counterattack. The Silver Sleeping Bird raised its head high, and then spit out a large cloud of white sleeping mist from its mouth. The white mist split and dispersed in the air, and then immediately fell from the air, spreading all around in an instant. Be careful. It's Mianwu! Meow! Wenlong warned loudly, and after the warning, Wenlong immediately held his breath and retreated to the side. Although Wenlong issued a warning in time, Catherine and Haitang still had no time to escape and were soon enveloped by the sleeping mist. Ah, Mr. Cat. I'm so sleepy. Begonia wants to sleep. The first one to fall was Catherine, who was closest. After a while, Haitang finally couldn't hold on anymore and lay down. Only Wenlong avoided falling because he held his breath in time. Oops! Two of them fell asleep at once. Seeing Catherine and Haitang sleeping, Wenlong was a little worried about their safety for a moment. But after seeing the state of the Silver Sleeping Bird, Wenlong finally felt relieved. Come! Fortunately, it turns out that the sleeping mist that the Silver Sleeping Bird spit out is just a reflection of the light before death. Wenlong secretly rejoiced. In front of Wenlong's eyes, the Silver Sleeping Bird was so seriously injured that after spitting out a ball of sleeping mist, it finally lost strength and fell completely. However, even with more than half of its back cut open, it was still able to spit out so much sleeping mist before dying. It also shows that the vitality of this Silver Sleeping Bird is still very strong. If it wasn't for this stupid woman who made it with male and female fire materials. If we use weapons, I'm afraid this fierce battle will continue. Naya! I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Wenlong knew that if Catherine's sword hadn't cut half of Silver Sleeping Bird's body in half, Silver Sleeping Bird would never have died so easily. If the Silver Sleeping Bird attacks Begonia next, which has a relatively weak defense, then Begonia will most likely be severely damaged. Therefore, Wenlong still felt a little lucky about the situation in front of him. Okay, it's time to get up. Meow! Wenlong first walked to Haitang's side, and then shook Haitang's shoulder. After a while, Haitang woke up. Ah! Mr. Cat! Did Haitang fall asleep just now? When he woke up, Haitang looked at Wenlong with a face of shame, looking a little embarrassed. Yeah, little girl. You were hit by the sleeping mist and fell asleep. Meow! Wenlong replied. I'm so sorry that Haitang fell asleep during the hunt. Haitang was so careless and caused trouble to Mr. Cat. Haitang apologized quickly. It doesn't matter. We are lucky. The blow just now was just the return of the Silver Sleeping Bird. Wenlong first comforted Haitang, then changed the topic and said seriously, It is impossible to have such good results every time when hunting. It's your luck. If the Silver Sleeping Bird just had a breath and could fight back, the consequences would probably be more serious. Do you understand? Little girl. Meow? Mr. Cat. Haitang understands. Haitang nodded repeatedly, seeing the situation in front of her. Haitang also knew in her heart that if the Silver Sleeping Bird was still breathing, then she, who had fallen asleep on the ground and was defenseless, would not be able to escape the Silver Sleeping Bird's attack. Moreover, the defensive power of the light armor equipment Haitang is wearing is far from comparable to that of Catherine's thickened and heavy-duty special male and female fire-heavy armor. If she is exposed to the angry counterattack of the silver sleeping bird, Haitang knows that she will definitely die if she doesn't. Seriously injured. Because he understood this, Haitang admired Wenlong even more. After all, in that brief moment, only Wenlong managed to escape without being affected by the sleeping mist. Haitang knows that this is not just a matter of speed, but also a matter of a hunter's vigilance and experience. Only hunters who are extremely good in these two aspects can return safely from hunting again and again, and finally reach the top. Otherwise, no matter how talented I am, it is very likely that I will die due to an accident during a certain hunting, and my journey to the legendary hunter will eventually come to an abrupt end. Father! If you had a companion like Mr. Cat by your side, you probably wouldn't have become like that. For some reason, the shadow of her father appeared in Haitang's mind unconsciously. The 5-star hunter, who was once admired by others, was once considered to have a good chance of entering the realm of legendary hunters. In the end, he turned into a useless person who only knew how to drink and gamble. The reason for all this was it was just a loss of a leg during hunting. But the final fate turned out to be so different. Just as Haitang was sighing secretly in her heart, Wenlong walked to Catherine again. Ah! Mr. Cat! I haven't eaten enough yet. Hey! 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 Even if it's you, Mr. Cat, I won't let you out of such delicious food. Catherine in her sleep was still talking in her sleep and crying. He looked like he had no sense of crisis at all. Chapter 363 Beautiful Silver Sleeping Bird. As soon as he saw Catherine's mindless giggle as she slept, Wenlong felt angry. Oh meow! It's obvious that she was caught in the sleeping bird's sleeping mist. But she doesn't feel any sense of danger at all. This woman actually sleeps very peacefully. Meow! So Wenlong walked up to Catherine and stepped on Catherine's face. Hey! Wake up! You idiot! Meow! However, Catherine still didn't wake up. Instead, she unconsciously rubbed her face against Wenlong's fleshy palm. Hey! Hey! Mr. Cat! Even if you act coquettishly to me, I can't give such delicious food to Mr. Cat. I also want to keep it for myself. But Mr. Cat, if you are willing to let me rub your pussy every day, Meatball, it's not like I can't consider leaving some for you. Catherine continued talking in her sleep. Who acted coquettishly to you? I am a man with dignity. How could I act coquettishly to a woman like you? Meow! Wenlong shouted. However, Catherine still didn't respond, and still unconsciously rubbed her face against Wenlong's fleshy palm. What on earth is this woman dreaming about? Meow! Seeing that Catherine couldn't wake up like this, Wenlong couldn't help but hold his forehead. No wonder I didn't notice that I was put to sleep even after being attacked by the silver sleeping bird. Her nerves are so thick. It seems that some extraordinary means are needed to wake this woman up. With this thought, Wenlong simply pulled his foot back, then took a few steps back, then rushed forward and kicked him directly. Boom! Just as Wenlong kicked out, Catherine turned her head, and then heard a crisp sound. Wenlong's kick hit Catherine's helmet, and Wenlong felt a burst of pain in an instant. It hurts! It hurts! This guy's armor is really hard, because it is faster to run with the claws of an Elu cat and easier to climb. Wenlong's armor does not include the soles of his feet and toes, which means that Wenlong's soles and toes are actually exposed. This kick hit Catherine's hard helmet, and naturally she felt extremely painful. At this time, Catherine finally woke up. Ah! Mr. Cat, what are you doing right now? Why are you hopping with one foot in your arms? As soon as Catherine woke up, she saw Wenlong hopping on one foot with his feet in his arms. So she asked curiously, Idiot! It's not because of you. Meow! Wenlong shouted loudly. Because of me? Catherine asked, tilting her head in confusion. Forget it. Stop talking. Meow! Wenlong's voice quickly became quieter. Then Wenlong thought in his heart, I want this woman to know that I did it myself, and it won't be embarrassing to say it. So Wenlong cleared his throat again and said, Ahem. Cough. Cough. In short, this elite silver sleeping bird has been hunted by us. Let's peel off all the materials from the silver sleeping bird as soon as possible. After all, the material of this elite silver sleeping bird is its rare. Meow. Yes. Silver sleeping bird. Catherine then remembered that she suddenly fell asleep during the battle with Silver Sleeping Bird. Looking at the Silver Sleeping Bird again, she found that Silver Sleeping Bird had fallen to the ground motionless. There was still blood oozing out from the wound, and a large spray of blood was left on the ground, showing the intensity of the battle just now. Fortunately, the Silver Sleeping Bird is dead. Otherwise it would have been beaten again just now, Catherine said happily. Humph. You know it's like sleeping like a dead pig, and you couldn't scream for a long time. If you weren't wearing such good equipment, I'm afraid you would have died so many times. Meow. Finding that Catherine finally discovered the problem, Wenlong also seized this opportunity to reprimand. I know I was wrong. Mr. Cat, I will get up as soon as I shout next time, Catherine said aggrievedly. Please. That's not the problem. Wenlong once again raised his forehead and said, Won't you say that you won't be hit by the sleeping mist of the silver sleeping bird next time? If you were hit by the sleeping mist during the battle, wouldn't you? Do you still have time to wake you up? Even if I have time to wake you up, will you still have time to hide when you wake up? Meow? That's right. Catherine suddenly realized. Forget it. I won't tell you this anymore. I'm too tired. Wenlong shook his head and said, Let's quickly peel off the material of the silver sleeping bird. Meow. So Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang began to strip the silver sleeping bird. Because the silver sleeping bird is an elite silver sleeping bird selected by Wang Li's hunting group. Wenlong and others can clearly feel that the material of this monster is much harder than ordinary monsters when peeling it off. So it takes a lot of time to peel it off. The strength is also much more troublesome than the ordinary monsters before. However, Wenlong and others did not complain, because everyone knew that although the material was extremely hard, which made it a little troublesome to peel off, it also meant that the performance would often be better after being made into equipment. For example, this silver sleeping bird, according to the level classification of the Hunter Guild, should be a monster of the same level as the general side crab, both of which belong to the level that only 4-star mid-level hunters can hunt. However, because Wenlong and others were hunting elite silver sleeping birds selected and trained by Wang Li's hunting group, the strength of this silver sleeping bird had actually reached the low-level 5-star level, rising from the mid-level 4-star level to the low-level 5-star level. It can be said that it is 2 stars higher than the ordinary silver sleeping bird. Correspondingly, if the equipment forged with the materials of this elite silver sleeping bird can reach level 55, it will be even higher than the dual swords of General Sickle that Wenlong is currently using. The claws of the silver sleeping bird, the stomach stone of the silver sleeping bird, the feathers of the silver sleeping bird, the beak of the silver sleeping bird, and the sleeping bag of the silver sleeping bird. At this time, Wenlong peeled off these useful things. Material classification. Mr. Cat, Haitang wants to know. The feathers of this silver sleeping bird should be sold for a lot of money. Right. While peeling them off, Haitang pointed to the feathers on the tail of the silver sleeping bird's body and asked, Well, it is indeed very beautiful. The tail feathers of ordinary sleeping birds are very beautiful. Not only can they be used for equipment, but rich people also like to use them for decoration. The silver sleeping birds are rarer and more shiny than ordinary sleeping birds. The silver color is more noble than the orange-red color, so the price is naturally higher, Wenlong said. Really? Haitang asked again. Yes. Wenlong nodded, then selected the largest and most beautiful silver tail feather from the tail feathers of the silver sleeping bird, and handed it to Haitang's eyes. Little girl, take it. You deserve it. You don't need so much to make equipment anyway. Chapter 364 10 Days. Taking over the tail feathers of the silver sleeping bird, Haitang looked very happy, and then carefully put away the tail feathers of the silver sleeping bird. After that, Wenlong asked Catherine to pack up all the materials for the silver sleeping bird, especially the sleeping bag of the silver sleeping bird, which is where the silver sleeping bird usually stores its sleep mist. It must be packed tightly in the bag. Seal it well to prevent the sleep mist inside from leaking out and affecting people. So, Mr. Cat, what are we going to do next? Catherine asked after sorting out the material about the silver sleeping bird. After all, now that the three of them have gathered together, and if they cooperate with each other, their ability to deal with dangers has also improved a lot. The next question is what to do. So both Catherine and Haitang turned their attention to Wenlong and wanted to hear Wenlong's opinion. Of course we'll continue hunting until the guy shows up. Meow, Wenlong said. That rascal? Well, it's time to understand that. Meow, Wenlong said seriously. In an instant, both Catherine and Haitang understood the guy Wenlong was referring to. Judging from the time, the Star Dragon should evolve into the Disaster Star Dragon in about 10 days. By then, a large-scale disaster will occur, and by that time, it will be difficult for Xinglong, who has turned into a Disaster Star Dragon, to hide his figure, no matter how hidden the bad Star Dragon is. The disasters accompanying the appearance of the bad Star Dragon will eventually reveal its traces. Although there is no way to prevent the Misfortune Star Dragon from appearing. At least we must be able to kill the Misfortune Star Dragon when it appears. Wenlong added. Isn't there still 10 days left? Everyone in the Hunter Guild and the Wongli hunting group are still looking for it. Isn't it possible to find the Star Dragon in 10 days? Catherine asked with a glimmer of hope. It's impossible. We've already alerted the snake once. Others won't be stupid enough to let us find it again. And judging from the current situation, the other party has the ability to move Star Dragon to other places at any time. As he spoke, Wenlong's expression became heavier, and he continued to explain. The other thing that concerns me the most is that until now, we don't even know the identity of the mysterious dragon man with the horn flute. But you can be sure that that guy is definitely more than just one person. There should be something behind him supporting him. And that thing that hasn't appeared behind him yet is very likely to be more powerful than we imagined. Wenlong's words made both Catherine and Hai Tang silent for a moment, unable to speak. After a while, Wenlong said again, Okay, don't think too much. Let's seize the time and continue hunting. We finally got here. Why don't we seize this opportunity to hunt more monsters and improve our strength? It would be such a waste. Meow! Mr. Cat. At this time, Hai Tang hesitated, as if he had something to say. What's wrong? Little girl, do you have anything to say? Meow? Wenlong asked. Mr. Cat, Hai Tang would like to know. What should we do if we encounter the dragon tribe with a horn flute? Using a hunter's weapon to hurt someone should be considered a violation of the guild's rules. Hai Tang asked carefully. Yes, this pedantic rule is really troublesome. Logically speaking, that guy is not a monster and does not fall within the scope of the hunter's responsibility. Theoretically, it should be reported to the knights of the royal Cytheriad family and let them arrest him. Otherwise, it will always be some people with ulterior motives will use this as an excuse to stir up conflict between the knights and the hunter guild. Meow. In that case, it will be troublesome. At this time, Catherine also said, Don't worry. I'll leave it to my uncle to handle it when the time comes. Anyway, I'm not a hunter. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong showed a sly smile. 10 days passed quickly. During these 10 days, Wenlong and others had been hunting continuously in the forest. Only at night did they choose to light a fire in the cave to rest. During this period, Wenlong and others hunted countless monsters and accumulated a lot of materials for elite monsters. At the same time, during this high-intensity hunting, the strength of the three people was further improved. And on the 10th day, a purple light appeared in the far horizon, piercing the sky, and then quickly disappeared. Although the purple light only appeared for a moment, it still attracted the attention of many people, including Wenlong and others. Ah, Mr. Cat, is that the purple light that just appeared in the sky? At this time, Catherine had just chopped down an elite golden-haired beast king, and there was still a lot of blood on the big sword. But she also noticed the change in the sky, and then asked doubtfully, Road, it should be that the Disaster Star Dragon has finally appeared. At this time, Wenlong had easily climbed up a big tree, and then looked towards the southwest. The purple light just appeared from there, and then disappeared. The horizon. Mr. Cat, does that mean it's time for us to leave? Hai Tang on the side also asked. Well, Wenlong nodded and said, It's indeed time to leave. Then, little girl, prepare to launch the signal bomb. Meow. Just like in the Hunter Guild, the Wongli hunting group has specially prepared flares for hunters who enter the Wongli elite hunting ground. They can use them when they feel that they cannot hold on or want to leave. At this time, the Wongli hunting group will send out hot air balloons. Come and take them back. So Hai Tang quickly lit the signal tube according to Wenlong's instructions. And then a red signal bomb immediately flew into the sky, bursting into red light in the air. Okay. The next step is to wait for the people from Wong Li's hunting group to pick us up soon. Wenlong looked at the flares that had exploded in the sky, and then said, Let's take advantage of this time to take out what we need. Get everything organized. After all, a hot air balloon is only so big. It's impossible for us to take out all the hunting materials. Those low-level materials can only be thrown away. Meow. Ah. Yes. It's really a pity. Catherine also looked around. In addition to the elite golden-haired beast king that had just been hunted, there were several monsters lying at the feet of Wenlong and others, already lifeless. These monsters include the elite horror-hunting spider, the elite swordsman sickle crab, who is stronger than the general sickle crab, as well as the elite red electric dragon, a subspecies of the electric dragon, and the elite purple poison bird, a subspecies of the poison monster bird. No matter which one of these hunted monsters was a 5-star monster, they were lying there lifelessly not far away. Chapter 365 Return to Wanli Hunting Group. Forget about the materials of the horror hunting spider and the golden-haired beast king. These two are weaker, and the value of the materials is relatively low. So I can only discard the materials of the elite swordsman sickle crab, elite red electric dragon, and elite purple poison bird. If it's useful, just keep it. Meow. Wenlong looked at the corpse of the monster lying on the ground, and then said, "Okay." Following Wenlong's instructions, Catherine and Hai Tang immediately began to decompose the materials, cut out the useful parts, and put them into packages. In 10 days, the harvest is not small. In addition to these monsters that were hunted continuously this time, the material of the silver sleeping bird hunted last time is also good. In addition, there are also the elite peach-haired beast king and elite sleeping bird that were hunted a few days ago. There are too many elite electric dragons, elite blue monster birds, and elite shield crabs, and I can't even bring them with me. Naya. Wenlong looked at Catherine and Hai Tang, who were busy and thought with relief. However, compared to these precious materials, what is more gratifying is that everyone has become stronger. Naya. When Wenlong and others organized and packaged all the materials, finally, the hot air balloon from Wang Li's hunting group appeared in the sky. After 1 hour, Wenlong and others finally returned to the Wang Li hunting group headquarters. As soon as the hot air balloon landed, Wenlong and others saw 2 familiar figures standing there on the landing platform of the hot air balloon. "Welcome back. You did not disappoint me. You actually stayed here for 10 days. Those who came to greet them were Dragon Eyes Caesar, the leader of Wang Li's hunting group, and his deputy, Baron Star. Caesar was still wearing the same blue armor and standing on the platform, but the expression on his face was extremely serious, and he couldn't seem to welcome anyone at all. Besides Baron Star, there were several members of the Wanli hunting group besides Caesar. They were carrying a full set of hunting equipment and seemed to be ready for hunting and were about to set off. Seeing such a formation, Catherine and Hai Tang naturally felt a little strange. Only Wenlong understood what she saw was thinking at a glance. The famous dragon, Caesar, actually came to greet us in person. It's really scary. Meow. So Wenlong said as he stepped off the hot air balloon. Huh. That's of course. Don't be surprised. I have always respected the strong. Not to mention that now I have something to ask of you. She also said without concealment. Sure enough. Is it the fault of Xinglong that he doesn't go to the 3 Treasures Palace without any problem? Meow? Wenlong asked again. Smart. As expected. Capable hunters have high IQs. Longtong Zysa continued. Last time we hunted the Star Dragon, so many of my men couldn't find the whereabouts of the Star Dragon. But you did. So I believe that you should have a deeper understanding of Xinglong than we do. So I want to ask if the purple light that just appeared on the horizon is actually it. Yes. That's the appearance of the misfortune Star Dragon. Seeing Long Tong, she saw his honesty. Wenlong stopped beating around the bush. As for the more detailed situation, let's find a place to sit down and talk about it. Meow. Very good. I think so too. Caesar also nodded, then waved his hand and said to Baron Star, who was standing respectfully next to him. Star, you go prepare for the meeting. And remember, in addition to the people invited before, invite that guy here too. Understood. I will go immediately. Baron Star immediately saluted, and then hurriedly left. Wenlong, Catherine and Hai Tang went to the conference room with Dragon Eyes, she saw. Along the way, Wenlong and others saw more members of Wang Li's hunting group. These members were all walking in a hurry in the corridor, coming and going in a hurry, and they looked like they had urgent things to do. It was obvious that when the signs of the Woe Star Dragon appeared, the Wang Li hunting group took urgent action again. At the same time, when Wenlong was observing these members of Wang Li's hunting group, although the members of Wang Li's hunting group were walking in a hurry, they were also paying attention to Wenlong and others who were following Dragon Eyes. She saw it this time. The reason why it attracts attention is not only because Wenlong and others are standing next to Dragon Eyes, she saw, one of the strongest people in Zixiride, but also because Wenlong and others also exude there is a temperament that cannot be ignored. He has the same temperament as Dragon Eyes, she saw, the leader of Wang Li's hunting group, the temperament of a strong man. These 2 women stayed in Wang Li's elite hunting ground for 10 days? Damn it, My highest record was only 5 days in there before I couldn't stand it anymore. Are these two women so strong? Wang Li said. The members of the hunting group whispered after passing by Wenlong and others. So this man's discussion quickly aroused the resonance of other members of Wang Li's hunting group around him. And more members of Wang Li's hunting group started talking after Wenlong and others passed by. It's not bad that you can stay for 5 days. Our team's highest record is only 3 days. It's hard to imagine what kind of strength it takes to stay for 10 days and still survive. Yes. Look at them. They are obviously so young. But their eyes already look like old hunters who have experienced countless battles. Their armors are already full of scratches. They have obviously experienced battles that we can hardly imagine. They stayed in that place for 10 days. Even if they couldn't see any blood stains on their bodies, they could still smell the smell of blood. I'm afraid they can't even count the monsters that died under their hands in these 10 days. It felt like coming back from MHOL. Our leader's vision is really good. These two people really have a bright future in the future. It's a pity that they seem to be from the Hunter Guild. Although these people only whispered after Wenlong and others passed by, their conversation still did not escape Wenlong's ears. Oh meow! Are you guys all nymphomaniacs? Why are you staring at two women? Haven't you noticed that after these 10 days of training, I have become more powerful and domineering? Meow? However, and when he heard that the other party didn't talk about him at all, Wenlong also thought in his heart was some unbalance. At this time, after walking some distance, Wenlong and others finally arrived at the conference room. Pushing open the door of the conference room, he followed Shisaw into the conference room, then sat down and found that there were already several people sitting in the conference room. Among these people, in addition to several high-level elite hunters from the Wang Li hunting group, several members, who were obviously not members of the Wang Li hunting group, also appeared in the conference room. Chapter 366: The Hero of the Dragon Tribe. These people don't seem to be simple. Meow. Looking at these outsiders invited to the meeting, Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, Wenlong also knew that Long Tong Shisaw always only respected the strong. Based on this alone, you can guess that these people who can be invited have considerable strength. Among these people who were obviously not members of Wang Li's hunting group, two people stood out, not only because these two people gave off a strong aura even when they were sitting there, but also because these two people were not human beings, but were participating in this meeting as dragon people. One of them is a young woman from the dragon tribe. She is wearing oriental-style clothing and has a yellow headband on her long black hair. She looks extremely beautiful. However, although she is a young woman, Wenlong also knows very well that because the lifespan of the dragon tribe is far longer than that of humans, the actual age of this woman, who looks like she is only in her 20s, is definitely much more than that. Hi. Lo. I heard that you are from MHOL Village. It's really amazing that you can grow up to this point at such a young age. I'm very happy, little girl. At this time, as soon as I saw Wenlong and others, the young woman from the dragon tribe greeted her as if she looked familiar. When she spoke, the woman's voice was not loud and seemed quite soft, but it gave people a feeling that could not be ignored. You are? Wenlong squinted his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. He always felt as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember who it was. At this time, the young dragon woman said in a soft voice, Oh, I was so happy to see you. So I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry. The little girl's name is Nashi. Ka. I have been away doing some personal things before, and just returned to MHOL Village on my grandpa's request not long ago. Returned to MHOL Village on your grandpa's commission? Meow? Wenlong immediately asked after hearing the term MHOL Village. Yes. My grandfather is the original village chief of MHOL Village. He came back this time because he wants me to succeed him. So, today, little girl, I am here to participate in this event on behalf of the hunters of MHOL Village. Meeting people. When I see you guys coming from MHOL Village, I always feel very close to you. Ah, it turns out to be the village chief's sister. Hello, village chief's sister. Upon hearing that Nasica was the current village chief of MHOL Village, Catherine and Haitang also greeted Nasica enthusiastically. Oh ha ha! You two sisters are so sensible. I am very happy to see you, little girl. For some reason, Nasica also laughed happily when she heard Catherine and Haitang call her sister. So it's such a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Meow. Seeing the dragon woman named Nasica, Wenlong also went up to say Lo. At the same time, he also thought in his mind, Wasn't the former village chief of Milad village an old man from the dragon tribe? That old man had no sense of existence at all. It's really unexpected that I have such a beautiful granddaughter. Meow. At this time. Around the time he saw Wenlong shaking hands with Nasika. Longtong Zaisa on the side explained. Miss Nasika is not only the village chief of Milad village, but also a hero of the dragon tribe. She once participated in a few decades ago. Oh ha ha ha. However, before Dragon Eyes she saw finish speaking, he was interrupted by Nasika's laughter. How could this little girl be a hero of the dragon tribe? Sir, she saw. You are too flattering to me. A woman. Because his speech was interrupted. Long Tong she saw, who had always had a serious expression, also showed a look of embarrassment on his face. However, she saw was not angry, but quickly returned to normal and said again, Ahem. All in all, Miss Nasika is also a very powerful hunter. At the same time, considering that the mysterious dragon tribe appears this time, I want to hear the views of Miss Nasika, who is also a dragon tribe. So I also invited her to participate in this meeting. This little girl is just doing her little bit to give our Zahiri a peace. Nasika said humbly after hearing the introduction of Longtong Zaisa. Another conference participant that Wenlong cared about was also a dragon tribe. But what was different from Nasika was that he was an old male from the dragon tribe, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a simple wooden box on his back. And the wooden box contains a big sword. And because of the racial characteristics of the dragon people, many dragon people will gradually reduce their body height after entering old age. So this old man looks like he is much shorter than ordinary people, which also makes the weight on his back the big sword seem a bit out of proportion with his figure. At this time, after Longtong Zaisa introduced Nasika, he walked respectfully to the dragon tribe old man, and then continued to introduce her. This is Grandmaster Date. I have been taught by Mr. Date many times when I was young. It can be said that Grandmaster Date is an elder among the dragon tribe. Lord Caesar, you are so grateful. The future belongs to young people after all. Our generation is already old. Grandmaster Date also replied humbly. This old man gives people an unusual feeling. Meow. At this time, Wenlong also set his sights on Grandmaster Date, and Wenlong was particularly concerned about the knife on Grandmaster Date's back. Great sword. Although the big sword was placed in a wooden sword box, and its original shape could not be seen, Wenlong could still feel that the big sword was emitting different energy fluctuations. Could it be a weapon made from ancient dragon species? Wenlong couldn't help but think, although he could not confirm what kind of sword the other party used. Wenlong still stepped forward and said to Grandmaster Date, I didn't expect to meet a master as good as me here. Naya. As soon as Wenlong said this, the entire venue fell silent. Almost everyone in this venue, except for Wenlong and his party, knew the name of Grandmaster Date. As an older generation dragon hero, Grandmaster Date undoubtedly has extraordinary strength, which can be seen from the respectful attitude of Longtong Zaisa towards Grandmaster Date. Many people did not know the Elu Cat in front of them, but they did not expect that such an Elu Cat would brazenly claim that he was as high a master as Grandmaster Date. This makes people vaguely feel that this Elu Cat is too arrogant. Everyone looked at Grandmaster Date and waited for Grandmaster Date's reaction. Oh! At this time, when he heard Wenlong talking to him, Grandmaster Date stared at Wenlong for a while, and then said, Mr. Aluma, are you talking about our height? There was another brief silence. Ah ha 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 ha. Then, Wenlong and Grandmaster Date laughed together under the gaze of a group of people. Chapter 367 The Infamous Poisonous Beak. After introducing Nasika and Grandmaster Date, Longtong Zaisa went on to introduce some other members attending the meeting. Only then did Wenlong know that it was not just the top hunters from the Zishard region who came this time, but also the Hunter Guild, Dondaruma, where the headquarters is located, also sent a team of hunters. However, until she saw introduced everyone, Wenlong found that there was still one seat that was empty. Obviously, this meant that there was still one person who had not come to this meeting. Is that location? Just as Wenlong was thinking this, suddenly the door of the conference room opened and another familiar voice sounded. Hey, sweethearts. I'm really sorry, because I have some things to deal with in the guild. So I'm late. Did you miss me? You guys, sit down quickly. The meeting is about to start. As soon as he saw Shanlan Ludin walking in, Longtong Zaisa said immediately, Sweetheart Caesar, don't be so anxious. Shanlan Rodin shrugged again and said, I noticed that there are many beauties here this time. Isn't this Miss Catherine and little Begonia? You are here too. Ah. And this guy here? He looks like my type from the back. Are you interested in having a meal together after the meeting? Hey, Lord Roden, who are you talking about? At this time, Nausicaa turned around and said, Not a Nausicaa. How could it be you? As soon as he saw Nausicaa, Shanlan Luodin immediately shrank back as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Lord Roden, don't you want to see the little girl? Nausicaa said again. No, that's not it. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable today, so I won't make an appointment. That's it. After saying that, Shanlan Luodin immediately found his seat and sat upright. It seems that Shanlan Luodin and Nausicaa have known each other for a long time. But that's normal. They are both strong men in the Zishard area. It's not strange that they have met before. At this time, he saw Shanlan Luodin. Wenlong also thought about the reaction. Sweetheart, she saw. Didn't you say you wanted to discuss things with me? Start quickly. Shanlan Luodin said to Shisa again. Humph. You are so naughty. It's obviously because you were late that it was postponed for so long. I still have to admit your strength. After saying that, Longtong Zysa officially announced the start of the meeting. The content of the meeting was very simple. The first thing was to ask everyone for their opinions on the purple light that appeared in the southwest. As a result, almost everyone thought that the purple light this time was related to the evil star dragon. The second step is to determine the specific location of the purple light. After all, based on the scenes that can be seen in Midgebolton before, we can only infer that the purple light appears from the southwest, and we cannot tell its specific location. Don't worry. I have expected this to happen. So I have arranged for hunters to be on duty in the border areas. It shouldn't take long for us to receive a report on the specific location of the purple light. In this regard, Shanlan Luodin said immediately. Oh, I didn't expect you could be of some use, Caesar said coldly. Although there was a hint of disdain in Caesar's words, there was also some reluctance. In fact, Caesar himself had thought about setting up sentries to monitor the possible locations of the disaster star dragon, but he was a little unable to implement it. This is because although the Wangli hunting group is powerful, Shisa believes in the elitism of strength first. So the Wangli hunting group has always been inferior to the Hunter Guild in terms of numbers. This also led to the fact that although the top-level combat effectiveness of the Wangli hunting group was very strong, it could not allocate too many personnel to conduct large-scale surveillance and searches. Haha, Shanlan Luodin said again. Zissa, sweetheart, I know you are praising me from the bottom of your heart. It's just because there are so many people here, and you are so arrogant that you are embarrassed to say it out loud. But it doesn't matter. I have already expressed your feelings. I appreciate it. Ha ha ha. Forget it. Now is not the time to quarrel with you. So I'll rely on the information from your Hunter Guild about the location of the Misfortune Star Dragon. I hope you don't let me down. Longtong Shisa said. Don't worry. I can always rely on you. Sweetie, don't worry. Shanlan Luodin waved his hand again and said, Okay, then the second question we need to discuss is about the mysterious dragon tribe that appeared this time. I wonder if any of you have any information about this. As the host who invited others to participate in the meeting, Shisa was too lazy to instead of arguing with Shanlan Luodin. He raised a second issue that needed to be discussed. However, unlike the first question, which was answered immediately, this time the venue was completely silent. Everyone looked at me and me at you, but no one expressed their opinion. What? Don't you all have any useful information? Seeing that no one came up with valuable information, Longtong Zysa added, It doesn't matter if it's not definite information. Even if it's a guess, you can come up with it. At least everyone can let's discuss it. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Nausicaa and Grandmaster Date. After all, in the absence of reliable information, when they thought of the mysterious dragon tribe, most people tended to listen to Nashi, who is also a dragon tribe, Grandmaster Ka and Date's views. It seems that you don't have any news in this regard. So let me, the little girl, give you some ideas and make some speculations. Finally, under people's gaze, Nausicaa spoke. About the mysterious dragon tribe. Little girl. The woman thought of an illegal organization that existed before. Although that organization has not been active for a long time, the little woman always feels that this incident is likely to be related to them. Nausicaa, is that what you said? Shisa muttered in a low voice. That's right. Lord Caesar, you must have guessed it. It's the illegal hunter organization called Poison Beak. When the words poisonous beak came out of Nausicaa's mouth. The conference room suddenly became commotion. Many hunters began to whisper to each other, or nodded in agreement in whispers, or expressed doubts with puzzled faces, and some had expressions of disapproval. "Mr. Cat, what is that thing called a poisonous beak?" At this time, Catherine, who was confused, couldn't help but ask Wenlong beside her. Poison Beak is said to be an illegal organization composed of hunters who have been expelled from the Hunters Guild. These people have theoretically had their hunting licenses revoked, but they still carry out hunting work secretly. Not only that, they also often rob legal entities. Hunters have worked hard to harvest the materials and even committed murder. But they are the enemies of all legal hunters. Meow. Wenlong explained this way. Chapter 368 Ancient Relics. Catherine also took a breath after hearing the introduction about Poison Beak. "Then, Mr. Cat, can't we use our hunting weapons to deal with poisonous beaks?" Catherine asked again. "Yes, as long as the opponent also uses hunting weapons. Then according to the guild's regulations, guild hunters can also use hunting weapons to defend themselves." Wenlong continued to explain. "It's just that fighting a member of the poison beak is different from hunting monsters. Members of the beak often disguise themselves as ordinary hunters to make you relax your vigilance, and then suddenly attack you when you are not paying attention. By the time you react and prepare to counterattack, the opponent has already taken the advantage. Or even worse, even there are quite a few guild hunters who were killed without even a chance to fight back." After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine lowered her head and remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly said, "Mr. Cat, I will protect you. Even if you use the weapon in your hand, you will be expelled from the guild and lose your status as a hunter. I will protect you even if you are qualified." "Ha," Wenlong smiled and said. "Stupid woman. You'd better protect yourself first and try not to let me worry about you." "I'll thank God." Although Wenlong didn't seem to care when he heard Catherine's words, deep down in his heart, Wenlong still felt quite relieved. At this time, the discussion in the conference room gradually stopped. "Okay, it seems that everyone has almost finished the discussion. If you have any opinions, let's talk about it now." Longtong Zaisa, who presided over the meeting, said again, "Ahem. So about the poisonous beak. Let me first tell you what our team thinks." At this time, a young hunter carrying a long gun spoke first. Wenlong remembered that she saw had introduced him before. This man and his team members should have recently arrived from Dongdaruma, the headquarters of the Hunter Guild. Although the average age of this team is only more than 20 years old, it is said that they are all already he is a 5-star hunter. "It's actually a hunter who came from Dongdaruma. Has the incident involving the Wishing Star Dragon finally reached the point where the Hunter Guild headquarters will directly intervene?" Wenlong couldn't help but think in his mind. At this time, the young spearman continued, "As for Miss Nausicaa's conjecture that the mysterious dragon tribe is a member of the Poison Beak, I think there are two questions that are not clear. According to the information I checked in the Wantley Library, first of all, the organization Poison Beak should have disappeared decades ago. It has already been decades, so there is no reason for it to appear now." "That's true." Nausicaa nodded first and agreed with the spear hunter's point of view, then changed the topic and said, "The little lady also knows that the poisonous beak has not moved for decades. But this does not mean that poisonous beak will no longer exist. In fact, as long as there are hunters who have been expelled from the Hunter Guild for violating guild regulations or laws, poisonous beak will definitely still exist." "So, you mean this is all our guild's fault? Shouldn't those hunters who violate disciplines be fired?" The spear hunter's face suddenly became ugly. "Of course not. The little girl definitely doesn't mean this." Facing the other party's question, Nausicaa also looked indifferent, with a charming smile on her face. "It's just that these hunting skills are nothing but nothing else. It is indeed easy for people with livelihood skills to gather together after losing their hunter qualifications, and then go astray. If they are taken advantage of by some people, the harm will be even greater. So the little girl does not think that the poisonous beak will really disappear." "Okay, Miss Nausicaa, let's not dwell on this issue for now. Let's talk about the second doubtful point. The second doubtful point about the poisonous beak is that, judging from the records in the previous documents, there is no member of the poison beak can use the horn flute to control monsters. But this time the mysterious dragon tribe uses the horn flute to control monsters. This seems inconsistent." About this, Nausicaa pondered for a moment and said, "Things in this world are always changing. No one in the past with poisonous beak could control monsters. It doesn't mean that no one in the current poisonous beak can control monsters. Then you are saying that this is a new skill they have mastered? The spear hunter asked again. It can be said that although I am not sure, there were some signs some time ago that may be related to this incident. Nausicaa continued. What incident? It's like this. Some time ago, when the little girl passed by the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Zuriat, she saw that one of the ruins had been damaged. So the little girl went in to investigate out of curiosity, and found that all the treasures inside had been destroyed. It was looted. Did it happen recently? That's right. It happened recently. Judging from the traces of damage, it probably happened a few months ago. Nausicaa said slowly. Wow dash. At this time, the conference room became noisy again. Mr. Cat, what are the ruins of the ancient Hulred kingdom? At this time, Catherine asked Wenlong curiously about the ruins of the dragon people, the relics of the ancient kingdom of Shred. Wenlong touched his beard, and then patiently explained to Catherine. A long time ago, at that time, the kingdom of West Shred and the kingdom of East Shred had not yet split. It's a unified country, and that country is called the kingdom of Shred, which is what we now call the kingdom of ancient Shred. Meow. In the past, East Hurade and our West Hurade were from the same country? Catherine also asked in surprise. Well, at that time, the territory of the kingdom of Shredder was very wide and extremely powerful. It created the most glorious civilization on the entire continent. It can even be said that even though the ancient Shredder disappeared for so many years, our current level of civilization is still there. Because of this, the ancient kingdom of Shredder left behind many powerful treasures and weapons that we now consider unimaginable. And these treasures and weapons are collectively called ancient relics. So if we use ancient, it's not surprising that the horn flute that can be used to control monsters is explained by the ancient relics left behind by the Shred kingdom. Naya. So that's it. What Sister Nausicaa meant was that the horn flute used by the bad dragon tribe that day was actually an ancient relic. Catherine also suddenly realized. That's it. Meow. Chapter 369. The meeting ends. The noise in the conference room quickly subsided. But unlike before, it was obvious that almost everyone had reached a consensus this time. It would be troublesome if the horn flute used by the opponent to control monsters is an ancient relic. Even the dragon-eyed Caesar made a worried voice. It can be said that the worries of Dragon Eyes Caesar are also the worries of all the hunters in the conference room. Because these people all know that if the Poison Beak organization really masters the ancient relics, it will definitely be used to create chaos in the world. And if, as Nausicaa said, a large-scale ancient Zuriad relic has been stolen, it is very likely that there is more than one ancient relic inside. From this, it can be inferred that this horn flute that can control monsters may be just one of the ancient relics currently in the possession of the Poison Beak organization. As for whether there are any other ancient relics, everyone is even more worried. Content. Really? Aren't the knights of the royal family responsible for guarding the ruins of Guthard? How could they be stolen so easily? Someone has already begun to complain. Yes, those knights of the royal family are simply useless. They can't even do such a thing well. They might as well leave it to our hunter guild to take charge early. The previous spear hunter from East Aruma also agreed. Hunter, even if you are an elite hunter from East Aruma, please don't make such inappropriate remarks. When the hunter carrying a spear was halfway speaking, he usually looked quite informal. Shanlan Luodin actually interrupted his speech. What? President Rodin, you are also a member of our hunter guild. Right. When did you start speaking for those guys from the knights? Humph. Of course I am a hunter from the guild. So I don't allow anyone to sow discord between the hunter guild and the royal knights. Rodin also said seriously. Are you saying that I was the instigator? The spear hunter's face turned red. The little girl also thinks that this matter is not entirely to blame for the knights. At this time, Nausicaa interrupted the spearman. It is true that the knights have the responsibility to guard the ruins, but everyone should also know that some well-preserved there are often many mechanisms and traps left in the ruins of ancient times. Those thieves can even crack the hidden traps and escape unscathed after seizing the ancient relics. They must be very powerful characters. In this case, Xiao women don't think we can handle it easily if it's us. It's up to you what you say. Seeing Shanlan Rodin and Nausicaa, two well-known hunters, helping to safeguard the dignity of the knights, the hunter holding a spear finally sat down unwillingly. Down. So the debate came to a temporary halt. At this time, Longtong Zysa, as the host of the meeting, concluded, well, the information about the theft of ancient ruins this time is indeed very important information. In any case, It must be reported to Zixure the German royal family, and the Hunter Guild headquarters know about this. Remind them that perhaps this enemy has other ancient relics that we don't know about. Then Caesar asked, "Do you have any questions?" No one answered, but it was obvious that most people had already agreed in their hearts with Nausicaa's inferences about the identity of the mysterious dragon race, and the origin of the horn flute that controls monsters. Well, this information exchange meeting will end here. I believe everyone has a new understanding of this situation. In addition, I have to deal with some internal work of Wang Li's hunting group, so I will not continue to accompany you," said after that. Long Tom Caesar said to Baron Star on the side, "Star, you are responsible for sending the guests back. Those guests who come from afar remember to pay their carriage fare." "Yes, Commander," Baron Star replied immediately. So Caesar announced the adjournment of the meeting, and was the first to leave the conference room. The others also left separately under the arrangement of Baron Star. "The meeting is finally over." Catherine sighed as soon as she walked out of the meeting room. "I feel like meetings are so boring." "That's good. At least I got some useful information," Wenlong also said. Although Wenlong didn't like to sit in a chair and argue with others seriously, it was good for Wenlong to get such useful information. "So, Mr. Cat, where should we go next?" Haitang asked at this time. "Where to go? Of course it's Master Luo's place. So many of our materials are used to build new equipment." "Meow," Wenlong immediately replied in the affirmative. But at the same time, Wenlong also thought in his mind, "Although I have been forced to throw away some of the materials obtained from hunting these days, there are still a lot of them. It is not easy to move from here to Master Luo's forging house. Things, even if a stupid woman tries her best to carry them, it will take several rounds to get them all over." Meow. Wenlong knew that since Roden had said before that the whereabouts of the Misfortune Star Dragon would be known soon, then this must be the case. After all, judging from the previous performance of Shanlon Roden, although he often looks shady, at critical moments he is a very reliable and powerful hunter, and will not do anything rash. Therefore, sending the materials to Master Luo's forging house as soon as possible and letting him seize the time to forge new weapons and armors is Wenlong's biggest headache now. "Everyone, do you need any help?" When Wenlong was worrying about how to deliver all the materials to Master Luo's forging house, Baron Star came over and asked, "Oh, by the way, isn't this guy responsible for arranging to send us back? I'll just let him figure it out." Seeing Baron Star, Wenlong couldn't help but think. So Wenlong said to Baron Star, "This time, the materials we obtained in the Wangli Elite Hunting Ground will be moved to Master Luo's forging house. I wonder if your Wangli hunting group can do it." Meow. Wenlong originally thought that the other party would shirk such a troublesome matter, but unexpectedly Baron Nasta agreed immediately. "Don't worry. It'll be no problem. I've already arranged this kind of thing." "Already arranged?" Wenlong was a little surprised. "Well, there are 2 herbivorous dragon trucks parked in the square in front of our Wangli hunting group. The materials you obtain can be loaded into the trucks and transported there. I can also arrange a few people for you to help you load the goods. In this case, there should be no problem," Baron Star said politely. Thanks. Meow." Because he didn't expect that the other party would make such thoughtful arrangements. Wenlong was stunned for a moment before saying, Chapter 370 Reasonable Distribution. Under the arrangement of Baron Star, the materials obtained by Wenlong and others at Wang Li's elite hunting ground were quickly sent to Master Luo's forging house. Wenlong and others were also quite satisfied with this. "Yeah, Mr. Cat. Although Captain Caesar usually looks very serious and makes people afraid to get close to him, he also knows how to consider others." Because this time Catherine didn't have to carry a lot of materials around. Trouble. So Catherine sighed first. "Of course." Wenlong also nodded and said, "The Zasana people have always maintained a good relationship with the Sichard royal family, and they can defraud many hunting groups from the Sichard royal family every year. Of course, he knows a lot about finances. Otherwise, the Wangli hunting group would not have attracted so many strong men, so that even though it was at a numerical disadvantage, it could still compete with the entire major Bolt 10 hunters." Meow. At this time, Master Luo also walked out of the forge out of curiosity when he saw the large amount of materials unloaded from the trucks of the 2 herbivorous dragons and piled like a mountain at the door. "Hey, what's going on? You brought so many materials here at once. Do you want to tire me out?" Master Luo asked strangely. "I have money for you. Are you still afraid of being tired?" Meow. Wenlong. "Ha ha. Let me take a look. Master Luo carefully looked at the materials piled on the ground and quickly identified the origin of these materials. The blue solid carapace also has red traces. This is the raw materials of the Sword Master Scythe Crab and its sharp pliers. Its cutting ability is several times that of the general Sword Crab. And isn't this the material of the Red Electric Dragon? The electric current emitted by the Red Electric Dragon's electric bag can electrocute even large monsters instantly. In terms of intensity, it is also 5 times the current intensity of the ordinary electric dragon. It's really rare to grow something like this. Where did you come across it? Oh, there's also the silver sleeping bird. The feathers are really beautiful. They look like metal. And they're so heavy. Well, there's also the purple poison bird. This is a very poisonous monster. Just spit on it. It can turn all the water in a pond into an instantly deadly poisonous swamp. After examining all these materials, Master Luo, as an old blacksmith, was also surprised. Hey, you Elu Cat. Where did you get these things? There shouldn't be any of these things near Major Bolt 10. Master Luo asked curiously. This is a cat I got from Wang Li's elite hunt. When Long replied, it's actually a hunting ground for Wang Li's elites? That's no wonder. If it's near Major Bolt 10, there are only such monsters left there. And more importantly, these are elite materials. And the performance of the forged equipment is very high. It's better. It's rare. It's really rare. As he said this, Master Luo couldn't help but sigh again. Okay. Hurry up and help us forge these materials. We are still in a hurry to use them. When Long urged again. I know. Hey, boy Leo. Work is about to start. We have rare and good materials this time. Why don't you come and challenge your own strength? Master Luo immediately shouted into the room. Oh, I'm coming. As he said that, Leo also walked out of the forging house. When he saw the pile of materials like a hill, Leo's eyes widened. Okay, stop looking and get to work quickly. I'll show you later when I have time. Master Luo also said. Ah, okay. Although Leo's experience is far less than that of Master Luo, who can tell the origin of the materials at a glance, but with his talent as a blacksmith, Leo can still immediately see that these materials are definitely not the same. Ordinary things, but rare and top-quality materials. Therefore, as a blacksmith who has always been eager to become stronger, Leo immediately got busy following Master Luo's instructions, in order to experience the fun of surpassing himself and making stronger equipment as soon as possible. Then, while waiting for Leo to come and move these materials into the forging house, Master Luo asked again, is it because of the rush to get new equipment, because of the purple light in the sky before? That light doesn't look like a good omen. Is there really a monster about to appear? Yeah, Wenlong nodded. As expected, Master Luo also seemed a little worried. Then write down the equipment that needs to be built this time, and see what you need, Wenlong added. First, use the materials of the elite swordsman's sickle to upgrade my general sickle suit. This is the top priority. Meow. Because this time, the Bane Star Dragon is different from the previous one. The weaknesses of the dragons are the same. They are all weak water cats. Should I upgrade the general's suit first to that of the elite swordsman's suit? Well, I understand. Because there were a lot of materials. Master Luo was worried that he would not be able to remember the customer's request. So this time Master Luo directly took one. He wrote down Lunlong's request with a pen on the paper. Then let me build a set of elite purple poisonous bird suits for me. What? You ask me why I need to buy 2 sets of equipment? Of course, it is for the special skills that the elite purple poisonous bird suit can bring. At some point, it would be nice to have more choices. Meow. Okay. For the elite purple poison bird suit, the special skills you want are wind pressure resistance and poison ineffectiveness. Right. They are indeed good skills when dealing with certain monsters. Master Luo recorded it again. Then I will make a red electric dragon suit for the little girl. The weapons in it can be upgraded with a Thunder World Gate banner made of ordinary electric dragon materials. How about that? Isn't that a problem? Meow? Wenlong pointed at Haitang again and said, No problem. No problem. Master Luo continued writing without raising his head. As for the material of the elite silver sleeping bird, let's divide it into 2 parts. Wenlong thought for a moment and said, 1 part should be used to make a hunting bow and leave it to the little girl. A sleeping bow can be used to add hypnotic effects. It should also be a good weapon. Maybe next time, I can try Sleep Blast style. Naya. Maya Bakuria? What is that? Catherine asked curiously. It's nothing. You will know it when you see it in the future. Meow. Wenlong was too lazy to explain. And then continued. As for the armor, leave it to this woman. Although the armor of the silver sleeping bird is not as good as this set of male and female fire, the defense of a customized suit is high. But considering that someone cannot scream for a long time after falling asleep, it would be a good idea to make a silver sleeping bird suit that can withstand sleep mist as a backup option. Right? With that said, Wenlong pointed at Catherine again. Chapter 371 Equipment is a symbol of status. Mr. Wu Mao, why can't I scream when I fall asleep? Catherine also said aggrievedly when Wenlong said that he couldn't scream when he fell asleep. No need to quibble. I know very well that not only can't I get up, but I also sleep like a pig, drooling and talking in my sleep. It's simply unbearable. Meow, Wenlong said. Well, it seems that I was dreaming about eating something delicious. Catherine thought for a while, and suddenly recalled it. Next time you do that again, I will teach you a lesson and punish you by eating only black bread for a month. Wenlong said again. Mr. Cat. No. Other punishments don't matter. But don't use this to punish me. Ignoring Catherine's protest, Wenlong turned around and said to Master Luo. Anyway, just do what I told you. You should be able to finish it tomorrow. Right. Elite Red Lightning Dragon. Elite Silver Sleeping Bird. Elite Swordsman Sickle Crab. And Elite Purple Poison Bird. This is equivalent to making 4 sets of equipment. Moreover, the materials of elite monsters are harder and require more trouble to process. Although there are the 2 weapons can be upgraded, which saves a little time. But the workload is too much. Master Luo spread his hands and said helplessly. Then tomorrow morning we will give priority to making the suit of my elite swordsman Sickle Crab and the suit of the little girl's red electric dragon. The other 2 sets are specially designed to deal with special situations. So it doesn't matter if they can be made later. Wenlong thought it was still said. That's no problem. Come on, Leo boy. We'll start work right away. Although there were other customers in the store who seemed to be waiting for the equipment forged by Master Luo to be released, Master Luo and Leo still prioritized moving all these materials into the forging house, and then temporarily suspended the forging of other weapons, giving priority to Wenlong and others began to forge new weapons. Then please, meow, Wenlong also said. So after bidding farewell to Master Luo, Wenlong and others went around to the market to purchase some supplies and some materials for making props. After all, it was 10 consecutive days of hunting at the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground. The monsters in the Wanli Elite Hunting Ground were powerful and dense, and the hunting intensity was very high. This also caused most of the potions and props brought by Wenlong to have been consumed during these 10 days. It's almost done. In order to deal with the next battle with the Disaster Star Dragon, it is necessary to replenish these things in time. After purchasing enough materials in the market, Wenlong also went to the courier Elu Cat to pick up some farm materials that Big Hui and Xiao Hui mailed from the farm in the West Meluan Mountains. The 2 parts of the materials were added together. Only then did it finally reach a point where it was enough to replenish the various materials and props that had been consumed before. And then Wenlong had to go back to blend these materials into the necessary props and potions. Time was also quite tight, so he left in a hurry. Why did Master Luo give priority to building equipment for these 2 women? Can we just keep waiting? After Wenlong and others left the forging house and walked away, someone finally couldn't help but complain. Boy, are you a newbie who just arrived in Major Boltan? Seeing someone asking such a question, a man wearing a 3-star low-level hunter badge immediately said with a smile. Don't look at these 2 young people. They are now Major Bolton Star Hunters. To tell you the truth, I'm really new here. How can these 2 be Star Hunters? If nothing else, look at the equipment they have on them. They are only available to 4-star low-level hunters. They have reached the level of 4-star low-level hunters at such a young age. How can we compare? Moreover, these 2 people are rich. To forge a piece of equipment, you have to pay 100 gold coins. They are a big customer. So of course Master Luo is willing to help them make equipment first, explained the 3-star low-level hunter. Where are the 4-star low-level hunters? As soon as the 3-star low-level hunter finished speaking, another hunter who looked quite experienced immediately retorted. Did you see the materials they brought piled in the room? There are materials for the red electric dragon and materials for the swordsman scythe crab, which only 4-star high-level hunters are qualified to hunt. It's actually a 4-star high-level one. I thought it was just a 4-star low-level one. The 3-star low-level hunter who just spoke also sighed. TSK. 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 You haven't accurately guessed their strength. After the rather experienced hunter finished speaking, a dragon hunter, who looked a bit older, also started to speak. Then what kind of strength do you think the two of them are? The other three people asked immediately. Everyone knows that the lifespan of the dragon people is much longer than that of humans. So the dragon people often experience and know a lot more things in their long lives than the average person. Naturally, the other three people wanted to hear what this well-informed dragon tribe had to say. This older dragon hunter also knew what the other party was thinking. So he said with some pride, let me teach you. First, you have to look at the materials on the ground. You have also seen it just now. These materials, some are from the red electric dragon, and some are from the swordsman's sickle. They are all monsters that can only be hunted by 4-star high-level hunters. But you didn't pay attention to the two herbivorous dragon trucks that just helped to pull the monster materials. They are both printed with bearing the emblem of Wang Li's hunting group. What's wrong with the logo of the Wang Li hunting group? Some people expressed confusion. This proves that these materials were obtained from Wang Li's elite hunting grounds and are materials for elite monsters. They are at least 5 levels higher than the original materials. In other words, these materials are all materials that can at least forge level 55 equipment, equivalent to the material level obtained from 5-star low-level monsters. Are those the materials for 5-star low-level monsters? People's eyes widened. Although the 5-star low is the lowest among 5-star hunters. Considering that even in the entire Major Bolton, including the Wang Li hunting group and the Hunter Guild, there are no more than 10 5-star hunters in total. So even a 5-star low-level one is already considered amazing. That's not all. Secondly, you have to look at the equipment on the woman holding the big sword. Although it looks thick and heavy, a bit clumsy and of a style that I have never seen before. Those are the scales of the male and female fire dragons. It's made of carapace. Can a 4-star hunter have this kind of equipment? Then what kind of hunter's equipment does that have to be? Many hunters around him came over, wanting to hear the opinions of this dragon tribe. Both male fire and female fire are 5-star mid-level monsters. And these super standard weapons and armors enhance their attack and defense power at the expense of portability. Only special people can use them. So according to my estimation, the level of this set of equipment should be similar to that of equipment forged from 5-star high-level monster materials. Which means that without considering the blacksmith's technical bonus, the level of this set of equipment should be level 65. The crowd was in an uproar and could not subside for a long time. Chapter 372 The Dangerous Land of the Rising Moon. Late at night, Major Bolton Hunter Guild. Shanlon Ludin sat in front of a large table, looking at some documents about Star Dragon and Disaster Star Dragon borrowed from Wang Li Library. Sure enough, sitting here studying information is not in line with my personality. After looking at it for a while, Shanlon Ludin couldn't help but stand up, then grabbed the big sword at hand and made an empty swing. Call! It was a sound that broke through the air. Such a huge sword could actually be wielded by Shanlon Rodin like a light sword. It can be seen that this old hunter who is over 70 years old still maintains strong physical strength and ordinary people. A power that is simply unattainable. It's better to just rush in and do it. It suits my character best. Ha ha ha. Waving the big sword in his hand and feeling the power brought by the big sword, Shanlon Rodin couldn't help but laugh. But soon, Shanlon Rodin put down the sword in his hand, sat down again, and picked up the ancient documents that he had just put down. Because Shanlon Rodin knew that he was no longer the hunter who only had to think about fighting when he was young. The responsibilities that Shanlon Rodin now shouldered were heavier than ever before. It is the responsibility of a leader to not only consider the safety of himself and his team members, but also to consider the safety and interests of all members of the entire Bolton Hunter Guild at all times. Dong dong dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in! Shanlan Luo Ding shouted without raising his head. The door was opened, and a sweaty hunter walked in. President Luo Din, the location of the Disaster Star Dragon has been determined. Oh, where is it? Shanlan Luo Din raised his head and looked at the hunter in front of him. He was still breathing heavily. He had obviously run all the way here. By summarizing the directions of purple light observed at multiple observation points, we finally determined that the Disaster Star Dragon is located in the land of the rising moon, said the hunter who was sweating profusely. The land of the rising moon? No wonder I hid so far away, even though I couldn't find it after searching for so long. Shanlan Luo Din frowned. Obviously, from the moment he heard this name, Shanlan Luo Din felt that not very comfortable. The land of the rising moon is actually a desolate land deep in the Moon Habitat Canyon in the deep desert to the west of the Thundering Sand Sea. It is not only rich in precious ores and fossils, but also remains of artifacts from long ago. Abandoned ancient ruins. But because it is too dangerous, it has not been effectively developed so far. In other words, although the land of the rising moon is a desert area like the Thunderous Sand Sea, its level of danger can be said to be completely different. For example, although there are dangerous monsters such as Sand Thunderbird and King of Sharon in the Thundering Sand Sea, under the protection of hunters, the caravan can still drive a large group of herbivorous dragons across the entire Thundering Sand Sea and engage in frequent attacks. Business activities. But the same cannot be said for the land of the rising moon. Not only are caravans not allowed to enter at all, but even hunters are not allowed to enter if their level is lower than 4 stars. In other words, to enter the land of the rising moon, you must at least be a 4-star hunter. Otherwise, there is almost no chance of survival. And even 4-star hunters must operate in a small team to be able to operate in the land of the rising moon. And even 5-star hunters, who are rare in the entire Major Bolton Hunter Guild, although the survivability in the land of the rising moon will be stronger. But if you encounter some dangerous monsters hidden in the land of the rising moon, your life will also be in danger. It was precisely because the land of the rising moon was so dangerous that Shanlan Luodin couldn't help but frown. Even without the existence of the Misfortune Star Dragon, the land of the rising moon is already extremely dangerous. Now there is the Misfortune Star Dragon. According to records in ancient books, this Misfortune Star Dragon will cause various disasters. That is to say, the surrounding monsters. Will everyone become more active? Shanlan Luodin began to estimate the danger of this operation in his mind. And in addition to the Sharon group and the Yellow Velociraptor group that are common in desert areas, there is also that, although it should have disappeared decades ago, I don't know if it will appear again this time. But in case of that, if it also appears, the difficulty of this hunting mission will probably more than double. It would be even more troublesome if we consider that all this may be a trap deliberately designed by the mysterious dragon tribe. After thinking for a while, Shanlan Luodin couldn't help but laugh at himself. Am I old? Isn't it just a place where the moon rises? What's there to worry about? However, various dangerous monsters in the land of the rising moon still appeared in Shanlan Luodin's mind, which made him fall into deep thought. President! The hunter next to him shouted. But Shanlan Luodin didn't respond. So the sweaty hunter raised his voice again. President! Huh? Why are you shouting so loudly? Shanlan Luodin glanced at the hunter, showing that he was listening to what the other party said. Please make arrangements regarding this mission. Well, Shanlan Luodin thought for a moment, and then finally said, Gather all 5-star and above hunters immediately. Follow me to the land of the rising moon. Don't 4-star hunters need to go? In that case, there won't be enough manpower. At first, the sweaty hunter thought he had heard wrong. What are you doing with so many people when I'm here? Go quickly. Shanlan Luodin immediately regained his usual confidence. Yes. Although the man was very tired, he immediately turned around and prepared to leave after receiving the instruction. Wait a minute. However, as soon as the man turned around, Shanlan Luodin called him back. President, is there anything else? Catherine and Haitang are 2 4-star hunters. We will call them on this mission. Shanlan Luodin added. Catherine and Haitang? Didn't I remember that they had just been promoted to 4-star status not long ago? Why were they just called? The man was puzzled. Although they are still 4-star in name, those 2 little sweethearts have already reached 5-star strength. I also want to see their wonderful performance with that Elu Cat, Shanlan Luodin said. I understand. With that said, the man left Shanlan Luodin's president's room. Dong dong dong. However, as soon as the sweaty man left, there was another knock on the door of the president's room. Come in, Shanlan Luodin said. This time it was Preeny who came in. President, what can I do? The location of the Woe Star Dragon has been determined. It is in the land of the rising moon, Shanlan Luodin said as he began to organize his equipment. It's actually in the land of the rising moon? Preeny was shocked when she heard this. Well, if you please tell Wan Li's hunting group this information. They probably can't wait any longer. Okay, President. After saying that, Preeny also left the conference room. Chapter 373 The More Beautiful, The More Dangerous. The next day, Major Bolton Hunters Guild. This time, Shanlan Luodin used the high platform where the sweetheart baby was parked as a gathering place to go to the land of the rising moon, to hunt the evil star dragon. However, unlike the last time he hunted the star dragon, this time he planned to board the sweetheart baby. There are obviously many fewer people with the number. In addition to MHOL Elu, there are 4 5-star hunters who are ready to go. And beside these hunters, there are several Elu cats responsible for support. President Luodin, we are all ready. Are we leaving now? At this time, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a sturdy back asked. The middle-aged man was carrying a sledgehammer made of crystal rock dragon material on his back. And he was also fully armored with crystal rock dragon armor, making him look particularly majestic. Wait a moment. No one is here yet. MHOL Elu said. Who are we waiting for? Apart from the few here, are there other 5-star hunters in the guild? The middle-aged man carrying a sledgehammer asked in confusion. Yes, there are 2. No, I should say 3 very promising young people. MHOL Elu said. Interesting. Since you said so, guild leader, then I'll wait and see if I can finally return to the guild. I also want to see what the promising young people look like now. This middle-aged man carrying a sledgehammer, the bald man, also said. At this time, there was the sound of someone walking up the stairs. The footsteps were very fast, and it was obvious that they were running in a hurry. Dong dong dong. Coming? Sure enough. Soon, MHOL Elu and others saw 2 women and an Elu cat appearing on the platform where the sweetheart baby was parked. Are they them? Asked the man carrying the crystal rock dragon sledgehammer, while MHOL Elu didn't speak and just nodded slightly. One is wearing heavy armor of male and female fire, and the weapon is a big sword made of the same material. The other is wearing a suit of red electric dragon, and the weapon is also the hunting bow of red electric dragon. Even the equipment of the Elu cat is elite. Sword master side crab suit during the time when we went out to perform the mission. The guild really had a great newcomer. At this time, another hunter holding a crossbow said, Humph. It's not like I've never seen a weakling who just looks at the equipment and follows the strong to mix materials. This time, the speaker was a short hunter holding a sword. Just when these 5-star hunters were talking about Wenlong and others also ran over. President Rodin, I'm sorry. We were late because we went to the forge to get equipment, so we were delayed on the way. When she saw that there were several senior hunters waiting here, Catherine immediately apologized. It's okay. 2 little sweethearts. The time is just right. We came early just because we came early. MHOL Elu didn't look angry. Oh, right. Although MHOL Elu said so, Catherine still felt a little embarrassed. Ahem. President, it's time for us to set off. At this time, the man carrying a sledgehammer said, Well, since everyone is here, let's go. MHOL Elu announced loudly. Everyone boarded the sweetie baby, and then the large airship began to rise slowly. When it rose to a certain height, the propellers for propulsion also began to rotate. Just like that, the sweetheart baby began to accelerate slowly, gradually getting faster and faster. Mr. Cat, why do you feel that there are fewer people hunting the star dragon this time than there are people hunting the star dragon? Although from the beginning, Catherine had already felt that there were far fewer people participating in the mission than before. But it was not until the sugar baby number was upgraded that after that, Catherine couldn't help but ask Wenlong. It's normal. Wenlong replied. The reason why there were so many people hunting Star Dragon last time was because we needed to find the whereabouts of Star Dragon in the complex terrain of Lake Esther. So we needed enough people to search. But this mission is different. The other party no longer needs to hide the whereabouts of the Calamity Star Dragon. So there is no need for so many people to search. After a pause, Wenlong added, And the place we are going to is the land of the rising moon. The level of danger is not comparable to that of the bottom of Lake Esther. If we let those low-level hunters go there, I am afraid it will only become a burden. Meow. Is it a burden? At this time, Haitang also spoke. Thanks to Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine, Haitang can be recognized by the hunters of the guild. Otherwise, Haitang is just a burden. In Haitang's mind, she recalled the time when she was still making money in the arena. At that time, Haitang often couldn't even pay the deposit for a mission, let alone act with the top hunters of the entire major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild like now. Xiao Haitang, don't belittle yourself. You are very powerful. Because we can get to this point because of your contribution. Catherine said. Yes. Haitang will continue to work hard. Haitang nodded happily. But Mr. Cat, the land of the rising moon you just mentioned seems to be a very beautiful place just by the name. At this time, Catherine said to Wenlong again. Beautiful? Maybe it was like this before. Wenlong said. There are many ancient ruins there, which proves that a long time ago, the land of the rising moon should have been a very prosperous place. But now it has long been abandoned. It has become a paradise for monsters. That's it. Catherine became a little nervous after hearing Wenlong's description. Oh, by the way, there is something I must warn you in advance. Wenlong suddenly seemed to remember something, and said to Catherine in a serious tone, remember not to touch beautiful things when you see them. In that case, it is very likely that there will be danger. Meow. Hey, what's the danger? Catherine asked. Just when Wenlong was about to answer Catherine's question, suddenly, the sound of a huge propeller came from around him. This was obviously not the sound on the sweetheart baby. So Wenlong and others looked for the sound. And sure enough they found another huge airship also appearing in sight. Mr. Cat. Look! It's the airship of the Wanli hunting group. Catherine shouted loudly. Yeah, I saw it. Meow. Wenlong took a closer look at the situation on the Wanli hunting group's airship and found that it was similar to the situation at the Hunter Guild. Except for dragon eyes. She saw the leader of the Wanli hunting group. There were only a few fully armed hunters on the ship. The rest are mostly crew members responsible for operating large airships. Chapter 374 Landing from the Periphery. It was very rare that this time the airship of Wang Li's hunting group did not overtake the sweetheart baby, like it did last time. Instead, they were flying side by side with the sweetheart baby. Shanlan Luodin did not deliberately talk to Longtong Zaisa. Instead, he rarely sat in the captain's cabin below the deck and read some unknown information. He only occasionally returned to the deck to check the situation. In this way, the airship of the Major Bull 10 Hunter Guild and the airship of the Wanli hunting group continued to fly forward. The distance from Midgebolton to the land of the rising moon is very long. So even if the two airships move at full speed, starting in the morning, it will already be the morning of the next day when they finally arrive near the land of the rising moon. Then the two airships slowed down and began to lose altitude. Mr. Cat, have we reached the land of the rising moon? Catherine, who had just gotten up and washed up, came to the deck to look at the scenery, asked. It looks like we haven't arrived yet. There is still soil underneath the airship, and the place where the moon rises is a desert. Wenlong, who also just woke up not long ago, yawned and then said, Then why did you start to lower the height? Catherine asked again. Why? Wenlong looked ahead and found that although he had not yet entered the territory of the land of the rising moon, he was already close to the edge of the land of the rising moon. And just ahead, Wenlong could see a large area the yellow sand dust is sweeping across. There must be a sandstorm, so the airship is not suitable for approaching. And if you encounter a male fire dragon, a large flying dragon species, like a female fire dragon, will also be very troublesome. If you don't handle it, you will get it. It ends with the destruction of the boat and the death of everyone. After all, fighting in the air is not good for us. That's right. As she said that, Catherine nodded. After such a long period of training, Catherine has been able to basically judge what kind of fighting method is beneficial to her. For example, if a hunter fights a monster that originally lives in the water in a deep water area, even the most powerful hunter will be in very danger. Therefore, most of the time, various hunting methods are relied on to lure monsters in the water to the shore for hunting. The same applies to fighting monsters that are good at flying. Human beings who rely on airships, hot air balloons, or gliders to fly in the air will certainly not be stupid enough to fight with a powerful flying dragon species, like the fire dragon in the air. Slowly, the two airships have lowered to a relatively low altitude, only about 20 or 30 meters above the ground. At this altitude, the hunters can easily follow the rope and land on the ground without any difficulty. But even so, the airship is not suitable for landing directly on the ground. This is because the ground is uneven and has hard rocks, which is not suitable as a landing site for large airships. At this time, Shanlan, Roden and several other hunters had also stepped onto the deck. Wenlong suddenly noticed that the weapons Shanlan Luodin was carrying were different from the last time he hunted the Star Dragon. The last time he hunted the Star Dragon, Shanlan, Roden was carrying a heavy and simple sword. But this time, Shanlan, Roden was carrying two large swords crossed on his back. One of them is still the simple big sword that I saw last time, while the other one looks newer. It is a red big sword. Double big swords. Will one of the strongest hunters in the Zishard region show his true skills this time? Wenlong thought in his heart. Under the gaze of Wenlong and others, Shanlan, Roden walked to the edge of the airship. Put down the rope. Let's hike into the land of the rising moon. Then Shanlan Ludin said after taking a look at the situation on the ground. So a crew member began to follow Shanlan Ludin's instructions to bring a large bundle of strong cables, and then lowered them from the airship. Everyone, sweethearts. Shanlan Ludin walked to the edge of the cable first, and then said, "You are all hunters with considerable experience. You must all know what kind of dangerous place the land of the rising moon is." Everyone looked at Shanlan Ludin and said nothing. Obviously, everyone knew how dangerous the land of the rising moon was. Even Catherine and Haitang. Wenlong had explained some precautions to them in advance. So Shanlan Ludin continued, "I won't lie to you. This mission will probably be more dangerous than our previous ones. After all, what we have to face this time is not just monsters, but also the mysterious dragon people and the possible power of organized monsters behind it, coupled with the cunning of highly intelligent creatures, has more than doubled the difficulty of the task. President Roden, your words are too outrageous. No matter how ferocious the monster is, when have we ever been afraid of it? Do you need to tell us this?" At this time, the big man made of back crystal rock dragon material, the strong middle-aged man said, "Old Man Ha has never doubted your bravery." Shanlan Ludin said again, "I just remind you that you cannot simply use past experience to judge this time. After all, if that mysterious dragon tribe is really poisonous, if you are one of the beaks, then you have to be careful. Because while we are constantly honing our fighting skills against monsters, those guys are honing their killing skills whenever they have nothing to do." Poison Beak. When they heard this name, everyone stopped talking. Although the Poison Beak is an organization that fell silent decades ago, and many people have not personally fought against the Poison Beak, the records in the books alone are enough to make people understand the insidiousness of this illegal organization. And powerful. Even Catherine and Haitang experienced the shock of this name at the meeting not long ago. Just when people were thinking about everything about the poisonous beak, Shanlan Ludin was already holding on to the side of the airship with one hand, while the other hand grabbed the cable that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. "My little sweethearts, if you feel scared, you can stay on the airship. I will never blame you. Then I will get off first." After saying that, Shanlan Ludin crossed the side of the airship with a little effort, and then only heard a bang sound. Everyone walked to the side of the ship and saw that Shanlan Ludin had landed on the ground. Even Shanlan Ludin, he only let go of the rope when he was close to the ground. But still, due to the weight of his body, and the full set of weapons and equipment on his body, a not-so-small hole was made in the dirt. Such a lot of strength. You can move so quickly while carrying such heavy equipment and two big swords. Even Wenlong, who was used to seeing Catherine's huge strength, was surprised by this. Chapter 375. Search separately. "The president has already gone down. Let's follow him quickly." At this time, the middle-aged man carrying a sledgehammer saw that Shanlan Roden had landed, and immediately called out to the other people. So these people also grabbed the ropes and landed from the airship. "Woman! Little girl! Let's go down too! Meow!" Wenlong also said when he saw the others going down. "Okay, Mr. Cat," drawing on the lessons learned when she landed in the Alutha Snow Mountain last time. This time, Catherine did not let Wenlong jump off first. Instead, she directly picked up Wenlong and jumped off the airship together. Following Catherine was Haitang and the Elu Cats, who were in charge of support. After everyone had landed, the airship began to climb again, then turned around to find a suitable place to land. At this time, she saw and others from Wang Li's hunting group on the other side also came over. "Roden, let's search separately later. This will be more efficient," Longtong Zaisa said. "Hey, sweetheart, why did we say we wanted to separate when we just met?" Shanlan Ludin said. "Humph, I won't argue with you, lest I bring my IQ down to the same level as yours. I just want to say, if you find the Bane Star Dragon, then light the flare and we will rush to support you." "Really?" Shanlan Ludin raised his eyebrows and said. "Similarly, if you find the Misfortune Star Dragon, remember to inform me." "No problem." Longtong Zaisa nodded and said. "But when that time comes, you'd better hurry up. Otherwise we've already taken care of the Calamity Star Dragon, and you haven't arrived yet. This sentence also applies to you, sweetheart Caesar." Shanlan Ludin also said. So the Hunters Guild and the Wangli hunting group parted ways, and began searching in different directions. After all, although the land of the rising moon is not as vast as the thundering sand sea, nor as complex as the terrain at the bottom of Lake Esther, it is by no means easy to explore. If everyone acted together, I'm afraid the search would be fruitless for 10.5 months. After that, Wenlong and others followed Shanlan Luodin into the land of the rising moon. They saw that the soil under their feet turned into desert, and the surrounding wind and sand suddenly became larger. This makes visibility very low, making it easy for people to lose sight of each other if they are further apart. Be careful. Don't leave too far. You can easily get lost. Shanlan Luodin warned at this time. So everyone started marching in a dense formation, trying not to stray too far along the way. However, although this can take care of each other and is relatively safe, it also makes the efficiency of the search relatively low, especially when the visibility is originally relatively low. The scope of the search becomes even narrower. The result was that until noon, there was still no results. Not only was there no trace of the Bane Star Dragon, not even one of the other large monsters was seen. President Rodin, why don't we divide into 2 groups? It's too inefficient to search like this. And we haven't seen a monster of any strength after walking for so long. I think the monsters in the land of the rising moon should be they haven't awakened yet. So there won't be any problems. Looking at the crowd crowded together and moving slowly in the dust, the middle-aged man holding a sledgehammer suggested again. That's it. Rodin thought for a moment, and then said, Indeed, if this continues, I don't know when we will be able to find the traces of the Bane Star Dragon. So let's divide into 2 groups. With that said, Shanlan Luodin looked at the hunters around him, and then gave instructions. Victor, Ryan, Griffith, and Maggie, you will work as a group of 4 and explore northwest from here. Is that okay? Understood, the 4 5-star hunters said together. And I will explore the southwest direction with my 2 sweethearts, Catherine and Haikang. By the way, this Elu Cat is also with me. Shanlan Luodin added. Hey, old man, is this really okay? Meow. At this time, Wenlong suddenly said, What? Do you have any objections to my decision? Shanlan Luodin asked. Humph. Although it is true that separating people can increase the efficiency of the search, if the people of Poison Beak are really here at this moment, they would most like to see us separated. Wenlong said with some worry. You're right. It's true. I'm afraid the other party just wants to see us separate. But sometimes it's better if we need to show weakness a little bit. Shanlan Luodin said confidently. Yeah, that's right. If we don't separate, then those guys will definitely not show up so easily. Shanlan Luodin explained. And now that we are separated, the members of Poison Beak, who must have been waiting for the opportunity, will also not be able to show up so easily. Wouldn't it be possible to let them pass up this opportunity so that we can lure them out? Well, what you said does make sense. Wenlong thought for a moment and admitted. Indeed, in addition to improving the search efficiency, this is also a good way to draw out the poisonous beak. But old man, although our team I will have no problem with you. But can the other team formed by those guys really hold up in this land of the rising moon? Meow? Don't worry. Those people are all my old subordinates. There will be no problem, Shanlan Luodin said, patting his chest. So the team separated again and became 2 teams. One of the teams was led by Shanlan Luodin and included Wenlong, Catherine and Haikang. The other team was led by a strong man named Victor, who used a sledgehammer, and included 3 other 5-star hunters. Among them, Victor, who uses the Crystal Dragon sledgehammer, is a 5-star high-level hunter. He is currently the closest person to Shanlan Rodin in the Might Bolton Hunter Guild. Among the other 3, Ryan, who uses the crossbow, is a 5-star mid-level hunter. Griffith, who uses the blade sword, is a 5-star low-level hunter, while Maggie, who uses the hunting flute, is a 5-star low-level female hunter who doesn't speak much. In this way, another full 2 hours passed after they separated again, and Wenlong and others still found no clues about the traces of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Mr. Cat, the sun has already set to the west. Why is there no news about the evil Star Dragon? Catherine finally couldn't help it anymore. Why are you so anxious? Have you forgotten that being an excellent hunter requires patience? Many times, nothing can be accomplished without patience. And since the purple light is emitted here, it proves that the evil star is the dragon must be around here, Wenlong said calmly. Chapter 376 Human Tricks. Indeed, as Wenlong said, Searching for monsters requires enough patience. However, Wenlong also noticed that although the surroundings seemed calm along the way, Wenlongzi had already begun to notice in his heart that there seemed to be a strange atmosphere permeating the entire land of the rising moon. That is, it is too peaceful here. So peaceful that it is not at all in line with the original appearance of the land of the rising moon. At this time, suddenly, the surrounding wind and sand gradually weakened. The climate in the land of the rising moon has changed so fast. It was still windy and sandy before, but now the wind has weakened. But luckily, the view has finally become clearer. Catherine couldn't help but mutter to herself. While looking into the distance, I found that the distant scene became clearer. While Catherine was sighing, Begonia beside her suddenly shouted, "Mr. Cat! Look! What is that? Meow?" Wenlong raised his head and found a large purple butterfly flying in the air. This large purple butterfly seems to be somewhat similar to Xinglong's star feather butterfly. But there are also some differences. First of all, the biggest difference is that the color of this butterfly is not the red color of Xinglong's star feather butterfly, but has become mainly dark purple. And at the same time, some parts have turned into black-gray, which seems to be more mature. Looks like it's gone. Secondly, there are some differences in the wings between the two. The wings of this strange butterfly are sharper and harder than those of the star feather butterfly. And the SHL on its body is also thicker. It flies in the air like a strange blade. It makes people feel heart palpitated. This is the star feather butterfly of the misfortune star dragon, the misfortune star feather butterfly. Meow! Wenlong immediately confirmed. Although other people have seen Xinglong's star feather butterfly before, they have never seen the misfortune star dragon star feather butterfly. So they don't know the difference between the two kinds of star feather butterflies. Even if they think they are somewhat similar, they don't dare to easily to confirm. However, after receiving Wenlong's confirmation, everyone including Shanlan, Lu Din immediately became alert. Because everyone already knows a common sense. That is, since the star feather butterfly of the misfortune star dragon has appeared, the misfortune star dragon itself must not be far from here. At this time, Haitang had already drawn the bowstring, preparing to attack the flying star feather butterfly. "Little girl, don't shoot Meow yet." Wenlong held down Haitang's hand and said. Following Wenlong's instructions, Haitang immediately put down her hunting bow. At this time, Wenlong said, "This star feather butterfly doesn't seem to have noticed us. Now that we follow it, we should be able to find the misfortune star dragon." Meow. Okay. Not only Haitang, but others also nodded in agreement. So Wenlong and his party began to rely on the nearby sand dunes as cover, and slowly approached the so-called star of disaster feather butterfly. Fortunately, the flying speed of the disaster star feather butterfly was not very fast. So Wenlong and others quickly caught up with the disaster star feather butterfly. And after following for some distance, Wenlong and others discovered that this disaster star feather butterfly actually flew into a deserted canyon. The land of the rising moon is the same as the thundering sand sea. In addition to sand dunes, there are also some canyons. However, unlike the oasis canyons of the thundering sand sea, the canyons of the land of the rising moon are completely deserted, with no water sources or oasis. What Wenlong saw in front of him seemed to be the highest and largest canyon in the entire land of the rising moon. Right here, Wenlong stopped. "Mr. Cat, what's wrong? Aren't we going to follow?" At this time, Catherine asked again. "The tracking was so smooth. I always have a bad premonition. And if we enter this canyon now, we may be ambushed." "Meow," Wenlong said, stroking his beard. "Yes, you are right. I think so too. Now is not a good time to rush in." At this time, Shanlan Luodin also agreed with Wenlong's point of view. "Then what should I do? Are you watching the disaster star Yudi running away?" Seeing the disaster star Yudi flying further and further away, almost disappearing, Catherine also became a little anxious. "It's very simple," Wenlong said again. "If the other party wants to ambush, they must ambush on both sides of the valley. It's easiest to take advantage of the location from a high position. Uncle Rong Ben will know if there is an ambush if he goes up to take a look." "So that's it. Elu Cat is quite smart. It's just that it would be very difficult to climb up so high. Do you want me to give you a ride?" After hearing Wenlong's thoughts, Shanlan Luodin admired it and said. He also made a bodybuilding pose, showing off his strong muscles. "No, I don't like being caught by a perverted old man like you." Wenlong immediately rejected Shanlan Luodin's proposal, turned around and jumped directly on Catherine. Shanlan Luodin, It's so sad that I don't want my husband now that I have a woman. I'm not a gay. Don't ruin someone's innocence. Okay. Meow. Wenlong protested loudly. At this time, Catherine, who had already had a tacit cooperation with Wenlong, had already picked up Wenlong, and then made a sprint forward. Using the inertia of her body and the strength of her arms, she threw Wenlong upwards. Wenlong's body then it flew up like a cannonball. The cliffs on both sides were indeed very high, but Catherine's strength was enough to ensure that Wenlong flew over more than half of the cliff. After that, Wenlong took out the two swords in his hands and fixed his body on the cliff, and then slowly climbed up. It didn't take long. We climbed to the top of the mountain easily. Ho! Roar! It was the sound of two giant dragons roaring in front of Wenlong's eyes. In addition to the rocks on the top of the mountain, there were indeed two huge flying dragons crawling on the top of the mountain, ready to attack at any time. In addition to these two huge flying dragons, Wenlong also saw a familiar figure. You climbed up so quickly. You, Elu Cat, ruined my good deeds and entered the canyon obediently. Wouldn't it be better if I killed them all at once? It's too ignorant to insist on coming up to investigate. Standing in front of Wenlong was the mysterious dragon man who controlled the female and male fire dragons last time. Probably because Catherine had lifted the hood last time and his appearance had been exposed. So this time the dragon man did not cover his face, but faced Wenlong openly and openly. Huh. I'm not that stupid. This kind of old-fashioned strategy should be reserved for deceiving 3-year-old children. Wenlong first mocked the other party, and then suddenly shouted loudly, "Be careful down there. There is really something up here. Ambush." Meow. Chapter 377 containing the male and female fire. While Wenlong issued a warning to Catherine and others, Wenlong also drew out the two swords in his hands and prepared to fight. You really made me angry. Don't think you can escape like this. In order to destroy you, I have prepared enough things and I won't fail just because of such a mistake. Because the plan has been exposed. This dragonoid also he became angry from embarrassment. His eyes gradually showed a fierce light. And then he said fiercely, "Fire dragon, tear it to pieces." In an instant, two giant dragons rose into the air and rushed towards Wenlong. Just like last time, these two giant dragons, one a male fire dragon and the other a female fire dragon, were outflanking Wenlong from the left and right. At this time, Catherine and others below also heard Wenlong's warning, and saw a female fire dragon and a male fire dragon rising into the sky above the canyon. And they instantly understood something. Mr. Cat! Seeing Wenlong fighting two large flying dragons alone above, Catherine was extremely anxious and prepared to climb up the cliff to help Wenlong. Wait a minute. Sweetie, there's no way we can climb up now. Not to mention the speed is too slow, and it's easy to be attacked halfway up the cliff. At this time, Shanlon Roden stopped Catherine. What should we do? Said Catherine. Don't worry. I know that this brave Elu Cat is buying time for us. What we have to do at this time is to directly raid the opponent's lair. As he spoke, Shanlon Luodin pointed straight ahead. That is the entrance to the valley. And looking inside, you can vaguely see a purple light looming deep in the valley. Catherine was still a little hesitant. At this moment, Wenlong's voice came from above again. You guys go find the misfortune star dragon, and I will restrain these two beasts. Meow! Did you hear that? That's what your Elu Cat partner said. Come on! I will take you to find the Bane Star Dragon. At this time, Shanlon Luodin had already taken the lead and rushed towards the canyon. Don't even think about taking the opportunity to enter the canyon. At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe above the canyon also saw what was happening below. He waved his hands, and the male fire dragon among the two fire dragons immediately changed direction and rushed down the canyon. At this time, there was only one male fire dragon left above the valley. However, the male fire dragon had just rushed towards Wenlong, and was easily dodged by Wenlong with a roll. At the same time, Wenlong took advantage of the gap when the female fire dragon adjusted its direction again. Wenlong immediately stood up and rushed directly towards the mysterious dragon tribe. Ha ha! The speed is too slow. In terms of flexibility, how can such a big monster compare with me? Wenlong mocked again. Last time, you sneak attack on me gave you the upper hand. This time you can't, not so lucky. Meow! In the blink of an eye, Wenlong's double swords were approaching the dragon tribe. You Elu Cat! I don't have a weapon in my hand, and you use a powerful hunting weapon against me. Aren't you afraid of violating the rules of the Hunter Guild? For a while, The mysterious dragon tribe also shouted loudly. I'm so scared. I'm not a guild hunter. Meow. Wenlong knew as soon as he heard that the other party said this deliberately to disturb his mind. So he fired back without hesitation. Wenlong was not affected by the mysterious dragon clan at all, and his two swords still rushed towards each other quickly. Oops. This Elu Cat has a firm mind and is not affected at all. And it has been so long since we last seen each other. How come this Elu Cat has become stronger again? For a moment, because of the underestimation of Wenlong's strength, the mysterious dragon tribe, he was also shocked and could only retreat hastily. However, Wenlong is faster, which means that even if this mysterious dragon tribe wants to escape, it won't take long before Wenlong will catch up with him. Fire Dragon! Come back quickly! At the same time, the dragon tribe also shouted loudly. After reassessing Wenlong's strength, this mysterious dragon race immediately changed its policy and called back the male fire dragon that had just been sent away. Boom! 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 Several fireballs spit out by the returning male fire dragon. These powerful fireballs fell from the sky and landed right between Wenlong and the mysterious dragon tribe, blocking the two sides. This prevented Wenlong's double swords from hitting the mysterious dragon. On the dragon tribe. Humph! I finally called the male fire dragon back. At this time, although Wenlong did not hurt the dragon tribe, he thought proudly in his heart. In fact, Wenlong had no intention of being able to eliminate the mysterious dragon people with one blow from the beginning. Most of the time, Wenlong just wanted to show off, contain the two fire dragons, and create a way for Catherine and others to break into the canyon. Chance. Therefore, the purpose of directly attacking the mysterious dragon people is also the purpose. If you can successfully kill the mysterious dragon people, that is of course the best. But even if it doesn't work, at least you can force the opponent to kill the other one. Only the male fire dragon is recalled, to reduce the pressure on Catherine and others. So at the top of the canyon, Wenlong began to enter the stage of stalemate with two large fire dragons. Although the male and female fire dragons are also very powerful monsters, Wenlong can guarantee his avoidance as long as he does not attack, does not reveal his flaws, and just dodges blindly while taking the force-traveling medicine to maintain sufficient physical strength. The attack of these two large flying dragons. As long as the mysterious dragon tribe wanted to send male fire or female fire to attack Catherine and others in the canyon, Wenlong would immediately rush out and use his speed to dodge the fire dragon's attack while attacking the mysterious dragon tribe. Force. He could only summon the fire dragon he sent away again. In this way, the battle above the canyon has entered a delicate balance, when both the female and male fire dragons are present. Although Wenlong cannot defeat the opponent, he can run and dodge nearby, preventing the two fire dragons from hurting him while maintaining his presence next to the mysterious dragon human race. Feel. And if there is only one fire dragon left, the mysterious dragon tribe will really feel that its life will be threatened. The result is that Wenlong himself can really contain the two large-scale dragons controlled by the mysterious dragon tribe. Fire Dragon. Without these two fire dragons, the mysterious dragon tribe would not be able to suppress Catherine and others in the canyon from the air. The plan of such a mysterious dragon tribe has officially failed. At this time, below the canyon, just when Wenlong successfully restrained the two fire dragons, Shanlan, Roden had also successfully led Catherine and Haitang into the canyon, and moved forward until the purple light in front of him became more and more dazzling. Chapter 378 Encountering the Disaster Star Dragon. There are towering cliffs on both sides of the canyon. It would be very dangerous if such a narrow place was attacked from the air. After entering the canyon, almost everyone thought so. Even if a strong man like Shanlan Luodin encounters a large flying dragon that continuously spits out fireballs in the air, as long as the opponent does not lower his height and enter the attack range of the sword, Shanlan Luodin cannot easily deal with it. In addition, the cliffs on both sides limit the scope of activities, and the situation will be even more difficult. Quickly! Before the Elu Cat's restraint on the two fire dragons loses its effect, we must first get rid of the evil star dragon, Shanlan, Roden said, and he rushed towards the place where the purple light was. Behind, Shanlan, Luo. Even if Catherine and Haitang tried their best, their movement speed was still slower than that of the 70-year-old hunter. Is this the strength of one of the strongest hunters in West Red? He is indeed very powerful. At this time, Haitang couldn't help but think in her heart. In this way, after rushing through a narrow path, under the leadership of Shanlan Roden, Catherine and Haitang also rushed out of the most dangerous area of the canyon. And then their eyes suddenly brightened, and a spacious flat land appeared. And here, a dragon-shaped creature that looks similar to a star dragon, but whose scales and wings have taken on a strange blue-purple color, is walking slowly in this open space. It raised its head high, and its posture seemed to be contemptuous of everything around it. Majestic and terrifying. It's the Bane Star Dragon. I finally discovered it. As soon as Rodin saw the purple light all over the monster in front of him, he immediately shouted loudly, "You two sweethearts, prepare the flares quickly. Don't let Caesar get away by then. That guy took advantage and said we were eating alone without notifying him. Ha. Okay, President." At this time, Catherine and Haitang also noticed the monster in front of them. Different from the previous star dragon, the misfortune star dragon at this time has lost the noble and gorgeous posture of the star dragon. The power of the starlight that has turned purple flows all over the body like the flame of death, making it look like a dragon at a glance. Catherine and Haitang couldn't help but shudder. This is the Bane Dragon that can bring disasters to mankind. Although the appearance has not changed much, the feeling is completely different. Despite this, Catherine and Haitang immediately took out the signal tube in their backpacks and lit the fuse and pointed it at the sky. Bang! The flare flew out and instantly lit up the sky above the canyon, making it visible even to people far away. At this time, the misfortune star dragon also noticed Shanlan Luodin's arrival. It began to turn its body towards Shanlan Luodin. At the same time, more than a dozen misfortune star feather butterflies also flapped their wings and rushed towards Shanlan Luodin. As expected, the book said that the attack of the disaster star dragon is much stronger than that of the star dragon. No, they actually started fighting without any foreplay. But I like this kind of thing. No beating around the bush. Shanlan Luodin is an experienced hunter after all. Even when he saw more than a dozen star of disaster butterflies rushing toward him, he didn't panic at all. He just stretched one hand behind his back, and then a large sword was drawn. Yes, Shanlan Luodin did not draw out the two big swords at the same time, but only drew out one of the big swords, and then ignored the sudden attack of the group of Woe-Star U butterflies, and continued to approach the Woe-Star dragon. At this time, the first batch of disaster star butterflies waving blue-purple wings had already approached Shanlan Luodin, and they began to attack Shanlan Luodin. The wings of the star of disaster butterflies are like sharp blades that can cut people. And like ordinary star feather butterflies, these star of disaster butterflies can also detonate the power of starlight in their bodies. And because of the star of disaster, they can cut people. The starlight power in the feather butterflies is more abundant, so they can also cause greater explosion damage than ordinary star feather butterflies. Go away, you mosquitoes! I am no match for you! Seeing that the misfortune star Udai has arrived at his side, Shanlan Luodin immediately waved the big sword in his hand and swept over. Missed? Catherine was a little surprised. In Catherine's opinion, Shanlan Luodin's blow did not hit the target. After all, the height of the sweep was too short, and those star of disaster feather butterflies came from above, not on the same level at all. Whoosh! It's the sound of the air being stirred. What surprised Catherine was that after a horizontal slash, Shanlan Luodin's body did not stop, but continued to rotate, like a fan that was constantly accelerating. With Shanlan Luodin's body as the center, the huge big fan the sword starts to spin. At the same time, the airflow stirred by the sword also began to surround Shanlan Luodin's body, eventually forming a terrifying cyclone. Mystery! Gate of Hell! Shanlan Luodin loudly announced the name of his move. This is the secret of the great sword! Catherine, who was watching all this from behind, also widened her eyes. Just like gliders that were stirred into the strong wind, those dangerous misfortune star feather butterflies were completely torn apart by the cyclone surrounding Shanlan Luodin before they even touched Shanlan Luodin's body. At the same time, the violent starlight power overflowed from the bodies of these disaster star feather butterflies. In the end, all the disaster star feather butterflies were burned to ashes before approaching Shanlan Luodin. It's so powerful that even a secret that consumes a lot of physical strength can be picked up at your fingertips like this. It's almost like an ordinary skill. At this time, Haitang recalled that she was exhausted after using the secret before, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Ha! There are only a dozen mosquitoes. There is nothing to be afraid of. Come with me. Once I kill this Bane Star Dragon, you can laugh at that guy she saw. Instantly clearing away the disaster star Yudi around him, Shanlan Luodin quickened his pace again and continued to approach the disaster star dragon. Roar! At this time, the misfortune star dragon also let out a low roar. Swish! Swish! This time, more Disaster Star Feather Butterflies split from the Disaster Star Dragon's body. A rough count showed that there were at least 20 of them. However, after leaving these Misfortune Star Yudi behind, Misfortune Star Dragon seemed to have no intention of continuing to entangle with Shanlan Luodin, and immediately turned around and ran towards the other end of the canyon. Want to run? Seeing that the Misfortune Star Dragon turned around and ran away, Shanlan Luodin continued to chase forward without hesitation. At this time, the second batch of Disaster Star Feather Butterflies rushed over again. Chapter 379 Underground Threat. Humph. The same move is useless against the old hunter. Seeing another batch of Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies rushing towards him, Shanlan Luodin roared loudly, and at the same time swung the big sword in his hand again. Whoosh! The big sword cuts through the air again. A cyclone barrier formed around Shanlan Luodin. However, this time, these Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies did not rush over directly, but did something beyond Shanlan Luodin's expectation. These Star of Disaster Feather Butterflies stopped in the air instantly. Was behind Shanlan Luodin. Catherine, who saw this situation, didn't understand what was going on at first. But when Catherine noticed that the Trouble Star Feather Butterflies began to shrink their wings, Catherine finally remembered the night before, when Long had introduced to himself some of the differences between the Misfortune Star Dragon and the Star Dragon. In addition to having stronger attack power, speed, and vitality than Star Dragon, the biggest change during battle is probably the Star Feather Butterflies of the Star Dragon. These so-called Star Feather Butterflies will not only launch attacks from the air, and when necessary, they will contract their wings, turn their bodies into a spindle shape, penetrate directly into the ground, and then launch attacks from the ground. Recalling this, Catherine immediately shouted loudly, "President Rodin, watch your step!" Huh? Watch your step! Shanlan Luodin, who had his first encounter with the Calamity Star Dragon, was also confused by the sight in front of him. Even when Catherine yelled to be careful where you step, Shanlan Rodin didn't know exactly what he was being careful about, because the Disaster Star Yudai was still in the air at this time, and Shanlan Luodin didn't feel anything strange from his feet. But soon, Shanlan Luodin discovered something strange about those Star of Disaster butterflies. After these Star of Disaster butterflies contracted their wings, their entire bodies turned into a spindle shape, and then they fell straight from the sky. Crack! Is the sound of the spindle piercing the soil. The fallen Disaster Star Yudi easily penetrated into the ground, and then disappeared from people's sight. Watch your step! I see! At this time, recalling Catherine's warning just now, Shanlan Rodin suddenly understood. At the beginning, although Shanlan Luodin had consulted many ancient books before, none of them contained detailed descriptions of the attack methods of the Bane Star Dragon. Therefore, it was the first time that Shanlan Luodin knew about the characteristics of these Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies that could escape from the ground and attack. But even so, after being reminded by Catherine, Shanlan Rodin could roughly guess with his decades of hunting experience and his analysis of the shapes and movements of these Calamity Star Feather Butterflies. These are the attack methods of the Disaster Star Yudi. Little sweethearts, move quickly! Don't stay where you are! Shanlan Luodin shouted loudly. Just as Shanlan Luodin said, everyone started to move, trying not to stay in the same place. Shaw! 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 Everyone had just started running when a large number of pits appeared on the ground. And then those Star of Disaster Butterflies broke out of the ground like spikes protruding from the ground. Among them, several Star of Disaster Butterflies appeared at the feet of Shanlan Luodin. But as an experienced old hunter, he immediately felt the abnormal vibration under his feet. The moment those Star of Disaster Butterflies broke through the soil, Shanlan Luodin Ding just rolled and dodged to one side. The Disaster Star Feather Butterflies, which were like sharp knives, brushed past Shanlan Luodin's body, but did not hurt Shanlan Luodin at all. Then those Disaster Star Feather Butterflies exploded in the air again, and were also hit by Shanlan Luodin. Then he swooped and dodged again. Thanks, sweethearts. If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have been able to see through this move. Shanlan Luodin couldn't help but mutter to himself after escaping the attack of Yudi, the Star of Disaster. However, while Shanlan Rodin relied on his agility to avoid the attack of the Disaster Star Yudi, Catherine and Haitang were also attacked by the Disaster Star Yudi. Only another part of the Disaster Star Yudi lurked directly from the ground, bypassed Shanlan Rodin, and then appeared at the feet of Catherine and Haitang. Just like the previous attack on Shanlan Rodin, it was also sudden, emerged from the ground, and then used its sharp wings to rush towards Haitang and Catherine. Catherine and Haitang also reacted immediately. Catherine chose to run non-stop, trying to use the constant change of direction to prevent the Misfortune Star Yuri from catching her position. Cha-cha! The Disaster Star feather butterflies kept popping up from under Catherine's feet. But I don't know if it was Catherine's good luck or her sudden change of direction that confused those Disaster Star feather butterflies. As a result, most of them, the Disaster Star feather butterflies, did not hurt Catherine at all. And although a small number of Disaster Star feather butterflies affected Catherine in the subsequent explosion, Catherine still withstood most of them with her specially made male and female fire dragon armor. Harm. As a result, these Yuri, the evil star from the underground, only caused some minor injuries to Catherine, which was nothing serious. Compared to Catherine, Haitang's body is more flexible and her methods are more skillful. I saw Haitang first running while carefully sensing the vibrations in the ground. When the vibrations reached the maximum, he suddenly flew down and fell down, allowing Yuri, the Star of Disaster, to rush out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, Haitang laid down on the ground, just in time to avoid the explosion from the air. At this point, although Catherine and Haitang were slower to react than Shanlan Rodin, they managed to avoid each other's attack at the last moment. It's so dangerous that it's so fast and can burrow into the ground. This thing is really much more powerful than the ordinary star feather butterfly. After finally escaping the attack from the ground, Catherine and Haitang also sighed in their hearts about the danger of this evil star feather butterfly. Sex. But just when the two of them relaxed a little, they didn't realize that there were still two Star of Disaster butterflies still hovering in the sky. At this time, Shanlan Luodin turned around and saw this scene, and suddenly became nervous. No! It turns out that not all the Disaster Star feather butterflies attack from underground. Shanlan Luodin wanted to issue a warning, but it was too late. Two Star of Disaster butterflies swooped down from the sky, aiming at the unsuspecting Catherine and Haitang. What to do? At this time, Shanlan Luodin faced two choices. If he pounced on them as quickly as possible, Shanlan Luodin could save either Catherine or Haitang. But even Shanlan Luodin couldn't save both of them. Which one to save? The tall woman or the short woman? In just a moment, the experienced Shanlan Luodin made a decision. Chapter 380, Rodin's Decision. Both of them are my cute little sweethearts. Of course I have to save them both, Shanlan Luodin thought in his heart. Uh-huh, Shanlan, Rodin yelled, and then threw the big sword in his hand. With the roar of the wind, the big sword flew towards Haitang. Seeing the big sword flying over at a rapid speed, Haitang immediately understood Shanlan Luodin's thoughts and shrank down. The big sword flew over Haitang's head and hit the disaster that was rushing down on the body of Xingyu Butterfly. The heavy and sharp sword instantly cut the Star of Disaster Yuri in half. At the same time, the starlight power in the body of the Star of Disaster Yuri burst out, causing the body of the Star of Disaster Yuri to burn in the air. Fortunately, Haitang had lowered her head in time to avoid being affected by the power of the burning starlight. While throwing out the first big sword, Shanlan Luodin took out another big sword from his back and rushed towards Catherine. Sweetheart, hold on tight. I'm here to save you, Shanlan Luodin shouted again. Help me. At this time, Catherine finally discovered the Disaster Star Yuri falling from the sky. But it was too late to avoid it. In desperation, Catherine could only choose to defend with her big sword. However, what Catherine did not expect was that the Disaster Star Yuri swooping down from above did not attack directly from above. Instead, she waved her wings and suddenly changed direction. He quickly circled behind Catherine. Faced with such rapid changes, Catherine had no time to react. Suffered, seeing that the Misfortune Star Yuri is about to explode. At the same time, Shanlan Rodin was also stunned for a moment. According to Shanlan Luodin's prediction, he should be able to rush to Catherine before the Disaster Star Yuri exploded, and then use the big sword in his hand to kill the Disaster Star Yuri directly at an extremely fast speed. Killing it with a beheading will ensure that Catherine will not be harmed. However, now the Misfortune Star Yuri suddenly changed its trajectory. Instead of directly attacking the top of Catherine's head, it went around the back of Catherine. This made Catherine's body blocked by Shanlan Luodin's point of view. Ahead of the Misfortune Star Yuri. Faced with this sudden situation, Shanlan Rodin certainly couldn't kill Catherine and the Disaster Star Yuri together. In desperation, he could only put away the big sword in his hand and stretch out one hand to grab it. Catherine's wrist. There is no other way. This is the only way. Uh-huh. Shanlan, Rodin threw Catherine out with a fierce force. And at this moment, the misfortune star Yudi exploded. Bang! In an instant, the power of purple starlight engulfed Shanlan Luoden's body. President Rodin, Catherine and Haitang, who fell to the ground, shouted at the same time. Soon, the purple starlight power disappeared. And in front of Catherine and Haitang's eyes, Shanlan, Rodin was still standing there. Hey, I won't fall down that easily. Even though they said this, Catherine and Haitang could still see that Shanlan, Rodin had many scars on his body. It was obvious that they were all burns caused by the power of burning starlight. President Luodin, you are injured. Thinking that Shanlan Luodin was injured just now while trying to save herself, Catherine said apologetically. What are you talking about? This little injury is nothing. When I was young, I had suffered injuries much more serious than this so many times. And if you hadn't reminded me just now, I would probably have suffered more serious injuries than this. Be serious. As he said this, Shanlan Luodin also waved his sword, indicating that there was nothing wrong with his body. Although she said this, Catherine could still see that Shanlan Luodin's expression was a little distorted. Obviously, even for Shanlan Luodin, the physical pain was far beyond his expectation. President, I have recovery medicine G here, Catherine said quickly. No need. I have the potion myself. Shanlan Luodin said quickly. Hurry up and chase the misfortune star dragon. You can't let it run away again this time. Wait for me to apply the potion and catch up immediately. But, hearing Shanlan Luodin say this, both Catherine and Haitang were a little hesitant. But what? Can't you trust me? The attack of the Bane Star Dragon is indeed strange. But it can only have a surprising effect when I am not familiar with it. As long as you are familiar with the attack method of the Bane Star Dragon, I believe you there won't be any problem between the two of them. Right? And if we don't catch up now, the Disaster Star Dragon will run away again. Shanlan Luodin suddenly said sternly. Understood, President. After hearing Shanlan Luodin's words, Catherine and Haitang did not dare to neglect it all. They immediately picked up their weapons and chased after the Calamity Star Dragon in the direction where they had just escaped. When there was no trace of Catherine and Haitang, Shanlan Luodin sat down. It hurts. It hurts. Why did the explosion of a mere star of disaster butterfly have such great power? It almost embarrassed me in front of the younger generation. Is it because I am old? As he said that, Shanlan Luodin took out a bottle of recovery medicine. Ji then drank it, and then took out another bottle of recovery medicine. Ji applied it to all the parts of his body burned by the power of starlight. While Catherine and Haitang continued to chase the misfortune star dragon, the battle between Wenlong and the mysterious dragon tribe was also going on fiercely. Although the power of the two fire dragons was indeed very powerful, Wenlong always chose not to fight the two fire dragons, but only targeted the mysterious dragon race. This allowed Wenlong to contain the two fire dragons very well. However, as time went by, Wenlong's physical strength gradually declined. Even with the support of strong medicine, he began to gradually approach the limit of his body. On the other hand, the two huge fire dragons showed no signs of fatigue. This is the gap. I wish I had that kind of physical strength. Regarding this, Wenlong could only admit the gap between the two sides in his heart. Keep dragging it on. Can your physical strength be stronger than the monster? When you have no strength, that's when I will win. Ha ha ha. At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe also saw the problem of Wenlong's declining physical strength. Started to laugh. Ha ha ha. At this time, Wenlong just kept panting. Faced with the ridicule, he didn't even have the strength to respond to the other party. It seemed that his body had reached its limit. Chapter 381 Fraudulent Failure. Kill him! The mysterious dragon clan shouted. Ho! Roar! The two fire dragons spit out huge fireballs towards Wenlong again. Seeing the fireball flying towards him quickly, Wenlong ran again. Although Wenlong had used his speed advantage to avoid the opponent's attacks many times before, what was different from before was that this time Wenlong's movements were obviously much slower, and he fell to the ground after running less than 2 steps. At the same time, 2 huge fireballs fell from the sky and exploded next to Wenlong. Boom! An explosion sounded, and at the same time, the airflow generated by the explosion lifted Wenlong's body into the air. Humph! I finally hit it this time! The mysterious dragon tribe smiled proudly, and then said, It's just an Elu Cat, and I have to spend so much effort. If other people in the organization know, It's really hard. It's damaging to my reputation. Then I saw that after Na Wenlong's body was blown away, he rolled to the edge of the cliff, and finally fell from the cliff again and disappeared. Huh? Did he fall? Seeing Wenlong fall off the cliff, the mysterious dragon tribe was also stunned for a moment. At this moment, this mysterious dragon tribe remembered that the last time they fought against Wenlong, the male and female fire dragons blew Wenlong away with fireballs. They thought Wenlong was dead, but in the end not only failed to kill Wenlong, but this time encountering him again, Wenlong actually became stronger. So this mysterious dragon tribe also felt that he made too many mistakes last time and failed to kill the opponent completely. So he made up his mind this time. Go and take a look. No matter whether it's dead or alive. We need to add a few more fireballs. We must make this Elu Cat completely dead. The mysterious dragon tribe blew the horn flute in their hands and gave the order to the two fire dragons again. Instruct. Following the instructions of the mysterious dragon tribe, the male and female fire dragons flew toward the edge of the cliff. Soon the male and female fire dragons flew to the edge of the cliff. And then the two flying dragons looked down the cliff, but did not see Wenlong. Where's that Elu Cat? Where did it go? In order to search more carefully, the two flying dragons had to lower their altitude. However, when the two fire dragons lowered to the edge of the cliff, a sudden burst of white light flashed. Ouch! Both fire dragons were blinded by the sudden burst of white light. For a moment, there was only a vast expanse of white in front of their eyes. They couldn't see anything and could only fly randomly in the air. Oops! I've fallen into a trap. Everything just happened was disguised by the Elu Cat. At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe finally understood. It turns out that the initial loss of physical strength and being hit by the fireball were all Wenlong's deliberate disguises in order to paralyze the opponent. And then he fell off the cliff to make the opponent even more paralyzed and careless. However, what the mysterious dragon tribe didn't expect was that although it seemed that Wenlong had fallen from the edge of the cliff, when the dragon tribe and the two fire dragons could no longer see Wenlong's figure, Wenlong immediately used his hand to the two knives pierce the rock wall and fixed his body on the cliff wall to avoid falling further. Immediately afterwards, Wenlong immediately found a protruding rock near the top of the rock wall and hid under it. This was a protruding rock that Wenlong had already discovered when he climbed up. It was big enough to cover Wenlong's body, but now Wenlong took advantage of it. Moreover, Wenlong's entire concealment process was also very short. So Wenlong had already completed his concealment brilliantly before the two fire dragons came to investigate. In this way, there is no way to directly see Wenlong's figure when looking down from above. Therefore, the two fire dragons, who flew over to investigate the situation, but did not see Wenlong's body, had to lower their altitude to search. At this time, Wenlong suddenly rolled up from under the protruding rock with a fierce force, and at the same time threw a flashing jade out. The two fire dragons, who had lowered their altitude and focused their attention on searching on the ground, certainly did not expect that Wenlong would have such a skill. In an instant, they were dazzled by the shining jade at close range. Naturally, there was no way to pose a threat to Wenlong. It's now! Of course Wenlong would not let go of such a good opportunity. So Wenlong took action immediately. However, Wenlong's target was not these two flying dragons, but the mysterious dragon tribe and the horn flute in his hand that could control monsters. As long as the horn flute is destroyed, it should be fine. I don't believe it. That guy can control monsters without the horn flute. Meow! Wenlong had already set the goal of this plan in his mind, precisely because Wenlong's target was not the female and male fire dragons. Wenlong immediately bypassed the two fire dragons, who had temporarily lost their sight, climbed directly from the cliff to the top of the mountain, and then rushed towards the mysterious dragon human race. One blow determines the outcome. In Wenlong's heart, he has determined the battle plan that this blow will destroy the horn flute in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe, because Wenlong knew that the flash jade's effect time was limited, and the recovery speed of the two fire dragons was also very fast. If the horn flute in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe could not be eliminated as soon as possible, then when the eyesight of the two fire dragons recovered, Wenlong would back into a bad situation. In order to achieve this goal, Wenlong could only increase his speed to the extreme. For this reason, in addition to adding another powerful walking pill, Wenlong also used his own strength the moment he returned to the top of the cliff. The secret of mysterious truth spread across the world. Not only is the movement speed faster, but even the attack speed has reached the limit that Wenlong can perform at this time. It was approaching so fast that even the shadows could not be seen clearly. And the mysterious dragon tribe, which had temporarily lost the protection of the two fire dragons, had no way to avoid it. You pretentious guy! Let's see where you are going to run away this time! Meow! Wenlong roared. But he did not directly attack the body of the mysterious dragon tribe, but slashed at the horn flute in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe. This is because Wenlong does not want to kill this dragon tribe. After all, in Wenlong's view, instead of killing such an enemy directly, it is better to stay and collect some information, which will be of greater use. Moreover, Wenlong believed that as long as the horn flute used to control monsters was knocked out of the other party's hand, the other party would definitely surrender and capture him. Humph! Childish! Seeing that Wenlong was approaching, a strange smile appeared on the corner of the mysterious dragon tribe's mouth. Then, Song! Song! Two violent metal collisions sounded, and suddenly Wenlong felt that his attack was blocked. What was in front of Wenlong's eyes was a short knife decorated with precious stones. This short knife was lying in front of Wenlong and the mysterious dragon tribe, just blocking Wenlong's double swords. Chapter 382, each trump card. And in this very short period of time, the other hand of the mysterious dragon tribe had already put the horn flute that could be used to control monsters behind his back and hung it on his belt. If Wenlong didn't get around to that mysterious dragon, it would be impossible for the dragon tribe to destroy the horn flute that can control monsters. You actually brought hunting weapons? Meow? Wenlong said at this time. I'm sorry. You, the Elu Cat, know how to intentionally keep your cards close to your chest. Wouldn't I? The mysterious dragon tribe said with a smile. Humph. I won't be afraid of you. Now that I know you are also a hunter, I won't be polite. Naya! Oh, I'm so scared of Elu Cat with such a loud tone. Suddenly, the body of the mysterious dragon man flashed back, and then the hand that was not holding the weapon already took out another short knife from the cuff of the cloak. Two short swords. There is no doubt that this mysterious dragon tribe is the hunter who uses double swords as weapons like Wenlong. And at this time, Wenlong could clearly see a layer of red mist emerging from the mysterious dragon race. Obviously, this was a sign that the other party had entered the form of a ghost. Two swords against two swords. Wenlong, who needed to end the battle as soon as possible, launched the attack first. In the state of mysticism, across the four seas, Wenlong's speed was extremely fast. The mysterious dragon race had just jumped away when Wenlong approached him again. Then Wenlong's double swords moved towards him from both sides at the same time, cut off the mysterious dragon tribe. Just when Wenlong's double swords were about to hit the opponent, suddenly, the mysterious dragon clan's double swords also struck at Wenlong, and then collided with Wenlong's swords halfway, and finally made two sharp sounds. The sound, boom, boom, in midair. The weapons of both sides collided with each other, and it was like cutting into hard armor. The huge reaction force immediately caused Wenlong to bounce back. This blow also made Wenlong's lightning-fast attack suddenly come to an end. However, he was completely restrained by the mysterious dragon clan's double swords. Such a great power! After all, the dragon race's racial talent is somewhat unbelievable. Wenlong was shocked and thought to himself. However, just like Wenlong, the mysterious dragon tribe was also quite shocked after their first fight with Wenlong. I am a dragon tribe with natural supernatural power. Even compared with other dragon tribes, my strength is definitely far superior to others. I should be able to fight against an Elu Cat until the opponent flies away. How can I just force it? To the extent that it deflects the opponent's weapon and then forces the opponent to take half a step back? What is the background of this Elu Cat? The thoughts of both of them flashed in an instant. And even while they were thinking, the attacks from both sides still showed no intention of stopping. After Wenlong was deflected by the double swords, he immediately turned around again, under the blessing of mystery, across the four seas. Wenlong's body almost ignored the inertia under common sense and began to turn at an incredible angle. And this time, he suddenly went around to the left of the mysterious dragon tribe. So fast! He just retreated. Why did he get close again? And with such speed, how did he take action? In the eyes of the mysterious dragon tribe, this time, Wenlong's attack speed was so fast that it could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. And as Wenlong quickly changed positions, Wenlong's attacks became even more difficult to guard against. The mysterious dragon tribe was startled again. While turning to the left, he swung his two swords again to fight back. This time, the mysterious dragon tribe relied on its own understanding of weapons, such as double swords, and estimated Wenlong's attack trajectory based on Wenlong's movements and postures. And this is also one of the skills that capable elite hunters need to master when the attack speed reaches the limit of the naked eye. Boom! Boom! From rapid movement to sudden stop, as if they suddenly appeared out of thin air in midair. The two swords of both sides collided together again, sparking fire and briefly appearing in the field of vision of both parties. Huh? It took a while. But now I have the advantage. After blocking Wenlong's attack again, the mysterious dragon tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this not only proves that the mysterious dragon tribe accurately foresees Wenlong's attack direction even though it can no longer see the trajectory of the opponent's weapon, but also that in the eyes of the mysterious dragon tribe, time is on their side. Because for large flying dragons like the female fire dragon and the male fire dragon, even if they are hit by the shining jade at close range, the effect will not last too long. And once they recover, they will inevitably attack Wenlong from behind. By then, with the help of the female and male fire dragons, Elu Cat will have no chance of winning. Therefore, as long as they continue to delay time, the mysterious dragon tribe believes that they will eventually win the final victory. However, before that, the mysterious dragon tribe ignored an important fact, that is, this time, Wenlong's double swords were not bounced away like last time. The fight between the two sides continues. Wenlong continuously changed directions and launched attacks on the mysterious dragon tribe. And the mysterious dragon tribe continued to rely on the prediction of Wenlong's attack trajectory to resolve Wenlong's attacks one by one. Why? You can't break through my defense, but you still have to do useless work? Wouldn't it be better to give up earlier? At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe persuaded. Humph! The word give up is not in my dictionary. Meow! Suddenly, Wenlong's body accelerated again. This time, he took a big step forward and passed the side of the mysterious dragon tribe. At the same time, Wenlong launched another attack. Swish! There were two more rays of sword light, this time slashing towards the back of the mysterious dragon tribe. You guys want to destroy my monster horn flute? It's not that easy! Although Wenlong was very fast, the mysterious dragon tribe still understood Wenlong's thoughts, and immediately turned around to deal with it. In the end, the double swords in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe still blocked Wenlong's attack. Humph! Although you are a little faster than me, and can use continuous attacks to gain the upper hand, there is absolutely no problem in defending with my speed. At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe became more confident. The battle is still going on. Although the two sides have been fighting for more than 10 rounds, it only lasts a few seconds. The weapons of both sides continue to make collision sounds. Even Wenlong's double swords were water-type swords with rapid water surrounding the blades, but they still continue to emit a large number of sparks during the collision. And this also means that Wenlong's attacks are blocked time and time again, with almost no exceptions. Chapter 383, Treat Death as Homecoming. Before you know it, the time has come, and the effect of the glittering jade has finally disappeared. Roar! At this time, behind Wenlong, the roar of the fire dragon came. Ha ha ha! I won! In the eyes of the mysterious dragon tribe, victory is already close at hand. He has blocked all the opponent's attacks, and the two huge fire dragons are about to completely tear Wenlong into pieces. You annoying Elu Cat! Go to HL! The mysterious dragon tribe shouted. At this time, the two flying dragons flapped their wings and accelerated suddenly, and then rushed towards Wenlong quickly. The sharp claws, coupled with the extremely poisonous tail spines on the tails of male and female fire dragons, convinced the mysterious dragon tribe that this time, Wenlong had nowhere to escape. Suddenly there was another sound. Boom! Boom! The two weapons collided again, making a sound that sounded somewhat familiar. But if you distinguish it carefully, it was somewhat different. Because this time, the sound was obviously not as crisp as before. This is, the mysterious dragon tribe looked at their own swords with wide eyes, almost speechless. On the other side, Wenlong smiled, because at this moment, the two swords in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe were completely broken. At this moment, the mysterious dragon tribe finally understood Wenlong's purpose. It turns out that the actions of taking my life and crushing my monster horn flute were just a cover-up to divert my attention. In fact, the purpose from the beginning was to cut off my double swords? At the moment when the two knives in their hands were broken, the mysterious dragon tribe could really see clearly. The broken position of the two knives in their hands was already full of holes before it was completely broken. Then the mysterious dragon race finally understood that although Wenlong's every attack seemed to attack a different part of himself, every time he used his two swords to resist, Wenlong's attack hit from different directions. The same place where he cut the blades of his own swords. Therefore, even though the hardness of the double swords in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe is not much inferior to that of Wenlong, after successive attacks on the same place, the double swords in the hands of the mysterious dragon tribe finally broke. As soon as the two swords were broken, the mysterious dragon man panicked for a moment. In addition, he was already at a disadvantage in terms of speed. In the panic, he had no time to escape. At this moment, Wenlong approached again and cut off his knees with his two swords. Ah! His knees were weak, and the mysterious dragon man suddenly knelt down in front of Wenlong. At the same time, at the moment when the mysterious dragon tribe fell to his knees, Wenlong's double swords were placed on the neck of the mysterious dragon tribe man. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I will do everything you say! The mysterious dragon clan immediately shouted loudly. Remove those two flying dragons, or I will kill you! Meow! Wenlong threatened loudly. Wenlong didn't want to kill the other party at this moment, because that was not the best choice. In addition to not being able to get information about the forces behind this mysterious dragon tribe, when Wenlong didn't know how to use this monster horn flute to issue new orders, Wenlong would still be able to kill this mysterious dragon tribe. Face a battle with two fire dragons. Obviously, this is also something Wenlong, who has been fighting for such a long time and is extremely physically exhausted, is not willing to do. After all, Wenlong still wanted to rush to help Catherine and Hai Tang as soon as possible. If he continued to struggle with the two fire dragons here, it would undoubtedly be extremely uneconomical. Okay, I'll do it immediately and don't kill me. At this time, the mysterious dragon tribe begged for mercy while taking out the monster horn flute with one hand. Snapped! Suddenly, the horn flute that controlled the monster shattered. The mysterious dragon tribe first pretended to play the monster horn flute, put the monster horn flute to his mouth, and then took advantage of Wenlong's unpreparedness and suddenly slapped the monster horn flute onto his forehead. And then the horn flute shattered in an instant. You? Wenlong was shocked, but it was too late to save him. In front of Wenlong's eyes, the horn flute had been shattered. At the same time, a lot of blood oozed from the forehead of the mysterious dragon tribe due to the impact. Hee! I can't give this to you, and do you think we poison beak people will be afraid of death? The dragon tribe said with a smile. After laughing, a trace of black blood flowed from the corner of the mysterious dragon tribe's mouth. It was obvious that it was not natural blood. Then, the expression of the mysterious dragon tribe became distorted. After his body twitched a few times, he completely lost his strength and fell down. He actually committed suicide by taking poison. He is still a man. It's just that the horn and flute broke. It's really a pity. It would be nice if I could think more carefully just now. For example, just destroy this guy's hands and leave only his head for him to play the horn flute. But this is not good. If he does this, the other party will probably not do it. Are you willing to cooperate? In Wenlong's heart, he blamed himself for not being considerate enough in his handling of things just now. But it was only a moment when he had such thoughts. Because right behind Wenlong, there are two big troubles approaching. Although the horn flute that could control the monster had been broken, the order given by the mysterious dragon tribe to kill the female fire dragon and the male fire dragon to kill Wenlong was still not cancelled. The two fire dragons still rushed directly towards Wenlong. Come on! You two disobedient beasts! I will deal with you now! Meow! Wenlong turned around and faced these two extremely powerful monsters again. Although Wenlong had the opportunity to escape, he did not do so. Wenlong just wanted to fight to the death, if not for anything else, just to buy more time for Catherine and others. After all, if Wenlong escapes, then these two already angry fire dragons will most likely find trouble for Catherine and others. So what Wenlong wants to do is to continue to contain these two fire dragons until Catherine and the others win. Ho! Roar! The male fire dragon swept over with its poisonous tail spines, and Wenlong rolled to avoid it. But then, the female fire dragon's sharp claws also pressed down from the air. Still at the critical moment, Wenlong swooped again and finally dodged the female fire dragon's attack again. However, next time, Wenlong could no longer run. When he tried to dodge, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. The difference from before was that Wenlong really fell this time, because at this moment, the effect of Wenlong's ability to traverse the world has disappeared. And at the same time, his physical strength has reached its limit. There was no time to replenish the force-taking medicine, so I could only watch helplessly as the male fire dragon pounced on me again. I originally wanted to hold on for a little longer, but as expected, I have reached my limit because of the excessive consumption, Wenlong thought to himself. Chapter 384 Gambling on the Verge of Death. Roar! After the female fire dragon's attack, the male fire dragon spit out another fireball. Wenlong had no time to dodge, so he could only put his hands in front of him to protect his head, preparing to withstand the blow with the help of his equipment. Boom! The fireball exploded, hitting Wenlong's body. Wenlong was blown away again, and then rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. It hurt so much. After being hit by a fireball, Wenlong felt that his whole body was being burned, and there were even some flames still burning on his body that were not extinguished. But even so, Wenlong stopped after landing. Without moving at all, he lay on the ground as if lifeless. Although he was still very happy, he lay motionless on the ground. Since I can't run away, just pretend to be dead. Maybe I can avoid the opponent's attack? Wenlong thought to himself. Feeling the weakness of his body, Wenlong knew that it was impossible to escape at this time. So he simply fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. This was considered a hopeless solution for Wenlong. However, even so, Wenlong did not give up. Because all of this also comes from Wenlong's speculation about the action methods of the male and female fire dragons. Although even Wenlong himself feels a little whimsical. At this critical juncture, Wenlong has no choice but to give it a try. I remember that this fire dragon probably doesn't like eating cat meat, and the dragon tribe's order at that time was to kill me. If I pretended to be dead, I would think that I had achieved my goal of killing that Elu Cat. The male and female fire dragons should let me go. Right. This situation is not without precedent. It is said that if a human is chased by a bear and has no way to escape, he can also lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. There will be a high chance of escaping. Although the fire dragon and the bear are not the same species, but maybe they have some things in common? Meow? Wenlong comforted himself again in his heart. Although Wenlong's mind couldn't help but have random thoughts at this time. On the outside, Wenlong still kept his eyes closed and pretended to be dead, in order to pretend to be as realistic as possible. Wenlong even held his breath and did not dare to open his eyes at the same time, for fear that the two fire dragons would find out that he was not really dead. At this moment, Wenlong lost his vision and suddenly felt a rapid airflow. Wenlong knew that another flying dragon was rapidly approaching him. Sure enough, one shot is not enough. I have to give it another shot. But I can't open my eyes, and I can't let the other party find out that I'm still alive. Then, I'll just leave it to fate, Wenlong thought to himself. So even though he felt a new attack coming, Wenlong still remained motionless. Snapped. Another attack. But this time it was obviously not a fireball attack, but something hard and thick that hit Wenlong's body hard. At the same time, Wenlong also felt something sharp being pierced into his body. Although he did not open his eyes, Wenlong still keenly felt with his body's perception that he should have been hit by the male fire dragon's tail, and that the thing that penetrated the armor and pierced the body should have its a long and pointed tail spine. The fire dragon's tail spines are extremely poisonous. This concept immediately emerged in Wenlong's mind. This means that being injured by this tail spine is not just as simple as leaving a wound. Because while piercing Wenlong's armor and skin, the venom has also seeped into Wenlong's body. For a moment, Wenlong almost shouted out. But in the end Wenlong still held it back. Even though the venom had entered his body and flowed to various parts of Wenlong's body with the flow of blood, starting to irritate him. Every pain-sensing nerve in Wenlong's body remained motionless. Didn't you see that this uncle is already motionless and dead here? Your mission has been completed. Leave quickly. However, in Wenlong's heart, he could only keep praying, hoping that the two fire dragons would be able to escape as soon as possible. Of leaving. Then, Wenlong felt something pressing on him again. Based on his own sense of touch, Wenlong guessed that it was probably the front claw of the fire dragon. Although Wenlong was not sure whether the front claw came from a female fire dragon or a male fire dragon, Wenlong knew that it was not important. The only thing that was certain was that the other party was using his front paws to move his body roughly back and forth. You can't move! You absolutely can't move! Wenlong still remained motionless and relaxed his body as much as possible to avoid letting the other party feel that he still had power. However, compared to the rough movements of the fire dragon, what made Wenlong feel more dangerous was the venom that had been left in his body after being stabbed by the male fire dragon's tail spine. As time goes by, the venom will corrode the body more deeply, and the more likely it is to endanger Wenlong's life. This made Wenlong become more and more anxious. Why don't these two beasts leave? Gradually, Wenlong began to feel that his consciousness was fading away. Wenlong knew that this was because the venom had begun to affect his thinking. However, Wenlong still did not dare to let down his guard. Instead, he concentrated more and more, trying to fight against the venom with his mental power to stay awake. Because what Wenlong is worried about is that if his consciousness is blurred, he is likely to make some unconscious actions, which is like making actions such as talking in his sleep that he is not aware of. And once you move randomly, you will undoubtedly be noticed by the two fire dragons, and your previous efforts will be completely in vain. Time began to become longer and longer, and finally even the pain caused by the venom to Wenlong began to fade away. However, this does not mean that the venom in Wenlong's body has begun to dissipate, but it means that the venom has begun to paralyze the nervous system. Oops! If this continues, you will really die. Meow. No. How can I die here? If you persist, there will be no problem. Although his thinking has become more and more blurred and his feelings have become slower and slower, Wenlong still vaguely felt a gust of wind blowing, and it gradually decreased from strong to weak. Does this feel like flying away? Meow? In order to confirm his conjecture, Wenlong opened his eyes slightly. In Wenlong's sight, he saw two huge figures moving away from him, and then gradually shrank. Finally, Wenlong estimated that the other party had already. It was impossible to look back, so he finally secretly reached out a hand to touch his pocket. Finally gone. While sighing, the first thing Wenlong did was to find a bottle of antidote in his bag, open the lid, and drank it in one gulp. Chapter 385 Meeting with Rodan. Wenlong was very impatient when he drank the antidote. He even choked while drinking the antidote because he was too impatient. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing, Wenlong finally felt that his body felt much more relaxed, and the venom in his body began to be decomposed by the antidote. Then Wenlong took out 2 more bottles of recovery medicine G one after another, and drank them one by one. Only then did he feel that his body was gradually recovering to the point where he could move freely. Oh meow! If I hadn't been so smart and quick-witted, I would have almost died. Meow! Recalling the previous situation, Wenlong also felt a little frightened. But even so, Wenlong had no intention of stopping and taking a good rest. Instead, he cheered up again and continued running towards the depths of the canyon. I don't know what happened to the woman and the little girl. Although with Shanlan Luodin by their side, there shouldn't be any big problems. But there are so many dangers in this canyon. I still feel a little uneasy. Meow! Enduring the pain that his body had not fully recovered, Wenlong took another walking pill to replenish his strength, and then set off again. As a result, after only a few minutes of running, Wenlong saw Shanlan Luodin sitting on the ground applying recovery medicine G to himself. What's going on? Where are the women and little girls? And old man Luodin? Why are you so seriously injured? Meow? Seeing that Shanlan Luodin was alone, Wenlong immediately stepped forward and asked, Ah, you Elu Cat is finally here. Those 2 little sweethearts. They have already gone after the misfortune star dragon. As for me, it's just a little skin injury. It will be gone soon when the recovery medicine G takes effect. That's a problem. Faced with Wenlong's inquiry, Shanlan Luodin also pretended to be very relaxed and answered. At this time, Wenlong looked at the burn marks on Shanlan Luodin's body, and found that these marks were caused by the power of starlight in the body of the misfortune star dragon. For a while, Wenlong also understood a little bit. Old man Luodin, please stop being so aggressive. You must have been injured by the feather star dragon's feather butterfly. Your body is burned like this, and you still call it a skin injury. Meow. What? You can see this too? Shanlan Luodin said in surprise. Of course, Wenlong said again. This disaster star dragon is different from ordinary star dragons. In addition to being stronger in strength, speed and vitality than ordinary star dragons, the biggest change is that this disaster star Yudi is. Especially the ability to raid from underground is even more difficult to guard against. I know. No. I just fell into this trick. I just didn't expect that this thing is so powerful. I can't even withstand it. Shanlan Luodin said again. Because the most powerful move of the Woe Star Dragon is no longer its main attack, but these Woe Star feather butterflies. Meow. Wenlong explained again. According to Wenlong's memory when he was hunting the Whooshing Star Dragon in a game, Wenlong clearly remembered that the Whooshing Star Dragon's attack power was not very powerful, even when Wenlong fought against the Whooshing Star Dragon for the first time. No matter how whether he is hit by the claws or the tail of the bad star dragon, he will not fall to the ground immediately. There is still a chance to continue fighting. Even after drinking the potion, he can continue to deal with the bad star dragon. However, once he was injured by the explosion of Fixinglong's disaster star Yudi, Wenlong clearly remembered that he fell directly to the ground and fell unconscious. When he woke up, he had been hit by the Elu Cat rescue vehicle sent back to the camp. This shows that although the star feather butterfly of disaster is small in size, its power far exceeds that of the star dragon itself. It can almost be said to be a one-shot kill. So it's like this. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Shanlan Ludin finally understood. It turns out that he would rather take a blow from the disaster star dragon than be stuck by those purple disaster star feather butterflies. I understand. It would be great if I knew this information earlier. Well, don't worry, Old Man Ludin. You were injured by the misfortune star Yudi and had to sit down to rest. It's nothing shameful. If it were someone else, even if they were wearing the same armor as you, they would be lighter. He will also be seriously injured and lose consciousness. If it is more serious, he will probably go directly. Meow. Humph. I won't accept your comfort, Shanlan Ludin said. At this time, after confirming that Shanlan Ludin had no life-threatening injuries, Wenlong said again, Okay, I'll leave first. Old Man Ludin. Just rest. When you have rested, we will just catch up. Wait a minute. I'll go too. Seeing Wenlong continue to rush ahead, Shanlan Ludin knew that Wenlong was going to find Catherine and Haitang. So Shanlan Ludin insisted on standing up and prepared to go together. However, just as Shanlan Ludin stood up, he immediately felt a heart-piercing pain all over his body. This is because the previously burned area has not yet healed, and it suddenly cracked due to the movement. Old Man Rodin, don't force yourself to sit and wait for my good news. Meow. Seeing this situation, Wenlong said no more and started running forward again. However, Wenlong heard heavy footsteps coming from behind him again. How could I possibly lose to you? An Elu Cat? I've already mentioned this little injury. It doesn't matter. Wenlong looked back and saw Shanlan Ludin chasing after him. Even though the wounds on his body had not fully healed and were ruptured due to movement and bleeding, Shanlan Ludin still endured it. But Wenlong still wanted to persuade the other party, but was suddenly interrupted by Shanlan Ludin. Hey, I see that your yellow cat is seriously injured now. The reason why you are still fighting so hard is probably because you are worried about Catherine and Haitang. I feel the same way as you, Shanlan Ludin said. Hearing what Shanlan Rodin said, Wenlong had no choice but to refute. He could only nodded silently and continued to rush forward. During the period after Wenlong reunited with Shanlan Rodin, Catherine and Haitang also encountered a new problem and had to stop. While chasing the Bane Star Dragon, Catherine and Haitang encountered a huge purple crystal blocking the road halfway. Wow! This crystal is so beautiful! I really want to get a piece back. When she saw this crystal for the first time, Catherine couldn't help but think in her heart. However, this time it was not just Catherine who thought so. Even Haitang couldn't help but have the idea of taking the crystal back. Such a big crystal should be worth a lot of money. I don't have time now, but if I defeat the Star Dragon, I can get some pieces back later. Chapter 386 The Monster with Crystals Growing on Its Body. Wait a minute. Mr. Cat seems to have said not to touch beautiful things when you encounter them. Suddenly, Catherine remembered Wenlong's advice to her not long ago. At the same time, he also recalled the previous injury caused by accidentally touching the ice lotus, spit out by the ice thunderbird, and immediately became alert again. Little Haitang, let's go around quietly, and don't touch that thing, Catherine said to Haitang. Yeah. Although she thought it was valuable. After careful consideration, Haitang still felt a little strange from the bottom of her heart and nodded in agreement. So Catherine and Haitang moved close to the edge of the canyon, trying to distance themselves from the mysterious and beautiful crystal, hoping to safely go around the large crystal growing in the middle of the canyon. Kaka. Suddenly something sounded. Sister Catherine, the big crystal seemed to have moved just now, said the keen Haitang. No way. Little Haitang, don't scare me. After hearing what Haitang said, Catherine, who was already a little nervous because of Wenlong's warning, became even more worried. But soon, Catherine discovered that what Haitang said was not an illusion, because in the next second, there was a loud noise, and the huge crystal actually moved, and the amplitude was very large. Then, a large crystal stone stretched out from the ground. At this time, Catherine and Hai Tang could see that one end of the crystal was connected to a thick and long round tube-shaped object covered with a dark brown thick carapace. What kind of tail or tentacle is this? There is such a beautiful crystal on the end? Although both Catherine and Hai Tang had such a question in their minds, they both knew that this was not the time to think about this issue. On the contrary, the instinct of the body is telling the two of them that the most important thing to do now is to leave here quickly. Catherine and Hai Tang even moved their steps lightly before, for fear of waking up the monster. However, now that the monster has woken up, Catherine and Hai Tang certainly no longer need to worry about waking up the monster. So Catherine and Hai Tang quickly quickened their pace and ran forward quickly. It should be fine as long as we run over and pray that this monster won't chase us. Pray that we get through safely. Although Hai Tang was praying in her heart as she ran, the huge crystal stone and the circular tube-shaped object connected to it suddenly swept towards Catherine and Hai Tang. It looked like some tentacle plant that had broken out of the ground was vigorously shaking a huge purple crystal stone. Careful! Seeing the huge crystal coming towards Catherine and Hai Tang in the narrow valley, Catherine and Hai Tang were unable to escape. In desperation, Catherine could only draw out her sword and put on a defensive posture. We must stop the sudden attack of the huge crystal, Catherine thought in her heart. Bang! The huge crystal hit Catherine's big sword, and then a crisp sound sounded. Catherine's body took several steps back until it hit the cliff on the side and regained some stability. Immediately afterwards, Catherine saw a monster covered in dark brown emerging from the ground. Is this a big scorpion? Catherine was shocked when she saw the monster in front of her. Then he looked at Hai Tang subconsciously, and Hai Tang also shook his head, saying that he didn't know what this monster was. At this time, the monster that appeared in front of Catherine and Hai Tang looked like an enlarged version of a scorpion. But in addition to the dark brown carapace, the scorpion was covered in three parts: the pincers, the end of the tail, and the head. Blue-violet crystal. And these crystals seemed to grow from the big scorpion, tightly integrated with the big scorpion's carapace. At the same time, these crystals cover the body of this strange big scorpion, and they also emit a frightening light. Really? A monster that even little Hai Tang doesn't know must be very powerful. Thinking of this, Catherine clenched the big sword in her hand and assumed a fighting posture. I don't know what this is, but since I can't get around it, I'll just start fighting. Just when Catherine was thinking this, Hai Tang had already started to draw the hunting bow in her hand. The hunting bow, made of elite red electric dragon materials, has a weapon level of 59. Although it is a tentative attack without charging, its power cannot be underestimated. However, a scene soon occurred that shocked both Catherine and Hai Tang. All the arrows fired by Hai Tang were bounced away when they hit the big scorpion. Even the strong current-type attacks attached to them could not cause any scars to the big scorpion, not even leaving any traces on its body. Down! Hai Tang's attack had no effect at all, which surprised Hai Tang a lot. But at this time, Catherine also rushed over. And I don't know if the big scorpion just emerged from the soil and hasn't adapted to the surrounding environment, or for some other reason. In short, Catherine rushed to the side of the big scorpion without any counterattack. Good chance! He raised the big sword in his hand, aimed it at the scorpion's leg, and then slashed it down with a vertical slash. The big sword in Catherine's hand is a super-standard sword made of the material of male and female fire. In addition, the big sword itself is a single-shot powerful weapon and Catherine's own strange strength, which makes Catherine's attack far more powerful than before. Begonia's attack? Seeing that Catherine had also taken action, Hai Tang immediately began to draw the bowstring to charge up, aiming at the same position where Catherine was attacking. As an archer, Hai Tang has quite good talents, one of which is knowing how to stand in the distance and seize the opportunity on the hunting ground to carry out support and long-range attacks. So when he saw Catherine rushing out, Hai Tang revised his attack target in order to perfectly cooperate with Catherine and exert the maximum attack power. Although the defense of this mysterious monster is very hard, as long as Sister Catherine can destroy the outer carapace of the monster, my arrow can easily penetrate the monster's body. This should also cause a lot of damage. So Hai Tang, who had been easily deflected by the previous attack, thought in her heart. But soon, Hai Tang discovered that he was wrong too. Catherine's big sword struck the huge scorpion's leg just right. It could be said that it hit the target, but the expected wound did not appear at all. Chapter 387, Crystal Offensive. Clang! There was only a crisp sound, and the sword in Catherine's hand was bounced back. At the same time, Catherine herself took 2 steps back due to excessive force. But there was only a shallow mark left on the monster's body, which could not break through the opponent's carapace at all. At this moment, Catherine was also stunned. Before this, Catherine had also encountered some monsters with strong defenses. But she had never encountered such a situation. Even if it is a daimyo shield crab with strong defense and also covered with a thick carapace. As long as Catherine's big sword hits the daimyo shield crab, even if the weapon level is not high enough and the weapon used is ordinary, it has not been a charged vertical slash is enough to destroy the carapace of the daimyo shield crab. From this point, we can see that from the beginning of Catherine learning hunting to now, the problem that gives Catherine a headache has always been how to make her attack hit the monster, rather than how to break through the monster's defense. But now, Catherine found that the problem that she didn't need to care about had become the biggest problem in front of her. What should I do? The vertical slash can't break through the carapace of this monster. What should I do? Should I use a charged slash? But the charging time is a bit long, and it can be easily interrupted. Just as Catherine was debating whether to use the charged slash, the giant scorpion's tail began to move again. I saw the super large scorpion's body spinning in place, and the scorpion's tail with a huge crystal stone immediately swept over like a waving bolus. Catherine could only assume a defensive posture again to protect herself and Haitang behind her. Then she could only hear a bang sound, and the tail with the crystal stone on the end hit Catherine's sword again. And Catherine felt it again. His hand sank, and his body was hit so hard that he took several steps back. He almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. It seems that the power of this big scorpion has increased again. It is better to say that the power is increasing, but it is better to say that the monster is becoming more and more active. At the same time, Catherine also thought in her heart. Just as Catherine thought, this strange big scorpion seemed to have just woken up from sleep, and its movements became faster and faster, especially the tail sweep just now. After it was completed, Catherine saw the long and thick tail lifted up again after sweeping in a circle, and the large crystal stone at the end of the tail began to glow strangely. Seeing this situation, neither Catherine nor Haitang knew what the other party was going to do. But judging from the posture of the big scorpion with crystal stones on its body, they already had some hunting experience. Everyone also judged that this big scorpion might make some dangerous move again. Sure enough, after the crystal stone at the end of the tail was lifted high, suddenly, a liquid crystal jet that also shone with purple light was ejected from the inside of the crystal stone. Whoosh! Just like an out-of-control fire hydrant. The tail of the huge scorpion swings unsteadily, because it cannot withstand the large amount of liquid crystal jets ejected at high speed. At the same time, the liquid crystal jet in front also shows an unstable state, and it is on the ground. A big S shape is drawn on it. Even so, the crystal jet was still approaching Catherine and Haitang rapidly. At this time, Catherine had just recovered from the state of staggering back after being beaten. Her body was still a little unbalanced, but she could only rush. Get on defense. No! I'm afraid blind defense won't last long. We still have to find a way to cause damage to this monster. It would be best if we could force it back. At this time, Haitang also thought in her heart. Therefore, Haitang, who was hiding behind Catherine, raised the hunting bow in his hand and started a new round of charging. The purpose is to allow him to complete the 3 stages of charging for a piercing arrow. Haitang believes that this move, which is miraculous in dealing with large crustaceans, should also cause considerable damage to the giant scorpion covered in thick carapace in front of him. Even though it would be dangerous to do so, Haitang knows that risks and benefits are often directly proportional. In other words, higher risk choices often mean higher returns. Whoosh! At the same time as Haitang's piercing arrow was shot out, the purple crystal jet also swept over like a high-pressure water column, and then hit Catherine's sword. Instantly, the liquid crystal began to fly everywhere. Only then did Catherine realize that this high-pressure liquid crystal jet was much more powerful than an ordinary high-pressure water column. This is because the high-pressure water column sprays nothing more than water, and the high-pressure liquid crystal jet that Catherine encountered at this time sprays crystal in a liquid state. And judging from the color and luminescence of these liquids, they should be 2 different states of the same substance as the crystal stones on the strange big scorpion. This is just like liquid water and solid ice. Although one is liquid and the other is solid, they still belong to the same substance. The biggest feature of liquid crystal is that its density is several times higher than that of ordinary water. This also means that even if the jet speed is not much different, because the density of the liquid crystal is too high, the kinetic energy and impact force generated will naturally be several times greater. Ah! So this time, Catherine, who had defended twice in a row, was unable to completely block the jet of liquid crystal. Instead, she was pushed to the ground by the huge impact. This was not only because the impact of the crystal jet was too great, but also this is because Catherine's physical strength has decreased after continuous defense. At the same time, the body that lost its balance could no longer protect Haitang behind him. As a result, the liquid crystal hit Haitang, who just happened to shoot the arrow in his hand and had no time to dodge. As a long-range hunter, Haitang's armor is light armor, which is far less defensive than Catherine's heavy armor. Therefore, after the high-speed liquid crystal jet hit Haitang, it immediately flew away. Haitang's petite body fell to the ground due to the huge impact. At the same time, the high-pressure crystal jet swept over Haitang's body, causing huge pain to Haitang, as if a sharp knife had cut through her body. Ah! Haitang had a painful expression on his face. "Little begonia!" Catherine shouted, regardless of her own safety. Catherine immediately got up again. At the same time, she adjusted her posture again and used the sword in her hand to isolate the remaining liquid crystal jet. This made Haitang's face look better. Chapter 388 Impenetrable Carapace. Little Haitang. Catherine glanced at Haitang, who was lying on the ground, and found that part of the red electric dragon armor that Haitang was wearing had been broken. At the same time, there was a lot of purple liquid crystal mixed with the blood flowing out of the wound and sticking to Haitang. On the body. "Xiao Haitang! Let's retreat first. This monster is too powerful. Our attacks cannot break through its defense," Catherine said. Catherine was shaken. Although in terms of situation, Catherine's situation is not too bad now. And Catherine, who has experienced many life and death battles, is no longer afraid of life and death. However, when she saw that Haitang was still injured due to being hit by the liquid crystal jet, Catherine, she was still a little worried. Especially those purple liquid crystals that stuck to Haitang's body, which always gave Catherine an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Little Begonia was injured like this. If timely treatment is not provided, there may be danger. Also, those purple liquid crystals stuck to Little Begonia's body do not seem to be easy to remove. No. Are there any side effects? Catherine couldn't help but think in her mind. However, even though she was injured like this, Haitang still insisted on standing up. "Sister Catherine, don't worry about Haitang. Haitang can still fight," Haitang said. "If we don't hurry up, the evil star dragon will run away again." "But is there nothing wrong with the purple liquid on your body?" Catherine asked worriedly. "No problem. Haitang feels very good. Besides, it sticks to the body and is difficult to remove. It doesn't seem to have any side effects," Haitang also said. Seeing that Haitang was so determined, Catherine also strengthened her belief. So she waved the big sword in her hand again and stood in front of Haitang. "Sorry, Xiao Haitang. I didn't block the monster's attack just now. But this time I can't. Try your piercing arrow to see if it can penetrate the monster's carapace." With that said, Haitang ignored the pain on her body and once again pulled the bowstring away, and at the same time placed the arrow on the bowstring. A period of accumulation of energy. At this time, the huge scorpion seemed to have noticed that Catherine and Haitang were about to attack, so it immediately rushed over again. This time is different from before, because the previous liquid crystal injection has consumed too much liquid crystal. Therefore, this huge scorpion did not attack with its tail, but directly approached Catherine and Haitang, and began to attack Catherine and Haitang with its proud giant pincers. The giant scorpion's pincers were raised high, and Catherine took a deep breath, lowered her body, and took a defensive posture. This time, we must not make any mistakes again. In order to protect Haitang behind her, Catherine was ready. Soon, the giant scorpion's two giant pincers began to swing towards Catherine and Haitang. "Coming!" Catherine immediately caught the attack trajectory of the giant scorpion, and then held a big sword and firmly stood between the unknown giant scorpion and Begonia. "Ba! Ba! 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 Ba!" The attack that was supposed to be launched at Haitang was blocked by Catherine. But every time the giant scorpion's two giant pincers shook Catherine's arm, there was a faint pain, and even the tiger's mouth of Catherine's palm was caused by the huge force. It was torn, and a lot of blood flowed out. "Hold on. This time, you, the monster, will never be allowed to hurt Haitang," Catherine shouted. Finally, Haitang had finished accumulating power at this time. 3 stages of charged piercing arrows. Whoosh! A high-speed rotating arrow flew towards the head of the huge scorpion. It must penetrate! At the same time, both Catherine and Haitang prayed in their hearts. Seeing the arrow flying straight towards the big scorpion covered with carapace, Catherine and Haitang were full of expectations. Click! Then Catherine and Haitang saw that the huge scorpion let the arrow pierce the head of the body without having time to defend itself. It's stuck in! For a moment, both Catherine and Haitang were a little excited. However, they soon realized that they were too naive. Although the arrow Haitang just shot did indeed penetrate the body of the big scorpion by more than 10 centimeters. And the hit part was also the weakest part of almost all monsters, the head. However, judging from the big scorpion's subsequent performance, Haitang's move seemed to have no effect other than irritating the opponent again. After all, this strange giant scorpion is covered with a thick carapace. Haitang's arrow penetrated more than 10 centimeters, and it seemed that it was not too short. However, for such a giant scorpion, the carapace on its body is nearly 20 centimeters thick. It is possible that Haitang's arrows did not even penetrate the carapace completely, let alone damage the brain inside. If it were a human being, this situation would be nothing more than a scratch on the skin. What should I do if the penetrating arrow is useless? Seeing that the penetrating arrow that could easily penetrate the carapace of the elite horrible hunting spider, which is also a carapace species, only penetrated part of the front end of the arrow after 3 stages of charging. Haitang felt the same in her heart, somewhat anxious. At this time, the angry giant scorpion became even more crazy, and it began to launch more violent attacks on Catherine and Begonia. Catherine, who had already tried her best to resist the opponent's attack, was in a more difficult situation, especially when she saw the blood oozing out of Catherine's palms and still persisting. Haitang felt a surge in her heart. Tight. I have no choice but to use that. If I use mysteries, I should be able to break the monster's carapace. Haitang thought to herself, drawing out 2 arrows at the same time. Haitang placed the 2 arrows on the bowstring at the same time. At this time, Haitang's body was still injured, and a powerful skill like secret art was a special skill that could drain Haitang's physical strength in one blow. Once used, Haitang would not be able to join the battle again for a long time. That means Haitang will most likely be absent from the subsequent battle with the Calamity Star Dragon and will be unable to play any further role. Therefore, Haitang was very cautious about using Secret Truth. Kill the first line! A skill that he had just mastered not long ago, and would not use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, Haitang knew that it was time. Pulling the bowstring to its maximum limit, Haitang began to concentrate on recalling the scene at Wang Li's elite hunting ground. How Haitang realized the true meaning of skills in a crisis at that time came to Haitang's mind again. Chapter 389. It'll be great if Mr. Cat comes. It can be said that Haitang's strength was greatly improved during the time at Wang Li's elite hunting ground. So this time, Haitang was able to tap into the potential within her body without forcing herself into a desperate situation. However, just when Haitang was mobilizing the potential in her body, suddenly, another accident happened. Crack! Click! Click is like the sound made when something expands and condenses. Just when Haitang was about to stretch the bowstring to the extreme, Haitang suddenly felt as if something was hindering his movements, making his body become heavier. This had obviously affected Haitang's understanding of the secret usage of "What is this?" Haitang, who had been focusing on the giant scorpion, had time to pay attention to his body at this time. But he found that his body had grown crystal stones, like the giant scorpion at some point. Moreover, these crystal stones are distributed on Haitang's body, seriously hindering Haitang's body movement. If your whole body was covered with crystals, it would feel like you couldn't even move. And where did these crystals come from? This sudden change left Haitang a little confused. However, after noticing that the crystals condensed on his body were actually the same material as the crystal stones on the giant scorpion in front of him, Haitang soon came to his senses. It was the condensed purple liquid from before. It turns out that these purple liquid crystals will rapidly expand and form crystalline solid crystals after leaving the body of the giant scorpion. That is, the crystal stones that are now covered in Haitang's body. Therefore, the purple liquid that Haitang thought was not a hindrance at first would gradually condense after a short period of time. Moreover, due to the rapid expansion of volume and the transformation from liquid to solid, it would be attached to the body. It becomes difficult for people to move. No, it's okay. If you don't get rid of these crystals, it's impossible to use the secret. Haitang, who was thinking this way, had to temporarily stop accumulating energy and prepare to remove the crystals from her body first. However, before Haiyang had time to do so, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her body. The purple crystal stone that had just been condensed exploded in an instant. Although the power was not particularly powerful, it still caused great damage to Haitang because it exploded close to the body. Ah! At this time, Haitang, who had been injured before and insisted on fighting, finally couldn't hold on anymore, let out a low groan, and fell down. In front of Haitang, Catherine also heard the strange noise behind her. When she turned around, she saw Haitang falling towards the ground. Little Begonia! Catherine called out Haitang's name, but Haitang didn't make any answer. She just fell to the ground and lost consciousness. And the moment Catherine was distracted by Haitang, the giant scorpion attacked Catherine with 2 pincers. Finally, Catherine could no longer hold on. After continuously blocking the giant pincer attacks of the giant scorpion covered in carapace, Catherine felt that she could no longer hold the sword with her palms. At this moment, the giant scorpion covered in carapace after another round of attacks. The sword in Catherine's hand was finally knocked away, and then Catherine herself was knocked to the ground. Not good. Seeing the big sword in her hand come out, Catherine also felt that she had lost her last support. However, it is no longer possible to pick up the sword again, because the huge and terrifying scorpion had jumped up and used its heavy body to crush Haitang. We must escape quickly, Catherine thought in her heart. However, thoughts are one thing, and actions are also another. When Catherine tried to stand up and escape again, she found that her body could not move. This is because fighting for a long time consumes too much physical strength. After all, the attacks Catherine has been receiving have put her body under tremendous pressure. It's just that on the surface, the pressure and injuries on the arms and palms are easier to spot. Be careful. Run! Meow! At this time, a voice that was all too familiar to Catherine sounded, which made Catherine calm down. It's Mr. Cat! Although Catherine hadn't seen Wenlong yet, Catherine, who had heard the voice, was still refreshed, as if she was resurrected at full strength. Catherine felt that she had strength again, and immediately followed Wenlong's instructions and rolled to the side to avoid it. While avoiding, Catherine did not forget to hold Haitang in her arms and take Haitang away from this dangerous area. Boom, boom, boom! Catherine had just dodged, and the rock shook. It was already huge, and it was also covered with a thick carapace and several large crystal stones. Naturally, the weight of this huge scorpion was more than what Wenlong and others had hunted before. The other monsters naturally seemed to cause an earthquake when they landed. Fortunately, Catherine's dodge was quite timely and landed right next to Catherine. One of the giant scorpion's pincers also landed less than 1 meter away from Catherine, almost hitting Catherine and Haitang. At this time, after successfully evading the monster's attack, Catherine finally had time to sigh. Mr. Cat, it's really great that you are here. Little Begonia and I just couldn't beat this strange big scorpion. Don't worry. It's great if I'm here. And this thing isn't called a weird big scorpion. Did you see the thick carapace and beautiful crystals growing on this scorpion? This monster is called a tail crystal. Scorpion. Meow. Wenlong did not forget to educate Catherine and Haitang. Tail crystal scorpion? I understand. Mr. Cat. Catherine replied loudly. Then you are in luck. Now take the little girl to hide aside, and take a look at my performance. With that said, Wenlong's double swords have been unsheathed, and the first target that Wenlong targeted was the monster's tail. Unlike Catherine and Haitang, Wenlong's familiarity with this monster is surprising. So Wenlong knew what the monster's weakness was from the beginning, and he also knew how to attack the monster's weakness. At this time, the tail crystal scorpion, as attention was still focused on Catherine and Haitang, and did not notice the tiger-skinned Elu Cat that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 390 Tail Crystal Scorpion. Of course, Wenlong would not let go of this perfect opportunity. He ran directly towards the tail of the crystal scorpion. At the same time, he turned on the ghost form without hesitation and was ready to attack at any time. Although a cat's body is not as useful as humans most of the time, there are still times when it is very effective. For example, right now, El Cat seems to be more easily ignored by monsters than humans. Thinking of this, Wenlong was also a little lucky in his heart. Soon, Wenlong successfully approached the tail of the crystal scorpion. At this time, the crystal scorpion still focused on Catherine and Haitang. Regarding the Elu Cat behind him, the tail crystal was still focused on Catherine and Haitang. Scorpio doesn't care at all. On the one hand, this is due to the fact that El Cat is too small and does not seem to be a very powerful opponent. On the other hand, It is also due to the tail crystal scorpion's confidence in its own defense power. Neither the slightly mature human woman's big sword nor the small human woman's hunting bow could penetrate my carapace. And how could a mere Elu Cat do it? Let it attack. It won't have any impact anyway. This is the thought in tail crystal scorpion's mind. However, it turns out that misestimating the opponent's strength often requires paying a huge price. This is the same for the tail crystal scorpion. I saw the crystal scorpion waving its pincers again, and then rushed towards Catherine. And at the same moment, Wenlong also used the Ghost Man dance move. He waved the two swords in his hands at an extremely fast speed, slashing at the tail of the crystal scorpion. Cha! 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 In an instant, several sword lights flashed, followed by flesh and blood flying everywhere. You actually broke through the carapace? Mr. Cat, you are so powerful. Seeing that the carapace that he had spent a lot of effort on could not completely penetrate, it was easily cut open by Wenlong's double sword attack. After opening it, Catherine also felt a little unbelievable. I don't have much power to destroy the carapace, but as long as I attack the opponent's weakness, it'll be alright. It can be said that this tail is the weakness of the tail crystal scorpion. Although the carapace in other places is very thick, if you attack here, it won't be possible. There will be this problem. Meow! Wenlong explained. Weakness? I understand. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Hai Tang understood a little more, especially for this monster that she had never seen before. Catherine felt that she had gained further understanding. It is true that some monsters have very high defense, and sometimes even hunting weapons cannot break through them. At this time, the best way is to find the opponent's weakness. In this case, the phenomenon of flicking the knife will often not occur. The tail crystal scorpion also made a painful sound, which was extremely rare. The tail crystal scorpion had never thought that an Elu Cat could be so destructive. But when the pain in his body was clearly transmitted to his mind, the tail crystal scorpion still realized that the carapace on his tail was destroyed. The severe pain made the tail crystal scorpion give up chasing Catherine and Hai Tang, but immediately turned around and aimed at Wenlong, who was behind him. However, Wenlong once again made a move that surprised the tail crystal scorpion. Instead of continuing to attack the tail crystal scorpion, the moment the tail crystal scorpion turned around, Wenlong immediately turned around and ran away. This made the tail crystal scorpion very angry. After all, speed is not the tail crystal scorpion's strong point, but its excellent defense, vitality, and attack power. Therefore, facing Wenlong, who turned around and ran away, Tailging Scorpion was a little helpless. But the knife marks left by Wenlong on its tail still made Tailging Scorpion put all its hatred on this Elu Cat. Come on! Come after me! Meow! As if he had guessed what the tailed crystal scorpion was thinking, Wenlong suddenly stopped again, and then mocked the tailed crystal scorpion. Even though the tailed crystal scorpion couldn't understand what Wenlong was saying at all, just by looking at Wenlong's expression, the tailed crystal scorpion was still enough to understand what Wenlong wanted to express. Finally, the tailed crystal scorpion was angry, ignoring Catherine and Hai Tang behind them. This time, the tailed crystal scorpion began to pursue Wenlong with all its strength. The two pincers began to attack Wenlong violently, and at the same time, the tail with a huge crystal also stabbed towards Wenlong. Can't hit! Can't hit! You can't hit! Meow! Even when faced with an attack, Wenlong still did not forget to taunt the opponent. Wenlong used his agile body to dodge quickly, and easily dodged all the attacks of the crystal scorpion. At this time, as if it had been agreed upon, Catherine held the hand again. With his big sword, he secretly approached the crystal scorpion. Woman, you have to use blows to hurt this guy. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to break this guy's carapace. Meow! At this time, Wenlong began to say loudly to Catherine behind the crystal scorpion. Of course, the tail crystal scorpion didn't know what Wenlong was talking about. But judging from the fact that Wenlong had been mocking the tail crystal scorpion before, this huge tail crystal scorpion obviously regarded Wenlong's words as ordinary. Mocked. Of course, the tail crystal scorpion didn't particularly care about such ridicule. So the tail crystal scorpion made the same mistake as before. That is, it forgot that Catherine was still behind him before. No, maybe forgot is not accurate to describe it, because judging from the previous attack power, neither Catherine nor Hai Tang could effectively penetrate the tail crystal scorpion's armor. However, after Wenlong's reminder, Catherine finally understood. When quietly approaching the crystal scorpion, Catherine also secretly turned the big sword in her hand sideways. This was so that she didn't need to slash, but only use the blade of the sword to slap the huge crystal scorpion. If you slap it with the blade of the sword, it should be able to cause blow damage. Thinking like this, Catherine finally caught a perfect opportunity. So Catherine slapped the big sword in her hand horizontally. Snapped! With a loud noise. The crystal scorpion suddenly fell to the ground. Great! It's successful! Seeing this scene, Catherine was so excited. Before, even if Catherine hit the tail crystal scorpion with a big sword, it only caused some scratches. But this time, after turning the big sword sideways, she slapped the tail crystal scorpion's body. Although it also failed to cut through the carapace of the crystal scorpion. But a lot of cracks appeared on the tail of the crystal scorpion when hit with a blunt instrument. Undoubtedly, these cracks are the damage caused by blunt objects to the crystal scorpion's carapace. It won't take long for the carapace on the crystal scorpion's tail to be shattered. Chapter 391 Armor Breaking. Although the tail crystal scorpion, which had fallen to the ground after suffering too many attacks, immediately got up again. At this time, the tail crystal scorpion had fallen into a very embarrassing situation. Not to mention anything else. Just the position of the tail crystal scorpion at this time made the tail crystal scorpion very embarrassed. In front of the tail crystal scorpion is Wenlong holding two swords. And behind the tail crystal scorpion is Catherine holding a big sword. No matter which one the tail crystal scorpion attacks, which one will choose to run away. And if the tail crystal scorpion attacks another one, it will most likely be attacked by the other one. So it seems that the tail crystal scorpion has been contained. If you want to get rid of it, you must use a weapon that can attack the front, rear, left and right directions at the same time. Meow. However, for the tail crystal scorpion, it is not that there are no skills that can attack the front, rear, left, and right directions at the same time. But some skills are not very powerful, and it is not easy to hit the target. For example, the trick that the tail crystal scorpion had used before was to spin in place, and then use its tail to attack the enemy. In Catherine's opinion, it already seemed a bit outdated. Because once the tail crystal scorpion wanted to make this move, Wenlong, who was fighting the tail crystal scorpion at this time, immediately responded and told Catherine everything. Attention! The tail crystal scorpion's body has begun to deflect. Meow! As most monster hunters know, when any monster launches an attack, there will definitely be some problems with its movements. Of course, the tail crystal scorpion also has such movements when using its tail to sweep. For example, before launching an attack, the tail crystal scorpion often turns its body in the opposite direction. It's like someone waving his fist and trying to punch with all his strength. At the moment of punching, he will retract his arm first, so that the power of the punch will be greater. It was precisely by taking advantage of this that Wenlong could predict the movements of the tail crystal scorpion so accurately. At the same time, he told Catherine these tips during the battle, so that Catherine also mastered such skills. It's quite interesting to teach women things like this while hunting. At this time, Wenlong also thought in his mind, as he looked at Catherine, who was becoming more and more familiar with the tail crystal scorpion. At this time, the tail crystal scorpion swept over again. Wenlong and Catherine once again successfully judged the timing of the tail crystal scorpion's attack. This time, Wenlong turned around and ran away again, allowing the tail crystal scorpion to attack. It came up empty. At the same time, Catherine also raised the big sword in her hand in time, and raised it again to block the attack of the tail crystal scorpion. It was obvious that he was angry, but the tail crystal scorpion also felt that he was helpless. At this time, Catherine and Wenlong approached the tail crystal scorpion again, and the tail crystal scorpion once again faced the situation of being attacked from both sides. This time, the tail crystal scorpion's tail began to rise high. Be careful. This is a trick of liquid crystal ray, Wenlong reminded Catherine again. Yeah. Catherine nodded immediately. At this time, as expected, the tail of the tail crystal scorpion began to emit the same light. And at the same time, another purple liquid crystal jet spurted out from near the huge tail of the tail crystal scorpion. The power of this liquid crystal jet cannot be underestimated. It can easily cut through the soft soil when it hits the ground. However, this was not the first time Catherine had seen this move. So she immediately followed Wenlong's instructions and quickly hid next to the crystal scorpion. After all, the liquid crystal jet on the tail cannot attack near the monster's body. This is determined by the specific body structure of the tail crystal scorpion. Therefore, this seemingly powerful move was easily resolved under Wenlong's reminder. Let's go! 2 consecutive attacks were easily broken by Wenlong and Catherine. And the tail crystal scorpion finally felt that it had fallen into a trap. Even though he struggled hard, he couldn't escape the control of Wenlong and Catherine at all. What was even more terrifying for the tail crystal scorpion was that after the liquid crystal ray just now, Catherine and Wenlong launched another attack. This time Wenlong aimed at the large crystals on the 2 giant claws of the tail crystal scorpion, while Catherine behind him aimed at the tail of the tail crystal scorpion with a huge crystal. So just after using the liquid crystal spray and the tail crystal scorpion had a flaw, Wenlong and Catherine wielded their weapons again. As before, Wenlong and Catherine once again hit the target accurately. Kaka. Under the attack of the 2 men, the crystal on the tail crystal scorpion also began to collapse, and finally broke completely. Finally, the tail crystal scorpion felt an inexplicable sense of fear. This was something the crystal scorpion had never seen in many years. Just the appearance of an Elu cat completely changed the direction of this hunt. The tail crystal scorpion wants to escape. This tail crystal scorpion, which has been living in the land of the rising moon since ancient times, was awakened by the fluctuation of the starlight power in the body of the disaster star dragon. But now, it just wants to avoid it all. So, the tail crystal scorpion began to dig into the ground with its 2 huge pincers. The tail crystal scorpion digs very fast. In the blink of an eye, the front half of the tail crystal scorpion's body has already dived into the ground. Quick! Don't let this monster escape! We must kill it! Meow! Wenlong immediately instructed. Soon, something even more incredible happened. Just when the crystal scorpion started digging, Catherine rushed over again. This time, Catherine still attacked the tail of the crystal scorpion. Snapped! Another slap hit. And this time, the carapace on the tail of the tail crystal scorpion was finally completely shattered. The red muscles inside are exposed. At the same time, Wenlong also rushed over. This time, Wenlong used his 2 swords to violently attack the tail of the crystal scorpion, whose outer carapace finally broke completely. Crack! This time, Wenlong could clearly feel that the resistance on his hand was much smaller. The 2 knives were embedded in the flesh of the crystal scorpion, and it felt like entering a no-man's land. Unimpeded, a stream of blood spurted out. And this time, the proud tail of the crystal scorpion was cut off in front of Wenlong's eyes. Hiss! The tail crystal scorpion roared loudly again. The tail crystal scorpion, whose tail was completely severed, finally failed to escape and fell to the ground due to severe pain. Woman! This time we'll take care of it one at a time! Meow! Wenlong shouted loudly again. However, just when Wenlong and Catherine were about to give the carapace-covered monster the final blow, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. Oh, Meow really knows how to choose the right time. The annoying guy is back at this time. I don't know if it's unfortunate or lucky. Just as Wenlong complained, what appeared in the sky was the Star of Disaster. Yudi. Chapter 392 Regrouping. The reason why Wenlong felt unfortunate was that the reappearance of the Misfortune Star Dragon instantly reversed the situation of the battle again. The next battle is likely to become even more difficult. Fortunately for Wenlong, since the Misfortune Star Dragon is back, at least there is no need to continue chasing the Misfortune Star Dragon. Although it's a bit troublesome. Let's kill these 2 guys together. Naya! Although Wenlong thought this was his plan, the Misfortune Star Yudi that struck from the air forced Wenlong to temporarily give up the pursuit of the tail crystal scorpion. After all, even Shanlon, Luodan couldn't bear this kind of thing. Wenlong didn't think he had the confidence to take this risk. Women, don't be greedy for knives. Be careful of Yudi, the Star of Disaster. Meow! So Wenlong reminded Catherine loudly. Originally, Catherine was ready to charge up the sword in her hand and give the tail crystal scorpion the final blow, which had multiple injuries on its body. However, after hearing Wenlong's warning, Catherine also understood the danger of the matter. So Wenlong and Catherine had to give up their attack on the tail crystal scorpion and turn around to avoid the attack of the Misfortune Star Yudi. The tail crystal scorpion also used this gap to drill into the ground at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The Star of Disaster feather butterfly exploded in the air, instantly emitting purple light. However, because Wenlong and Catherine evaded in time, they did not suffer any damage. However, under the cover of this purple light, the crystal scorpion had disappeared. He still ran away, Catherine said with some regret. Run? I'm afraid the other party has no intention of escaping. Meow! Wenlong replied seriously. Sure enough, just a while later, Wenlong and Catherine felt the ground begin to shake again. At this time, The Fortune Star Dragon has appeared at the other end of the canyon again. And at the feet of the Fortune Star Dragon, the Tail Crystal Scorpion has once again emerged from the ground. What's going on? The scene at this time made Catherine stunned. What surprised Catherine was not the cooperation between the Bane Star Dragon and the Tail Crystal Scorpion, but that the many wounds on the Tail Crystal Scorpion's body were missing at this time. Especially those purple crystals that were smashed. After less than a while, they returned to their original appearance, as if they had never been broken. How come these crystals have been repaired again? Catherine asked Wenlong. Well, this is the most troublesome thing about the Tail Crystal Scorpion, Wenlong explained to Catherine while staring at the two huge monsters in front of him seriously. Even if a monster like the Tail Crystal Scorpion is among the carapace species known for their defensive power, they are also the ones with the best defensive power. Especially the purple crystals on their bodies not only have strong attack power, but are also extremely hard. Even if they are destroyed, they can still be damaged in the extreme. Liquid crystals are resecreted from the body in a short period of time, repairing the original damaged areas. In this case, wouldn't our previous attack be in vain? Catherine said with some frustration. Catherine felt a little sorry when she thought that she and Haitang had fought with the Crystal Scorpion for so long in order to break the Crystal Scorpion's carapace, and that Haitang had also been seriously injured. Now that she knew that this Crystal Scorpion could repair the broken crystals by itself, Catherine felt even more discouraged. It's not a waste of effort, Wenlong comforted. This Crystal Scorpion only repaired the external crystal. The damage caused to its body before, and the blood loss from its body are not short-term. It will take time to recover. So don't worry. Your and the little girl's efforts have not been in vain at all. Meow. While Wenlong and Catherine were talking, another familiar voice sounded in their ears. Hey, sweethearts. I'm late. Did you miss me? Shanlan Luodin, who had just arrived because he was delayed for a while treating his wounds, said. Ah, it's President Luodin. It's great to have you here to help, Catherine said happily when she saw Shanlan Luodin arriving. But there is no meow, Wenlong said unceremoniously. Ha ha ha. Sweetheart Catherine is frank. Unlike a certain Elu Cat who just refuses to admit my charm. Huh? At this time, Shanlan Luodin noticed Haitang lying aside. Haitang was seriously injured in the previous battle, so she was already in a semi-conscious state, and was helped aside by Catherine to rest. Despite this, Catherine and others could still hear Haitang, who had fallen into a semi-conscious state, still talking about how to fight the Tail Crystal Scorpion and the Bane Star Dragon. Seeing Haitang lying on the ground like this, Shanlan Luodin couldn't help but frown. It doesn't matter if you hurt me, but if you hurt the sweethearts of our guild, I can't spare you. Shanlan Luodin raised the big sword in his hand again and pointed at the Bane Star Dragon and Tail Crystal Scorpion in front of him. Shanlan Luodin was angry. At this time, the Misfortune Star Dragon and the Tail Crystal Scorpion also got into a fighting stance. Among them, the Misfortune Star Feather Butterfly of the Misfortune Star Dragon had already surrounded Wenlong and the others. And at the same time, the Tail Crystal Scorpion raised its long tail high again. It's the Tail Crystal Scorpion. Shanlan Luodin, who was well informed, recognized the identity of the monster standing next to the Calamity Star Dragon at a glance. It should have disappeared in the land of the rising moon decades ago. Yes, I didn't expect that it would appear again. It seems that the legend that the so-called evil star dragon can wake up sleeping monsters is indeed true. Oh, you old man seems to be quite familiar with the Tail Crystal Scorpion. Meow. Hearing what Shanlan Luodin said, Wenlong also said, Then I'll leave the Tail Crystal Scorpion to you. And the Bane Star Dragon I'll deal with it. What do you think? Meow? Huh? What you said is exactly what I mean. After all, even I have to be convinced. You Elu Cat seems to know the Whooshing Dragon far more than any hunter I know. So the Whooshing Dragon, I'll leave it to you. I'll tell you. Come and meet this Tail Crystal Scorpion that has been causing trouble in the land of the rising moon for many years. With that said, Shanlan Luodin had already rushed out with his big sword. Woman, it's time for us to go. Meow. At the same moment, Wenlong also said to Catherine, Yeah. Catherine nodded, and together with Wenlong, they also aimed at the Disaster Star Dragon, although Wenlong and others had already launched an attack. On the other side, the attacks from the Foul Star Dragon and the Tail Crystal Scorpion, which had long-range attack methods, were the first to arrive. The first thing to hit was the Tail Crystal Scorpion's Liquid Crystal Ray. I saw the liquid crystal rays shooting out from the tail crystal of the tail crystal scorpion, and then shooting towards Wenlong and others. Chapter 393. I'll leave the disaster star dragon to you. While the liquid crystal rays were being fired, a large number of star of disaster butterflies in the sky also began to fold their wings, then fell straight down, burying their bodies into the soil. Be careful. There may be attacks in the air and on the ground. Whether you can dodge them or not depends on your strength. Meow! Wenlong immediately warned. After all, we are facing two powerful monsters at the same time. Hunters all know that the difficulty of hunting is not doubled. In many cases, hunting two large monsters at the same time means facing 1 + 1, which is greater than 2. Level of difficulty. Therefore, in this case, even Wenlong could not take care of everyone. So he could only remind Catherine and Shanlon Luodin in time. Thank you. I have seen this trick of Sweetheart Bane Dragon before. I will not make the same mistake again. The first person to react was Shanlon Luodin. After all, he was known as one of the strongest hunters in the West Holred region. Once, Shanlon Luodin became serious. His whole body would exude a terrifying aura. His strong body was running fast, and even carrying 2 big swords on his back did not affect Shanlon Luodin's speed of action at all. Moreover, because Shanlon Luodin was rushing at the front, his momentum was also the most terrifying. People. So they were the first to attract the attention of the tail crystal scorpion and the fortune star dragon, attracting most of the attacks from the tail crystal scorpion and the fortune star dragon. However, Shanlon Luodin was seen dodging left and right, and his movements were changing rapidly. As a result, neither the tail crystal scorpion's liquid crystal ray nor the misfortune star dragon's feather butterfly could keep up with Shanlon Luodin's movements. All the way forward, the liquid crystal ray was quickly dodged by Shanlon Luodin, and those star of disaster feather butterflies, whether they launched attacks from the air or sneak attacks from the ground, all failed. At this time, Wenlong and Catherine, who were following Shanlon Luodin, felt much more relaxed, except for a few misfortune star Yudi who targeted Wenlong and Catherine. Wenlong and Catherine did not suffer any harm to too many attacks. He is a legendary hunter after all. He is well deserved for his reputation. The hatred value is also stable. As long as he deals with the tail crystal scorpion, this old man Luodin can actually pull the hatred of 2 monsters at once. Seeing this scene, Wenlong also thought happily in his heart. With Shanlon Luodin in front to draw hatred, Wenlong and Catherine quickly and smoothly approached Wuxinglong. The first person to arrive at the side of the whooshing star dragon was Wenlong. However, unlike the tail crystal scorpion, who fought against Wenlong for the first time, this wound star dragon had already fought against Wenlong many times when he was just an ordinary star dragon. Memories of the fight. So for this Elu Cat, that didn't seem to be very dangerous. Fortune Star Dragon was extremely cautious from the beginning. Therefore, as soon as he saw Wenlong approaching, Misfortune Star Dragon immediately mobilized all the Misfortune Star feather butterflies around him, and began to regard Wenlong as the primary target of attack. Humph! Did you think of doing this now? But it's too late. Meow! Compared to Shanlon Luodin and Catherine, Wenlong was more familiar with the attack methods of these Misfortune Star feather butterflies. So after several rounds of avoidance, Wenlong successfully approached the Misfortune Star Dragon. Roar! Misfortune Star Dragon let out a roar of protest, and at the same time raised its front paws and rushed towards Wenlong. Mr. Cat! At this moment, Catherine also rushed in front of Wenlong, and then raised the big sword in her hand. Bang! A crisp sound sounded, and the Bane Star Dragon's attack was blocked by Catherine. Although Catherine's body took several steps back, the attack of the Misfortune Star Dragon was temporarily contained, leaving Wenlong with an excellent opportunity. At this time, Wenlong had quickly sneaked into Fuxinglong's side, and pointed 2 daggers at Fuxinglong's abdomen. Ghosts dance wildly! Wenlong once again launched the Ghostman Flurry, and the 2 swords with water-based attack slashed at the body of the Misfortune Star Dragon at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Ouch! The Misfortune Star Dragon howled in pain. Wenlong's water-attributed double swords happened to be weapons aimed at the Wishing Star Dragon. This made the scales on the Wishing Star Dragon's body particularly vulnerable to Wenlong's attack. It was quickly cut through by Wenlong, and a large amount of blood was poured out. It flew out, and formed a cloud of blood mist under the attack of the 2 swords. But soon, Fortune Star Dragon struck back again, turning around with Fortune Star Dragon, and this time its long tail swept towards Wenlong and Catherine again. The damage from the tail of the Bane Star Dragon is much higher than the damage from the claw attack. So Wenlong didn't dare to be greedy, and could only dodge to the side immediately. At this time, more Disaster Star Yudi also gathered around. Oh meow! If it weren't for these annoying things, I should have killed you long ago. Meow! Although Wenlong was a little unhappy that the attack was interrupted, Wenlong, who was very aware of the powerful power of the Disaster Star Yudi, immediately chose to retreat temporarily. It can be said that Wenlong moved very quickly. Seeing a large number of Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies flying towards him, Wenlong immediately used the Spin Evasion move, while rotating at high speed with his body as the axis. His two hands the knife was also swung like a rotating windmill, instantly cutting down some of the Star of Disaster Yudi that tried to get close to him. As for the Disaster Star Yudi, who made sneak attacks from underground, Wenlong relied on his keen perception ability. The moment he sensed vibrations in the ground, he suddenly accelerated, causing the Disaster Star Yudi to pounce. Nothing happened. Nothing was hit when it finally exploded. Immediately afterwards, Wenlong rolled and swooped again, and even dodged the tail flick attack of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Up to this point, Wenlong was acting like a talented gymnast, using various difficult techniques to neutralize all the attacks of the Calamity Star Dragon. Moreover, Wenlong not only chose to avoid it at the first moment, but also warned Catherine around him again. Woman! Get out of the way! You can't be impatient with this Disaster Star Dragon. You must proceed step by step. Otherwise it will be bad if these Disaster Star Feather Butterflies hit you. Meow! Clear! While Catherine was answering, she also rolled to the side to avoid. Then, where Catherine was before, several Star of Disaster Butterflies exploded. Immediately afterwards, Catherine, like Wenlong, had to face the flicking attack of the Bane Star Dragon. So Catherine immediately stood up again, quickly lowered her center of gravity, raised the big sword in her hand, and took a defensive posture. Chapter 394 Rest is also part of the battle. Bang! The Scourge Dragon's tail sweep was much more powerful than the previous claw attack. So after hitting Catherine's sword, it knocked Catherine back several steps. But as before, Catherine still gritted her teeth, persevered. At this time, Catherine's hands were all covered in blood, and even a lot of bright red blood was spilled on the ground. This was because the wounds on Catherine's palms were torn apart again and again by using the big sword to block, and it had reached a serious level. Seeing the blood dripping from Catherine's hands, Wenlong couldn't bear it, but Wenlong still said to Catherine, Woman, hold on a little longer. I still need some time to clean up those nasty Star of Disaster Yudi. Meow. Wenlong needs Catherine's defense, at least for now, because Wenlong needs Catherine to temporarily block the Disaster Star Dragon so that he can have time to clean up all the Disaster Star Yudi. Otherwise, these Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies may cause irreparable harm to people at any time. I know, Mr. Cat. Please don't worry about me. Although the tearing pain was already felt in the tiger's mouth of her palm, Catherine took a deep breath and said, however, before Catherine could finish her words, the evil Star Dragon struck again. The Fortune Star Dragon still swept over with its long and powerful tail. At the same time, its body also rotated rapidly. And because the rotation speed was very fast, the Fortune Star Dragon's body actually flew into the air. This exaggerated athletic ability is simply terrifying. Even Wenlong sighed in surprise. So at this moment, Wenlong could not help but think of an idiom. The flying dragon is in the sky. Mistress, please hold on. Meow. At the same time, Wenlong also prayed for Catherine in his heart. This evil Star Dragon does not rely on its wings to fly, but uses its body's athletic ability. It is like an excellent gymnast, constantly spinning and rolling in the air, and its long and powerful tail seems to be constantly spinning. The whip was swung back and forth, making people afraid to pick it up. Boom! Boom! The tail of the Bane Star Dragon hit Catherine's sword with continuous attacks. And finally Catherine couldn't hold on any longer. My hand, at this time, Catherine's palms had gradually changed from the previous pain to numbness. In the end, Catherine could hardly feel her palms. Bang! Another blow. This time, the tail of the Woe Star Dragon actually completely knocked the sword out of Catherine's hand, and the remaining force directly hit Catherine's body, sweeping Catherine more than 10 meters away. Woman! Wenlong also shouted worriedly. Just when Catherine was fighting the Misfortune Star Dragon, Wenlong was not idle either. Instead, he kept fighting the remaining Misfortune Star Yudi. He just didn't expect that he had just cleared all the misfortune star Yudi. Clean. Catherine was knocked down. Mr. Cat, I'm fine. However, just after falling to the ground, Catherine stood up again. Although the sword in her hand had been thrown aside, Catherine still didn't seem to want to back down. You don't look like you're okay no matter how you look like this, Wenlong said again. You'd better retreat and take a rest. Now! Let me handle this misfortune star dragon first. Meow. Mr. Cat. I really do. Catherine became a little anxious when she heard Wenlong wanted to retreat first. I want to fight with you. Shut up. This is an order. Suddenly, Wenlong yelled loudly, and Catherine was completely stunned at this moment. Mr. Cat, is it really because I am too weak? Am I not worthy of being your partner? Catherine asked anxiously. Of course not. Wenlong's tone softened slightly. I want you to step back first, so that you can treat your wounds as soon as possible and recover, so that when you are needed later, you can perform your best. The greatest power. Do you understand? Meow. I understand. Mr. Cat. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Catherine felt a little more at ease. So she followed Wenlong's instructions and stepped aside. While talking to Catherine, Wenlong took a moment to glance at the battle between Shanlan, Rodent and the tail crystal scorpion on the other side. At this time, Shanlan, Lu Den has already restrained the crystal scorpion very well. Judging from the current situation, the crystal scorpion should not pose a threat to Wenlong for the time being. However, because the tail crystal scorpion itself has extremely strong defensive capabilities, even a legendary hunter like Shanlan, Rodent cannot eliminate it in a short time, no matter what. As long as the old man can restrain the tail crystal scorpion, that's fine. But the old man Lu Den was also seriously injured before. I don't know how long he can last. Wenlong estimated in his mind. Originally, according to Wenlong's plan, as long as he activates mystery across the 4 seas, there should be no problem in dealing with the misfortune star dragon. However, when dealing with the mysterious dragon tribe who used double swords, Wenlong had already activated his secret once. Well, Wenlong simply didn't have the ability to activate the second secret in a short period of time. So now Wenlong has no way to use all his strength. So he naturally seems a little unable to do what he wants when facing off against the Calamity Star Dragon. As long as the Bane Star Dragon still exists, it will affect the monsters in the entire area. I don't know what monsters will awaken from this place where the moon rises. Meow. Look at the monsters that have already stepped aside to treat their wounds. Catherine and Haitang, who fell to the ground and still didn't wake up. Wenlong even determined that the evil star dragon must be eliminated as soon as possible. So Wenlong said to Catherine, Woman, the rest is up to me. You don't need to help me defend. Meow. But Catherine didn't understand why Wenlong said that. But before Catherine could finish her words, Wenlong had already rushed out. Different from before. This time Wenlong chose to rush directly from the front. Although Catherine also wanted to rush forward with Wenlong again. When she thought of Wenlong's previous order, Catherine forced herself to stop. Mr. Cat's words will be fine. Catherine could only comfort herself in her heart. Generally speaking, few hunters will choose to attack monsters from the front when hunting monsters. Because for most monsters, the front is the most dangerous position. So Wenlong chose to attack from the front, which shows that Wenlong is ready to be injured. Chapter 395, Exchange Life for Power. Elu Cat 7 turns and 8 rising techniques. As expected, Wenlong activated this Elu Cat skill the moment he rushed out. That is to say, every time you are knocked down, you can gain stronger attack power. Roar. Facing Wenlong, who rushed directly from the front, Fuxinglong also roared, as if he accepted Wenlong's challenge. Then the misfortune star dragon also pounced towards Wenlong. What a powerful force. Although he hasn't had close contact yet, Wenlong can already feel the huge energy fluctuations in the body of the misfortune star dragon, the power of starlight. This strong energy fluctuation is not exactly the same as the energy fluctuation on the previous star dragon. If I had to describe it, it would probably be more wild and more violent. It seems that it is precisely because of this mutated energy fluctuation that the evil star dragon is much more aggressive than the star dragon. However, it was precisely because of this rioting power of starlight that Wenlong, who was close to the disaster star dragon, also felt a force condensing in his body. At this time, the huge Bane star dragon and a tiny Elu Cat met head-on. But Wenlong was not afraid at all. Just as Wenlong waved the 2 swords in his hands, and approached the Misfortune Star Dragon. The Misfortune Star Dragon's sharp claws also pressed towards Wenlong. The whooshing dragon was very fast, but in comparison, the Wenlong was faster. As a result, before the whooshing dragon's claws fell, Wenlong suddenly dodged to the side. With a slight difference, it was extremely thrilling to escape the attack of the Calamity Star Dragon. Not only that, Wenlong turned around and jumped again, stepping directly on the front paws of the Fate Star Dragon. With another force, he jumped high and directly approached the high-raised head of the Fate Star Dragon. Crack! Blood spattered, and Wenlong's two swords left a scratch on the forehead of the Misfortune Star Dragon. However, at the same time, another sharp claw of the Misfortune Star Dragon also rushed over. But this time Wenlong had no way to avoid it. Snapped! As if swatting a fly, Wenlong's body was easily knocked away. If Wenlong hadn't been wearing the armor of the elite swordsman sickle, he would have been completely torn apart by the sharp claws of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Wenlong was slapped on the ground with a knife, and then rolled on the ground several times before he managed to stand up. Fortunately, as expected, he was hit by a claw. This way, the injury will not be too serious, and he can increase his strength more, Wenlong thought in his heart. However, as soon as he stood up, Wenlong felt that the power in his body had increased a bit, which made Wenlong feel that his previous risky behavior was worth it. Humph! As long as I can stand up, I can become stronger. Meow! However, Wenlong also knew that the prerequisite for him to become stronger was that he could still stand up. The evil star dragon's attack power is not comparable to that of ordinary star dragons. If Wenlong's willpower is not strong enough, or if his armor is weaker, Wenlong may fall directly to the evil star dragon's claws. There will be no chance to stand up again. After a little calculation, Wenlong felt that his body should be able to withstand several less serious claw attacks. So Wenlong launched a new round of attacks on the foul star dragon without hesitation. Wenlong rushed towards Fuxinglong again. But this time Fuxinglong also changed his attack method. Instead of attacking Wenlong with his sharp claws, he swayed his body and first avoided Wenlong's attack. After going around to the side of Wenlong, he flicked it with his long and powerful tail. The huge tail swept towards Wenlong, and Wenlong immediately jumped up high. Long-term training has made Wenlong's jumping ability much stronger than that of ordinary Elu Cats, especially after using Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rises. This time, Wenlong's power has been further improved. So the height of the corresponding jump has also increased a lot, which is worthy of Wenlong being able to avoid the tail of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Seeing the Bane Star Dragon's tail sweeping past his feet, Wenlong's lips once again showed a smile of successful plan. Because Wenlong knew that although the tail sweep of the whooshing Star Dragon was more powerful than the claw attack, its flaws were also more obvious. So as long as Wenlong got close to the whooshing Star Dragon's body, he could use his double swords to inflict damage to the whooshing Star Dragon. More damage. And this time, Wenlong attacked the tail of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Just after Wenlong jumped up high, when he was falling, Wenlong turned his body again and used the rotation of his body to chop towards the tail of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Crack! Another bloodstain appeared on the tail of the Bane Star Dragon, and a large amount of blood spattered out. It worked again! Meow! Seeing that his attack once again caused a lot of damage to Fuxinglong, Wenlong was a little happy. But Wenlong also knew that he would be attacked again soon. The Fortune Star Dragon is also a monster with quick reactions. Once it is attacked, it can react immediately, especially when the Fortune Star Dragon's tail just swung. Wenlong also saw some blade-like scales coming from the Fortune Star Dragon. The tail flew out and then pierced into the soil. Afterwards, these blade-like scales began to hatch out, forming a new batch of Star of Disaster butterflies. Oh meow! It's Yudi! The Misfortune Star again! Is it over yet? Seeing this scene, even Wenlong couldn't help but complain. In Wenlong's mind, the existence of the Disaster Star Yudi was the main reason why the Disaster Star Dragon was so much stronger than the Star Dragon. If it were just an ordinary Star Dragon, even if a new Star Feather Butterfly was summoned, Wenlong could leave it alone for the time being and focus on attacking the Star Dragon itself first. But the Disaster Star Feather Butterflies are different, because the damage caused is too great, and they may kill people at any time. So these Disaster Star Feather Butterflies are targets that must be eliminated. However, there are generally 2 ways to clean up these Disaster Star Feather Butterflies. One is to deliberately guide these Disaster Star Feather Butterflies to self-destruct. As long as you avoid them in time, you can avoid harm. However, this is only the most ideal state. To achieve this, the hunter needs to have extremely fast evasion speed. In fact, most hunters, especially those with poor vision in the wild at night, are often very easily injured by the self-destruction attack of feather butterfly, the star of disaster. Another method is to use weapons to attack those disaster star butterflies that have not yet had time to gather together, and kill these disaster star butterflies as much as possible. Doing this is also very dangerous. Unlike the agile movement required to guide the star of disaster butterfly to explode, doing so requires more attack speed of the weapon, which means killing the star of disaster butterfly before it explodes. Fall to avoid hurting yourself. Chapter 396 Protracted War. Whether it is movement speed or attack speed, Wenlong has an innate advantage. Wenlong can use both methods to deal with the disaster star with ease. Therefore, Wenlong should be better at dealing with these disaster star But Wenlong still felt particularly troubled by these butterflies with purple light. This is because the speed of the Walk Star Dragon summoning the Woe Star Feather Butterfly is too fast. While flicking its tail, new blade feathers are constantly flying out, and new disaster star feathers are constantly forming. This makes Wenlong have to constantly take time to clean up these disaster star feathers. Butterfly. In comparison, Wenlong has a fatal weakness. That means lack of physical strength. Once his physical strength is insufficient, the so-called movement speed and attack speed will all come to naught. If he loses these two advantages, Wenlong will undoubtedly be injured by the star of disaster. Although Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques can increase strength after falling down and standing up again, once it is exploded by these misfortune star feather butterflies, even I will probably not be able to get up. It's coming! Meow! Precisely because Wenlong realized this deeply. After a little calculation, Wenlong chose to retreat without hesitation. The purpose is to distance yourself first and give yourself time to take a new strong pill. Wenlong suddenly jumped back, and while his body was still in the air, he collided the ends of the handles of the 2 knives with each other, and a piece of forceful medicine fell down, and then fell into Wenlong's mouth. The reason why such a mechanism was designed was to allow Wenlong to replenish the forcible medicine as quickly as possible during the battle. For a moment, Wenlong felt that his physical strength had become abundant again. Although Wenlong also knew that such continuous use of force-transporting drugs would inevitably leave great side effects in the future. But for now, Wenlong had no more choose. The moment Wenlong took the forcible medicine, the newly born feather butterflies, the star of disaster, attacked Wenlong again. Ghosts dance wildly! Wenlong, who had just landed, immediately let the light of his 2 swords surround him, instantly killing all the surrounding disaster star But even so, Wenlong knew that the danger was not over yet, because some of the disaster star feather butterflies have already sneaked into the ground. If you are not careful, Wenlong may still be attacked by the disaster star feather butterflies from underground at any time. Wenlong carefully felt the vibration in the ground again, and then kept moving quickly. In this case, it would be difficult for the star of misfortune, hiding in the underground soil to catch Wenlong's traces. Just like that, one by one, the disaster star feather butterflies exploded on the route that Wenlong passed by. However, each one was dodged by Wenlong with his dexterous movement. The speed was so fast that it looked like Wenlong was. It was like stepping on balls of purple fire. Mr. Cat! At this time, Catherine, who was resting aside, saw Wenlong risking his life to shuttle among the purple firelight of the misfortune star and her heart was in her throat. The whole process required a lot of physical strength. Wenlong relied entirely on his own forcible medicine to support him. After going around in a circle, Wenlong suddenly changed direction, rushed out of the purple fire, and finally approached the misfortune star again. Dragon Profile. Even Wishing Long did not expect Wenlong to be able to break through the blockade of Wishing Star so quickly. Therefore, when Wishing Dragon discovered that Wenlong was approaching again, it was already half a beat too late. But this time Wenlong did not choose to cling to the body of the Fortune Star Dragon, but directly slashed his 2 swords towards the tail of the Fortune Star Dragon. Crack! Crack! In an instant, new blood spurted out. Roar! Wishing Long immediately turned around to deal with it, because he had been hurt by Wenlong before. He did not dare to get too close to Wenlong, so he swept over with his long and powerful tail from a distance. However, Wenlong had already seen through this. This time, Wenlong suddenly fell down and pressed his body tightly to the ground. As a result, the tail of the misfortune star dragon just happened to sweep from Wenlong's head. Pass. the whooshing dragon's attack failed again. And Wenlong got up again and slashed his two swords at the whooshing dragon's hind limbs. At this time, before Wuxinglong could turn around, Wenlong stabbed him twice again, leaving 2 wounds on Wuxinglong's hind limbs, and blood splattered all over the floor. Wenlong was quite proud of being able to avoid the attacks of the whooshing dragon twice in a row and successfully inflict damage to the tail and hind limbs of the whooshing dragon. But at this moment, Wenlong once again felt a subtle vibration under his feet. Oops! I was so complacent that I accidentally took one more stab. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. Meow! In an instant, Wenlong realized his mistake. But Wenlong was Wenlong after all. This time, Wenlong did not dodge, but directly hit the sharp claws swung by the Misfortune Star Dragon. Snapped! The sharp claws of the Misfortune Star Dragon hit Wenlong's body again, sending Wenlong flying aside. And Wenlong spit out a mouthful of blood because of this blow. However, Wenlong had no regrets. If you are hit by the claws, although you will be knocked away and vomit blood, it can help you activate Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques, again to gain more powerful power. In addition, let the Bane Star Dragon directly knock you away. It can be said that it happened to help Wenlong avoid those Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies that rushed out from the underground. Because of this, not only could it trigger Elu Cat's 7 revolutions and 8 rising techniques, but it was also the lesser of 2 evils. So Wenlong chose to let the claws of the Calamity Star Dragon hit him. In this way, Wenlong kept going around with the Misfortune Star Dragon, trying to avoid the pursuit of the Misfortune Star Feather Butterflies, and at the same time launching an attack on the Misfortune Star Dragon to weaken the Misfortune Star Dragon. Even if he was hit occasionally, Wenlong would get up again every time and fight more and more bravely. Finally, after some time, Wenlong felt that the time had come. At this time, Wenlong had left many scars on Wuxinglong's body, although none of these scars were fatal. Just the amount of blood that Wenlong caused Wuxinglong to drain was enough to the power of the Disaster Star Dragon has weakened a lot. At this time, both the vitality and strength of the Wishing Dragon had been weakened by Wenlong to a low level. Huh? Wenlong also took a deep breath, and then thought in his heart, it's almost time to kill the opponent. Wenlong knew that it would be very difficult to kill the previous Fortune Star Dragon if it had not been weakened. But now the Fortune Star Dragon has become much weaker, so that Wenlong can have a chance to deal with the opponent. Otherwise, even if Wenlong's sneak attack is successful, it will be defeated by the counterattack of Fu Xinglong. It was as if Wenlong's 2 swords had just cut open the flesh of the Misfortune Star Dragon, and he was immediately shot away. Chapter 397 Crusade Against the Disaster Star Dragon. At this time, the sun was almost setting, and Wenlong knew that there was not much time left, because once it enters the night, the entire sky of the land of the rising moon will be shrouded in dense starlight. In this case, the Misfortune Star Dragon will obtain more starlight power to repair its body. Then, it means that everything Wenlong did before will be turned into water and meaningless. So Wenlong secretly glanced at Catherine behind him. Although it was just a look, Catherine already knew what Wenlong meant. Woman, I need your help now. The chance to completely kill the evil Star Dragon has come. Seeing Wenlong's eyes, Catherine also understood, and then stretched out a hand to hold the sword again. However, at the same moment, the Misfortune Star Dragon seemed to sense a strange and dangerous aura. This cunning and sensitive monster immediately reacted by turning around and running away. Want to run away again? Meow? However, what was surprising was that Wenlong sneered but did not rush to catch up. At this time, Wenlong has been improved many times by Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques, and his attack power has become extraordinary. Not only that, at this moment Wenlong also activated another skill of Elu Cat at the last moment. That is, Elu Cat's backward formation, Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rising techniques, plus Elu Cat's water back formation. The 2 skills were superimposed, making Wenlong's attack power reach a very terrifying level. Wenlong believed that at this moment, he had the ability to kill the Misfortune Star Dragon. At this time, Fortune Star Dragon had already run a considerable distance away, but behind Wenlong, Catherine also rushed over. I saw Catherine lifting Wenlong and throwing it towards the location of the Disaster Star Dragon. Whoosh! Wenlong flew towards the Fortune Star Dragon like a cannonball, instantly shortening the distance that the Fortune Star Dragon had opened when it escaped. The whistling wind made Wuxinglong feel something approaching rapidly behind him. But when he turned around to observe, Wuxinglong never expected that Wenlong was flying directly over. Ho ho ho! This time, the Calamity Star Dragon really had no time to react. Before he could dodge, he felt something fall on his back. That was Wenlong flying over. When Catherine threw it hard, Wenlong just landed on the back of the Misfortune Star Dragon. Then Wenlong immediately pierced his two swords into the Misfortune Star Dragon's body, to ensure that your body will not be thrown away due to the vibration of the Disaster Star Dragon. Ouch! The Calamity Star Dragon felt that the scales on its back seemed to be torn apart easily. Then, there are two sharp weapons that are constantly cutting through his scales, skin and muscles, and causing unbearable pain. In the past, the Wishing Dragon could have completely thrown away the Wenlong on its back by rolling on the ground, or crushed it to death. But it could no longer do this, because when he looked back just now, Wishing-Long also saw Catherine coming with a big sword. Catherine is very fast. Of course, this speed is relative. If the Bane Star Dragon itself had not entered a weak state, and if Catherine had not recovered a lot of physical strength after a period of rest, then it would have been impossible for Catherine to tighten it at such a fast speed in such a short period of time. The distance from the Misfortune Star Dragon. So Wixing-Long already knows that if he rolls on the ground like before, he will be easily caught up by the human woman who is chasing behind him. And then, he will most likely be killed by the huge sword in her hand. Beheaded. Therefore, the Misfortune Star Dragon could only run as hard as he could, while trying to use the newly summoned Misfortune Star Feather Butterfly to clear the things on his back. Of course, this is just wishful thinking of the Calamity Star Dragon. After several times of Elu Cat's 7 turns and 8 rise techniques, and Elu Cat's water back formation bonuses, Wenlong's physical ability has reached its peak in this short period of time. So there is no need to be afraid. These are the stars of disaster. Just like a knight with excellent riding skills, Wenlong used the double swords pierced into the body of the Wishing Dragon as a point of strength to dodge back and forth in the narrow place that was constantly shaking on the back of the Wishing Dragon, and actually avoided all the disasters. Star Feather Butterfly's attack. Not only that, Wenlong's double swords were still cutting into the body of Wixing-Long. Before long, Wixing-Long's back was already a bloody mess. Feeling that it was almost done, Wenlong immediately raised his two swords again. You evil beast! I will take your life now! Meow! Crack! The two double knives pierced into the body of Fu Xinglong at the same time. But what was different from before was that this time Wenlong directly pierced the entire blade completely into the body, and only the handle could be seen remaining outside. The damage caused to the Bane Star Dragon is of course unmatched by anything before. Ho 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 ho! The Wishing Dragon let out a painful roar, and its entire body twisted, not caring about Catherine, who was catching up behind him. The Wishing Dragon fell down. But the moment he fell, Wenlong was also thrown away from the back of the Misfortune Star Dragon. But Wenlong didn't feel any regret, because Wenlong knew that his purpose of delaying the evil Star Dragon had been achieved. At this time, Catherine also rushed over, facing the Misfortune Star Dragon lying on the ground. Catherine had already raised the big sword in her hand. In order to ensure a one-hit kill, Catherine began to accumulate strength. A period of accumulation of energy. Second stage of energy storage. 3 stages of charging. Cut! The big sword fell and hit the body of the Misfortune Star Dragon, in front of Catherine's male and female fire sword that had been charged for 3 times. The so-called hard scales on the Wishing Star Dragon's body turned out to be so vulnerable and were easily cut open. Then the big sword broke through the scales again, cutting through the muscles, bones, and internal organs of the Wishing Star Dragon. Then it cut from the bones, muscles, to the scales, and finally cut into the soil and sunk deeply into it. Ouch! When the sound disappeared, the Misfortune Star Dragon finally stopped moving, and only the blood flowing out with purple light flowed on the dry sand, forming a small river. Finally done! Wenlong, who fell to the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo-hoo-hoo, and the blow just now seemed to have consumed all of Catherine's strength. So after completing the blow, Catherine sat on the ground unable to get up, and just kept breathing. After all, it took too long to hunt the Disaster Star Dragon. Chapter 398. The hunting is not over. More than half a year has passed from the first form of Star Dragon, to the second form, to the third form, and finally to the current form of Star Dragon. Wenlong and others finally transformed the Star Dragon into Behead, because the time really dragged on for too long. Catherine even felt a little unrealistic at the beginning. Mr. Cat, did we really kill the Disaster Dragon? Catherine asked in disbelief. Of course, we did it. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong looked at the other two people a little further away. One is Hai Eng, who fell to the ground. Although she hasn't woken up yet. Judging from her even breathing, she should be fine. And the other one is Shanlan Roden. When Wenlong and Catherine were fighting the Misfortune Star Dragon, Shanlan Roden completely blocked the Crystal Scorpion with just one person's strength. Let this Tail Crystal Scorpion affect Wenlong and Catherine. Moreover, the Tail Crystal Scorpion's body was already covered with scars at this time. The head, tail, and crystals on both pincers had been shattered by Shanlan Luodin. Not only that, the entire tail was also chopped off by Shanlan Luodin's sword. Finally, he was knocked to the ground by Shanlan Luodin with his big sword. Therefore, while Wenlong and Catherine lamented the strength of Shanlan Luodin, they also marveled at the amazing defensive power of the Tail Crystal Scorpion, which was able to persist for such a long time in front of a legendary hunter like Shanlan Luodin. But no matter what, now the Tail Crystal Scorpion and the Misfortune Star Dragon have been defeated. At the same time, the strong fatigue caused by excessive use of force-taking drugs has also hit Wenlong. Oh meow! It's finally over. All we have to do is wait for the others to come over. Meow! Wenlong remembered that flares had been fired before. So judging from the time, the others should be here soon. At this time, the strong sense of fatigue caused Wenlong to lose the power to move a little. Not only that, his whole body was also surrounded by extremely strong muscle soreness, which made Wenlong miserable. Ah! Mr. Cat, are you okay? Catherine asked worriedly. It doesn't matter. You should go take care of the little girl first. I just need to rest. Meow. Wenlong deliberately endured the pain all over his body and said to Catherine. Yeah, Catherine nodded, turned and left to check Haitong's injury. Looking at Catherine's leaving figure, Wenlong felt a strong sense of fatigue. This made Wenlong, who was so tired that he was lying on the ground, feel drowsy and wished he could close his eyes and fall asleep soon. However, in a daze, Wenlong felt like something was shaking slightly. What's going on? There's an earthquake? Meow? At first, Wenlong even thought it was his illusion. But Wenlong's body lying on the ground was in contact with the ground to the maximum extent, which made Wenlong much more sensitive to the vibrations of the ground than others. So after further confirmation, Wenlong still felt a slight vibration on the ground, which made Wenlong finally confirm that this was not his illusion. Danger! Meow! Using his last strength, Wenlong warned loudly. However, just as Wenlong shouted a warning, the ground began to shake violently, and then another huge figure appeared from the underground. Another crystal scorpion? For a moment, everyone was stunned. There is more than one monster affected by the Bane Star Dragon. I'm afraid there will be other monsters appearing next. Seeing such a situation, even Shanlan Luodin couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, as if Shanlan Roden had accurately predicted it. After the Tail Crystal Scorpion appeared, the shaking on the ground did not stop. Instead, another part of the ground broke open, and a new monster appeared. It has a strong body and powerful wings, and is covered with a brown carapace, especially the head. In addition to having a strong carapace, also has a long and sharp horn that stands out. It's a one-horned dragon. In addition to the second Tail Crystal Scorpion, there is another such troublesome thing. When he saw this figure appear, Wenlong immediately recognized the identity of this monster. In fact, not only old hunters like Wenlong and Shanlan Luodin, but even Catherine had already guessed the name of the monster when she saw the particularly eye-catching head and the sharp horn on it. I remember that the monster skull carried by the daimyo shield crab looked like this. So could this monster be the Diceratosaurus that Mr. Cat once said? Catherine also confirmed in her heart. No matter what, when everyone is exhausted, it is really not a good thing for two such powerful monsters to suddenly appear. Therefore, Wenlong also struggled to get ready to fight again. But because his body felt too heavy, he struggled for a long time and failed to stand up. However, at this time, two huge monsters had begun to attack, as if to avenge its companions. The newly appeared Tail Crystal Scorpion pounced on Shanlan Luodin as soon as it appeared, and the one-horned dragon roared wildly and aimed at the Wenlong closest to it. Shanlan Roden, who was already injured, had just finished fighting the Tail Crystal Scorpion and had not had time to rest, and had just gotten into a fighting stance. But Wenlong also knew that Shanlan Luodin would have a hard time dealing with the second Tail Crystal Scorpion at this time, and there would be no chance to save him. As for Catherine, she just happened to help Hai hang up. Wenlong noticed that Hai Tang seemed to be awake, which made Wenlong feel a little relieved. However, Catherine, who was supporting Hai Tang, had not yet had time to draw out the sword, which meant that Catherine had not even had time to prepare herself to deal with the two monsters. And judging from the distance between Catherine and Wenlong, Wenlong also knew that Catherine would never have time to come even if she was ready. The one-horned dragon began to rush towards Wenlong, but Wenlong was still lying on the ground, completely powerless. Stand up quickly! Meow! Even though I tried to stand up, it was as if all the muscles in my body had stopped working, and it became extremely difficult. As a result, he finally managed to stand up using his two swords for support. However, in just a moment, the huge one-horned dragon had already approached Wenlong. Whether it was rolling, flying, or spinning to avoid, these tricks that Wenlong usually used could not be completed at this time. From Wenlong's point of view, it seemed that he had no way to dodge. Is it going to be over? Meow? In Wenlong's mind, he seemed to have seen the scene where his body was penetrated by the sharp horns of the one-horned dragon. Chapter 399. A week in a coma. A horned dragon rushed over. During the impact, a large amount of sand and dust was raised around the body, and the sand and dust raised high like a mountain, showing the huge impact of this monster. Next, Wenlong only felt that his body seemed to be hit by a force weighing hundreds of tons. And then, the force knocked Wenlong's body into the air and flew up. Wenlong's vision became blurry, and even his consciousness became blurry. They also began to leave Wenlong's body. Mr. Cat! Only at the last moment, Wenlong heard someone shouting loudly, and at the same time he felt a huge impact that was enough to break his body. However, Wenlong did not feel the feeling that his body was penetrated by the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon. But in the next moment, Wenlong was already unconscious. As for what happened after that, he had no idea at all. 3 days later, when he woke up again, Wenlong found himself lying in a familiar place, the bedroom of a villa on the outskirts of MHOL. This is my bedroom? Meow? Wenlong looked at everything around him in surprise, and then carefully mobilized his memories. But he couldn't find any memories about being hit by a horned dragon. What happened? I remember that Diceratops finally hit me, and I almost thought I was going to die. But how did I get back to my bedroom? Who sent me back? Also, that one, where's the annoying Diceratops? And the second-tailed crystal scorpion that appeared? And where are the materials for those monsters? What happened to them? Meow? In Wenlong's mind, there are too many questions that need to be understood. So Wenlong decided to get up and take a walk, looking around. If he could meet Catherine, Hai Tang, or Reina, he should be able to learn some things that happened during his coma. However, Wenlong had just stood up when another burst of severe pain came through his body. Oh meow! It hurts! It hurts! Wenlong couldn't help shouting out in a low voice. However, although it was still very painful, Wenlong at least felt that his body had some strength. As long as he could endure the soreness in his muscles, there should be no problem with his daily actions. So Wenlong tried to get out of the bed. But as soon as he got out of the bed, Wenlong felt that his feet seemed to hit something. Is this meow? What Wenlong saw was Catherine and Hai Tang lying on the ground. These two guys actually slept on the floor next to the bed like this. Seeing that Catherine and Hai Tang stayed with him like this during the period of his coma, Wenlong also felt warm in his heart and actually felt a little touched. Ah, Mr. Cat, it's great that you're awake. Mr. Cat. I don't know if she was just touched by Wenlong, or if Wenlong woke up because of the sound of pain. At this time, Catherine opened her eyes, and when she saw Wenlong waking up, she said excitedly. After Catherine woke up, Hai Tang also woke up. Although she was not as excited as Catherine when she saw Wenlong, she could still see an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. So the two girls suddenly fell on Wenlong's body, squeezing Wenlong so hard that he couldn't breathe. Okay, why are you so excited? I'm fine again, Wenlong said. Mr. Cat, you have been unconscious for a long time, Catherine said. Really? How long have you been unconscious for? Meow? Wenlong asked again. It's been almost a week. It's been so long. What happened that day? How could I be unconscious for so long? Meow? Now that he met Catherine and Hai Tang, Wenlong also asked curiously. After all, Wenlong was also very concerned about what happened after he fell into coma. So Catherine and Hai Tang began to tell Wenlong in detail what happened after that. It turned out that just before Wenlong was hit by the one-horned dragon, Hai Tang, who happened to wake up at that time, used his secret art, killed the lion, and hit the one-horned dragon on the head from a long distance. causing the one-horned dragon's attack to deviate a bit. So although the one-horned dragon still hit Wenlong, it did not penetrate Wenlong's body with its horn, causing fatal damage to Wenlong. However, Wenlong still passed out. After that, the Icerosaurus targeted Catherine and Haitang. At the same time, Shanlan, Rodan was fighting the second-tailed crystal scorpion. At that time, Haitang had only just woken up when he suddenly used Mystery, Kill the front line, which made Haitang exhausted again. And Catherine also consumed a lot of strength due to the continuous fighting. So when facing the charging Diceratops, both Catherine and Haitang were at a disadvantage. However, it seemed that they were lucky. After Catherine and Haitang fought with the one-horned dragon for several rounds, hunters from other teams arrived. Later, Dragon Eye, she saw also arrived with the hunters from Wang Li's hunting group. These hunters worked together to block the attack of the horned dragon. And together with Shanlan, Rodan, they quickly eliminated the second-tailed crystal scorpion. In this way, Catherine and Haitang were helped out of danger. So that's it. Fortunately, those guys arrived in time. After hearing Catherine's story, Wenlong nodded, and then asked, "By the way, where are the trophies? Where are the materials for the monsters?" Meow. This time we got the materials for the tail crystal scorpion and the Bane Star Dragon, Catherine said excitedly when Wenlong asked about the monster materials. The material for the tail crystal scorpion and the bad star dragon? What about the one-horned dragon? Don't we have a share in it? Meow. Wenlong also felt a little dissatisfied when he heard that there was only the material for the tail crystal scorpion and the bad star dragon. Mr. Cat, the one-horned dragon was not killed. Captain Shisaw and several elite hunters from the Wanli hunting group captured it using traps and anesthesia jade. It is said that it was to be released to the Wanli hunting group. Go to the elite hunting grounds. Catherine continued. Oh meow. How can that be done? I should take care of that guy. Pull out its skin. Eat its meat. And make the bones and scales into equipment, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. Meow. Thinking of being hit by a horned dragon and being knocked unconscious for almost a week, Wenlong's heart was filled with anger, and naturally he cursed loudly. Mr. Cat, don't worry about this. Haitang also spoke at this time. Haitang remembers that Captain Shisaw said at that time that you are welcome to challenge Mr. Cat at any time, but you are only allowed to go alone. Chapter 400: The Choice Between the Hunter and the Follower Cat. Only let me go alone. Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then said, well, it seems that this man named Shisaw understands my feelings very well. I was injured by that horned dragon. He was so angry that he just asked me to kill it with my own hands. When I recover from my injuries, I will naturally visit you. Meow. That's not the case. Mr. Cat, Commander Shisaw didn't capture the Dictosaurus just for your revenge. Haitang explained again. It's not for me to take revenge. Then why? Meow. Wenlong was a little confused. Captain Caesar is here to allow you to complete the hero's trial. And even our guild president has said that if Mr. Cat, you can complete the trial of hunting a horned dragon by yourself, then the guild will officially recognize you as a hunter. At this time, Haitang spoke. A hero's trial? And his identity as a hunter? Meow. After hearing what Haitang said, Wenlong suddenly fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Wenlong remembered a legend he heard before. That legend tells that there was once a village chief who, in order to protect the village, challenged a horned dragon alone. After a long battle, he finally won and became a legendary hero. In order to commemorate him, later people left the unwritten rule that only one person can challenge the one-horned dragon. It is said that any hunter who can successfully challenge the one-horned dragon alone will become a hero in the future. Therefore, it has become a special trial for top hunters. So that's how it is. Wenlong nodded thoughtfully, and then said, feudal superstition is really bad. I am a hero, but I still need this kind of trial. Meow? Although he said this, Wenlong was still quite proud in his heart. After all, it is not an easy thing to get this honor. This means that Wenlong's strength has been recognized by Shanlan, Rodan, and Dragon Eye Caesar, two of the strongest hunters in West Red. Then Mr. Cat, do you want Haitang to refuse Commander Shisaw's offer for you? Haitang asked again. Then, there is no need for that one-horned dragon. I will naturally take care of it. It's just that there is no need for the official hunter status. I'm not interested. In Wenlong's mind, he had already made plans. After all, for Wenlong can use Catherine's status as a hunter to obtain all the benefits of a hunter. On the contrary, if he really becomes an official hunter, his actions will be restricted by many Hunter Guild regulations. This Wenlong also had to consider it. Really? But President Roden said that if you become the first Elu Cat hunter in the history of the guild will also erect a statue for you. By then, you will definitely become a role model for all Elu Cats. Haitang continued. That's it. This is the first one in history. This name does sound pretty good. Meow. Hearing this, Wenlong hesitated again. After all, it is the wish of most people to leave a name in history. Wenlong is also a layman, so of course he cannot help but have this idea. At this time, Wenlong noticed Catherine. This time, Catherine did not speak much and remained silent most of the time, which surprised Wenlong. Hey woman, what do you think? Meow? Wenlong asked Catherine. Mr. Cat, I was wondering. Mr. Cat, if you become an official hunter, will you leave us? Catherine said. Stupid woman, what are you thinking about? Remember you didn't really want me to become an official hunter before? Meow? Wenlong asked a little strangely. Of course, I hope that Mr. Cat's strength can be recognized by everyone, Catherine said. But if you, Mr. Cat, become a true hunter, then the contract we signed with Grandma Cat will be invalidated. There will definitely be many hunting teams coming to win over you, Mr. Cat. So to say, when Catherine said this, Wenlong remembered that he had signed a contract with Catherine as a follower cat. If he became an official hunter, then the status of follower cat would no longer apply. That means that he can leave Catherine at any time to form a team with other hunters without asking Catherine's consent to terminate the contract. Don't worry, woman, Wenlong thought for a moment, and then said, hunting a one-horned dragon to become a hero or something like that is too simple for me. This kind of heroic title is not challenging for me. It's not rare. So I'll give this opportunity to you. Meow. Mr. Cat, is this really okay? Captain Caesar and President Roden said this was an opportunity for you, Catherine said in surprise. What does this have to do with it? If you go to hunt a horned dragon, can't I, as your follower cat, also go? Meow? Wenlong said again. Indeed, as Wenlong said, although the hunter must be alone in the trial of hunting a horned dragon, there are no regulations for accompanying cats. In other words, it does not violate the rules for hunters to hunt Monoceros alone when Catherine takes Wenlong to hunt the Monoceros. But women, Wenlong continued, although we entered the hunting ground together, you can just watch from the side this time. I will kill that one-horned dragon by myself in front of everyone. If you do, those two old men must also understand. Right? Mr. Cat is so nice. Catherine immediately hugged Wenlong excitedly. It hurts. It hurts. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. Meow. In the next few days, Wenlong rested peacefully on his injuries. After all, the Calamity Star Dragon has been defeated, and not many monsters will appear in a short period of time. Wenlong has nothing to worry about. He can rest in the villa every day and enjoy the food carefully cooked by Catherine. In this case, Wenlong's body recovered very quickly, even without using Alumeo's quick recovery technique. Wenlong's recovery speed did not slow down much. He recovered in less than 5 days after waking up, as before. And more importantly, Wenlong felt that his physical strength seemed to have increased a lot after his body recovered. This was probably due to the fact that he had exceeded his own limits during the battle. Later, he used the cat rice, made by Catherine to nourish his body, which naturally resulted in a good improvement effect. Chapter 401 The Hero and the One-Corned Dragon. During the period of Wenlong's recovery, the area around Midgebolton also ushered in a rare peaceful day. Taking the opportunity of hunting the Woe Star Dragon, the Hunter Guild and the Wanli Hunting Group ushered in cooperation. With the joint assistance of both parties, a large number of monsters in the major Bolton area have been defeated, and the trade routes have been restored to smooth flow. It can be seen that going up, the entire Midgebolton area seems to have returned to its former prosperity. This made many people seem to have forgotten the sense of crisis brought about by the appearance of the Misfortune Star Dragon before, and began to become comfortable and enjoy themselves. And people began to talk about the heroes who hunted the Bane Dragon this time. In addition to the well-known Shanlon, Luodin and Dragon Eyes, Caesar, there was also a hunter team composed of 2 newcomers who also made a splash. One of the people in this team is called Catherine, and the other is called Haitang. Especially the story about Catherine is even more eye-catching. So in the streets and alleys of Midgebolton, such conversations often occur. Have you heard? It is said that the Black Star Dragon was killed by a new female hunter who had been a hunter for less than a year. The man actually split the Black Star Dragon in half with a single blow of his big sword. This power is too great, isn't it? Is it comparable to that of President Roden? That's of course. I heard that when she first came to Major Boltan, she performed in the arena while wielding two swords at the same time. That is indeed a divine power. It seems that we, Major Boltan, are going to have another legendary hunter. But what I heard is that after an Elu Cat crippled the Walk Star Dragon, the woman had the opportunity to use 3 stages of charging to kill the Woe Star Dragon. Some people also put forward different opinions. The rumors must be rumors. They were made up because they were jealous of other people's fame. They actually gave the greatest credit to an Elu Cat. How is it possible that an Elu Cat can cripple the Star Dragon? Don't be kidding. If Elu Cat can cripple the Woe Star Dragon, then I can also hunt the Woe Star Dragon. Ha ha! So in the rebuttal of a group of people, the so-called rumors were quickly drowned out. However, unlike the gossipy discussions in the streets and alleys, the atmosphere among the 5-star hunters who participated in the hunt for the Disaster Dragon was much more serious. This is because not long ago, everyone received a warning from an Elu Cat. Ever since the appearance of the Woe Star Dragon, the ancient dragon species has been affected by the star-like power emitted by the Woe Star Dragon. Although the Woe Star Dragon has been hunted now, the influence of the star-like power cannot be eliminated. At most it is only slightly just delay the awakening process of the ancient dragon species, and buy us some time to prepare. So everyone must not let down their guard just because of the peace and quiet during this period. Meow! All the 5-star hunters who participated in the mission of hunting the Black Star Dragon believed in the warning of this Elu Cat. And he always reminds his colleagues around him to be more vigilant, and seize the time to hone his skills to cope with the upcoming awakening period of the ancient dragon species. In this way, the peaceful days in the Midgebolton area seemed to be uneventful. Except for the businessmen who were still busy making money. More ordinary citizens were living a simple life comfortably, and talking about the heroes who hunted the Bane Dragon. Until one day, a shocking piece of news detonated this quiet city again. Have you heard? The hero named Catherine who hunted the Bane Dragon last time is going to perform in the big arena in the city. What? Is there such a good thing? Is it in the Colosseum? Then we have to go and see. By the way, what kind of monster is she going to perform hunting? It's Dioceratops. One-horned dragon? When they heard the name Dioceratops, everyone around them took a breath of cold air. As citizens of Midgebolton, most people have heard the legend about a village chief who once hunted a horned dragon alone. So most of them also understand that a man who officially became a hunter less than a year ago, what does it mean for a newcomer to have a one-on-one duel with a horned dragon? In this case, it is equivalent to saying that the legendary hunter has been booked. It turned out to be a one-horned dragon. That thing is a 5-star high-level monster, and it is hunted alone. So the difficulty is even higher. It is said that only hunters who can hunt a one-horned dragon alone are qualified to challenge the stronger ancient dragon species. People began to talk. So they ignored the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce's unscrupulous price for tickets to the arena match. Everyone rushed in to buy tickets for the match. Even on the black market, the price of tickets has been as high as 100 gold coins. And some tickets for good seats near the front have been sold for as high as 300 gold coins. But even if this is the case, tickets are still hard to get. Just like that, the day of the game finally arrived. Early in the morning, the stands were packed with people. There were even many people in the aisles with their heads stretched out to watch. This is because the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce even launched a special ticket called Standing Ticket in order to make money. The game finally begins. The person who walked into the arena was a silver-haired girl, wearing a heavy special suit made of male and female fire materials. The sword on her back looked even thicker than an ordinary sword. Following this girl is an Elu Cat with tiger skin patterns. This Elu Cat is wearing a rare suit with purple crystals and carapace, and is carrying a pair of the same on its back. A pair of swords made from raw materials. Oh! As soon as the girl and her Elu Cat entered the stage, the audience immediately became excited. Even before the host of the arena introduced her, people started shouting her name loudly, and could not stop for a long time. Catherine! 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 Catherine also waved politely to the surrounding audience. After all, he was the hunter who killed the Bane Star Dragon. But his equipment was different from others. The equipment of the Elu Cat next to her seems to be very good, but I haven't seen it often. I don't know what kind of monster it is made of. Someone commented. After a while, The cheers of the audience finally stopped. And according to the rules, the competition in the arena was about to begin. At the opposite position where the hunter entered, another metal fence was slowly opened, and a huge monster with a horn on its head appeared inside, which was naturally another heavyweight character in this performance, a horned dragon. Chapter 402 Wenlong's Performance. One-horned dragon is a flying dragon monster that usually lives in desert areas. Although it is a herbivorous monster, it is extremely aggressive. Its characteristics are the solid and beautiful thick shield on the back of the head, and the huge sharp horn on the forehead. Diaceratops belongs to the flying dragon species, but it is better at fighting on the ground than flying. In particular, its charging and ground-driving attacks are its special skills. However, when this one-horned dragon appeared, Wenlong was surprised to find that there was an old horizontal scar on its forehead, although it seemed to have recovered. Judging from the depth of the scar, it left the man with this scar once made a not too shallow incision on the skull of a horned dragon. Is this the trace left behind by the secret technique that the little girl used at that time? Kill the front line? It is indeed amazingly powerful. It can actually leave such a deep scar on the forehead of a horned dragon. Wenlong recalled that he almost died at that time. Wenlong would have been pierced by the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon if Haikang hadn't used this move at the critical moment, hitting the head of the one-horned dragon to the side and avoiding the most dangerous and fatal blow. Wenlong would have been killed, lost his life. Thinking of this, Wenlong also cast a grateful look at Haitang, who was sitting in the auditorium of the arena. Besides, in the auditorium of the arena, not only Haitang, but also several hunters whom Wenlong knew were sitting in the VIP seats near the front. Among them were Shanlon, Luodin, the president of the famous hunter guild in Major Bolton City, and Dragon Eyes, she saw, the leader of Wang Li's hunting group. In addition, there were also people Wenlong met at the meeting before. The village chief of Milad village, Nasika, known as the hero of the dragon tribe, and the hunter with the most senior qualifications in Major Bolton, Grandmaster Ida. These four experts, who can be regarded as the top experts in the entire West Holred region, appeared together in the auditorium of the arena, which naturally increased people's expectations for this competition. At this time, the metal fence in front of the one-horned dragon was finally fully opened. At the same time, the multiple chains that were bound to the one-horned dragon were also opened. You must know that during the period when the one-horned dragon was closed in the cage, the arena staff used a large amount of tranquilizers and 6 chains to barely control this powerful monster. Now that all the restraints had been lifted, the powerful monster finally began to slowly walk into the arena, then looked around, and soon focused on Catherine and Wenlong, who were also in the arena. At this time, the eager eyes of the people in the audience became more and more enthusiastic. Everyone, the Dioceratopsaurus has entered the arena. Let's see how our hero, Miss Catherine, who killed the disaster dragon with her sword, deals with this violent monster. In the stands of the arena, the commentators specially arranged by the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce for this game began to arouse the emotions of the audience in a timely manner. Oh! The crowd began to cheer, although the one-horned dragon had entered the stage and the audience cheered enthusiastically. To everyone's surprise, Catherine did not draw out the sword on her back at this time, but instead made a surprising move. Catherine began to turn around and walk towards the side of the arena, and did not stop until she reached the edge of the arena. And from the beginning to the end, Catherine had no intention of taking out the sword on her back. In other words, Catherine had no intention of fighting. As a result, the cheering venue became silent. People looked at the venue and couldn't figure out what Catherine wanted to do, until someone was surprised to discover a fact. Look! That Elu Cat has pulled out the 2 swords on its back. Is it the Elu Cat who is hunting the one-horned dragon this time? This sentence quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding audience, causing people to shift their attention from Catherine to the Elu Cat in the middle of the arena. Then the actions of these few spectators attracted the attention of more people. Finally, most people began to focus on Wenlong. Suddenly, the audience began to commotion again. What's going on? Is this a big show? You don't do it yourself and let an Elu Cat hunt a horned dragon? Someone asked doubtfully. Hey! We didn't pay a high price to watch a cat show. This is different from what is said in the advertisement. We are going to see the hero who hunted the Woestar dragon. Let us see how the hero who hunted the Woestar dragon hunted. Refund the check. Refund the check. This money is not worth it. But I do think that an Elu Cat that can single-handedly challenge a Diaceratops seems to be rarer and rarer than humans. So there is no problem of not being worth the ticket price. Some people think so. But no matter what the audience said, the game had already begun and could not be easily interrupted. Because the angry Akakosaurus doesn't care whether the person in front of him is a human or an Elu cat. For it has been locked in a cage these days, and its whole body is tied up with special ropes. Making Akaku's long had already accumulated indescribable anger in his heart. Involuntarily, the one-horned dragon rushed towards Wenlong. Humph! Wenlong sneered, and while calmly swallowing the force medicine, the ghost medicine, and the hardening medicine, he also started the state of ghost transformation. It is already a rare sight for an Elu cat to use two swords. At this moment, it has also activated the ghost transformation, which requires a hunter with a certain strength to master, which is even more surprising. At this point, many viewers in the stands changed their views. Many of those who clamored to watch Catherine's performance also became quiet, and began to have some expectations for this unfamiliar Elu cat. Look! This Elu cat is quite impressive. Not only can it use double swords, but it can also turn into a ghost. The really scary thing is his master's financial resources. Even a follower cat can eat various potions as snacks. That's of course. Haven't you seen that the equipment on one Elu cat is worth our entire wealth? It's not surprising that all the force medicine, ghost medicine, hardening medicine, and so on are there. While people were discussing, the one-horned dragon had already approached Wenlong. The sudden attack with one horn could be said to be one of the signature moves of the one-horned dragon. It was very destructive. However, Wenlong only dodged lightly. He easily dodged the impact of the horned dragon. Chapter 403. There is no need for a quick victory. This Elu cat is really fast. Such a fast speed naturally made the eyes of the spectators in the auditorium brighten. Although some people suspected that they did not see clearly because they accidentally blinked, more people still realized that in the competition the Elu cat in the field seemed to be stronger than he thought. Only those hunters with considerable strength could see some clues. Wenlong's calm and composed movements obviously did not exceed their impression of Aluma's strength. After dodging the attack of Ichirodon, Wenlong brushed past Akirosaurus's body. At the same time, Wenlong's two swords were aimed at Akirosaurus's legs, drawing two arcs. Crack! Crack! On the leg of Diceratops, two blood stains appeared instantly. On the first day of the confrontation, Wenlong took advantage and left a wound on Yijilong, which made people even more surprised. However, these people soon discovered that something even more surprising was yet to come. Dictosaurus, whose leg was scratched by Wenlong, immediately wanted to fight back. I saw the horned dragon turning around quickly, using the red sharp horn on his forehead as a weapon, and swept it all the way. The huge power was enough to penetrate Wenlong's body. However, Wenlong's figure disappeared again, just in front of everyone. And when he reappeared, he was already close to the feet of the horned dragon. Here, it is the blind spot of the one-horned dragon's attack, and it will not be hurt by the true red horn of the one-horned dragon. As long as you pay more attention not to be stepped on by the one-horned dragon, then there will be no problem. Therefore, although Wenlong's approach seems dangerous, it is actually the safest way to avoid it. At this time, most people finally realized that their eyes really couldn't keep up with Wenlong's speed. It's too fast. The first time I saw the Elu cat disappear, I thought it was because I blinked accidentally. But now it seems my eyes can't keep up. Someone sighed. But more people didn't even have time to sigh. They just started staring at the center of the arena intently, for fear of missing a wonderful performance. Because if they were not careful, Wenlong would disappear from the field of vision. And they were very worried. It's possible that you missed a great attack. And even those experienced old hunters who managed to catch Wenlong's movements with their sharp eyes would be impressed by Wenlong's rich experience and decision-making ability. So they would understand Wenlong's strength more clearly. At the same time, naturally he dared not lose his mind even more. At this time, the audience in the arena finally forgot that the protagonist of this exhibition match should be Catherine, and began to concentrate on the battle between the Elu cat and the one-horned dragon in front of him. Roar! The attack failed and Ichirodon roared angrily. However, Wenlong did not give Akirosaurus a chance. While approaching Akirosaurus, Wenlong's double swords once again left more scars on Ichirodon's legs. Although the body of the one-horned dragon is extremely strong and has rough skin and thick flesh, it is not easy to cause great damage to it. However, under Wenlong's repeated attacks, the one-horned dragon suddenly lost its footing and, plop! He fell to the ground. In the end, the one-horned dragon is obviously full of flaws. As long as Wenlong is willing, he can attack the many fatal places on the one-horned dragon at any time. Ah! The one-horned dragon fell. And it fell like this. This horned dragon must be too weak. It only took a few blows, and it fell down. I think it's not that the one-horned dragon is weak, but that the Elu Cat is too strong. And have you seen the weapon on this Elu Cat's hand? It is said to be made from the material of the tail crystal scorpion in the land of the rising moon. Of what? Is this the equipment of the tail crystal scorpion? No wonder I don't recognize it. Didn't the tail crystal scorpion disappear decades ago? It is said that it came back because of the influence of the disaster star dragon. People began to talk about it. After all, although Wenlong was very strong and could easily knock down a Kirosaurus to the ground. As an audience, if the game ended too quickly, there would always be a feeling of unfinished business. Wenlong also has a deep understanding of this. No spectator would want the game they spent a lot of money to buy tickets to end in just one round. So, enjoy watching my performance. Meow! It was precisely because of this thought that Wenlong did not choose to directly kill a Kirosaurus. After Wenlong fell to the ground, he immediately circled in front of the dragon, and then aimed the two swords in his hands at the head of the dragon. The ghost is dancing wildly. Meow! In the ghost human state, Wenlong used the Ghostman dance. In an instant, Wenlong's sword light enveloped the head of Jiaolong. The light of the knife flashed, making people dazzled. However, people also noticed that all the sword lights finally pointed to one target, and that was the true red horn on the head of the one-horned dragon. Originally, the red horn on the head of the one-horned dragon can be said to be the symbol of the one-horned dragon. It is not only sharp, but also extremely hard. However, under Wenlong's repeated attacks, not long after, the true red horn of the one-horned dragon actually showed deep cracks. And then the next moment, the so-called symbol of the one-horned dragon was broken into two pieces. The horns were cut off. It's amazing! People cheered. This is because people know that compared to hunting monsters directly, like Wenlong, deliberately damaging certain specific parts of the monster's body while the monster is still alive is a way of being extremely confident in his hunting skills. Because doing so will not endanger the monster's life, but it will greatly anger the monster and put you into a more dangerous situation. Ho ho ho! Sure enough, after the red horn on its head was cut off by Wenlong, the one-horned dragon became angrier and more aggressive. The one-horned dragon roared so wildly that the people in the stands couldn't help but cover their ears. However, Wenlong seemed to have no reaction. What's going on? Isn't that Elu Cat afraid of the dragon's roar? Didn't you notice? That Elu Cat seems to have some earplugs stuck in its ears, which has the effect of reducing the dragon's roar. Just like what people said, Wenlong put on himself a gel plug made by himself, which reduced the threat of the dragon's roar, coupled with Wenlong's firm willpower. And after his eardrum was shocked and ruptured once, because it became stronger after being repaired, Wenlong persisted without changing his expression when facing the roar of the one-horned dragon. Chapter 40 for the round cut of Dioceratopsalis. Seeing that Wenlong was not affected by his dragon's roar, the one-horned dragon began to rush in crazily, and then waved its half-remaining sharp horn. The speed was so fast, and the attack was so fierce that it had never been seen before. Wenlong knew that the red horn of the one-horned dragon was a symbol of the one-horned dragon's pride. Now cutting off the sharp horn would mean the greatest insult to the one-horned dragon. Therefore, the entire one-horned dragon fell into a crazy situation. In this case, whether it was charging or swinging, the speed of the horned dragon was at least twice as fast as before. As expected, I became crazier after I cut off my horn. But that's the only way it's interesting. Naya! However, Wenlong didn't seem to care at all, but continued to retreat. Even in the process of retreating, Wenlong still didn't forget to swing out several knives with his backhand when he had the opportunity, adding several new knives to the body of the one-horned dragon. Mark. The result was that several times Wenlong passed by the severed horn of the one-horned dragon, but it did not injure the one-horned dragon at all. It's amazing that Elu Cat can even evade this. However, it also has the advantage of being small, light in weight, and flexible in steering, so it is not easily attacked. If it were a human, it would have been torn to pieces. Of course, some people said this with a sour grape mentality. However, the vast majority of the audience still made a sound of exclamation. Those who had been clamoring to watch Catherine's game had mostly forgotten about it, and were completely fascinated by it. Roar! The continuous attacks failed to hit the opponent. The one-horned dragon roared again, and then its body turned 180 degrees from left to right. The entire wings and half of the sharp horns instantly drew a big circle around the one-horned dragon. Semicircle. The power was so great that the surrounding sand and soil were blown away by the airflow disturbed by the one-horned dragon. Wenlong knew that even if he was touched by the wings of a horned dragon within a semicircle, he would be seriously injured. After all, one-horned dragon has a very powerful athletic ability. If flight is not considered and only the combat effectiveness on the ground is considered, monsters like male and female fire dragons will be far from the opponents of one-horned dragon. Faced with such an attack, even Wenlong had to retreat. However, Wenlong had just taken a few steps back when the horned dragon attacked again from the other side. After taking a step forward, the one-horned dragon drew another semicircle from right to left. 2 semicircles, one on the left and one on the right, completely blocked Wenlong's escape route. Not only that, the speed of the crazy one-horned dragon was also extremely fast. After 2 attacks, its body also quickly approached Wenlong. And judging from the scene, the retreating speed of Wenlong is obviously not as fast as the forward speed of Icerosaurus. In other words, if Wenlong retreats blindly, it will undoubtedly be hit by Icerosaurus. Ah! People screamed in worry, especially some old hunters, who reacted even more intensely. Because as a knowledgeable old hunter, he has a better understanding of the one-horned dragon's move, and also understands the danger of Wenlong's situation at this time. Old hunters know that this trick of Diceratops has a special name called circle cut, especially if it is attacked by the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon at this time. Even if it is only half of it, it will be enough to instantly pierce Wenlong's body and throw it into the sky. It seemed that Wenlong had nowhere to hide. However, as if he wanted to taunt the one-horned dragon after careful calculation, Wenlong's body made a difficult tilt back, so that his body was just out of the attack range of the one-horned dragon. In this way, the broken horn of the one-horned dragon just happened to brush in front of Wenlong's cheek, but it did not hurt Wenlong. Then Wenlong made an even bolder move. I saw Wenlong, after dodging the broken horn of the one-horned dragon, suddenly turned around and kicked one side of the horned dragon. Although this kick would not cause any harm to the horned dragon, but with the help of this kick, with the reaction force of the kick, Wenlong's body also quickly retreated, immediately widening the distance between him and the one-horned dragon. The distance between the 2 sides has increased, which means that the 2 attacks of the one-horned dragon have completely lost their effect. It also means that Wenlong is temporarily safe. At this time, the audience in the stands also breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! If the red horn of the one-horned dragon hadn't been broken, it should have been pierced in. Right, someone said after seeing this thrilling scene. Because on the surface, this is indeed the case. Wenlong let the half-pointed horn of the one-horned dragon rub his body with a slight difference. If the sharp horn was not broken and was longer, then Wenlong's body would be pierced by the sharp horn of the one-horned dragon. This has led some people to believe that Wenlong's move to avoid the one-horned dragon had a certain amount of luck involved. That's not the case. The little girl thinks that Mr. Wenlong has already calculated it. If you don't believe it, just keep looking. Such coincidences and good luck will appear several times. If coincidences and luck can appear one after another, then it cannot let's call it coincidence and luck. It can only be called technology. At this time, Nausicaa, who was sitting in the VIP seat, suddenly explained, "Oh, that's it. Thank you, Sister Nausicaa, for your explanation. We ordinary people can't really see it." Nashi, who was discovered to be the hero of the dragon tribe and officially became the mayor of Milad village not long ago, while Ka was explaining to himself. The man who just thought Wenlong had escaped by luck could only smile sheepishly. And then, he was too embarrassed to speak anymore. At this time in the arena, after a fight, Wenlong and Iceratops had opened a considerable distance, but Icerosaurus did not catch up immediately. However, at this moment, the one-horned dragon lowered its head and began to dig into the sand in the arena. In order to make the game match the wild hunting environment as much as possible, the arena was also paved with a thick enough layer of fine sand, which gave the one-horned dragon the opportunity to use all its tricks, which naturally includes the underground. It is currently using advance. Ah, you are so big when you burrow in, and you can burrow into the ground so fast. Seeing the Diceratops digging into the fine sand and quickly diving underground made the people around them feel their hearts in their throats again. However, Wenlong still looked like he didn't care at all. Instead, his palm passed over the edge of the pocket. At some point, a gray sphere appeared on Wenlong's palm. Here it comes! Meow! At this moment, the one-horned dragon also quickly approached Wenlong. When the already huge one-horned dragon moves in the sand, sand will be thrown up from the ground, which allows Wenlong to easily grasp the movements of the one-horned dragon. However, the one-horned dragon at this time was not an ordinary one-horned dragon, but one that had gone crazy and was ready to vent all its anger on Wenlong. This makes this one-horned dragon move twice as fast underground as usual. Chapter 405 Accurate Calculation. The one-horned dragon was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the one-horned dragon had quickly approached Wenlong from the sand. But Wenlong just calmly threw the great ball in his hand. Zheng! It is the sound of an instant burst of high-frequency sound waves. This sound has little impact on humans and Elu cats. But for a Diceratops, who often lurks underground and has abnormal hearing, it is enough to produce a crazy and exciting sound. Roar! The one-horned dragon was shaken to the ground. But Wenlong seemed to have anticipated the outcome. While throwing the great ball, his body moved quickly, and he was behind the one-horned dragon in just an instant. Just when the one-horned dragon was still under the shock of the high-frequency detonation and was a little confused about the situation, Wenlong's double sword slashed down at an extremely fast speed again. Crack! Click! Click! This time Wenlong's target is the tail of Icerosaurus. The flailing double knives continuously cut through the scales of the one-horned dragon, and then cut open the muscles of the one-horned dragon, bringing out clouds of blood mist. Even the one-horned dragon's tail with strong scales couldn't withstand Wenlong's repeated attacks. When the one-horned dragon came to his senses and felt unbearable pain coming from behind, when he was about to attack Wenlong with a flick of his tail, he found that tail has already separated from his body. Of course, the only half of the tail could not be used as a weapon to attack Wenlong. After cutting off the tail of the one-horned dragon, Wenlong easily jumped back and easily dodged the tail-flicking attack of the one-horned dragon. The tail is docked. Just now the horns were broken, and now the tail is docked again. It's so strong. It seems like every move of the one-horned dragon is expected by him. The audience screamed again. It was already an amazing performance that Wenlong broke the horns of the one-horned dragon. Now he specially cut off the tail of the one-horned dragon. This feels like completely cutting off the horns of the one-horned dragon. It's in the palm of your hand. Ho! Roar! Roar! The severe pain made Diceratops wake up. This time, the one-horned dragon began to turn sideways, and then slammed into Wenlong with its body. This move is called Dragon Collision. It is a move that relies entirely on strength to strike with the side of the body. Although this move does not use the sharp horns of the one-horned dragon, the strength alone is enough to defeat the general. Wenlong's bones were shattered. A shocking attack. The huge body of the one-horned dragon is in sharp contrast with the tiny body of Wenlong. It seems that as long as the one-horned dragon falls down, it can crush Wenlong. However, Wenlong did not dodge this time. Wenlong just thrust the two double knives in his hands towards the huge body of the one-horned dragon. From a distance, it looked like Wenlong was preparing to support the body of the one-horned dragon with his double swords. Crazy! Completely crazy! What's the use of stabbing a horned dragon with two swords at this time? You should obviously avoid it first. This time, not only ordinary viewers, but also experienced hunters with 5-star hunter qualifications thought Wenlong was crazy. This is because everyone understands the truth. That is, compared with Diceratops, Wenlong's body is vulnerable. Icerosaurus is a huge flying dragon species, with a body weight of more than 20 tons. If coupled with the impact force of the dragon collision, even if Wenlong wears armor with excellent defensive capabilities, it will inevitably be severely damaged. It is even possible that he will lose his fighting power and be overturned by the one-horned dragon. In comparison, the two double knives in Wenlong's hands were so small. Although they were sharper, they could only make 2 more cuts on Yijilong's body. For this huge monster, even if its tail, which is thicker than Wenlong's body, is broken, it will not be fatal. And so many wounds of this degree are naturally not a big deal. Because of this, almost everyone thinks that Wenlong is crazy. Because no matter how you look at it, this is an extremely uneconomical exchange for Wenlong. However, there are still a few people who don't think so. The reactions of the 4 people at the VIP table were obviously different from the others. Grandmaster Date's half-closed eyes opened slightly. Shalon Luodin couldn't help laughing. And, Dragon Eyes, Caesar still remained. It was a poker face that seemed to have no change in expression, while Nausicaa showed a relieved smile. The next moment, the battle between Wenlong and Ichthyosaurus was decided. The moment the menacing one-horned dragon hit Wenlong with its side, it hit the 2 double knives stabbed by Wenlong. Then the body of the one-horned dragon seemed to suddenly lose its strength and fell to the ground instantly. The one-horned dragon fell at Wenlong's feet like this. The impact force that originally rushed towards Wenlong turned into the momentum of hitting the ground, making a big hole in the ground. And the one-horned dragon fell down like this. In the pit, the body was twitching like a cramp. Here! What's going on? Why did the Diceratops suddenly fall down? Some people were puzzled. We must have reached the critical point of our savings. Even I have forgotten about this. At this time, an old hunter with gray hair and beard explained. You only know that the double swords in the hands of Elu Cat are not ordinary weapons. But little did they know that these swords were forged from the materials of the monster tail crystal scorpion that wreaked havoc in the land of the rising moon decades ago. Then, what does this have to do with anything? The man still didn't understand. Humph! Don't you understand? The double swords made from the material of the tail crystal scorpion have extremely strong paralysis properties. In other words, when this Elu Cat attacks, it will not even absorb the paralysis toxin left in the body of the unicorn dragon. After calculation, I knew when the amount of these paralyzing toxins would exceed the critical point that the one-horned dragon could withstand. So I stood so confidently without dodging, and just used my two swords to meet the collision of the one-horned dragon. It turns out that such a thing can be calculated so accurately. This requires someone who is familiar with the endurance of the one-horned dragon and the two swords in his hands to do it. Like this confused man, most people were stunned for a moment before finally reacting. When they reacted, they found that Wenlong was missing again. Just use this trick to make a knot. My secret. And travel across the world. Meow! Wenlong roared, and his body speed began to accelerate to the limit. So when people in the audience saw Wenlong again, they had strange illusions. Because the speed was so fast, several afterimages of Wenlong appeared in the arena. These afterimages appeared in different directions of the body of the one-horned dragon, and with movements that could not be captured by the human eye. They slashed the two swords in their hands towards the one-horned dragon that was already paralyzed and unable to resist. Chapter 406 The Hero's Speech. Countless sword lights instantly appeared around the body of the one-horned dragon. But the one-horned dragon could not move at all due to the effect of the paralyzing reading, and could only let Wenlong slaughter it. The dazzling sword light enveloped the body of the horned dragon, causing constant damage to the body of the horned dragon, cut open the skin and carapace of the one-horned dragon, and bring out patches of blood mist. Roar dash! In this case, even a powerful one-horned dragon could only roar in despair. Then, after its horns and tail were cut off, the giant beast finally fell down because of too many wounds on its body. Who done? Call it a day. Meow! The moment when Yijialong fell. That is, the moment when Wenlong put the two swords back into their scabbards. At the end of mystery, across the 4 seas, Wenlong happened to have his back turned to the fallen one. The one-horned dragon stopped, lowered his head slightly, crossed his hands on his chest. Feeling this exciting moment, it feels pretty good to be under the spotlight. Naya! However, at this time, there was silence in the arena, because at first people had not realized how such a powerful one-horned dragon could fall down like this. Although Wenlong's attack was very fast, and left countless wounds on the body of the one-horned dragon with a dazzling force. The one-horned dragon was a huge and powerful monster after all, and should not be killed so easily. Therefore, in the first few seconds, people were just waiting for this giant beast in the desert to stand up again, and then fight Wenlong for several more rounds. However, when a few seconds passed, when the one-horned dragon still fell to the ground and remained motionless, people realized that it was impossible for this powerful one-horned dragon to stand up again. Oh! Finally, thunderous applause erupted in the arena, resounding throughout the sky. Humph! These people are so slow to react. They were stunned for so long. Only now do they think of applauding. Mr. Loser, I have been thinking all night about what kind of posture would be more handsome after victory. Meow. Putting on the posture that he thought was the most handsome. Wenlong thought proudly. Dear viewers, this is the winner. At this time, the commentator of the game was also ready to announce Wenlong's victory loudly. But when the words came to his lips, he couldn't remember Wenlong's name. Oops. The contestant at the beginning was Catherine. All the commentary is about her. I haven't really investigated the name of her Elu Cat. At this time, the commentator said I remembered that I had never researched the information about this Elu Cat with tiger skin patterns before. Fortunately, the audience was still applauding at this time, and no one paid attention to the embarrassment of the game commentator. So taking advantage of this gap, the game commentator immediately came to Nausicaa, who was closest to him, and whispered asked, Miss Nausicaa, do you know what the name of this Elu Cat is? Ah, It's Mr. Commentator. He is Mr. Wenlong. But he is the newcomer that the little girl is most optimistic about right now. Nausicaa replied slowly. Ah, I understand. Thank you very much. After getting the answer from Nausicaa, the commentator finally announced loudly. Dear viewers, the final winner of this competition is Elu Cat, Mr. Wenlong. The applause lasted for a long time, and finally calmed down after a while. Although it's exciting, this is completely one-sided abuse. Someone in the audience couldn't help but sigh. The problem is, he's just an Elu Cat. There's a kind of Elu Cat called someone else's Elu Cat. It would be great if my Elu Cat could be as strong as that. Don't talk about your Elu Cat. Even if you are included in the package, you won't be able to compare with others. Although the game is over, people are still talking about it. At this time, Catherine left the sidelines and walked to the center of the arena to stand with Wenlong. In an instant, the arena fell silent. People are reminded of their original doubts. Why the hero who hunted the dragon of disaster has to stand on the sidelines all the time? Is it because he looks down on the audience and doesn't bother to hold exhibition matches? Or is there some other reason? So everyone fell silent and prepared to hear what Catherine had to say. As expected, Catherine spoke. First of all, thank you for coming to watch this hunt. I think you must not know why I don't want to appear. Right. Actually, this is something that has been decided from the beginning. It's not that I don't want to perform for everyone, or that I'm trying to be a big name. It's just because I want everyone to see the most exciting hunting. Catherine paused, then continued. Yes, this is the most exciting hunting. In terms of strength, Mr. Cat is much stronger than me. If it were me, I would be in a very awkward situation if I faced the Diceratops alone. Right. It's even more impossible to hunt a Monoceratops without getting hurt like Mr. Cat did. At this time, the audience began to commotion. What? This Elu Cat is stronger than the hero who hunted the Bane Star Dragon? Is that rumor true? Someone said. What rumors? Someone immediately asked. I heard someone say that the Disaster Star Dragon was crippled by an Elu Cat and then killed by Miss Catherine. Ah, I think I've heard this rumor too. I couldn't believe it at first. It turns out to be true. This woman is so lucky to get such a powerful Elu Cat as her follower cat. People talked for a while, and soon became quiet again. At this time, Catherine continued. Oh, by the way, one more thing you may have misunderstood is that Mr. Cat is not my pet. Mr. Cat, he is actually my master. Yes, you heard it right. Mr. Cat is my master. Oh, it has been less than a year since I became a hunter. At the beginning, I was not a new person at all. I also made a lot of jokes while hunting, such as seeing a big wild boar charging towards me. I was so scared that I covered my eyes and so on. Now that I think about it, I think it's ridiculous too. So, in the past half a year, it was Mr. Cat who taught me how to hunt bit by bit and got me to where I am today. And in order to teach me, although Mr. Cat is usually very strict, but I know that he is also very gentle at heart, especially in this mission to hunt the Woestar Dragon. Mr. Cat alone defeated the Dragon Man who controlled the monster, and helped us get rid of the pursuit of the male and female fire dragons. Then again, when hunting the Woestar Dragon, he has made the greatest contribution. Therefore, for me, Mr. Cat is the person who deserves my respect the most. Chapter 407, Undercurrent. Having said this, Catherine picked up Wenlong. Please don't call me the hero who hunts the Bane Dragon in the future. If you still use this title, please call me Mr. Cat. Catherine announced loudly. Oh! The crowd burst into cheers again. Not only that, people who were sitting in the seats also stood up and applauded to show their respect. This is the first time that the major Bowl 10 arena has burst into such warm applause twice in succession for an Elu Cat. Mr. Cat, what did I say just now? Are you satisfied? Catherine asked softly in Wenlong's ear. Humph. It's okay. Although it didn't fully demonstrate my wisdom and martial prowess. It's pretty good for your level. Meow, Wenlong said, while Wenlong and Catherine were talking. The four people at the VIP table who rarely interacted with each other also started talking. We have two such powerful hunters in Milad village. The little girl is really happy. At this time, Nausicaa, who was sitting in the VIP seat, said happily, Ha. Nausicaa, what you are saying is that if you add that little sweetheart named Hai Tang, the three of them will be the future stars of our major Bowl 10 Hunter Guild. If there is such a newcomer, I will feel relieved. That's a lot ha. After hearing what Nausicaa said, Shanlan Rodin smiled happily. But it seems that your previous proposal was rejected by him. At this time, Long Tong Shisa said, "Ah, that's true." Shanlan Luodin also said in a rare serious tone, "This Elu Cat doesn't seem to be willing to hunt as an official hunter. In this case, I want to control him through the guild's regulations. If he doesn't, he might cause big trouble in the future. I just hope he doesn't fall to the poisonous beak side in the future." Through the competition, Shanlan Luodin finally understood what Wenlong meant. Although Wenlong accepted the task of hunting a horned dragon, he still deliberately participated in the competition as Catherine's follower cat instead of participating in the hunting of a horned dragon alone as the first Elu Cat hunter in history. Exhibition match. So it was obvious that Wenlong was not ready to accept Shanlan Rodin's proposal to give Wenlong his official status as a hunter. "Humph. As long as you're strong enough, it'll be fine. You don't have to think about identity. And this Elu Cat is very smart. He must have seen through your stupid idea a long time ago," Longtong Zaisalung said coldly. "Sweetheart Caesar, you are going too far to say that. I think this Elu Cat is unwilling to be separated from Sweetheart Catherine. It is because it cares too much about the bond between the hunter and Elu Cat. So it is unwilling to do so. Become an official hunter. Humph. Who could be as naive as you?" Longtong Shisa continued to mock. "I think this is the correct explanation. After all, even hunters in the same team will eventually go their separate ways due to various things as time goes by. On the contrary, most Elu Cats can always stay with them. At the hunter's side." Shanlan Luodin was not angry at Longtong Shisa's ridicule, but said slowly. This time, Caesar did not refute, but remained silent, and the atmosphere between the two suddenly fell silent. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Rodin's laughter broke the silence. "Sweetheart Caesar, are you recalling the green years with me? Normal. Back then, I thought we could be together like this. Let's keep hunting together in the name of the Dragon Nightmare 4 team." Longtong Zaisa still said nothing, so Shanlan Luodin continued. "Hey, don't think that with a poker face. I can't see what you are thinking. After so many years, even he doesn't want to see us acting straight. Are you showing off your face?" "Humph." Longtong Shisa snorted coldly, and then stood up. "Anyway, I have seen everything I want to see this time. I still have important things to do, and I don't have time to waste time here with you. Farewell." After saying that, Dragon Eyes, Shisa said goodbye to the two dragon tribesmen, Grandmaster Date and Nasica, before leaving his seat and walking along the VIP aisle towards the outside of the venue. "Oh, it's true that Shisa still has this arrogant temper after all these years." Shanlan Luodin also sighed and then said, "President Luodin, don't you still have this temper after all these years?" At this time, Nasica lost no time in saying to Shanlan Luodin, "Ha ha, that's true." Shanlan Rodin scratched his head and then said, "On the contrary, Nasica, your character has become a lot more mature. It's not like before at all, but you still look so young. Unlike the rest of us." "Oops. Nasica, why are you stepping on my feet?" "Oh ha ha. The little lady has always been very young." "Oh, by the way, the little lady also remembered that she still had important things to do, so she took her leave first. Then, President Rodin and Senior Ida, we will see you next time, Sai." After saying that, Nasica also left the arena with light steps. Another one left." Shanlan Luodin looked at Grandmaster Ida again and found that Grandmaster Ida had also stood up. "Rodin, you have to train the newcomers well this time. I'm afraid you will have to rely on them to deal with the resurrection of the ancient dragon species in the near future." Grandmaster Date said to Shanlan Rodin sincerely. "Understood. I will do it." Shanlan Luodin nodded and said in a very respectful tone, "Yes." Grandmaster Date also nodded, then used his hand to support the bamboo hat he was wearing, and said, "Recently, there has been news from Donnarumma about the identification of the horn flute fragments we sent last time. The report has come out, and it has been confirmed that it is an ancient relic among the ancient ruins. The repair and restoration of the horn flute is also in progress." "Really? That's great. If the copying is successful, we can also control the monsters. Then humans will probably not be attacked by monsters again in the future?" Shanlan Luodin said happily. "I hope there's another thing. That is, I have to leave Midge Bolton for a while recently." "Huh?" Shanlan Luodin was stunned for a moment. since it is confirmed that he is a member of the poisonous beak based on the relics on the body of the dead dragon tribe. Then it is natural to investigate the news about the poisonous beak. After all, it is the dragon that caused the commotion of the Calamity Star Dragon this time. Human race, I definitely cannot sit idly by and ignore it. Grandmaster Date said slowly. Chapter 408 New Plan. When the applause in the arena gradually subsided, it was finally the last stage. Since hunting a one-horned dragon alone is called a hero's trial, after a successful hunt, the hunter will naturally receive the title of hero. So, Shanlan. Roden stood up, and then under the gaze of the president of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild, the entire arena fell silent, because people know that this is Shanlan. Roden, who has something to say. Everyone. We saw an extremely exciting game today. Mr. Wenlong successfully hunted a horned dragon with his bravery and outstanding skills. Therefore, as the president of the Major Bolt 10 Hunter Guild, I will officially give him the title of hero. The applause rang out for the third time. In the arena, people started shouting, Hero! 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 Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I still have something to say. At this time, Shanlan Luodin made a stop gesture, asking the audience to be quiet for a moment. According to Shanlan Luodin's request, the arena quickly became quiet. Everyone, Mr. Wenlong is not the only hero here. I would like to take this opportunity to commend two young people who have made outstanding contributions to hunting the Bane Dragon. Without them, we, Major Boltan, would probably now we are still under the threat of the Black Star Dragon. They are Miss Catherine and Miss Hai Tang. Because of the outstanding contributions of Miss Catherine and Miss Hai Tang, I am now going to take this opportunity to grant them the 5-star high-level hunter badges. Oh. The crowd cheered excitedly again, as if they were in a carnival. Where's the 5-star high-level hunter badge? Catherine was almost speechless with excitement. Originally, before hunting the Woe-Star Dragon, because they did not have time to take on the promotion mission, Catherine and Hai Tang participated in the mission of hunting the Woe-Star Dragon as 4-star high-level hunters. However, they did not expect that after the mission was over, Shanlan Roden, the president of the Major Bolt and Hunter Guild, personally announced that he would be awarded the 5-star high-level hunter badge. This is undoubtedly a great honor for hunters. Not to mention that the 5-star high-level hunter, which is second only to the legendary hunter, is a symbol of status. Just jumping from the 4-star high-level to the 5-star high-level hunter is enough to become Major Boltan in record time. This was the first time in the region's history, and it was even more incredible that two people jumped from 4-star high-level to 5-star high-level at the same time. Afterwards, Hai Tang also jumped from the audience, jumped into the arena, and then together with Catherine received the 5-star high-level hunter badge awarded by Shanlan Roden, and expressed his gratitude. But when it was Wenlong's turn, there was nothing. Hey, old man, where is my hero badge? Meow? Wenlong asked. There is no such thing. Shanlan Luodin spread his hands and said, the title you received as a hero is just a title. Huh? Stingy. Such a big guild doesn't even have souvenirs. Meow. Who told you? This Elu Cat. Not to become a hunter in our guild? Shanlan Luodin said unceremoniously. Although Wenlong complained about quarreling with Shanlan Luodin, the audience in the auditorium could not hear the conversation between Wenlong and Shanlan Luodin. Therefore, in the eyes of the audience, the conversation between the two just seemed more like Shanlan Luodin was encouraging Wenlong as an elder. Then the applause rang out for the fourth time, and the cheers of heroes continued until Wenlong and others left the arena. The exciting game passed quickly, but the impact of this game lasted for a long time. After all, ever since he hunted a horned dragon alone and without injury in the Colosseum, Wenlong had become famous throughout the entire Midbolton. At first, Wenlong enjoyed this kind of treatment. After all, as a famous yellow cat, now when walking on the street, people would come up and ask for autographs. When going to restaurants to eat, there are often restaurant owners who are willing to waive the order, and also many people cast envious glances at Wenlong. But after a few days of freshness, Wenlong became a little tired of this kind of life. So one morning, while having breakfast with Catherine and Hai Tang in the villa outside Major Boltan, Wenlong said somewhat depressedly, Oh meow! Now whenever I go out, people will come around me. It's a bit troublesome to have people watching me when I'm having a meal. What should we do? Will we have to put on makeup when we go out in the future? Catherine asked. Humph. That kind of sneaky behavior is not in line with my uncle's style. Wenlong touched his beard, and then said, "There happens to be some things to do. So let's leave Midge Bolton for a while. When this trend passes, there won't be so many people following us. Meow. Hey, are you going on a long trip?" Catherine said in surprise. Wenlong and Catherine had not traveled far for almost a month since they last hunted the Bane Star Dragon. In addition to the injury that caused Wenlong to rest at home for a long time. Another reason is that with the cooperation of the Hunters Guild and the Wanli hunting group, almost all the monsters near Major Bolton have been eliminated. For the time being, there are no hunting missions that Wenlong likes. Well, anyway, we spent so much effort to kill the Bane Star Dragon, so the awakening of the ancient dragon species should be delayed for a while. In this case, we should still have some time to relax. Meow, Wenlong said. But is this really good? Not hunting, but relaxing or something, Catherine said uneasily. Idiot! Humans are not machines. They can't stay in a state of tension all the time. Haven't you heard a saying? The way of civil and military affairs is relaxed. Meow! Mr. Cat, what's Shang? She? Catherine obviously didn't understand the idioms Wenlong said. I don't understand this. It means you should relax when you should relax. And even though I say I want to relax, it's not just to have fun. I have something very important to do. Meow. Oh, so that's it. Mr. Cat is very considerate. Catherine suddenly realized. Humph. Of course. Wenlong then said to Haitang. So, little girl, what do you think? Meow? It's okay for Haitang. Wherever Mr. Cat and Sister Catherine go, Haitang will follow them. Haitang said. Chapter 409 Returning Home in Glory. The place we go to this time may be far away. Don't you have to accompany your father? Although Haitang said that he was willing to go far away with Wenlong, Wenlong still asked again. It's okay, Haitang said gratefully. Thanks to Mr. Cat. Haitang's father is in a much better mood now and doesn't drink much. So Haitang has nothing to worry about. The reason why Haitang said this was because Wenlong used his relationship as a celebrity in Major Bolton to help Haitang's disabled father, who drank all day long, arrange a job. The job that Wenlong arranged for Haitang's father was actually to be an arena game commentator at the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce Arena. In Wenlong's view, this position can not only maximize Haitang's father's rich experience as a hunter, but also pay well. It is a position that is very suitable for Haitang's father. After all, the last time Wenlong hunted a horned dragon alone in the arena, the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce replaced the unprofessional commentator. Therefore, Wenlong took the opportunity to recommend Haitang's father as a new narrator. Facts have also proved that Wenlong's vision is still very unique. Haitang's father, as a former 5-star hunter, although he was a little rusty at the beginning when explaining, but with his unique understanding of hunting, he was able to comment on the competition. He could always express some professional and sharp insights. So he quickly received praise from many audiences. Therefore, after finding a new place for himself, Haitang's father's mental state also improved a lot, and his original self-destruction gradually improved. It was this incident that made Haitang even more grateful to Wenlong. Of course Wenlong understood this. So after receiving Haitang's confirmation reply, Wenlong nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, Okay then, let's pack our bags and prepare to set off. But before that, we still need to say goodbye to some old friends. Meow! So, following Wenlong's instructions, Catherine and Haitang quickly packed their luggage for the trip. Then early the next morning, before dawn, Wenlong and others boarded the hot air balloon heading to Milad village. This is the first step of Wenlong's plan. After all, Wenlong has not returned to Milad village for a long time. Wenlong also wants to get together with Dahui and Xiaohui who run the farm. In addition, Wenlong I also want to visit Montenegro. And by the way, I also want to see White Hair, who is currently imprisoned by the Black Cat tribe in the West Melon Mountains. Of course, Wenlong didn't decide to go see Bai Mao because he wanted to see him. It was just that Wenlong remembered the small piece of Xiaolong's skin he had gotten. Wenlong had never known the use of that small piece of Xiaolong's skin. So Wenlong was also a little concerned about why Bai Mao wanted to get such a thing, and even started a war between the Black Cat clan and the White Cat clan. In this way, by the time the hot air balloon arrived at Milad village, it was already the next morning. Although it is also an aircraft, in terms of flight speed, this ordinary hot air balloon is still much slower than the guild's airship. But even so, it was still much faster than when Wenlong escorted the caravan before. After getting off the hot air balloon, Wenlong took Catherine and Haitang with him. taking the novel specialties brought back from big cities like MHOL and distributed them to the villagers living in MHOL village and the people who protect the village. Hunters. And when Wenlong and others walked into the Hunter Guild's office in MHOL village, they saw Sasha again, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. Welcome? Why is it you? When Sasha saw Wenlong and Catherine, her eyes widened. Didn't you already become 5-star hunters in Major Boltan? I heard that you are now in Major Boltan. You are very famous. Why are you back? A 5-star hunter or something. It's just thanks to President Roden that he can respect it. After hearing what Sasha said, Catherine said with some embarrassment. Ha. It turns out you also know about my heroic deeds in Bolton. Meow. Wenlong said proudly. My uncle came back this time to bring some to everyone in Milad village. After all, this uncle also went out to Milad village. So this is probably a return to hometown in glory. Meow. Oh, is it also for me? Sasha asked in surprise. Of course. Take it. I'm going to reward you with this. Meow. At the moment of the move, Wenlong handed Sasha a pink pearl necklace. The pearls inside are each as big as the nail of a human thumb. Even if they are far from comparable to the top-quality black pearls and gold pearls in the Daimyo Shield crab and Shogun Kama crab, they are definitely considered good treasures. But for Wenlong, who now has both fame and fortune, this expense is nothing. Of course, Sasha was very happy to receive such a valuable gift, and she kept thanking Wenlong. Thank you so much. You gave me such an expensive gift. Let me just say that when I first saw you, I knew you were different, and you would definitely succeed in the future. Wenlong didn't care about Sasha's thanks. He just said that you were welcome, and left the Hunter Guild's office in Milad village. Okay. All the gifts to the villagers have been distributed. It's time for us to meet Da Hui and Xiao Hui. Meow. So Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang. Big Gray and Little Gray. Catherine also thought of these two gray Elu cats. I haven't seen them for a long time. If they hadn't been fortunate enough to run the farm and provide us with hunting props, with the endless supply of materials, I'm afraid our hunting won't go so smoothly. That's true. So I have to reward them well this time. Meow. Wenlong said. So Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang were on the road again. And this time Wenlong and others were going to a farm that Wenlong and Catherine had cultivated in the West Maluan Mountains. In this way, they walked along the Zamilan Mountain Road again. In the afternoon, Wenlong and others finally saw the cave where they once lived and the farm that they had cultivated with their own hands together with Big Hui and Xiao Hui. It's really good. It seems that Big Hui and Little Hui really didn't disappoint us. Meow. Wenlong said in surprise as soon as he walked into the farm. This is because they have not been back for several months. Both Wenlong and Catherine discovered that the farm has undergone considerable changes. Chapter 4:10 Generous Rewards. A large area of farmland has been reclaimed near the river beach. The area alone is at least twice as large as before. It is filled with various herbs and fruits, which are all necessary for Wenlong to mix potions and props. There was even a small pier built by the river, with some fishing equipment and a large fishing net on it. It can be seen that during Wenlong's absence, Da Hui and Xiao Hui had already begun to catch fish in the river. Looking further up the mountain, Wenlong found that in addition to the cave where he had lived before, there was also an artificial cave dug on the other side of the mountain. It was obviously used for mining ores. Needless to say, Wenlong could also imagine that the weapon Jade received before should have come from this cave. In addition, there are more beehives and large flower fields than before, more mushroom farms, and more sarongs for collecting insects, all showing a more prosperous scene than before. Seeing this, Wenlong was naturally very pleased. As he continued to walk forward, the surrounding scenery became more and more familiar. Just halfway through the journey, Wenlong saw two long-lost figures working in the fields. At the same time, these two long-lost figures also noticed when it comes to Wenlong and others. Ah! The hero is back! The hero is back! Meow! From a distance, Da Hui and Xiao Hui recognized Wenlong and the others, and then excitedly greeted them. The voices of Big Hui and Xiao Hui also alerted the other Elu cats employed in the farm. So more Elu cats, including Big Hui and Xiao Hui, gathered around. Lord Hero, Miss Catherine, and who is this? Big Hui and Xiao Hui asked curiously because they had never seen Haitang before. Ah, her name is Haitang. She is my uncle's friend that I met in Major Bolton. Meow. Wenlong introduced. He's the hero's partner. That's amazing. Meow. said Big Hui.
He is the hero's partner. He must be a great hero too. Meow,
Xiao Hui also said. Hai Tang felt a little embarrassed when she was told this, and immediately responded politely.
Hello. It's our first time meeting you. You're welcome. You are the hero's partner. That is, our partner. Come with us. Meow.
Big Hui and Xiao Hui said enthusiastically. So Big Hui and Xiao Hui led the way, and surrounded by other Elu cats working on the farm. Wenlong and his party returned to the cave they had left before. After entering the cave, Wenlong was surprised to find that he had been out for such a long time, and the cave room where he once lived was still clean, no different from when he left.
Lord Hero and Miss Catherine, you haven't been back for a long time. The layout in this cave is still the same. Meow,
said Big Hui.
Yes, Lord Hero and Miss Catherine. We have been looking forward to your return. I hope you can feel at home as soon as you come back. Meow,
Xiao Hui also said.
Well, you did a good job. I'm really lucky that you still bothered to clean my room during my absence,
Wenlong said gratefully.
but I probably won't do it when I come back this time.
If you stay too long, you may have to leave after one night. So don't worry too much in the future. Meow. The hero will be leaving soon? Can't you stay here for a little longer? Meow.
Not only Big Hui and Xiao Hui, but other L cats also showed surprised expressions.
There's nothing I can do. I'm very busy in order to save the world. Meow.
Wenlong touched his beard and said in a pretentious tone. In fact, in a sense, Wenlong was not pretending, because Wenlong knew that although the misfortune star dragon had been hunted,
when the purple light shone in the sky, the pace of the ancient dragon species awakening was already unstoppable. But now there are not many powerful monsters around Major Boltan, which makes Wenlong temporarily leave Major Boltan to visit other places and hunt new monsters.
Although we know that Lord Hero is very busy, we really can't bear to leave Lord Hero. Meow.
At this time, Big Gray and Little Gray said together,
Don't worry about this. It's not like I won't come back. Uncle,
Wenlong comforted.
On the way back just now, I saw the new fields you have reclaimed and some new facilities you have added. I can see that you are here.
I have worked really hard for a while and done very well. So this time I decided to give you a good reward. Meow. How can that be done? Doing these is our job. Rather, it is our honor to be able to work for you, the hero. How can we ask for payment? Meow.
Big Hui and Xiao Hui quickly declined.
When I left, I said that if you do a good job, I will reward you heavily. Now that you have done a good job, I naturally can't break my promise. If you don't want to, then you will trap me in a situation that does not win the trust of others. The situation is over. Meow.
Wenlong said seriously. When Wenlong said this, De Hui and Xiao Hui naturally did not dare to say anything else. So Wenlong said to Catherine on the side,
Woman, take out all the things we brought this time. Meow.
Okay, Mr. Cat. So Catherine spread out a big package, and what was exposed inside was all the best celery.
This hero. This reward is too valuable. Meow.
The eyes of a group of Elu cats, including De Hui and Xiao Hui, were attracted by those wooden vines. After all, celery is something that all L cats love. In the eyes of L cats, these fruit plants are more precious than anything else. So it is natural that they would attract the attention of all L cats.
This is nothing. These are just part of the rewards. There are more to come.
Although all the L cats, including De Hui and Xiao Hui, were extremely surprised, Wenlong still took out another several bags.
Big Hui and Xiao Hui. These 2 bags are for you. Each contains 100 gold coins.
Wenlong said again,
100 gold coins. Meow.
Big Hui and Little Hui opened the bag excitedly. When they saw the golden flash, they were shocked.
We have never seen so much money in our lives. Meow.
However, after the excitement, De Hui and Xiao Hui soon calmed down again.
Sir Hero, it won't be good if you give us so much money.
Okay, De Hui said.
That's right. Lord Hero, you need money very much at ordinary times. Right? I think it's better for you, Lord Hero, to keep this money for yourself and use it for yourself. Meow.
Xiao Hui also said.
Chapter 411. The new task is a big project.
Don't worry. I have a lot of money. I just went to the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce's auction house some time ago and sold a top-grade gold pearl and a top-grade black pearl. This little money is nothing. In short, you can take the money I give you with confidence. If you follow me and live in poverty, wouldn't you lose my face? So, let's use this money well. Meow.
Wenlong said proudly. Regarding this, Wenlong did not lie. This is because Wenlong has become a celebrity in Major Bolton since he hunted Diceratops alone in the Colosseum. Taking this opportunity, Wenlong naturally became closer to the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce. After all, Wenlong's single-handed hunting of a horned dragon in the Colosseum set a box office record for the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce's Colosseum. The sky-high ticket prices and sales of peripheral products made the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce a huge profit. Therefore, after the exhibition game of hunting a horned dragon, Blackstone Consulting regarded Wenlong as a living god of wealth, and naturally tried every means to curry favor with Wenlong. Therefore, in addition to agreeing to Wenlong's request and arranging a game commentary position for Haitong's father, the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce also actively mobilized the auction houses affiliated with the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce to help Wenlong find buyers for precious materials, various valuables, including the best golden pearl and the best black pearl, did not require Wenlong to work hard on his own. The auction house naturally helped Wenlong find a buyer and gave him an astonishing price. Sky-high price. As for the profits, apart from a small amount of symbolic intermediary fees charged by the Blackstone Chamber of Commerce, most of them still fell into Wenlong's pocket. In addition to the previous cooperation with the Beisi Chamber of Commerce, the first Chamber of Commerce in mainland China, after the threat of the trade route was lifted during this period, it became even busier, which naturally brought more profits to Wenlong. At the same time, Wenlong has established good cooperative relations with the two largest chambers of commerce in mainland China, ranking first and second. Of course, Wenlong will not be short of money. Seeing that Wenlong was so confident, De Hui and Xiao Hui had no choice but to accept the gold coins after thanking him. Next, Wenlong took out more small bags, each containing 50 gold coins, and distributed them to other Elu Cats working on the farm. And after these Elu Cats got the gold coins that they had probably never been able to earn in their previous lives, they couldn't help but dance happily and thanked Wenlong profusely.
Okay, this time the rewards have been distributed, but I am giving you these rewards to make you reach a higher level and work harder for the construction of the farm. Meow.
After the reward was distributed, Wenlong said loudly,
We will definitely not let down the hero. Meow.
All the Elu Cats said together.
Well, then I will assign the next stage of the task. Meow.
After seeing the determination of these Elu Cats, Wenlong said,
You have done a good job in the construction of the farm. But there is one more thing. Things need to be done more carefully by you. Meow. Please do as you please. Meow.
After hearing what Wenlong said, De Hui and Xiao Hui immediately responded.
The thing is like this. Although we have hunted the disaster dragon and the Midbolton area has temporarily entered a peaceful period, this does not mean that the danger has gone away from us. In the near future, those who have suffered the disaster while the monsters affected by Xinglong Starlight will eventually wake up. So we also need to build a strong enough base to deal with possible monster attacks in the future. Meow.
Wenlong said seriously.
Master Hero, please make it clear. Meow.
De Hui and Xiao Hui exchanged glances with each other, and then said,
To put it simply, I need to build a strong castle here. I will invest 5,000 gold coins as the initial capital as the preliminary construction capital of the castle. If it is not enough, I will continue to invest more money as needed. Do you know if you have the confidence to take on this task? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
Hiro-sama's mission. We must go through fire and water to complete it.
Meow.
Big Hui and Xiao Hui said again.
Very good.
Wenlong nodded, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to De Hui and Xiao Hui, and then continued,
Because it is not convenient to carry 5,000 gold coins, so I didn't bring it here directly. This is a bank check from the Beisi Chamber of Commerce in the amount of 5,000 gold coins. With this check, you can go to the bank of the Beisi Chamber of Commerce to withdraw up to 5,000 gold coins. It should be enough for the initial investment of the castle. Meow.
I understand. Lord Hero. Meow,
said Big Hui.
But Lord Hero,
Xiao Hui asked uneasily,
Isn't it unsafe for such a large amount of 5,000 gold coins? Meow. It's true. It's not safe to run around with a huge sum of money no matter where you are. So you can withdraw it in multiple batches and withdraw it again when needed.
Wenlong reminded De Hui and Xiao Hui.
In addition, the construction of the castle, we also need to find professional personnel. In addition to construction personnel, an excellent designer is also necessary. I need to trouble you to find out more about this information. Meow. I understand. Lord Hero. We will use our connections in various places to inquire about this information. We will definitely find a designer who satisfies you. Lord Hero. To design this strongest castle. Meow.
Receive the check. Okay. Big Hui and Xiao Hui agreed immediately. After the rewards for all the L cats were over, Wenlong and others held a lively dinner together with Big Gray, Xiao Hui, and other L cats on the farm to celebrate this long-awaited meeting. In the end, the quarrel lasted until very late, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest after they had had enough wine and food. However, happy gatherings are always short-lived. Early the next morning, Wenlong and others embarked on a new journey, leaving the farm with De Hui. Xiao Hui and other Elu cats reluctant to say goodbye. The next destination of Wenlong and others is not far from the farm, and they all belong to the Simulon Mountains. So he set out in the morning and walked all the way. Before noon, Wenlong reached his next destination, the habitat of the Black Cat tribe.
Ah, the leader is here to inspect it personally.
From a distance, the Black Cat tribe came to greet them. Unlike the Elu cats on the farm, these black cats, called thieves, do not work in the fields, but hide in various places. Some in trees, some in underground tunnels. But none. The one exception was that when these black Elu cats saw Wenlong and his entourage appearing, they all took the initiative to emerge from their hiding places, and then saluted Wenlong to express their respects. Chapter 412. Enemies meet again.
Master Chief, you are finally here. I wonder if you, Master Chief, have any new instructions this time? Meow?
Probably the Black Cat tribe along the way had already reported Heishan. So not long after, Heishan also hurriedly came to greet Wenlong with several Black Cat tribesmen.
Well, there are no special instructions.
Wenlong nodded and said,
but I haven't been here for a long time, so I came to see you. After all, you also put in a lot of effort in searching for Xinglong in Lake Esther last time, so I have specially prepared some rewards to give to you. Meow. Lord Leader, you are so kind to us, but I don't know what the reward is. Meow.
Upon hearing that there was a reward, a group of black cats, including Montenegro, asked curiously,
there's nothing else. Just some wood vines and some gold coins. It's not a lot, but everyone has a share. Meow.
Wenlong said, and asked Catherine to take out 2 big bags and spread them out. Come on. It's full of wood and gold coins.
There are actually so many. Sir, are you going to give hundreds of Elu cats to each of our Black Cat clan in the West Meluan Mountains?
Seeing the contents in the bag, Heishan said gratefully,
then I represent all the Black Cats, thank you, the leader, for your reward. They will definitely not forget the kindness of the leader. Meow.
After saying that, Heishan asked some capable black Elu cats to distribute the wood and gold coins to each member of the Black Cat clan. Wenlong could see that these Black Cat clan members were all jumping up and down with excitement after getting the gold coins. He expressed his gratitude to Wenlong again and again. This is because usually these black cats can only steal a small amount of items by attacking passing hunters and merchants, although they have succeeded a lot when the merchants and hunters were already prepared. The black cats also, it is difficult to steal some valuable items. So this time Wenlong gave each Black Cat tribe a mulberry tree and a gold coin as a reward, which was naturally enough to make these Black Cat tribes happy for a while. Not long after, the gold coins and Mutian polygonum were distributed. Looking at these satisfied black cats, Wenlong nodded with pleasure, and then said to Heishan,
by the way, is that white hair you caught still here? Meow? Ah. Sir, are you going to ask that by Mao? Don't worry. We have kept him in the cage well. He can't escape. Do you want to see him? Sir. Meow?
Heishan said quickly.
Well, I have something to ask my uncle. Meow.
Wenlong touched his beard and said,
no problem. I'll take you to see him right now. Please follow me. Meow.
Heishan said, respectfully leading the way, leading Wenlong and others forward. The place where Baimao was imprisoned was deep in the cave of the Black Cat clan. So Wenlong and others also walked a considerable distance before reaching the front of the prison where Baimao was imprisoned. This is a temporarily converted cave room. Originally, there was no such facility as a prison within the Black Cat clan. But in order to imprison Baimao, the Black Cat clan temporarily built such a room and placed a cage in it. And because Baimao was worried about digging through the wall and escaping, the cages were surrounded by strong and narrow metal fences. Not only that, Montenegro also specially arranged for 2 black cat tribesmen to take turns guarding them to ensure nothing went wrong.
It seems that the prevention work has been done well.
Seeing this situation, Wenlong also sincerely praised.
Of course. How dare we neglect the tasks you have given us, leader? In addition, this white hair is also the mastermind behind the war between our Black Cat clan and the White Cat clan. Of course, our Black Cat clan will not let it go. Damn it. Meow,
Montenegro said.
Well, then you should step back first. I have something to talk to this guy about. Meow,
Wenlong said again.
Ah. Okay.
Heishan nodded repeatedly after hearing Wenlong's order, and then retreated with the 2 guards guarding the cage. Seeing Heishan leaving, Wenlong said to Catherine and Haitang on the side.
You guys just wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Meow. Ah. Okay. Mr. Cat.
Catherine and Haitang also responded. So Wenlong opened the door to the room and walked in alone. After entering the room, what Wenlong saw was a metal cage about 1 meter high and less than 5 square meters in area. Inside the cage, there was a white figure lying huddled in a corner of the cage. No doubt, that is Bai Mao. It was probably Wenlong's footsteps that attracted the attention of the figure in the cage. The white figure turned over after moving twice.
Hello? Are you delivering food? Why is Wenlong here so late today? It's you? Meow.
When it was clear that the person coming was Wenlong, Bai Mao rushed to the cage and held the metal fence of the cage, shaking it hard.
Wenlong, let me out quickly. We grew up in the same village. Can you bear to keep me locked here like this? Meow. Want to let you out. That's okay,
Wenlong said coldly.
but you have to answer me a question. Meow. What is the problem? That's it.
As he said that, Wenlong took out the piece of Xiaolong's skin he had found before, and then asked,
You started the war between the Black Cat clan and the White Cat clan because of this thing. Right. You just tell me what this thing is used for, and I will let you out. Meow. What did you say? I don't understand at all. Meow.
Bai Mao said.
Really? I know you won't admit it without me being cruel to you. Meow.
As he said this, Wenlong pulled out a short knife of his own.
What do you want to do? I have no idea what the Xiaolong skin you are holding is used for. It's useless for you to ask. Meow.
Bai Mao defended quickly.
Oh. Didn't I just say that this was Xiaolong's skin? The light here is so dark. How did you tell that it was Xiaolong's skin? Meow?
Wenlong laughed. Bai Mao finally realized that he had let slip. But it seemed impossible to deny it anymore, because Wenlong had already walked to the front of the cage with the knife. Bai Mao knew that he was now trapped in a narrow cage, and there was no way he could fight back. Wenlong, who was outside the cage, could stab himself to death with a knife at any time.
Aren't you going to tell me? If you don't tell me, I'm going to have a knife. Meow. Wait. Let me think about Xiaolong's skin again. It seems that there is such a thing. I remember that the function is meow.
He said that he wanted to think about it, but in fact, Bai Mao's purpose was to delay it for a little longer. Chapter 413, Asking for the Treasure. The reason why Bai Mao wants to delay is because at this moment, Bai Mao already has an escape plan in his heart. First of all, when Wenlong pulled out one of his 2 knives, Bai Mao had already seen that the weapon in Wenlong's hand was extremely sharp. So sharp that there should be no problem in cutting through these metal fences. So Bai Mao tried to show weakness first, distract Wenlong's attention, and lower Wenlong's vigilance. Then when he was about to wait for Wenlong to stab himself with a knife, he took advantage of Wenlong's unpreparedness and struggled to snatch the knife from Wenlong's hand. In this way, he would have the opportunity to cut off the cage, and then use Wenlong as a hostage to get rid of the Black Cat clan. Escape from the lair. However, the plan was perfect, but the reality was even more cruel, because Wenlong had no intention of letting Bai Mao delay.
Think? What's there to think about? We've known each other for so many years. Don't I know that you just want to delay time? Meow?
As he spoke, Wenlong stabbed Bai Mao with his knife. Wenlong's attacks were as fast as lightning, and Bai Mao, who was only a 1-star hunter, couldn't even see Wenlong's attack clearly. He only felt a heat in his stomach, and blood poured out from his abdomen.
You really stabbed me?
Bai Mao immediately panicked and covered his abdomen to stop the bleeding, and then knelt on the ground in pain.
Give me the recovery medicine quickly. Give me the recovery medicine quickly. Meow.
However, although Bai Mao fell to his knees in pain, Wenlong just watched coldly. Indifferently, Bai Mao's plan failed. It should be said that Bai Mao misjudged the strength gap between the two sides. Bai Mao's skills were originally not as good as Wenlong's. And now that he had been imprisoned in a cage for a long time, his reactions were naturally even slower. On the other hand, Wenlong, after such a long period of training, his strength has already improved by leaps and bounds, and he is no longer the same as the original Wenlong. The result was that Wenlong's random shot turned into a lightning strike from Wenlong's best efforts in Bai Mao's view. And Wenlong's movements could not be captured at all. Since Wenlong's movements could not be captured, of course, it was impossible to take away the dagger in Wenlong's hand. Therefore, Bai Mao's plan was completely in vain before he even started trying.
I said anything. Just don't chop me with a knife. Meow!
After the plan failed, Bai Mao's psychological defense completely collapsed. So Bai Mao knelt down on the ground without hesitation. Then he covered his abdomen with one hand and begged loudly for mercy.
Humph! You're really spineless. You actually fainted with just one stab.
At this time, Wenlong was also laughing at Bai Mao in his heart. But since Bai Mao is willing to tell all the information he knows, Wenlong also feels the need to listen. Although based on Wenlong's understanding of Bai Mao, Wenlong knows that the possibility of Bai Mao telling the truth is extremely slim.
It's like this. Xiaolong's skin is actually part of a treasure map. Meow!
Under Wenlong's questioning, Bai Mao finally said,
Part of a treasure map?
Wenlong was stunned for a moment, then put Xiaolong's skin in front of his eyes. But he didn't see anything that looked like a map or lines inside.
Nonsense! Does this thing look like a treasure map? Meow?
Wenlong asked sharply.
It's true. That's it. There are other parts. As long as the treasure map is spliced together, the treasure map will emerge and the treasure can be found. Meow.
Bai Mao covered himself and answered tremblingly.
So where are the other parts? And what exactly is the treasure? Meow?
Wenlong asked 2 more questions in succession.
Didn't you say you would let me go as long as I answered one question? Meow?
Bai Mao said a little aggrieved.
Shut up. I want to ask you a few questions. It's up to me to decide. Are you qualified to make the decision? Meow? Okay. I'll answer them all. I don't know where the other parts of the treasure map are. As for what the treasure is, I don't know either. Meow. Cha.
Wenlong stabbed him again. This time, a hole was opened in Bai Mao's shoulder.
Ah! It's bleeding again. What I said is the truth. Meow!
Bai Mao shouted.
Honestly, you don't even know what the treasure is. So why are you here to snatch it? Do you really think I'm a fool? Meow?
Wenlong asked again.
No. I remembered it. And I really remembered it this time.
Bai Mao continued to say in a panic.
This treasure is a prop. And this prop can allow us, the Elu Cat clan, to have the same power as humans. I think, Wenlong, you will also like such a good thing. Can Elu Cats have power comparable to humans? Meow?
Hearing this, Wenlong was also a little moved. After all, as an Elu Cat, Wenlong's physical ability restricted Wenlong's strength to a great extent. Especially in terms of strength and physical strength. There is an insurmountable gap between Wenlong and those top hunters. So Wenlong asked again.
So where is the other part of the treasure map? Meow? As for the location of the other part of the treasure map, I really don't know where it is. If I wanted to know, wouldn't I have found it a long time ago? Meow?
As he spoke, Bai Mao stared with big eyes and looked pitiful. And in the past, Bai Mao used this trick to win the trust of many humans. Of course, Wenlong wouldn't care about this. But Wenlong also knew that it would be meaningless to continue asking like this. So adhering to the principle of,
if you can do it, you are too lazy to speak,
Wenlong opened Bai Mao's body with another knife. A hole.
Oh, I'm really going to die this time. I was locked up here every day and didn't eat well. I'm already anemic. And you still treat me like this? Give me recovery medicine. Meow. Humph. Who told you not to tell the truth?
Wenlong sneered.
If you want to blame me, I've known you since I was a child. I know that you, an Elu Cat, like to open your eyes and pretend to be pitiful when you lie. How about you?
I'm too lazy to make such an exaggerated expression.
Okay, I admit, I didn't tell the truth, but I only know a rough location. Meow.
Bai Mao still defended himself.
Why location? Meow? It is said that the other half of the treasure map is in the Shichi kingdom across the sea. but I don't know where in the Shichi Kingdom it is.
Well, Wenlong thought for a moment, then looked at Bai Mao's expression, and couldn't help but think in his heart.
That's almost it. This guy Bai Mao may really not know the specific situation. Otherwise, he should be forced to ask, since there's no valuable information left. So let's open the cage as agreed. Meow.
Chapter 414 Bai Mao's Fate. Wenlong thought about it, and felt that Bai Mao had suffered enough. After all, he grew up in the same village as himself. Although there were some festivals, there was no need to do things too badly. So Wenlong first threw a bottle of recovery medicine to Bai Mao, and asked Bai Mao to stop the blood on his body first. Then Wenlong called Heishan, and asked Heishan to open the cage.
Master Chief, do you really want to let this white hair go? Meow?
When hearing Wenlong's request, Heishan also looked surprised.
Let it go. It's useless if you keep it and eat and drink for free. Meow.
Wenlong spread his hands and said,
Ah. Okay. Since you, the leader, said so, then let's do it. Naya.
With that said, Heishan took out the key and opened the cage.
Thank you, Lord Wenlong. Thank you for releasing me. I will never forget your kindness in the future. Meow.
Finally regaining his freedom, Bai Mao also thanked Wenlong again and again. But deep down in his heart, Bai Mao still hated Wenlong. And in his mind, he was thinking about how to make a comeback in the future, and then take revenge on Wenlong. But on the surface, Bai Mao still showed a very sincere look, leaving Wenlong unable to see any flaws. So, Bai Mao thanked Wenlong and walked towards the exit. However, just when Bai Mao was about to leave the room, Wenlong suddenly stopped Bai Mao.
Wait a minute. Meow. What's the matter? Meow?
Bai Mao, who was stopped by Wenlong, was startled, and his body trembled violently, and he began to think in his heart.
Aren't you going to let me go? Why did Wenlong suddenly stop me again? Is it still what's his intention? No. If he really had any intention, he could have done it while I was in the cage. There's no need to let me out.
Just as Bai Mao was thinking about it, Wenlong said again,
That's it. We all grew up in the same village. We have been seeing each other for many years. So why don't you stay here for a few more days?
Come on. How about we have a meal together, drink some wine, and catch up on old times? Meow? No. 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 I understand your kindness. Why do you still dare to bother you? Meow.
As soon as he heard Wenlong say he wanted to stay, Bai Mao immediately refused.
Really? That's a pity.
Wenlong looked regretful and continued.
Be careful on the road. I wish you a safe journey. Meow. Thank you. I'll take my leave now.
Naya. Before Hua finished speaking, Bai Mao ran out immediately, fearing that Wenlong would regret it and arrest him again. What the panicked Bai Mao didn't expect was that behind Bai Mao, Wenlong couldn't help but sneered.
I'm kind enough to keep you here for a few days. If you still don't want to, then you can't blame me. Meow.
After leaving the Black Cat clan's lair, Bai Mao ran wildly along the road down the mountain. Bai Mao just wanted to leave the West Meluan Mountains quickly, and then escape to a place where Wenlong could not find him, and then plot to make a comeback. So along the way, Bai Mao ran as hard as he could, without daring to stop at all.
Wenlong, since you released me, you won't have such a good chance to catch me next time. When I find a better master, I will come back to trouble you. Meow.
Bai Mao also thought to himself while running.
It's because Levi was not up to par in the past, and was only at the level of a 2-star low-level hunter. This time, I will at least find a 3-star mid-level hunter to be my master. I will definitely be able to take care of that boy Wenlong by then. Meow.
Because he had been locked in a cage for too long, Bai Mao didn't know Wenlong's current strength level, but he naively believed that a 3-star mid-level hunter was stronger than Wenlong. So Bai Mao, who was resentful towards Wenlong, kept running like this. When he reached the end of the mountain road, the sky gradually darkened. At this time, Bai Mao saw a person a little further away. The shadow was standing there.
Black Cat Clan? Do you regret letting me out? So you asked the Black Cat Clan to block me again. Meow?
At first, Bai Mao thought that the Black Shadow was the Black Cat Clan, so he didn't care too much.
But even if I send the Black Cat tribe, it's useless. I won't lose to these useless thieves. Meow.
Bai Mao recalled that the last time he was caught, it was because of the cooperation between the White Cat Clan and the Black Cat Clan that he was caught. So if it was just the Black Cat Clan alone, Bai Mao really didn't take it seriously. In Bai Mao's eyes, the only person he can really fear is Wenlong. So as long as Wenlong doesn't personally come out to intercept him, Bai Mao feels there is nothing to be afraid of. But after getting a little closer, Bai Mao quickly discovered that the black shadow was not a black cat at all. The black figure was a human. The reason why Bai Mao initially thought that the black figure was a black cat was because the human had been squatting on the ground before, making him look about the same height as El Cat. And the sky was also dark. It's a little dark, so I can't distinguish clearly. Now the human stood up. Although the black cloak that the human was wearing covered his face, so that Bai Mao couldn't see the other person's face clearly, Bai Mao still discovered that the human was carrying a weapon on his back. A sword. There are hunting weapons, which is enough to prove that this man is a hunter. This sword is. For a moment, Bai Mao wanted to stop, but the human had already pulled out the sword from his back. At the same time, the cloak that the man had been wearing also fell off, revealing a figure that Bai Mao was extremely familiar with. Face. Bai Mao. Bai Mao. You made me suffer so much. Today I will let you know the price of betraying me. Lord Lullaby, please listen to my explanation. No. Meow. Bai Mao panicked, but it was too late to escape. Explanation? Do you think I will still listen to your explanation? There was no explanation. Just the cold blade. There was a flash of light, and the sharp sword had already sliced through Bai Mao's body. Hunting weapons are used to deal with powerful monsters. They need to be sharp and hard enough to break through solid scales and bones. The power is naturally far beyond what ordinary blades can match. And if it is used to kill unarmored humans or Elu cats, if so, it will often lead to the effect of killing a chicken with a bullseye. At this time, Bai Mao had just come out of the cage, and he didn't have any armor on his body. Therefore, in front of the rapidly slashing sword, Bai Mao's body was as tender as tofu, and he was completely vulnerable. After the sword flash, blood spurted out, and Bai Mao fell to the ground. Wenlong, you plotted against me. These were Bai Mao's last words. Chapter 415, heading to Shichi country. Huh? Mr. Cat, you seem to be in a good mood today. At the farewell dinner of the Black Cat tribe, Catherine, who was sitting next to Wenlong, also asked curiously. Of course. I did a great thing today. Meow. Wenlong replied. Could Mr. Cat be referring to what happened today when you let go of the white cat named Elu? Catherine asked. Yes. Meow. Wenlong nodded and then said, Mr. Cat, you are really a rich man. I thought that, Mr. Cat, you would definitely take revenge on that white-haired man. Catherine said again. How is that possible? My uncle, I have always been a big man and don't care about the little ones. Not only did I let him go, but I also sent him to meet his master. Meow. Wenlong said again. Really? That's great. The scene when the long-awaited Elu Cat meets its owner must be very touching. Right. Although the Elu Cat named Bai Mao is not cute at all, I still hope that he can be with him. We are happy together with our masters, Catherine said with deep feeling. Yes, I will definitely be very touched. I am also happy for their reunion. Wenlong also felt this. As a result, the entire dinner continued in a pleasant atmosphere until very late, and it was not over until everyone was full of wine and food. Early the next morning, Wenlong, Catherine and Haitang packed their bags again and prepared to go to the next location. It seems like it's really destined. Before setting off, Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart. Originally, I wanted to go to Shichi country to have a good time, but judging from the information I got from Bai Mao, in addition, a piece of Xiaolong skin is also in Shichi kingdom. So don't you want me to collect another piece of Xiaolong skin along the way? According to Wenlong's original plan, the next place to go was the Shichi kingdom, which was located in the west of the mainland and across the sea from the Zishard kingdom. Of course, Wenlong's initial purpose was not to find some treasure map made of Xiaolong skin. According to Wenlong's initial statement to Catherine and Haitang, this trip to Jiyan village in Shichi country was just in order to go on vacation, plus business trip. Of course, it is not difficult to understand that the so-called vacation is to have a good rest and relax. After all, the folk customs of Shichi kingdom and Shuriite kingdom are very different, and they have unique folk customs and are worth a visit. The so-called business inspection is an important step that Wenlong has to take for his own money-making business to inspect the hot spring town of Shichi kingdom, how the tourist hot springs in Jiyan village are operated, and to use the learned experience, go to the hot springs in the Alufa Snow Mountain area. With this thought in mind, Wenlong said goodbye to the Black Cat clan, and then walked towards the top of the West Melon Mountains. Master Chief, the way down the mountain is over there. This is the way up the mountain. Meow.
Seeing Wenlong walking towards the top of the mountain, Heishan, who was a little confused, reminded him quickly.
Don't worry, Uncle. I didn't remember the wrong way. We are on the top of the mountain, but someone is waiting for us. Meow.
Wenlong said.
Oh, so that's how it is. Then, leader, you have a good journey. Come back and see me when you have nothing to do. Meow.
Under the greetings of the Black Cat clan, Wenlong and others arrived at the top of a certain peak in the West Meluan Mountains. On the top of the mountain, Wenlong found a spacious open space, then took out a signal tube and lit it.
Bang!
Shining flares flew into the sky. After a while, Wenlong and others saw a large hot air balloon floating towards their location.
We're finally here. If we have a hot air balloon, we don't need to go back to Major Bolton and take a boat to Shichi country. This will be a lot more convenient.
When he saw the hot air balloon, Wenlong was also quite excited. He said proudly. Not long after, the hot air balloon reached the top of the clearing, and then gradually lowered its height until it completely landed.
Everyone, long time no see.
A girl wearing glasses waved enthusiastically to Wenlong and others. Wenlong and others also recognized the girl on the hot air balloon at a glance. Lindy's, a bachelor from Wanli Academy.
Sister Lindy's, long time no see.
Catherine also greeted warmly.
It's really troublesome for you to pick us up in a hot air balloon. If so, I happen to be going to Shichi country to investigate the ecology of monsters. It won't be a problem to take you with me. And if you are with us, I won't have to hire other hunters to be my bodyguards. Anyway,
in terms of business, I make more money, Lindy said with a smile. Of course, I'm here, so don't worry.
Wenlong also patted his chest and said,
Of course, I can rest assured that Mr. Wenlong is here. Even the dean of our Wanli Academy knew about your single-handed hunting of a horned dragon in the Major Bolton arena. He also said that he really wanted to study your body. Maybe we can figure out why an Elu Cat has such powerful power.
Lindy said seriously.
Forget it. I don't want to be studied by others.
Wenlong waved his hand quickly and said,
Well, I don't agree with our dean's approach either. But everyone should hurry up and come up. It's a long way to Shichi country.
Lindy said again.
Okay, Sister Lindy's.
So Wenlong, Catherine and Haikang boarded the hot air balloon one after another. And then the hot air balloon took off again and flew westward. In fact, if you open the map, you can see that the Kingdom of Shichi is an island country located to the east of the old continent. However, considering that the planet of Monster Hunter is also a huge sphere, we start from the Kingdom of Zishriad located to the west of the old continent. Continuing to the west is the shorter route to Shichi country. Therefore, the Shichi Kingdom is a country across the sea from the Zishriad Kingdom. And because there is a sea separating the two countries, the ecological environment is also quite different. Some monsters that do not exist in the West Sich Red area are often more common in the West Chi Kingdom. On the contrary, some rare monsters in the West Chi Kingdom may not be rare in the West Sich Red Kingdom. For example, the green bear beast, that is common in Shichi Kingdom, is almost invisible in Zishriad Kingdom. There is also a legendary monster called
Thunderwolf Dragon,
which is also unique to Shichi Kingdom. A strange creature. It is only found near Jian Village in Shichi Kingdom. This time, the goal of Wenlong and others was Jian Village in Shichi Kingdom. Chapter 416 Accidental Fall. It took Wenlong and his party 2 days to enter the Shichi Kingdom in a hot air balloon, and then another day to reach the destination called Jian Village. This Jian Village is located in the mountains and surrounded by beautiful scenery. The entire village is also built on the mountain. Looking from the air, you can see mist shrouding many places, making it look like a fairyland on Earth.
Mr. Cat, why is there a lot of white mist floating above Jian Village?
Seeing this situation, Catherine also asked curiously.
It's normal to have fog. After all, this is a famous hot spring town. The so-called fog is actually steam. Meow.
Wenlong pointed at the place shrouded in white mist.
At this time, the hot air balloon has arrived above Jian Village. It should have landed nearby. However, because Jian Village is built on the mountain, most of the buildings are located on sloping hillsides. This caused Lindy's to after searching for a long time above Jian Village. I still couldn't find an open space that was flat and spacious enough for the hot air balloon to land.
It seems that we can't land in Jian Village. Let's go somewhere else first.
After confirming that there was no place for the hot air balloon to land, Lindy's had no choice but to tell Wenlong and others.
It's okay, Sister Lindy's. I'm not in a hurry anyway.
Catherine immediately agreed to Lindy's suggestion. So under the control of Lindy's, the hot air balloon began to deviate from the top of Yuyun village and continued to move forward, with the purpose of finding a suitable place to land. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Wenlong and others to find an open space just big enough for the hot air balloon to land.
It should be fine here. Now I'm going to lower the altitude. You guys, hurry up and prepare for the impact,
Lindy said loudly. Although it is an open space enough for a hot air balloon to land. Among these mountains, there are not only unpredictable turbulent airflows, but also sharp rocks everywhere. If you are not careful, the hot air balloon may hit it on the rocks, causing casualties. So before landing, Lindy's was also cautious and reminded Wenlong and others loudly.
I understand. Sister Lindy's, please don't worry about us.
According to Lindy's request, Wenlong and others quickly grabbed the ropes on the hot air balloon and waited for the landing of the hot air balloon. At this time, Lindy's turned down the stove that heated the hot air balloon, and the temperature of the gas in the hot air balloon began to drop. As the temperature dropped, the height of the hot air balloon also began to gradually sink.
Height 50 meters. Height 45 meters. Height 40 meters. Height 35 meters.
Under Lindy's control, the hot air balloon began to descend steadily. Although the turbulence in the mountains had a certain impact on the flight trajectory of the hot air balloon. However, Lindy still relied on her excellent hot air balloon control skills to effectively control the flight trajectory of the hot air balloon.
Height 30 meters. Height 25 meters. Height 20 meters. Okay, it's about to land.
Lindy's, who was controlling the hot air balloon, continued. However, just when Lindy's thought that the hot air balloon was about to land, an unidentified monster suddenly rushed out from the blind spot in Wenlong and others' field of vision, and then flew directly towards the hot air balloon.
Be careful. Something is coming. Meow.
The first one to warn was Wenlong. Wenlong was the first to notice that a monster was approaching, and at the same time that Wenlong issued a warning, Haidang had already opened the hunting bow in his hand and pointed the arrow at the menacing monster. After all, Haidang, who is in midair and has long-range attack capabilities, is most suitable for sniping enemies. At this time, Wenlong finally saw the monster clearly. Judging from the general appearance, this monster has the characteristics of a bird dragon, but the beak in the front is longer than that of the big monster bird, and it has a unique red sound-producing air sac on the chest, which looks quite weird.
Oh, it turns out it's just a colorful bird. It dared to attack us. I thought it was some big guy.
After seeing the monster clearly, Wenlong quickly recognized the monster. However, Wenlong did not panic. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief and took back the hand that was about to draw out the two swords. This is because Wenlong felt that there was no need for him to take action, because Wenlong knew in his heart that this so-called colorful bird was just a medium-sized bird dragon monster. In terms of strength and threat, it was not as good as the silver sleeping bird that Wenlong and others had hunted, so it was not worth making a fuss about. After all, even if Wenlong himself is not considered, there are still 2 5-star high-level hunters on this hot air balloon. There is no problem at all against a medium-sized bird dragon species. At this time, Haitong's arrow has completed charging, and the colorful bird has also entered Haitong's effective shooting range. It seems that as long as Haitang releases his finger, the charged arrow can send this monster, who knows the heights of the sky, to death. Go and see the King of Hell. However, just when Haitong's arrow was about to be shot, what Wenlong and others did not expect was that Lindy's, who had been controlling the hot air balloon before, suddenly shouted,
"Don't come!" "Oh? What's wrong?"
Hearing Lindy's call, Haitang was stunned for a moment, and the arrow in his hand hesitated for a moment. In this moment, the colorful bird suddenly approached the top of the hot air balloon. Suddenly, a ball of viscous liquid protruded from the colorful bird's mouth, and the liquid quickly covered the outer layer of the hot air balloon, and it sticks to it like oil. In fact, this viscous liquid is a kind of oil, and it is also an extremely flammable oil. Oops! When Wenlong realized this, it was already too late to take action, because at the next moment, the colorful bird closed its 2 wings toward the middle, collided with each other, and then made a sound like gravel. There was a sound of collision, and at the same time a large number of sparks flew out from the wings of the colorful birds.
Crack!
Even Wenlong couldn't stop all of this from happening. When the sparks from those impacts splashed onto the hot air balloon covered in viscous liquid, there was a bang, and the entire hot air balloon was ignited in an instant. The ignited hot air balloon instantly lost its lift and fell directly from a height of 20 meters.
Careful! Meow!
Although for Wenlong and others, with their strong bodies trained through hunting and the super protective performance of their armors, falling from a height of more than 20 meters is not a big problem. Generally speaking, it is not a big problem. Not much harm will be done. But as Wang Li's academician Lindy's, who has been holding books all day long, her situation at this time seems quite dangerous because she has not undergone corresponding training. Not only is there a possibility of being injured, but if the fragments of the ignited hot air balloon fall on the body, they may also leave burn marks. This is an injury that cannot be ignored for Lindy's without armor. Chapter 417. It's no use shouting to break your throat.
Bang!
The burning hot air balloon hit the ground and made a loud noise. However, at the moment when the hanging basket under the hot air balloon fell, 4 figures rushed out of the sea of fire at the same time. Among them, Wenlong and Haitang both rushed out alone, with their physical skills developed during hunting. Although they rushed out of the sea of fire, there were no sparks on their bodies. This shows that their physical skills are already quite high. S level. Unlike Wenlong and Haitang, Catherine rushed out with Lindy's in her arms, because she held Lindy's to her chest like a princess and rushed out of the sea of fire together. This made Catherine's movements half a beat slower than Wenlong and Haitang, and also caused a lot of the flames when the hot air balloon burned and fell to fall on Catherine. But even so, Catherine still used her body to protect Lindy's. So from the moment she emerged from the sea of fire to the time she finally landed, Lindy's did not suffer any damage, because the flames all fell on Catherine and were blocked by Catherine. Lindy's couldn't help but say when being hugged by Catherine,
No, it's nothing. I suddenly thought you were so handsome,
Lindy's murmured. After landing, Catherine put Lindy's down, and Lindy said very apologetically,
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. It doesn't matter. The armor on my body is made of the scales of the female and male fire dragons. I have very good resistance to flames. This level of flames will not cause much harm to me at all. So, Sister Lindy's, you don't have to worry.
Seeing Lindy's very sorry look, Catherine said comfortingly,
Hey, what are you doing?
Although Catherine was not angry, Wenlong was already angry.
You could have shot down the colorful bird with just one arrow. Why did you stop it? You know this isn't dangerous to do it? Meow? I'm sorry. Mr. Wenlong saw a monster he had never seen before,
so he wanted to study its ecology.
When facing the angry Wenlong, Lindy's, who knew she was in the wrong, sounded much softer.
It's really random. This colorful bird has never been seen in the West Shurite area. But this is Shichi country, and it's not hard to see colorful birds. If you want to study it, I will catch one for you later. Just come. Is it necessary to do such a stupid thing? Meow?
Wenlong continued to scold.
I'm really sorry. I won't do this next time.
Lindy's also looked very embarrassed. At this time, Catherine consoled her.
Don't worry about it. Although Mr. Cat is strict, he has a good heart. I know. It's all my fault.
Lindy's continued to apologize.
Okay. Let's forget it this time. Don't talk too much next time when we hunt. And if you want to know the ecology of monsters, I'm here to tell you. Meow.
After scolding Lindy's, Wenlong's anger also subsided a little, so he spoke in a calmer tone.
Ah, I understand. Mr. Wenlong, can you tell me about this colorful bird?
Obviously. As Wang Li's bachelor, Lindy's is most concerned about this strange colorful bird. So when she heard Wenlong's tone after relaxing a lot, Lindy's immediately turned her attention to the colorful bird.
Colored bird?
Wenlong touched his beard and said,
This colored bird can be considered a type of bird dragon. But unlike the big strange bird, the colored bird does not have an organ like a flaming bag, so it cannot spit out fireballs. But instead, there are organs called flints on both sides of the wings of the colorful bird. After they collide with each other, they can stimulate explosive sparks. Combined with the flammable liquid they spit out, they can cause a large amount of damage to people. Heard meow. Oh, it turns out that Mr. Wenlong, you are really comparable to the encyclopedia in our library of Wanli University.
While praising Wenlong, Lindy's also quickly took out a paper and pen to compare Wenlong to Sainyao. Record the description.
There is a saying that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger. This level of understanding is nothing at all. And although the colorful bird itself is not scary, it may cause a lot of trouble if left alone. Is it likely to cause a lot of trouble?
Not only Lindy's, but also Catherine and Haitang asked strangely.
Yes. You will know later. Although it will be a bit troublesome. It is indeed quite worth watching.
At this moment, they saw that Wenlong and others had fallen to the ground, and the colorful bird hovering in the sky also gradually fell. However, the colorful bird did not approach Wenlong and others, but chose to land far away from Wenlong and others. After landing, the monster named Colorful Bird did not choose to attack Wenlong and others immediately. Instead of launching an attack, he made a series of incredible and bizarre actions. As Wenlong said, these actions are indeed quite entertaining to watch. I saw the colorful bird raising its head high, and then the red air bag on its chest suddenly inflated, making a sound with a specific rhythm. While making the sound, the colorful bird continued to beat and swing. He made all kinds of strange postures, as if he was doing some kind of strange dance.
Mr. Cat. Haitang seems to have heard this voice somewhere before.
At this time, the keen Haitang couldn't help but say,
Yes. It's normal for you to feel familiar, little girl, because now it makes the sound of the big boar king. Meow. The voice of the great boar king? A colorful bird of the bird dragon species can actually make the same sound as the great boar king of a fawn species? Nature is really amazing,
Lindy said in surprise.
Yes. This is also the most troublesome thing about color bird. The red air bag on its chest can simulate the sounds of various monsters. So if you are unlucky, you may have to fight with several monsters at the same time. Fighting. Meow.
Wenlong said with confirmation.
Fortunately, it seems that our luck is pretty good now.
After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Haitang nodded thoughtfully and said, After all, this colorful bird only attracted low-level monsters like the big boar king. So overall it was quite lucky.
Of course,
Wenlong said with confidence.
Although this colorful bird can imitate the sounds of various monsters. After all, this place is relatively close to Jayan village. And generally there won't be anything too strong. Monsters exist, and the sound transmission of colorful birds is also at a certain distance. Naturally, it is impossible to summon a more powerful monster. Otherwise, I will not let this guy live until now.
Having said this, Wenlong looked disdainfully at the colorful bird that was trying its best to imitate the voice of the big wild boar king.
Shout. Shout as much as you want. Even if it breaks your throat. It's useless. Meow.
Wenlong couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 418 The Unexpected Intruder. Sure enough, just as Wenlong said, not long after, a big wild boar king emerged from the grass. The colorful bird is of the bird dragon species, while the big boar king is of the fawn beast species. This monster, which is completely different from the colorful bird, is actually on the same front as the colorful bird, which makes the scene look a bit strange. However, a mere big wild boar king was not enough to pose a threat to Wenlong and others who had already hunted powerful monsters such as the foul star dragon and the one-horned dragon. So Wenlong and others didn't take this strange pair seriously. Only Lindy's, who wanted to investigate the ecology of monsters in the Shichi Kingdom, opened her thick notebook, took out a pen and wrote quickly on it, summarizing what she saw and what she heard from Wenlong. Bird information is recorded on it.
It's so amazing that he can imitate the sounds of strange monsters, and then summon these monsters to help him fight. This colorful bird can be called a master of language among monsters.
Lindy's couldn't help herself as she wrote. Ju sighed in admiration.
Okay. I've seen enough. Let's kill this guy together with the big wild boar king. Meow.
Seeing that the colorful bird and the big wild boar king had already rushed towards him, Wenlong turned to Catherine and Haitang said, After all, in Wenlong's view, although the combination of Sanyo and big wild boar king poses no threat, it is still necessary for Catherine and Haitang, who have never fought against Sanyo, to familiarize themselves with this monster that they have not seen before.
Wait a moment.
After receiving Wenlong's instructions, Catherine and Haitang also nodded. However, when Catherine and Haitang were preparing to attack Sanyo, they suddenly heard someone shouting again.
Why is someone interrupting again? Meow.
Wenlong felt like a few black lines appeared on his face, and then looked over in search of the voice. What Wenlong saw was a young girl wearing a bamboo hat and coarse cloth with patterns characteristic of the Shichi Kingdom, holding a long-handled weapon that looked like a sword or an axe.
Looking at you. You must be from out of town. Don't be afraid. I'll leave this place to you.
The girl said seriously. Huh? Wenlong was stunned for a moment. After hearing what the girl said, Wenlong couldn't help but scan the girl from head to toe, but found that the equipment on the girl was not very good.
The weapon this woman uses is a chopping axe, which is pretty good, but the weapon is of a relatively low level, and the armor is also the most basic novice suit in Jiayin village. At first glance, she looks like a fledgling newcomer. Is it because a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers? So I said, who said such nonsense? Meow.
Although Wenlong saw through the opponent's strength at a glance, he still didn't say anything, but prepared to see what the girl was going to do.
Are you going to cover our escape? But a newcomer is a newcomer after all. Haven't you seen how crazy and cool the equipment on my uncle is? Do you still need to cover me? Meow.
Wenlong is here again, thought in mind.
But it's better not to speak out my thoughts for the time being. If this girl is a hidden master, wouldn't I be slapped in the face instantly? I have always been the only one to slap others in the face. But I can't let others slap me in the face. Since that's the case, let's take a look first before talking.
So Wenlong, who was thinking this way, stopped Catherine and Hai Tang from taking action. At this time, the girl had already rushed towards the two monsters. Then the next second, the girl, who was not surprised, was hit by the big wild boar king and rolled back.
Sure enough, I'm overthinking it. Meow.
Seeing the poor hunting skills of the girl in front of him,
Wenlong couldn't help but hold his forehead.
Ahem. Why are you still here? Don't you know what a ferocious monster the big wild boar king is?
Although she looked very embarrassed, the girl quickly got up again, and then said to Wenlong and others behind her,
No, I think the big boar king is not as good as the colorful bird next to it.
Catherine wanted to explain, but was immediately interrupted by the girl.
Stop talking and leave quickly. I was just negligent just now, so don't worry about me.
The girl said this and rushed over again with the axe in her hand.
Bang!
Once again, the girl was knocked back, and this time even the bamboo hat she was wearing was knocked to the ground.
In order to protect our Jiayin village, I will never back down.
However, once again, the girl still stood up.
Mr. Cat.
At this time, Catherine finally couldn't stand it anymore.
Let's help her.
Yeah, Wenlong nodded. At this time, the girl rushed towards the big wild boar king for the third time.
Ah!
The girl raised the axe in her hand and struck at the big wild boar king.
The speed is too slow, and the timing is wrong. If so, you will be knocked back again.
Although he only glanced at it, Wenlong had already foreseen the next result. Of course, this is if Catherine doesn't interfere, because at this time, Catherine had already rushed over and appeared in front of the girl in an instant.
Crack!
While protecting the girl behind her, Catherine drew out her big sword, and then slashed it down. And the big wild boar king was broken into two pieces by Catherine's big sword without any surprise.
Hurry up!
The girl was so frightened by this sudden change that she suddenly sat down on the ground. However, Catherine's performance was not over yet. After easily killing the big boar king, Catherine pointed her sword at the colorful bird standing behind. Although this was Catherine's first duel with Sinyo, Wenlong had already informed Catherine of some of Sinyo's attack methods, so Catherine was confident and not timid at all.
The colorful bird's attack methods are not many, mainly oil spitting and flint impact, and I have just seen them.
Sure enough, the colorful bird repeated its old trick, spitting out viscous liquid from its mouth. And its target was naturally Catherine and the girl beside her. Catherine, who had already expected it, immediately grabbed the girl who fell to the ground. This is almost an action that only Catherine can accomplish. She holds a big sword with one hand and easily lifts the girl up with the other hand. Then he quickly moves sideways and hid to one side.
It's good that I'm getting more and more comfortable now. Meow!
Wenlong on the side couldn't help but praise Catherine's skillful movements. As for Hai Tang and Lindy's, they were even more entranced. At this time, Sinyo, who saw that his attack had been dodged, rushed towards Catherine again. Chapter 419, Bleeding and Tears.
Hide behind me!
Catherine put the girl behind her, then turned around and blocked the sword in front of her. The colorful bird that flew towards Catherine flapped its wings. The colorful bird first opened its wings to the maximum, and then suddenly closed them in the middle. The moment it landed, the flints on both wings collided together instantly, creating a violent spark.
Bang!
An explosion sounded, and the power of the explosion plus the impact of the colorful bird itself was certainly quite powerful. However, this attack was easily blocked by Catherine.
Ha!
Then Catherine shouted loudly, and the big sword in her hand swept forward again. Before the colorful bird could dodge, it was cut into two pieces by Catherine's big sword. A big wild boar king and a colorful bird. These two monsters were completely killed by Catherine in 2 moves.
It's so awesome.
The girl who saw the scene in front of her was shocked for a moment, but then suddenly said,
"Ah, no. Who asked you to intervene? I could have killed these 2 monsters. But it's all your fault for taking action."
"Blame Rod."
Huh?
Catherine was stunned when she was told this. Originally, Catherine also saw this girl being knocked down twice by the big wild boar king, and she really couldn't bear it, so she took action. However, she did not expect that instead of receiving thanks from the other party, she was actually complained about. For a moment, Catherine didn't know what to say.
"Because you are older than me. Are you trying to steal my monster? I was the one who attacked this monster first,"
the girl continued.
"I just saw you in danger, so I took action."
After saying this, Catherine seemed a little embarrassed.
"Nonsense. How could I be in danger? I was about to kill the monster, and you suddenly rushed out and snatched my prey."
However, he didn't expect that the girl would still refuse to let go.
"Hey, how could this happen?"
It was obvious that Catherine was not very good at dealing with such a situation, so she could only look at Wenlong and Hai Tang with pleading eyes.
"You are such an ignorant little kid. You really think that you can defeat monsters as long as you have momentum. You don't have to be like a little kid."
Seeing this, Wenlong on the side just spread his hands helplessly, and then glanced at the station. Begonia beside me.
Although Hai Tang and this ignorant girl seem to be about the same age, the gap is really huge. But then again, this girl's level is the normal level for her age. After all, like Hai Tang, those who are young but have advanced to the level of a 5-star hunter are truly rare.
Thinking of this, Wenlong was a little glad that he had accepted Hai Tang to join his team. However, at this time Hai Tang did something that even Wenlong didn't expect at all. "Weak chicken." Hai Tang's voice was not loud, but it suddenly solidified the atmosphere.
"What did you say?"
After hearing what Hai Tang said, the girl's face suddenly turned red.
"Hai Tang said you are a weakling. It just so happens that Hai Tang is about the same age as you, so you can't use your young age as an excuse."
Hai Tang continued.
"Then what qualifications do you have to criticize me? Do you think your hunting skills are better than mine?"
The girl still looked unconvinced.
"Of course Hai Tang is qualified to speak against you, because Hai Tang is a 5-star hunter,"
Hai Tang said coldly.
"Impossible,"
the girl said immediately.
"Don't you believe it?"
At this time, Hai Tang took out the 5-star high-level hunter's badge from Shanlan Luodin, the president of the major Bolt and Hunter Guild, personally issued some time ago. This was a badge composed of 5 shining gold stars. When Hai Tang took out the badge, the unknown girl was completely stunned.
"Do you know now?"
Hai Tang continued.
"You are just a useless piece of garbage. Not only are you stupid and ignorant, you can't even handle a big wild boar king. It's better to go home and play house with your doll. Please don't come out and embarrass yourself."
"Oh meow," at this time. Even Wenlong was shocked and thought to himself,
"How come I didn't realize before that this girl Hai Tang actually has the attribute of poisonous tongue? Meow."
At this time, the unknown girl was completely speechless. Not only that, tears could even be seen flowing from the girl's moist eyes.
"Little Hai Tang, it's not good for you to say that to others,"
Catherine said when she saw that the girl's eyes turned red after being scolded by Hai Tang.
"Sister Catherine, Hai Tang knows that you are kind-hearted and gentle, but Hai Tang believes that you should not be too spoiled to a child. Otherwise she will never grow up."
Unexpectedly, Hai Tang said so seriously.
"Oh meow, aren't you just a child yourself?"
Wenlong on the side was still complaining in his heart.
"Forget it. 2 brats can't get in the middle of a quarrel. Meow."
At this time, Hai Tang still said reluctantly,
"Hunting is not just playing house. If the fangs of the big wild boar king hadn't hit her vital part just now, and the primary armor of Jillian village was pretty good, I'm afraid that she can't even stand up anymore. So it was Sister Catherine who saved her. But she slandered you, which Hai Tang can't stand."
Hai Tang's voice was loud and resonant, but the girl finally couldn't bear it any longer, burst into tears, and then ran away crying.
"Ah, ran away,"
Catherine said to herself. Wenlong, on the other hand, came close to Hai Tang and asked,
"Hey, little girl, I don't see that you are quite harsh in scolding. Who did you learn from? Meow?" When Hai Tang made a hunting mistake in the past, Hai Tang's father would scold her like this.
Hai Tang replied in a low voice.
"Oh, so that's it. That's it.
Wenlong touched his beard and said again. Haitong's words reminded Wenlong of a great writer on the earth where he once lived. It was said that he was insulted by his family since he was a child. Later, the person wrote down all the insults in a notebook and later collected them. The curse words were used in his later works and achieved good results. But Wenlong couldn't help but ask,
Then what was your reaction after being scolded? Meow?
after all, Wenlong was also a little curious about how a girl who could be scolded by her peers in just a few words would react when she was scolded.
Haitang also only cried like her at that time. But after crying, Haitang still wanted to continue hunting.
Haitang answered truthfully.
Why? Meow? Because Haitang's father told Haitang that tears and sweat are better than blood.
Haitang said coldly. Chapter 420 Meeting House at Night. Wenlong was stunned. Indeed, for a long time, Wenlong forgot the difference between this world and the earth he once lived on. At that time, Wenlong came into contact with hunting through games. For Wenlong, hunting was more of an interest and hobby than a matter of life and death. Although long-term hunting allowed Wenlong to develop strong skills and understanding of the habits of various monsters. In terms of hunting mentality, Wenlong is fundamentally different from those who have been threatened by monsters since childhood. What's more, Haitong's father was injured and disabled because of the monster. So in Haitong's father's heart, he probably has a more serious and cruel view on hunting. Wenlong, who realized this, didn't say anything anymore, because Wenlong, who had been used to it before, realized again that Haitang was originally an outlier among her peers. But she had reached the level of a 5-star hunter at the age of just 14. In any case, this cannot be simply described as a genius. And it is not just Wenlong's correct teaching that can help it become a reality. What's more, the fact that Haitang has received rigorous training since childhood has laid a solid enough foundation for Haitang, so that even if Haitang doesn't have the same natural strength as Catherine, he can still keep up with Wenlong and Catherine without falling behind.
Okay, let's forget about this for now,
said Lindy's, who had been watching from the side.
Since the hot air balloon has crashed, we should rush to Yuyun village first. Otherwise we will have to spend the night in the wild. Well, we really need to leave as soon as possible.
Wenlong also looked at the sky and expressed his agreement with Lindy's. So under the leadership of Wenlong, the group began to move towards Jian village along the route they had seen from the air. Although it seemed that the distance was not too far when we took the hot air balloon, it took much longer than expected because we had to walk along the rugged mountain roads. As a result, by the time Wenlong and others arrived at Jian village, the sky had already darkened.
Mr. Cat, it's getting dark. Where should we rest? Also, I'm a little hungry,
Catherine said eagerly as soon as she arrived in the village.
You say you need to rest, but the last sentence is actually your key point. Meow,
Wenlong complained rudely.
But don't worry. The place to rest is right in front. Meow.
As he spoke, Wenlong pointed to the top of the hillside, where there happened to be a wooden building, and there was actually a Hunters Guild mark on the building.
Mr. Cat, isn't that the Hunters Gathering place of the Hunter Guild? Are we going there to rest?
Catherine asked in disbelief. After all, in Catherine's impression, the Hunters Guild's facilities are relatively simple, and practicality is the first consideration. This time Wenlong had agreed to go out for some fun and enjoy the delicious food and hot springs in Jian village. When comparing the two, the gap between them naturally made Catherine a little disappointed.
Of course. That's where we are going.
Wenlong nodded and said,
This Jian village is different from Bolton. There are not so many high-end hotels for you to stay in. But it is worth mentioning that here the Hunting Guild's Assembly Hall provides a resting place for hunters who come and go. Not only does it provide food and accommodation,
but it also has a high-end hot spring specially prepared for hunters. It is said that it has special effects in eliminating fatigue and increasing physical ability. Meow. Oh, that's right. Let's go quickly.
When Wenlong said this, Catherine suddenly became interested. And then she pulled Haitang and Lindy's and ran up. After all, Jian village is built on a mountain. So from the entrance of the village to the hunter-gathering place at the top of the mountain, you need to walk up the stairs. However, it is this long and high ladder that makes it easy for Catherine to walk 3 steps at a time. The step was taken. In this way, Wenlong and others quickly stepped into the gathering place. As soon as they entered the door, they heard someone's warm welcome.
Welcome. You all seem to be hunters from out of town. Right? Do you want to stay here?
At this time, a woman wearing Yuyun Village's characteristic clothing and a headscarf asked enthusiastically. Although the clothes she wore were different from those in the Zaiwide area, Wanlong knew at a glance that this woman was the receptionist in this gathering place. So Wanlong said unceremoniously,
"Yes, we are here to stay. Quickly prepare your best guest rooms, the best food, and the best hot springs." Meow. I'm sorry. 3 ladies and Mr. Elu Cat. Only hunters with 4 stars or above are eligible to enjoy these things. I don't know about you.
Although the woman still kept a smile on her face, there was an obvious difference in her words. Somewhat impatiently. After all, both Catherine and Haitang are relatively young and do not look like high-level hunters. As for Wanlong, he is just an Elu Cat, and he is not taken seriously by others.
What are 4-star hunters? We are 5-star hunters. Meow.
Wanlong simply climbed onto Catherine's shoulders, and then took out the 5-star high-level hunter's badge from Catherine's arms.
Really, a 5-star hunter? And a 5-star high-level hunter?
When he saw the badge of the 5-star high-level hunter, the receptionist came over and observed it carefully several times before finally confirming it. The receptionist's surprised voice suddenly attracted the attention of the surrounding hunters. Although it was already night, there were still some hunters who had returned to the village late and were still delivering tasks in the assembly hall. They were immediately attracted by the receptionist's words. "Come over."
Ah, it's really the badge of a 5-star hunter. Why is she such a young girl? It's too bad that after so many years of hunting, we can't compare to such a young man.
Someone immediately said with envy and hatred. But besides that, some more people were whispering to each other.
Even 5-star hunters are here. Are they really going to deal with the monsters that appeared on the spiritual peak some time ago? Looking at their attire, they must be from the West Shuriite area. Why did they come so far away? It's really for that, right? It is said that the monster that appeared on the spiritual peak recently is a monster of the legendary Thunder Wolf Dragon level. So it is normal for it to attract hunters from other areas to hunt. No matter what, we hunters in Jiayan Village cannot lose. This is related to our face. Chapter 421: The Secret of Hot Springs.
So this is the mature profit model of hot springs? In the future, we can learn from it and use it to develop the hot springs discovered in Alufa Snow Mountain. Meow.
After seeing the hot springs in Jiayan Village, Wanlong began to make calculations in his mind stand up. You must know that Jiayan Village is much smaller than large commercial cities like Mijbolton. But the wealth of Jiayan Village is quite high. The biggest reason for this is the hot spring tourism project in Jiayan Village. Of course, with Catherine and Haitang, 2 5-star high-level hunters, Wanlong and others can enjoy the hot spring services without paying. This is also one of the benefits provided by the Hunter Guild of Jiayan Village to the hunters who visit Jiayan Village.
Mr. Cat, what are you looking at? Come here quickly.
Just as Wanlong was thinking about the hot spring features of Jiayan Village, he suddenly heard Catherine calling him.
Oh? What's the matter?
Meow. However, before Wanlong could react, Catherine had already hugged Wanlong, then picked up the shower head to help wash Wanlong's body, and then soaped Wanlong.
Mr. Cat, you must wash it well,
Catherine said, combing Wanlong's hair with her slender fingers. Since you are soaking in a hot spring, of course you need to rinse your body first so that the water quality will not be affected when you go into the hot spring. Of course Catherine understood this, so she was very meticulous when cleaning Wanlong. It took a while to clean it.
Okay, Mr. Cat, let's go clubbing too.
At this time, Lindy's and Haitang had already sat in the hot spring ahead of Catherine and Wanlong, beckoning Catherine to come over quickly. So Catherine hugged Wanlong and sat in together.
Ah, it's so comfortable. Meow.
When his whole body was immersed in the hot spring, Wanlong felt that his body was going soft.
Is this the hot spring in Jiayan Village? It feels like every pore on the body has become comfortable. Meow. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've been in a hot spring with Mr. Cat like this. It feels like I've forgotten all my worries.
Catherine also said.
Sister Catherine, your relationship with Mr. Wanlong is really good.
Because glasses are easily stained with fog when soaking in hot springs, causing blurry vision. Lindy's had already put the glasses on the glasses when rinsing them. Aside, so Lindy's was not wearing glasses at this time. Lindy's obviously looked more beautiful and less nerdy without glasses. But that was probably because of her poor eyesight. When she said that sentence, Lindy's was actually facing the hot spring. A stone on top is saying that. Such a funny scene made Wanlong and others laugh. And Lindy's finally realized her mistake.
Ha ha. I'm sorry. I was wrong. It would be great if there were hot springs that could improve eyesight.
Lindy's also said mockingly. In contrast, Haitang was relatively quiet, just soaking in the hot spring quietly. In this way, Wenlong and others soaked in the hot spring for a while. After relaxing their bodies, Catherine suggested changing to a hot spring pool to soak in.
It's hard to come here once. Let's try the effects of several other hot spring pools. What's the difference?
Catherine said with great interest. Last time, Catherine, Wenlong and Haitang took a dip in the wild hot springs in Alufa Snow Mountain. The hot springs did not have as many functions as the hot springs in Jian Village. So Wenlong and Haitang both wanted to try the effects of different hot springs.
What makes the hot springs in Jian Village achieve a variety of effects? It seems necessary to experience and study it. Meow.
Wenlong also thought in his heart. Everyone quickly agreed to Catherine's proposal. So Wenlong, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's came out of the first hot spring pool with therapeutic effects and headed to the next hot spring pool.
A. D. F. I really didn't expect that this Lindy's is so small. I really can't tell meow at ordinary times.
Wenlong said softly at this moment.
Mr. Cat, what did you say?
Catherine asked.
No, it's nothing. What I'm saying is which hot spring pool is better to try.
Just this one.
Meow.
Wenlong pointed to a hot spring with the words,
Strong muscles and bones spring,
and said, It is obvious that this is a hot spring that can strengthen the muscles and bones of hunters. And long-term soaking can increase their strength. This is a very tempting hot spring for any hunter. So Wenlong and others immediately sat in eagerly to try.
Wow! It feels like my whole body is getting hot.
Catherine couldn't help but say as soon as she sat in.
Well, it seems to increase the blood circulation of the body. This allows the body's muscles to obtain more nutrients and makes the muscles grow faster. No wonder it is said to be a hot spring that can strengthen muscles and bones.
And Lindy's, he also analyzed it thoughtfully.
It does feel different. Meow.
Wenlong also carefully experienced the effect of this
strengthening muscles and bones
spring, and found that it was indeed, as Lindy said, that it could speed up the blood flow throughout the body. Under stimulation, muscle tissue throughout the body begins to grow at an accelerated pace.
It seems that after hunting, taking a dip in such a hot spring can indeed enhance the body's ability. It's just that it's also a hot spring in Yuyun Village. How can there be such a difference?
Meow. Since you want to learn from Yuyun Village, Wenlong naturally thinks about the mysteries of the hot springs in Jian Village all the time. While Wenlong was thinking, he suddenly heard Haitang's voice.
Haitang thinks the color of this hot spring water seems a little different. Really? Why didn't I see it?
Although Haitang said so, Catherine didn't find anything wrong.
Ah, Sister Catherine, haven't you noticed? The hot spring water is a little reddish. Although it's just a little bit. But it's definitely a little reddish. The hot spring water is different. Could it be?
The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Unlike Catherine, Wenlong immediately realized that what Haitang said was right. Although it was just an extremely subtle color change that Catherine might not be able to distinguish. Wenlong knew that Haitang, who had very good eyesight, was right.
If I'm not wrong, this color change is probably because someone put something in the hot spring artificially. Otherwise, hot springs in the same place cannot have so many differences.
Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart
But what exactly was put there? That's a question. Naya.
Chapter 422 The Wonderful Hot Spring Egg. Wenlong knew that it was possible to create different effects by adding some special medicines to hot springs. But what kind of medicine was added is a question. After all, even Wenlong couldn't distinguish the ingredients of the little medicine mixed in the hot spring water.
If that's the case, then we can only ask the manager of the hot spring bath after bathing in the hot spring.
Wenlong thought to himself.
It would be best to get the full set of formulas, which can not only strengthen the body, but also strengthen the body.
The effect will bring greater improvements to future hunting. And it can also be used to open hot spring baths and earn a lot of gold coins.
Thinking of the huge benefits that would be brought to him after obtaining the potion formula, Wenlong became a little excited. However, the excitement only lasted for less than a minute, and Wenlong quickly calmed down again.
Although this hot spring potion is definitely a good thing, the formula of the potion in the hot spring is not something that others will give you if you want it. Meow.
Wenlong thought in his heart again. Each formula corresponds to a function. The hot springs in Jian Village have more than 10 hot spring pools with different functions, which means there are at least 10 different pharmaceutical formulas corresponding to them. And these formulas can be said to be the key to the hot spring management of Jian Village. And the biggest advantage that distinguishes the hot springs of Jian Village from hot springs in other areas. Therefore, if nothing else, even from a purely value perspective, these pharmaceutical formulas are at least trade secrets and cannot be easily told to others. So how can we get the potion formula? Meow. Wenlong began to think carefully in his mind. Dear guests, the special hot spring eggs of our Jillian village have been cooked. Do you want to enjoy them? Meow. While Wenlong was thinking, suddenly an Aluma wearing a white robe and a red hat walked out. He came over and asked, Okay, we want to eat, Catherine said impatiently. Catherine's voice woke Wenlong out of his thoughts. Wenlong turned around and saw the Elu Cat wearing a white robe and a red hat walking away holding a monster bird egg that was almost half the size of his body. Come over. Obviously, this is the specialty food of Jillian village. Hot spring eggs. It uses the eggs of a big strange bird and then boils them in hot springs. The method may seem simple, but it contains many mysteries. Dear guests, I will help you open this strange bird egg. Meow. At this time, the Elu Cat wearing a red hat said. As he spoke, the Elu Cat wearing a red hat fixed the strange bird egg in a groove on the edge of the hot spring, and then took out a ring-shaped sharp blade. The entire blade is a circle, and the blade is inside the circle. The style of this sharp blade reminded Wenlong inexplicably of a hidden weapon on Earth called the blood drop. Not only did it look very similar, but the method of use was also somewhat similar to the blood drop. I saw the Elu Cat wearing a red hat put the ring-shaped sharp blade on top of the strange bird egg, and then gently turned it, and heard a click sound, and one end of the strange bird egg was neatly cut. The ground was cut open. The egg whites dangling inside were exposed. This is the special hot spring egg of Jillian village, because this strange bird egg was cooked in the spring eye of the hot spring. And although the temperature of the spring eye is higher than that of other parts of the hot spring, it is only about 70 to 80 degrees Celsius at most. This temperature is still lower than boiling water. So the hot spring eggs cooked in the spring are also in a subtle half-cooked state. In this state, the egg white has not completely solidified, and the color is somewhat translucent, and you can even vaguely see the color of the egg yolk inside. Such a strange sight also caused Catherine, Lindy's, and Haitang to express their admiration. Now Wenlong also knew why the hot spring egg needed to be cut with a circular blade that looked like a drop of blood. After all, the egg white of such a delicate hot spring egg is even in a semi-solidified state. If the SHL is peeled using ordinary methods, the entire inside of the hot spring egg will be destroyed due to vibration. It may be displayed in front of everyone in such a complete and smooth form. The so-called food is about color, aroma, and taste, and the color refers to the appearance of the food, which should also give people a beautiful feeling. The hot spring eggs in Jillian village can also be so delicate in peeling the eggs. Alas, it shows that his understanding of food has reached a very high level. Meow! Wenlong couldn't help but give this hot spring egg a thumbs up in his heart. Dear guests, one of the most important reasons why our hot spring eggs in Jillian village are the most famous is that the temperature of the hot springs in our Jillian village is the most suitable for boiling hot spring eggs. Seeing Wenlong and others with an expression of surprise, the Elu Cat wearing a red hat also said proudly, because there were 4 people in Wenlong's party. The Elu Cat wearing a red hat opened a total of 4 such hot spring eggs, and then bowed to Wenlong and others. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the hot spring eggs are ready. Okay, now you can enjoy it. Meow! However, strange bird eggs are relatively large after all. One strange bird egg is about the size of an adult's head. So when eating these strange bird eggs cooked in hot springs, you do not eat them in the usual way, but instead Wenlong and others each received a spoon. It happened that one side of the hot spring egg had been cut neatly. For Wenlong and others, they only needed to hold the hot spring egg in their arms and scoop it up like eating watermelon with a spoon in summer. Among them, the first one to start was Catherine, who couldn't wait for a long time. At first, Catherine gently scooped a spoonful of hot spring eggs with a spoon. The translucent egg white was scooped out easily. The egg white that had just been scooped out was still trembling slightly, like delicate jelly. Then Catherine put the egg white into her mouth and took a bite. It turned translucent instantly. White viscous liquid filled the entire mouth. Yeah! Delicious! At this time, Catherine showed an intoxicated expression. Catherine has a proud figure and skin as warm as jade. After soaking in the hot spring for a long time, her mind is slightly drunk, and her face is already slightly red, coupled with the intoxication brought by the delicious food. Catherine looks like it's like entering a state of trance. I just ate a strange bird egg cooked in a hot spring. How did it make me feel like I had an orgasm? Meow?
With doubts in his mind, Wenlong also took a spoonful of the egg whites from the strange bird's eggs and put it into his mouth. Chapter 423, a veritable delicacy. Wenlong nibbled on the delicate translucent egg white. Sure enough, the melt-in-your-mouth protein brings an extremely fresh and tender texture. Although such protein does not have any seasoning added, it can bring out the deliciousness of the food to the maximum extent.
It's really good. Meow.
Enjoying such delicious food, Wenlong was also heartened. But for Wenlong, this was not enough, because this feeling was still a little bit short of Wenlong's expectations.
Although it is delicious, it is outstanding compared to ordinary delicacies. After all, the hot spring eggs in Jian Village are famous dishes. If this is the case, the name is still a bit exaggerated. Right,
Wenlong said, and I thought in my heart. As Wenlong thought before, food pays attention to the color, aroma and taste. When the hot spring egg is peeled, the oval shape is smooth and tender, with a translucent egg white on the outside and an orange yolk inside. It gives people a special enjoyment visually. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to give a perfect score of 10 in terms of appearance. In this way, color among color, aroma, and taste is considered to have reached Wenlong's standard. Although the tender protein cooked by the hot springs tastes good, for Wenlong, who has enjoyed a lot of delicious food and has become quite sophisticated in taste, it is still not perfect, so he can only give it an 8-point rating. Of course, even 8 points is considered a very high score for Wenlong. After all, nothing is perfect in the world, and different people have different taste preferences. A spoonful of strange bird eggs cooked in hot springs can be enough. It makes Catherine intoxicated. But for Wenlong, it can only be regarded as a generally delicious situation. Of course, what really made Wenlong feel that the hot spring eggs in Jian Village were a bit exaggerated was the fragrance aspect. If the color item can be given 10 points, and the taste item can be given 8 points, then the scent item can only be given 5 points at most. Although this kind of translucent egg white is delicate, it also leaves a unique fragrance of egg white after turning into liquid. But this degree of fragrance is not enough to leave a lingering fragrance in the mouth for a long time.
It's such a pity that I thought it would be better. Meow.
Wenlong commented in his heart. However, just when Wenlong was thinking this, suddenly, Wenlong noticed the orange-yellow egg yolk flowing out from the place where he had just scooped it up with his spoon.
Ah! Broken meow.
After all, this hot spring egg is cooked at a relatively low temperature, and the outer egg white is still translucent. Naturally, the inner egg yolk cannot solidify, but remains in the state of a viscous gelatinous liquid. And because Wenlong had just scooped it deeper, the yolk inside slowly flowed out from the break in the egg white. And since the yolk had flowed out, Wenlong certainly wouldn't let it go. So he put his mouth at the break in the egg white, preparing to suck the outflowing yolk with his mouth.
Although it's still a little far from what I imagined. You can't waste it like this. Since the yolk has flowed out, suck it clean. Meow.
However, Wenlong just took a sip and was completely shocked. When Wenlong sucked, the already delicate egg white was sucked into Wenlong's mouth along with the yolk. Although the egg white turned into a viscous liquid at the entrance, Wenlong could clearly feel the difference between the two when wrapped in the softer egg yolk. Although the egg white is broken into very small parts, if you feel it a little bit, you can still feel that there are tiny particles like chewed jelly. And the soft and waxy yolk wraps these particles and slides them from the tip of Wenlong's tongue. It brings a completely different taste experience. However, this is not the most important thing. What's more important is that the egg white and egg yolk of the hot spring egg are mixed together, which makes the taste even better. Not only that, the original fragrance of egg white was also covered by the rich fragrance of egg yolk, which not only filled every corner of Wenlong's mouth, but also flowed down Wenlong's throat into his intestines and stomach, making Wenlong unable to perceive the rich fragrance for a long time. Disperse. This is because unlike egg whites, egg yolks are softer and waxier and easier to adhere to the mouth.
Sure enough, I was too arbitrary before.
At this moment, Wenlong thought silently in his heart.
When egg yolks and egg whites are mixed with each other, the delicious taste is undoubtedly raised to another level. It can even be said that these are two different food experiences. Whether to enjoy the egg yolk alone or the egg white alone, or to put this delicious food into your mouth together, it can bring a different experience to every diner. Meow. And the thick half-cooked egg yolk can also bring out the fragrance of the egg yolk to the maximum extent. This just makes up for the lack of fragrance when simply enjoying egg whites before. Meow. So based on the above experience, In terms of the taste indicator, the score of Jayan Village Hot Spring Egg can be increased from 8 points to 10 points. And in terms of the aroma indicator, it can be increased from 5 points to 9 points. Meow! Then the final score of Jayan Village's Hot Spring Eggs is 10 points for color, 9 points for scent, and 10 points for taste. 2 full marks. 1 high score of 9 points. Jayan Village's Hot Spring Eggs are indeed, it can be called a famous delicacy. Meow!
Wenlong commented with satisfaction in his heart. After Wenlong, Lindy's and Haitang also began to enjoy the delicious Jayan Village hot spring eggs. It didn't take long for Wenlong and his party to sweep away their respective hot spring eggs.
It's so delicious.
After eating, Wenlong touched his belly with satisfaction and said, of course, it was not just the
color, aroma,
and taste of the hot spring eggs in Jayan Village that impressed Wenlong deeply. The seemingly simple but mysterious production method of the hot spring eggs was also something Wenlong admired very much.
Sure enough, there are many places worth learning in this Jayan Village, especially the method of making hot spring eggs. It seems simple. It seems that just placing an ordinary strange bird egg at the eye of the hot spring is okay. But in my own, after experiencing it myself, I realized that this is not the case at all. Meow! The hot spring happens to be the most suitable temperature for boiling hot spring eggs. I don't know whether I should praise the coincidence of nature, or the people of Jayan Village who use the power of nature.
Lindy's also sighed. The sighs of Wenlong and Lindy's also aroused the approval of Catherine and others. But after enjoying the hot spring eggs, time was almost up. After all, hot springs are not good if they soak for too long. So Wenlong and Catherine, the 4 of them, Haitang and Lindy's, wrapped their bodies in bath towels and walked out of the hot spring reluctantly. Chapter 424 For the Secret of the Hot Spring. After leaving the hot spring, Wenlong felt relaxed all over, and the fatigue from the long journey was suddenly gone. Then he dried himself off and put on a dry Yugimo Village specialty yukata. It wasn't until he reached the exit of the hot spring that Wenlong saw the Elu Cat wearing a red hat, who had brought him the hot spring egg before. Sitting there.
Dear guests, did you enjoy your hot spring bath? Meow?
The Elu Cat wearing a red hat asked.
Thank you for the hospitality. It's really very comfortable,
Catherine said with satisfaction. Not only Catherine, but also Haitang and Lindy's also expressed their appreciation for the special hot springs in Jayan Village.
Thank you for your patronage,
the hot spring affirmed. The Elu Cat wearing a red hat was also quite proud. And then said,
then come and try the special drink of our Jayan Village. This is for hunters. Exclusive version.
Meow. And drinks?
Catherine was quite surprised.
Yes. This is also one of the characteristics of our Jayan Village. After soaking in the hot springs, although the skin is nourished and the body is relaxed, on the contrary, the body will be relatively short of water. At this time, if you have a cup of our special drink from Jayan Village, you will not only have a different and wonderful feeling, but it will also have a special effect of improving your physical ability. Why don't you try it? Meow. It can also improve physical abilities.
Any hunter has the desire to become stronger, and Catherine and Haitang naturally do the same. So they looked at each other and immediately agreed.
Then we won't be polite. Okay. Guess. Here is our drink list. If you need anything, just order it. As 5-star hunters, we will give you your first drink for free. Meow. Hey, uncle, where am I? Meow.
Wenlong also said quickly.
Well, I'm sorry. This is a benefit that only 5-star hunters can enjoy. Meow. If you are an ordinary person, you need to pay 1 gold coin for a cup. Meow.
Elu Cat, wearing a red hat, said again.
I thought it was expensive, but it turns out it's so cheap.
Hearing that it was 1 gold coin per cup, Wenlong took out his wallet nonchalantly and threw 2 gold coins to the red hat wearing Elu Cat.
Give me a drink. And this girl with glasses over here, have a drink too. Meow. Ah, Mr. Wenlong, I don't need it. I'm not a hunter, so I don't need this kind of thing.
Lindy said.
It doesn't matter. It's not easy to come here and try something new. And a gold coin is nothing. Meow.
Wenlong said generously. Wenlong knew in his heart that the special hot spring drink in Jayan Village was equivalent to the cat rice provided in the cat kitchen in the Zishard Kingdom. It was a special prop that could strengthen the hunter's physical ability. Drinking it regularly was very good for the body. Big benefits. Therefore, Wenlong was not stingy at all for the price of 1 gold coin per cup. However,
compared to drinks,
Wenlong is now more concerned about the formula of hot springs and drinks, because this is directly related to whether Wenlong's hot spring bath in Alufa Snow Mountain can reach the level of Jian Village after it opens. If I can get the medicine formula and drink formula in the hot spring, the hot spring I discovered in the Alufa Snow Mountain will definitely become my next stable source of income. Meow. Wenlong naturally planned this. Since he had such an idea, Wenlong of course had to put it into practice immediately. So after drinking the drink in one breath, Wenlong didn't have the intention to savor the wonderful taste, and just had a drink with the red hat wearing Elu Cat. Talk it up.
Who's the boss here? Meow? That's right. Meow.
The Elu Cat wearing a red hat said proudly. The expression on his face was a total.
Please praise me.
Look.
Oh. Sorry.
Of course Wenlong couldn't help but notice. So he immediately said in a complimentary tone,
Your hot spring is really amazing. It can be said that the prosperity of Yuyun Village is really thanks to a smart businessman like you. Meow. Ha ha ha. Guest. You are so flattering. Meow. No. What I said is sincere.
Wenlong continued to praise shamelessly.
Wenlong, respect the businessmen who have the courage to do hard work. Like you. Who can make something as simple as a hot spring egg to the extreme. I am so impressed. Oh. Ha ha ha. It's true. My guest. You are really good at talking. Even if you praise me like this, I won't be proud. Meow.
The Elu Cat wearing a red hat was already smiling from ear to ear.
Very good. I'm already getting carried away.
Seeing that the other party was already getting carried away, Wenlong knew that it was almost done. So Wenlong continued to pursue.
I'm not praising you. I'm just telling the truth. In short, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river. And like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Meow. Yellow River? Where is that river? I've never heard of it. Meow.
The cat wearing a red hat was stunned for a moment, and then said again,
You don't have to worry about these details. You just need to know that I really admire you. Meow.
Unknowingly, Wenlong had already held the other person's hand and continued. So I want to ask you, this hot spring, what method is used to have so many effects? Meow? You want to know the formula of the hot spring? Meow?
The cat wearing a red hat suddenly became alert.
The hot springs here are so comfortable. Wouldn't it be a pity if I couldn't experience them when I go back? So I thought I could take a dip in the bathtub at home. Then do you still want to know the recipe of this hot spring drink? Meow?
Elu, wearing a red hat, said again.
Yes. A sip of this drink will make you feel refreshed. It would be great if you could drink it every day. No way. Meow.
Suddenly, the Elu Cat wearing a red hat jumped up.
Our Jian village relies on this hot spring to grow. Both the hot spring drinks and the potions in the hot spring are important secret recipes. I absolutely can't leave it to you. Meow. Hey. Don't say anything. Okay. I'll give you money. Meow.
Seeing that the other party had seen through his intentions, Wenlong immediately used the money trick. After all, Wenlong is now considered a wealthy man with some wealth. As long as it is within an acceptable range, it is normal to spend some money in exchange.
That's not okay.
The hot spring owner's tone was still very firm.
I can't ruin the future of our Jian village for the sake of immediate interests. If you know the formula of this hot spring and the method of making the drink, you can also make one. What if the hot spring comes to compete with us for business? Meow?
Chapter 425 The Legend of the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That's it.
Seeing that the other party's tone was so determined, Wenlong said straight to the point.
Then tell me, what are the conditions required to hand over the hot springs potion formula and the drink-making method to me? Meow? Sorry. Guest. I cannot hand over the business secrets of our Jian village to an outsider like you. No matter what conditions you offer. It is impossible. Meow.
The tone is still non-negotiable. This the hot spring owner said firmly.
Really? Meow? Of course it's true. Meow. Alas.
At this time, Wenlong sighed deeply and said sadly.
It's a pity. It's a pity. Meow. Even if you want to take advantage of my sympathy as a guest. It's impossible. Meow.
The hot spring owner was unmoved.
I'm not trying to gain your sympathy,
Wenlong said earnestly.
On the contrary, the reason why I sighed just now was because I was sighing for you. And I was also sighing for the entire Jian village. Meow. What do you mean by that?
The hot spring owner, wearing a red hat, asked curiously.
Okay. The target has taken the bait.
Wenlong thought secretly in his heart. So Wenlong continued and said slowly,
Don't you think I can't see it? The hot springs in your Jian village are indeed famous all over the world. But your recent business has not been very good. Okay. How did you know that? Meow?
The hot spring owner, wearing a red hat, was quite surprised.
It's normal. When we were in the hot spring just now, we didn't see anyone else except ourselves. Meow.
Wenlong said leisurely.
Then that's because the hot spring you are in is a special hot spring that can only be used by hunters with 4 stars or above. Of course, there won't be many people there in normal times. Meow.
The hot spring owner, wearing a red hat, explained immediately.
Okay. Even if what you said is true. But during the time we are talking, except for a few of us, no one has come in and no one has gone out of the entire hot spring entrance. Right. You know, whether it is a high-end hot spring exclusively for high-level hunters or a public hot spring used by ordinary people, the entrances and exits are all here. However, no one has come and gone for such a long time. This is already a problem. What are you doing?
The hot spring owner suddenly stuttered.
There is no need to hide it. In fact, I have seen it. The reason for this phenomenon is actually the recent activity of Thunder Wolf Dragon. And Jian Village is relatively close to the spiritual peak where Thunder Wolf Dragon lives. So naturally there are a large number of them. For the sake of their own safety, tourists don't dare to come here to soak in hot springs. Right. Meow?
The hot spring owner didn't speak. He just stared at Wenlong blankly. So Wenlong continued.
If you don't say anything,
you are admitting that I happen to have some experience in hunting Thunder Wolf Dragon. If I take action, it will definitely be no problem to take down a Thunder Wolf Dragon. So, if I help you deal with the Thunder Wolf Dragon, would you be willing to exchange it for the hot spring formula and the drink making method? Naya? You can really hunt Thunder Wolf Dragon? Meow? Of course. Meow.
Wenlong said firmly again.
No.
The hot spring owner shook his head again.
Although your 2 friends are both 5-star hunters, it is not that easy to hunt the Thunder Wolf Dragon, because there seems to be an unknown monster. We are also together with the Thunder Wolf Dragon. Whenever we hunt the Thunder Wolf Dragon, that monster will come in and completely disrupt our hunting plan.
Oh, is there such a thing?
Meow? Well, that monster is very strong. And it seems to be a monster that has never appeared before. There was a 5-star hunter team that was attacked by this monster while hunting the Thunder Wolf Dragon. And then the whole army was wiped out. So you should stop trying. After all, you are just the team is not even satisfied with the number of people. There are only 2 hunters. It is better not to take risks.
The boss of Jian Village Hot Spring knew that he could no longer hide it, and finally revealed the original commission of the matter.
It turns out there is a very powerful monster together with the Thunder Wolf Dragon.
After hearing the hot spring owner's description, Wenlong also touched his beard and thought for a while before saying,
You're not talking about the ancient dragon species, are you? It may not be that according to the investigation of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau, no energy fluctuations of the ancient dragon species were found. But the power of the monster is indeed beyond doubt. Otherwise a full 5-star hunter team would not have completely destroyed Meow. Well, it's true that it's not yet time for the ancient dragon species to awaken. However, if according to what you said, it is powerful enough to destroy a 5-star hunter team, but it is not an ancient dragon species, I think in my mind got a guy. Meow. Guessed. Do you know the identity of the monster? But because the 4-person 5-star team was wiped out, we still have no clue at all. Meow.
The hot spring owner of Jian Village also couldn't believe Wenlong said,
Of course. I'm not absolutely sure, but it's probably close. After all, if there's a monster that's strong and likes to get in when others are hunting, I'm afraid that's the only one. Naya. Guessed. Which one are you talking about?
At this time, not only the hot spring owner of Jian Village, but also Catherine, Haikang, Lindy's and others who had finished their drinks came over curiously and wanted to listen to Wenlong's inference about this incident.
Humph.
Wenlong also said,
If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid it's the Tyrannosaurus known as the Gluteus King of Terror. Meow. Tyrannosaurus.
When she heard the name, Lindy shouted out at once.
Guessed. What on earth is this dread Tyrannosaurus? Why haven't I heard of it?
Seeing Lindy's surprised expression, the hot spring owner of Jian Village was also startled.
The Terror Tyrannosaurus is a rare beastsaurus monster. Because it is extremely destructive and has a greedy predatory personality, it often destroys the ecological balance of a large area. If there really is this monster near Jian village, I'm afraid the entire Yuyun village will.
As a scholar of Wang Dynasty, Lindy's immediately dug out all the knowledge about the Dino Tyrannosaurus that she had learned from the books.
What will happen? Meow?
The hot spring owner's voice was already trembling.
It will be destroyed,
Lindy said quietly. Chapter 426, Deception also requires assists. Lindy's is a bachelor of Wanli Academy, and this is officially certified. In fact, before Lindy's came to Jian village, the Royal Academy of the West Hyde Kingdom also sent an official letter to the Hunter Guild of Jian village, requesting the Hunter Guild of Jian village to assist Lindy's in investigating the monster ecology. For this reason, the owner of this hot spring bathhouse also knows Lindy's identity. In other words, in the eyes of outsiders, Lindy's is the expert on the survival habits of monsters.
So when Lindy said these words, the hot spring owner of Jian village immediately believed what Lindy said, with a look of fear on his face.
Then what should we do? Will the Yuyun village hot spring passed down by our ancestors also be destroyed in the hands of that monster called the Tyrannosaurus? Meow?
The hot spring owner said tremblingly.
Well done, Lindy's. I usually look like a nerd, but I didn't expect that I actually have a very bright mind.
Seeing the reaction of the owner of the hot spring in Jian village, Wanlong also expressed his support for Lindy's, and applauded.
The effect of holding the title of professional is that it is effortless to fool people.
Now Wanlong finally understands why there are so many swindlers on the earth, who like to use the name of an expert and professor to deceive. At this time, Lindy's also continued.
To survive this crisis, the best way is to ask Mr. Wanlong for help. If it is Mr. Wanlong, he will definitely help you get rid of the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
But the Terror Tyrannosaurus always appears together with the Thunder Wolf Dragon. And even the full 5-star hunter team was wiped out last time. A team consisting of just 2 hunters and an Elu Cat can really hunt that Terror Tyrannosaurus? Meow?
The owner of the hot spring bathhouse was still a little worried.
Don't worry. Mr. Wanlong is an expert in this field. The 3 of them solved the evil star dragon incident that made a big fuss in our Zywide area some time ago.
As she said this, Lindy's pointed to Catherine and Begonia.
It was actually them who solved the rumored misfortune star dragon incident that caused a commotion in the West Hyde Kingdom.
Looking at Wanlong, the hot spring owner of Jian village was also dubious. But Wanlong also knew that the time was ripe. With the help of Lindy's, as the hot spring bath owner of Yuyun village, the red-hatted Elu Cat has actually become convinced of Wanlong's strength. At this time, I was just hesitating in my heart. If the formula of the hot spring potion and the preparation method of the drink were handed over to Wanlong, would it affect the operation of the Jian village hot spring bathhouse? So Wanlong immediately lost no time and said,
Don't worry. I guarantee that I can help you get rid of the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex together. And you can rest assured that even if you take all the hot spring potion formulas and drinks, leave the production method to me, and it will not affect the hot spring management of Yuyun village in the future. Not only that, but on the contrary, it may bring you more profits. Meow. Is this really true? What reasons do you have to prove that it will not affect my sales? Meow.
After hearing Wanlong say that it would not affect him, the owner of the hot spring bathhouse finally relented. For Wanlong, the request was no longer rejected directly, but he was asked tentatively.
Of course.
Seeing the other party finally relenting, Wanlong immediately added,
We can sign a business contract for franchise chain stores. Franchise chain store. What is that? Meow.
Obviously, the hot spring bath owner in Jian village did not understand this new term.
The so-called franchise chain store is actually a business model.
Wanlong continued to explain.
You authorize us to use the signature of Jian village's special hot springs and provide us with Jian village's special hot spring potion formulas, and the beverage making method will help us build a hot spring bath with the characteristics of Jian village in the West Shuriide area. And then we will pay you a part of the franchise fee every year. Meow. There is also a franchise fee.
After hearing that there were benefits, the hot spring owner was a little hesitant. Wanlong, on the other hand, took advantage of the victory and said,
And I can guarantee that I will not operate hot springs in Shichi Kingdom. The hot springs operated will only be located outside Shichi Kingdom. In this case, it will have a negative impact on the hot spring tourism in Jian village.
The impact should be very small. Can you promise to only operate outside the Shichi Kingdom? Meow? Of course. These will be written in the contract. And if you establish a chain store in areas other than Jian village, it can also be used as an experience store to allow foreign hot spring enthusiasts to experience the hot spring culture of your Jian village. In other words,
if you can promote the hot spring culture that is limited to this small Shichi kingdom to the whole world, your ancestors will surely be proud of you. Meow. Can we promote the hot spring culture of our Yuyun village to the whole world? Let humans and El cats all over the world enjoy the beauty of our hot springs in Yuyun village. Meow. Yet don't you believe me? Meow. When you look at me, are your eyes clear and translucent? Like an innocent and honest person? So I am so honest. You have to believe me. Meow.
Unknowingly, when Long was already taking pictures, the hot spring owner said over his shoulder,
"It would be great if this can really happen."
The hot spring owner's expression finally relaxed. And then he said, as if he had made up his mind,
"Our ancestors have been running this hot spring bathhouse in Jiyun village for generations. Just to let more people can experience the wonders of our hot spring baths, allowing more people to enjoy top-notch hot springs. Indeed, it would be a bit narrow if it was limited to our Jiyun village. Yes, it's great that you can wake up. After all, times are changing, and we must also learn to keep pace with the times." Meow. Okay, I believe in you. The future of our hot spring baths. Oh no. It should be said that the future of our Jiyun village depends on you. Meow.
The hot spring owner of Jiyun village finally made up his mind. Things went relatively smoothly after that. At the welcome dinner in Jiyun village, Wen Long and his party signed a
preliminary intention to promote the hot spring culture of Jiyun village and open a franchise chain of hot springs with special hot springs in Jiyun village.
With the hot spring bath owner of Jiyun village, the agreement stipulated that as long as Wen Long and others successfully hunt the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex,
then a formal agreement on the establishment of a special hot spring franchise chain store in Jiyun village
will be further signed. Chapter 427 Start Exploring. The day after the welcome dinner held by the Jiyun Village Hunter Guild to welcome 5-star high-level hunters, Wen Long and others got up early in the morning.
Sure enough, the hot springs in Jiyun village are very effective. Yesterday we had such a late night at the welcome dinner of Jiyun village and drank a lot of wine. Yet, I was so energetic when I woke up in the morning.
After getting up, Wen Long couldn't help but say thought in mind. Not only Wen Long, but Catherine, Hai Tang and Lindy's also woke up early and started to wash up.
Mr. Cat, what should we do today?
At this time, Catherine asked Wen Long, who had just gotten up.
Now that we've eaten and drank, and the contract has been signed, it's time for us to get to work.
Wen Long said.
You mean we go hunt that Thunder Wolf Dragon right now? Of course, it's not something that can't be rushed.
Wen Long shook his head and said,
as the saying goes, you can fight 100 battles if you know yourself and your enemy. Before hunting the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, we must first have a good understanding of the hunting environment nearby. In addition, in order to hunt the dinosaurs, we also have to prepare some special props for Tyrannosaurus. After all, props for special monsters can sometimes get twice the result with half the effort. Meow. Special props?
Catherine didn't know what the special props Wen Long was referring to were.
You'll know when the time comes.
Wen Long said.
Let's get familiar with the hunting ground in the past 2 days. Meow.
As an old hunter, Wen Long still knew in his heart that he could never be careless. After all, hunting now is not a game. If you don't do it right, you will lose your life. And although the Thunder Wolf Dragon is not too strong, if the Tyrannosaurus Rex is also included, it will have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. If coupled with the disadvantages of not being familiar with the nearby hunting grounds, and the Wen Long knew that this hunting would never be easy due to other emergencies that might occur. So after washing up and putting on hunting equipment, Wen Long and others set off.
The place to explore will be centered on Jiyun village first, and start exploring from the nearest place where the Thunder Wolf Dragon appears. Meow.
Not long after leaving Jiyun village,
Wen Long took out a Jiyun card he bought at the entrance of Jiyun village, the terrain map near Yunsuan, and then said so.
Mr. Cat, do you know where the Thunder Wolf Dragon appeared?
Catherine was also a little surprised when Wen Long said this.
Nonsense. Why do you think I drank with that group of rookie hunters at the welcome dinner? Isn't it just to get information from them? Meow?
Wen Long blew his beard and said disdainfully.
Ah, that's it. Mr. Cat, you are really thoughtful. Really, you are just too careless. Meow.
Wen Long said while looking at the map carefully, then pointed to a place on the map and said,
well, the place where the Thunder Wolf Dragon appeared most recently was probably it's here. Meow.
This is, after hearing what Wen Long said, Catherine, Hai Tang and Lindy's all came over and looked at the specially marked red area on the map. Haitang also said,
"This is not the same as last time we had a hot air balloon."
"Isn't the crash place not far away?" "Well, it seems like this. I didn't expect Thunder Wolf Dragon to have arrived so close to Jian Village recently."
Wenlong suddenly remembered that he also encountered Sanyao. In the end, Sanyao only summoned a big the Wild Boar King did not summon the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Terror Tyrannosaurus. And Wenlong was a little lucky in his heart. After all, it is still dangerous to encounter two powerful large monsters at the same time without adequate preparation.
"But we didn't encounter the Thunder Wolf Dragon last time. Maybe it's because we were lucky. Or that little kid was lucky." Meow.
Wenlong said to himself again. When he said this, Wenlong couldn't help but think of the girl who was about the same age as Haitang that he saw when the hot air balloon crashed that day.
That little brat is really not afraid of death, and actually ran to such a dangerous place. I just hope he doesn't cause trouble when hunting Thunder Wolf Dragon. Meow.
Just moving forward like this, it didn't take long for Wenlong and others to arrive at the place where the last hot air balloon crashed. From what Wenlong and others saw, the wreckage of the hot air balloon was still where it originally was. Surrounded by nothing has changed. Everything seems to be the same as it was 2 days ago.
I didn't pay much attention when I came here last time. Let's investigate carefully this time. I'll go with the girl with glasses. And you'll go with the little girl. We'll search separately. Also, remember not to take action without permission if you find danger. Even if you are already I'm a 5-star hunter. And I don't know much about the monsters in Shichi country yet. So it's easy to suffer losses. So I need to practice with flares first. Okay. Meow.
Now that he has arrived at his destination, Wenlong ordered. After all, both Catherine and Haitang are already 5-star hunters. So Wenlong is not too worried. And the area to be searched is not small. If they don't search separately, they may not be able to complete the search by night.
I understand, Mr. Cat.
Catherine and Haitang nodded. Wenlong knew that since it was the place where the Thunder Wolf Dragon and the Tyrannosaurus appeared, there should be more or less traces left behind. And based on these traces, we can often learn some information about the monsters. So Wenlong and Lindy's, and Catherine and Haitang started searching separately, because they were looking for the footprints of Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus left a few days ago. The search work was carried out in more detail. Along the way, Wenlong and Lindy's almost walked with their heads down and carefully looked at the ground. Search everywhere for fear of missing any information.
Ah, Mr. Wenlong. The Shichi country is indeed very different from our Zishard region. Not only the monsters, but also the plants are completely different.
After walking not far, Lindy suddenly became excited. Dee said, pointing to some knotted plants.
That's bamboo. It's really not found in the West Holred area. Meow. Oh. So Mr. Wenlong even knows the plants of the distant Shichi kingdom? I thought Mr. Wenlong only knew more about monsters.
Lindy's couldn't help but asked out of curiosity.
Of course. What don't I know? Meow.
Wenlong said unceremoniously. However, I was thinking in my heart.
I didn't say that this bamboo was quite common in my hometown on the earth where I once lived. Meow.
Ah, that's it. Suddenly at this time, Lindy shouted out.
What?
Wenlong looked in the direction Lindy's pointed and saw a green bear stealing honey. Chapter 428, The Gluttonous Green Bear Beast.
Ah, isn't that guy just a green bear beast? Meow.
Wenlong said calmly. As its name suggests, this green bear looks like it is just a bear with a bluish color. It is a type of toothed beast. Although its strength and size are larger than those of a bear, it is not the same as the more powerful flying dragon. Monsters are nothing in comparison. Generally speaking, it can only be regarded as a low-level monster on the same level as the beaver beast. So Wenlong doesn't take this guy seriously at all. At this time, the green bear beast was standing under a big tree, and then he hugged the big tree with his front paws and shook it vigorously, trying to shake down a beehive hanging on the big tree. What the green bear did naturally attracted the attention of the bees on the tree. All of a sudden, these bees came out of their nests and stung the green bear. However, the green bear is protected by a thick layer of fur, and the bees surrounding the green bear cannot harm the green bear at all. So the green bear beast continued to shake the big tree vigorously with its giant palm. And after a while, the beehive on the big tree was shaken down. Snapped. The beehive fell to the ground, and Green Bear immediately picked it up, then broke it open, sticking out its long tongue to greedily eat the golden honey inside. In order to enjoy the honey, The green bear beast didn't care at all even if his tongue was stung by a bee.
I didn't expect to be able to see a real green bear. Not only that, but also the eating ecology of this green bear can be seen up close. It's really rare.
Being able to witness the eating of green bears in the wild is not a unique experience. It was a common thing. So Lindy stared curiously at this creature she had never seen before and carefully observed it, and immediately took out a pen to record everything she saw in her notebook.
When green bear eats honey, its tongue will also be stung by bees. But they can endure such intense pain for the deliciousness of honey. Maybe green bear is a monster that is particularly good at endurance. Maybe. But it is also possible it's green bear mon who has a special liking for honey.
While Lindy was taking notes, she involuntarily and gently moved in the direction of the blue bear mon, hoping to get a closer look at this monster she had never seen before. After all, although the green bear beast is quite common in the Shichi kingdom, it is a creature that does not exist in the Zishriad kingdom where Lindy's is located. Naturally, Lindy's will not let go of this opportunity. Fortunately, the blue bearman's attention was focused on the hive in front of it, and it didn't even notice Lindy's observing it not far away.
Really?
Although Wenlong wanted to stop this dangerous behavior, after thinking about it, he finally didn't do it. Instead, while Lindy's was nervously taking notes, Wenlong also waited silently for Lindy's. By his side, he protected Lindy's safety until Lindy's finished recording.
Okay. The recording is finished. Mr. Wenlong, thank you very much for staying with me.
After a while, the recording was completed. Lindy said with satisfaction,
It's nothing. Thanks to your help the day before yesterday, I signed a contract with the owner of the hot spring bath. It's not a big deal to be your bodyguard occasionally and protect your safety.
Wenlong replied. At this time, the green bear beast had basically finished eating. He wiped his mouth and walked away without hesitation. From the beginning to the end, he didn't pay attention to Wenlong and Lindy's, who were observing him.
Ah, it seems Blue Bearmon has a pretty good temper. It didn't even attack us.
At this time, Lindy's also exclaimed, as if she had discovered something terrible.
This guy only has a good temper after he's full. What if you see him when he's hungry? But he doesn't have such a good temper. Meow.
Wenlong also spread his hands and said,
Ah, that's it.
After hearing what Wenlong said, Lindy's also stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. After all, Lindy's also knew that although the green bear beast was not a great and powerful monster, if it was against Lindy's if she takes action,
it only takes one slap to effortlessly slap off the head of Lindy's, who is not wearing any armor. Of course, she was embarrassed. So Lindy still recorded what Wenlong just said in the entry about green bear beast in her notebook. When all this was completed, the green bear beast also walked away.
Okay, glasses girl. You have nothing to remember, right?
Wenlong said again at this time.
Ah, not for now.
Lindy's nodded.
Well, okay. Then let's follow. You follow me. I think we have found some problems. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong said softly.
Follow? Follow what?
Lindy said in surprise. After all, Lindy's was also a bachelor of King Zisher's Royal Academy, and she thought she had a considerable understanding of monsters. However, in front of Wenlong, Lindy's deeply felt her ignorance. At this time Wenlong explained.
Of course, I will follow the green bear beast. I think if I guess correctly, there should be a lot of gains. Meow. Mr. Wenlong, have you discovered traces of Thunder Wolf or Tyrannosaurus?
Lindy's asked curiously.
I don't know if it's a Thunder Wolf dragon, but it must be a large monster. It's just that the footprints have become a little blurry due to the erosion of rain some time ago, so I can't tell what kind of monster it comes from.
Wenlong pointed out. He said that there were some small pits of different depths not far from where the green bear beast appeared before.
Then what does this have to do with the green bear beast we just saw?
Lindy still didn't understand what Wenlong meant.
Are you bothered? Just follow me. Meow.
Wenlong didn't bother to explain, so he just greeted, and Lindy's was embarrassed to ask again. So she had to put away her curiosity and followed silently. Although the green bear beast had gone far away and only a small figure could barely be seen. For Wenlong, this was the best time to track the green bear beast. After all, the green bear beast's bulky body will leave clear traces on the soft soil. The footprints left a few minutes ago are very easy for an experienced hunter like Wenlong to track, even if the green bear beast accidentally disappears from his eyes. Wenlong can quickly follow it. The reason why Wenlong waited until the green bear beast was far away from him before starting to follow him was to avoid attracting the attention of the green bear beast and another monster that might be lurking nearby at any time. Chapter 429 Black Glimpses. In this way, Wenlong and Lindy's began to track the green bear beast. Wenlong relied on his rich experience to keep the distance as far as possible to ensure that he would not lose track and could observe the situation ahead. However, things were not as smooth as Wenlong imagined. Wenlong and Lindy's followed a long distance away and found nothing unusual. This is not a problem for Wenlong, but it is more troublesome for Lindy's. Although the green bear beast seems to be walking slowly, because of its long strides, its actual progress is not slow. Moreover, having lived in the woods for a long time, the green bear beast is also extremely familiar with the terrain and environment in the woods, which makes the blue bear beast rarely hindered by the terrain when moving. But Lindy's was different. Although Lindy's physique, which often went on field trips, was considered good among bachelor Wang Li's, this allowed Lindy's to keep up with the green bear beast at the beginning. But as the journey became more and more difficult, as the distance traveled, Lindy's physical strength gradually failed to keep up, and she was out of breath even while walking.
Hoo ho ho! What's wrong? Girl with glasses, are you out of energy? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
It doesn't matter. I can continue,
Lindy said through gritted teeth. Wenlong could see that although Lindy's looked quite weak and looked like a frail scholar, she was also very strong inside. Even if she didn't say anything, she still continued to chase the green bear beast. After a while, it was probably quite far away from Jian village. Finally, Wenlong found a big river in front of him, and the green bear stopped by the river.
Are you planning to stop for a drink of water?
Wenlong thought in his heart. At the same time, in order to prevent himself from getting too close to the green bear beast, Wenlong also stopped to keep a sufficient distance between the two parties. And sure enough, just as Wenlong thought, after the green bear stopped, it lowered its head by the river and began to drink water happily.
Huh?
At this time, Lindy's also caught up. Seeing the situation in front of her, she asked softly,
Mr. Wenlong, can you tell me what's going on now? Shoo!
However, Wenlong just made a silencing gesture with his finger, signaling Lindy's not to speak. Lindy's, who was about to continue asking, could only close her mouth. The surroundings became unusually quiet for a while, and there were no other monsters beside the river except for the green bear that was drinking water. Undoubtedly, this is not normal. Although Wenlong did not explain it to Lindy's, Wenlong himself knew very well that the terror Tyrannosaurus, which was more dangerous than the thunder wolf dragon, had a gluttonous characteristic. Originally Wenlong had forgotten this before seeing the green bear beast, but after seeing the green bear beast stealing honey, Wenlong suddenly remembered it. This is just like when the green bear stole honey. Even though its tongue was stung by a bee, it still reluctantly stole the honey. The Tyrannosaurus is also a monster that is willing to endure pain in order to prey. From this point of view, look. These two monsters whose strength is as different as heaven and earth also have the same characteristics. Because the Tyrannosaurus Rex often conflicts with other monsters in order to hunt for food. And among these monsters, there are not only monsters weaker than itself, but also monsters stronger than itself. Even the food of the ancient dragon species. This Tyrannosaurus Rex dares to kill itself. Rush to grab it. Therefore, there are often various scars left on the body of the Tyrannosaurus, which are all left from fighting with other monsters when grabbing food, which shows its gluttonous characteristic. And because of this, Wenlong wanted to track this green bear beast. After all, in Wenlong's opinion, if the Tyrannosaurus was still moving around here, if nothing else, the green bear beast would have a big impact, might become the prey target of that Tyrannosaurus. So while the green bear beast was drinking water, Wenlong waited quietly and watched all the movements around you vigilantly, in order to detect abnormal conditions at the first time.
Monsters are the least vigilant when drinking water, and water is also an indispensable material for most monsters. So water sources are often the favorite hunting places for many predators.
Wenlong thought in his heart.
There are no other monsters coming to this river, as the only water source nearby. This is obviously abnormal. Therefore, it is very likely that all the monsters who come here to drink water were eaten by the Tyrannosaurus. After all, the Tyrannosaurus is the gluttonous terror king who can eat up all a certain species in an area, causing the balance of nature to be destroyed. Meow!
Just as Wenlong was thinking this, suddenly, the keen Wenlong saw two red dots in the woods in the distance.
Here we come! Meow!
Wenlong's heart tightened, and he was ready to rush out at any time. It is said that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. And what Wenlong wants to do is to wait for the oriole behind. And when the mantis takes action, he will seize the right opportunity to take action, achieving twice the result with half the effort. And when Wenlong was a little surprised by his discovery, suddenly Wenlong noticed that the 2 red dots flashed and turned into 2 red lines across the dark woods. And then a dark figure jumped out of the woods. He came out at a dizzying speed and pounced directly on the green bear, who was drinking water by the river. Then, in the blink of an eye, he threw the green bear to the ground and bit the green bear at the same time. Neck. And this green bear beast, which weighed several tons, fell to the ground like this. After a few symbolic struggles, it became motionless.
It's not a Tyrannosaurus. Meow.
However, Wenlong was disappointed when he saw this monster. Originally, Wenlong thought it would be preyed upon by a Tyrannosaurus rex, but it turned out not to be a Tyrannosaurus rex. What is biting the blue bear beast at this time is a black flying dragon monster. The head looks like a black panther with smaller wings. At first glance, it seems that it is not very capable of flying, but it is powerful. Its body reflects the monster's extremely strong ability to move on the ground. In addition, the monster also has a slender tail with spikes on it, which is reminiscent of a special weapon like a mace.
It turned out to be a velociraptor. I've seen it in books, but I never thought there was such a monster in Chi-Chi country.
At this time, Lindy's couldn't hold back and shouted loudly.
Idiot! Why are you calling me? Meow!
Wenlong also said angrily. Chapter 430, covering Lindy's. Although Wenlong and others were quite far away from the velociraptor, Lindy's voice was still detected by the alert velociraptor. The velociraptor, which had lowered its head just a second ago and was feasting on the green bear beast, suddenly raised its head high, and then looked warily in the direction of Wenlong and Lindy's. Without any suspense, the velociraptor immediately discovered the traces of Wenlong and Lindy's. Unlike Green Bear, the alert velociraptor showed very strong hostility towards humans who disturbed its meal. Wenlong noticed that the velociraptor's eyes seemed to have become redder than before, which was obviously bloodshot due to anger. The resulting phenomenon is also a strange physiological phenomenon unique to velociraptors. At this time, Xuanlong's red eyes were staring at Wenlong and Lindy's. Wenlong knew that this was a prelude to Xuanlong's imminent attack.
Trouble! It noticed us!
Wenlong quickly protected Lindy's behind him, and then said to Lindy's,
If you don't want to die, stay behind me. Don't run away. But don't get close. Wait until I say it's okay.
When you run, you start running again. Do you understand? Meow? Ah. Okay, Mr. Wenlong.
Lindy's agreed quickly. Lindy's had seen Wenlong's strength, so Lindy's believed in Wenlong and knew that Wenlong was definitely not joking. So she hid behind Wenlong without hesitation. But he was much bigger than El Cat. There are so many humans hiding behind El Cat. It looks like a person is hiding behind a bunker that is only slightly higher than his knees, which is really a bit funny. For Wenlong, although Xuanlong is very strong, it is still a monster that can be defeated. Just defeating the opponent is one thing, but protecting Lindy's safety is another. After all, Lindy's is an unarmed ordinary person and does not have the protection of a hunter. She can easily be injured or even killed by the velociraptor. Therefore, ensuring the safety of Lindy's is equivalent to increasing the difficulty of Wenlong's hunting by several levels. And in this situation, Wenlong couldn't let Lindy's escape first. This is because the velociraptor, just as the
soon
in its name expresses, is a very fast and extremely agile monster. The velociraptor can easily bypass Wenlong with its super jumping ability. If Lindy's is allowed to escape, she will most likely be caught up by the velociraptor within a few steps. Therefore, the safest way Wenlong can think of is to keep Lindy's with him for the time being, and then let Lindy's escape when the time is right. At this moment, the dark figure of Xuanlong had already moved quickly. Different from ordinary monsters, the velociraptor did not rush towards Wenlong and Lindy's directly, but first jumped out diagonally, and then suddenly jumped from the side. If it were an ordinary person, it is very likely that there would be no time to react. Even some hunters who use big swords or spears would be surprised by the velociraptor from the side, bypassing the defense because they had no time to adjust their direction.
Don't even think about it. Meow.
But Wenlong is Wenlong after all, and his reaction speed is quite fast. When the Xuanlong jumped diagonally for the first time, Wenlong had already readjusted its direction. Then when the Xuanlong pounced over, Wenlong did not. Instead of evading as usual, he uncharacteristically rushed towards the velociraptor. This is because in order to protect the safety of Lindy's, Wenlong could only take the initiative and stop Xiaolong in the middle. From this point of view, he lost one of the characteristics of the double sword, flexibility, and had to choose fight head-on with large flying dragon monsters like Velociraptor. Crack! Crack! Wenlong's sword struck the Velociraptor's head without hesitation. Then the two bloodlines were brought out, and two blood marks instantly appeared on the head of the Velociraptor. In such a head-on conflict, and the target of the attack was the monster's head, Wenlong certainly wouldn't feel well. He was hit by the huge impact and the sharp claws of the Velociraptor. Wenlong's body was also suddenly hit by the sharp claws of the Velociraptor. He was shot and flew out, like a ball being knocked away. Wenlong flew more than 10 meters in the air. However, Wenlong relied on his excellent body balance ability to change his posture in the air. When he landed, he landed on all fours and managed to maintain his balance, avoiding the slowness caused by falling to the ground. This is a very important skill for Wenlong. After all, if Wenlong is knocked to the ground by Xiaolong but has no time to stand up, he will easily fall into a passive situation and be repeatedly pursued by the agile Xiaolong. Therefore, this can only be avoided by maintaining your balance when landing. Good luck. Fortunately, I have good balance. Otherwise, I would have pushed this guy to the ground and hit him. Meow. Wenlong thought in his heart. However, a velociraptor is a velociraptor after all. As a large flying dragon monster, the power of the velociraptor still penetrated Wenlong's armor, causing Wenlong's body to suffer a huge impact. Ahem! At this time, Wenlong couldn't help coughing several times and spit out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Wenlong! Lindy shouted worriedly after seeing the scene. Don't come over! Wenlong immediately stopped Lindy's actions. I have attracted all the hatred of the velociraptor just now. Now you can run away. Run away. Go find women and little girls. Meow! But leave you here alone. Lindy's was still a little hesitant at first, but Wenlong immediately shouted loudly. Come on! You are just a burden here. Don't you know? Meow! At this time, what Wenlong wanted to do was to let Lindy's go as far away as possible, so that he could exert his greatest strength. Ah! Okay. Take care of yourself. When Wenlong said this, of course Lindy's understood and immediately turned around and ran away this time. At this time, Wenlong was no longer worried that Xiaolong would chase Lindy's, because just now Wenlong had left 2 blood marks on Xiaolong's face. Based on this, Wenlong knew that this arrogant Xiaolong must have focused all his attention on himself. Even if it hurts, it's worth it. I don't believe that this swift cat like you is still in the mood to chase the girl with glasses. Wenlong thought in his heart while staring at the movements of the swift dragon. The reason why Wenlong calls the velociraptor a swift meow is because the head of the velociraptor resembles a panther, and it is also a type of cat. To some extent, it looks a bit different from Wenlong. Similarly, Xiaolong's blood-red eyes were staring at Wenlong at this time. And as expected, he was not shaken by Lindy's escape at all. Okay, as long as you, the swift cat, don't chase the girl with glasses, you'll be fine at this time. However, just when Wenlong was thinking about Xiaolong's next move, Xiaolong made an unexpected move. Chapter 431 Xiaolong's Trick. When Wenlong thought that Xiaolong had given up the threat to Lindy's, he didn't know whether Xiaolong felt that Lindy's was a better prey, or whether Xiaolong saw through that Wenlong had been caring about Lindy's. In short, the velociraptor suddenly raised its tail. Oops! That's why I didn't chase the girl with glasses. Meow! In an instant, Wenlong also understood that he had just made a mistake. That's too much to underestimate the intelligence of this black monster. The reason why Xiaolong didn't chase Lindy's was not because Wenlong had really attracted Xiaolong's hatred, but because Xiaolong felt there was no need to pursue her. Because Xiaolong also has a move that can kill enemies from a long distance. The prelude to using this move is to raise your tail high. Then the velociraptor's tail whipped in the air like a whip. At the same time, the spike-like tail spines on the tail of the velociraptor will fly out like a thrown flying knife, flying towards Lindy's, who is escaping. There is no other way, Wenlong thought to himself, and then jumped up without hesitation. The double swords used by Wenlong cannot directly defend himself or others, like Catherine's sword. So at this time Wenlong can only choose to use his body to block Xiaolong's attack. After all, if the flying blade thrown by the velociraptor hits Lindy's, it will undoubtedly penetrate Lindy's defenseless body. However, Wenlong still did something that many people simply couldn't do.
There were several spikes thrown out from the tail of the velociraptor, and these spikes were all shot at Lindy's. The spikes were very fast and divided into several at the same time. It was impossible for ordinary people to identify them clearly. But Wenlong did it. Wenlong jumped up and waved the two knives in his hands, accurately hitting two of the spikes. Boom! Boom! The two spikes deviated from their original trajectory due to the collision with the two knives in Wenlong's hands. But this was already the limit of what Wenlong could do. There was another sharp thorn located further down, and Wenlong still had no time to stop it. Crack! This sharp thorn tore open Wenlong's armor, and then pierced Wenlong's abdomen. So when Wenlong fell from the air, he completely lost his balance and fell to the ground. Of course, Xu Wenlong would not let go of this perfect opportunity. Immediately, the black figure flashed and rushed towards Wenlong again. Damn! Xu Wenlong's speed was so fast that he quickly arrived in front of Wenlong. But at this time Wenlong had no time to stand up. The only thing Wenlong could do was to pull out the spikes on his abdomen, then roll on the ground and hide to the side. Snapped! The velociraptor's attack failed, but it instantly cracked a boulder behind Wenlong, which showed how powerful the velociraptor's attack was. But unlike many monsters that are powerful but relatively bulky, the velociraptor immediately turned around and pounced towards Wenlong again after the first blow missed him. Wenlong, who barely dodged the first blow of the velociraptor and was immediately faced with a new attack, had no time to stand up and could only roll quickly on the ground to dodge. And the wound on his abdomen continued to grow with Wenlong. It rolled, and there was a clear trail of blood on the ground. No! It's too passive to continue like this. In this case, you can only use that one. And you must stop the bleeding as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be in trouble. Naya! Being chased by Xu Wenlong, the situation was already extremely critical. But Wenlong did not panic, because while avoiding, Wenlong had also begun to look for ways to deal with Xu Wenlong. On the surface, Wenlong was rolling on the ground to avoid Xu Wenlong's pursuit. But in fact, Wenlong had already taken out a shining jade. When Wenlong fell down, he deliberately used the hand buried under his body to take out the shining jade from his waist, so as not to attract the attention of the velociraptor, and then waited for the moment when he turned over to seize the opportunity to take out the shining jade. Throw it out. Bang! In midair, the glittering jade exploded, and the unprepared velociraptor turned into a dazzling white at this moment. What a chance! Meow! Of course, Xu Wenlong, who had lost his vision, could no longer capture Wenlong's traces, and the next round of attacks was completely in vain. And at this moment, Wenlong immediately jumped up from the ground and stood up again. It's time to strike back. Meow! Wenlong knew that he must deal with this velociraptor as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the effect of the shining jade disappears, he is likely to be in a disadvantageous situation again. After all, Wenlong had just been stabbed in the abdomen. Although it was not completely penetrated, the spikes of the velociraptor still opened a large bloody hole in Wenlong's abdomen. After that, Wenlong himself had no time to stop the bleeding. Not only that, he was still rolling on the ground, resulting in the loss of too much blood. If the time went on for too long, Wenlong himself would most likely suffer a sharp decline in physical strength due to excessive blood loss. And eventually, he would lose his physical strength. Kill this velociraptor first, and then stop the bleeding. Meow! This was Wenlong's plan. Mysterious truth. Across the world. Meow! Wenlong forcibly activated the secret. Once a thief, all the storm-like attacks were directed at the velociraptor. Ouch! Xu Wenlong screamed in pain, although he couldn't see anything. As a powerful flying dragon monster, Xu Wenlong also knew to judge the approximate location of Wenlong based on the injured parts of his body. He was not launching a counterattack in an attempt to kill Wenlong. Drive away from yourself. But Wenlong was faster after all. Every time he left a wound with a knife, he would switch positions instantly, which made Xu Wenlong's counterattacks in vain. However, the blood marks on the velociraptor's body increased dramatically in an instant, which shows how terrifying the frequency of Wenlong's attacks was. Countless blood marks were scratched on the velociraptor's body in just an instant, so much so that the splashed blood turned into blood mist, shrouding the velociraptor's side. Finally, Wenlong's attack stopped, and Xu Wenlong also regained his sight. But this doesn't mean much to Xu Wenlong anymore, because the wounds on Xu Wenlong's body have seriously affected Xu Wenlong's life, and too much blood has been lost. Xu Wenlong did not expect that the Elu cat in front of him had such strength. At this time, the wounds on Xu Wenlong's body were all over his body. Xu Wenlong knew that he would not live long. So there was only one thing left in Xu Wenlong's heart. Got an idea. That is,
this damn Elu Cat must be buried with him.
So just like Wenlong forcibly activated
mysterious truth across the 4 seas,
Xu Wenlong also forcibly launched his most proud and most powerful move. Chapter 432 Difficult moves are not that easy to do. The strongest attack move of Velociraptor requires turning the body to jump up, and then slamming the sharp spiked tail into the ground like a heavy steel whip. The destructive power caused by this will be enough to tear the ground apart. Using this move not only requires extremely strong athletic ability, but also requires keen insight. The desperate Xu Wenlong used his last strength to finally complete this difficult action. And when he smashed his tail to the ground, Xu Wenlong carefully observed the position of Wenlong. In the air, Xu Wenlong quickly adjusted his direction to ensure that he could accurately hit the already panting Elu Cat. Strength, speed, body coordination and keen insight allowed Xu Wenlong to lock onto Wenlong's figure. This is also the super ability of Velociraptor as an excellent predator. Hoo-hoo at this time. Wenlong's body was already covered with a lot of sweat. This is because after losing a lot of blood, he forcibly activated
mystery across the 4 seas,
which caused Wenlong's body to become weak. In other words, at this time, Wenlong no longer had the strength to dodge.
Oh meow! Your vitality is really strong. You can't even die.
Looking at the Velociraptor who still jumped up even though his body was covered with injuries, Wenlong also cursed in his heart. But on the other hand, Wenlong also admired this monster's perseverance.
But although it's a good thing not to admit defeat, you better not struggle needlessly in front of me. Meow.
Although Wenlong knew that he had no strength to dodge the extremely powerful blow of Xu Wenlong, he still didn't look panicked. This is because Wenlong knows the weakness of this fast dragon. To put it simply, Wenlong knows how to restrain this move. Rather, the more powerful the move, the easier it is to reveal flaws. For the Velociraptor, a powerful monster known as the Night Hunter or the Red Meteor, when its speed and perception are raised to the extreme, that's when its weaknesses are most obvious.
Sometimes, being too sensitive is not a good thing. Meow.
At some point, Wenlong had already taken out a great ball from his pocket. It was obvious that this was a sonic bomb that Wenlong had already prepared. And this sonic bomb was specially designed to deal with monsters with keen hearing. If Xu Wenlong is just in a normal state, then the perception of sonic bombs will not be too sensitive. But now it happens that Xu Wenlong is cooperating with the desperate last move to ensure that it can hit Wenlong accurately, and forcibly changes its perception. The moment when it reaches the extreme is the moment when it is most easily affected by sonic bombs. Although this moment was only fleeting, Wenlong still perfectly grasped this rare opportunity. At the moment the Velociraptor jumped up, a sonic boom bomb was thrown. And then a
clang
was heard in the air. The sound was not loud, but the high-frequency sound waves were just enough to increase his perception to the range that the largest Velociraptor could perceive. In an instant, the Velociraptor's body suddenly tightened in the air, and its original elegant posture disappeared. Nothing left. The chaotic posture immediately changed the center of gravity of the Velociraptor in the air. And then the impact of the change in the center of gravity was transmitted to the entire body of the Velociraptor, causing the Velociraptor to eventually lose its balance when turning in the air. At this moment, Xu Wenlong's tail was supposed to hit Wenlong's body accurately, but it suddenly turned and finally hit Wenlong's side.
Bang!
The entire tail of the Velociraptor was embedded in the soil, and the spikes on its tail were also pierced deeply into the soil. Not only that, the Velociraptor's body also lost its balance in the air and turned over when it landed. Therefore, the black Velociraptor that fell next to Wenlong actually landed on the ground with its belly facing up. As for Wenlong, all the weaknesses of this dark and swift giant beast were exposed at this time.
The higher you jump, the harder you fall. That's okay. You still have to do difficult moves, so you can't blame me. Okay, it's finally over. Meow,
Wenlong said. Although Wenlong's wounds were still dripping with blood and his body was still in an exhausted state due to excessive blood loss, this had no effect, because at this moment, Xu Wenlong, who was already covered in wounds, fell to the ground like this and was almost unable to get up again. And all Wenlong had to do was to walk up to the Velociraptor calmly, and then stab the Velociraptor in the chest and neck with his own 2 knives.
Crack! Crack!
The 2 knives accurately penetrated these 2 parts of the Velociraptor. And less than 2 seconds later, the black giant finally lost its life after letting out its final whimper.
Oh meow! I almost lost half my life when I packed up the velociraptor. It's troublesome to bring a drag bottle with me.
After killing the velociraptor, Wolong also let out a long sigh and felt a severe sense of fatigue. It was coming towards him. In desperation, Wolong found a big tree and sat down against it, preparing to take a good rest. After sitting down, Wolong took out the recovery medicine G, opened the lid, drank it in one gulp, then opened another bottle and poured the liquid inside on the wound. In this way, you can see that your wounds begin to heal slowly under the influence of the medicine. Of course, this is only superficial healing. Internal injuries and the blood lost in the body cannot be replenished in a short time. Although Wenlong wanted to lie down and take a good rest at this time, he did not do so because Wenlong knew that he had to be as vigilant as possible before Catherine and Haitang arrived. After all, no one knows if there will be any other monsters nearby. In particular, Wenlong relied on his understanding of velociraptors to know that this velociraptor was also one of the rare large flying dragon monsters that could hunt in coordination with multiple animals. This means that many times, there is often more than one velociraptor in an area. So after Wenlong drank the recovery potion G and took a short rest, he couldn't wait to stand up.
It's better to leave the area for the time being. As long as we return along the long road, we will definitely meet women and little girls on the way. Then we can come back to peel this velociraptor's materials. Meow.
With this plan, Wenlong put away his two knives, then turned around and prepared to leave. However, Wenlong just turned around and saw another pair of red light spots in the woods. The so-called red meteor is like this. The red color refers to the eyes of the velociraptor, and the meteor describes the speed of the velociraptor.
Oh meow! Isn't it? There are really two swift cats? Is my luck so bad?
At this time, Wenlong's body froze in an instant. Chapter 433 Pretending to be a natural enemy. Wenlong saw the Xuanlong, but the Xuanlong did not attack, but watched Wenlong from a distance with its red eyes. It stands to reason that the velociraptor's approach is very perfect. It lurks silently, and the black color of its body blends into the shadows in the dense forest, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect it. But Wenlong is an Elu cat and can have daylight vision at night, so others may not be able to detect it. But Wenlong can still clearly see where the velociraptor is lurking.
What should I do? Are you going to run if you are discovered?
At this moment, Wenlong thought anxiously in his heart.
But if I run now, it will be equivalent to showing weakness to the enemy. Wouldn't my serious injuries be exposed? In this way, the opponent will inevitably rush out to attack. And now that he is injured all over his body, he will probably be caught up before he can run a few steps. If you give your back to this guy, it is tantamount to seeking death. Meow. Then we want to fight the velociraptor? But I am completely out of shape right now. Not to mention the injury. My physical strength is also seriously lacking. Although I will not necessarily lose with my superb skills. I am not absolutely sure, and it is life-threatening. It's better not to let this happen again in one day. Meow.
After careful consideration, Wenlong decided to adopt the third option, neither running nor fighting, but choosing to pretend not to notice the opponent and continue to pretend to be at ease. Because Wenlong thought that the reason why the velociraptor did not launch an attack was obviously because he had some scruples. After all, a living velociraptor has fallen beside Wenlong. Even a fool can see that this velociraptor died at the hands of Wenlong, which means that Wenlong has a more tyrannical power than the velociraptor. Strength. Precisely because of fear of this strength, the celestial dragon that arrived later chose to lie dormant instead of directly launching a sneak attack. Therefore, Wenlong could guess that this celestial dragon was probably looking for an opportunity. If Wenlong accidentally exposed a big enough weapon, if there is a flaw, then the velociraptor hidden in the forest will definitely rush out and attack without hesitation. Sneak attacks are what Xuanlong is best at. So Wenlong pretended not to have discovered the opponent because he didn't want the velociraptor to know that he had discovered it but did not dare to attack. This was undoubtedly a sign of weakness and would make the opponent feel that he had an opportunity to attack. And pretending to be at ease is also to show that he still has some energy left after hunting a velociraptor and will not give the other party a chance.
Anyway, as long as you don't reveal any flaws, it would be even better if you can pretend to be at ease so that the other party doesn't dare to act rashly. Meow.
Wenlong thought in his heart.
But how can we make it look flawless? Oh, by the way, it would be better to take out the weapon first. Naya.
Thinking like this, Wenlong drew out his two swords again. Now Wenlong is using a pair of swords made from the material of a horned dragon, Tyrant. Just holding it in his hand gleams with cold light, showing extremely powerful power.
But standing here stupidly with a weapon is not an option. The other party will soon see that he is just showing off. Right.
Wenlong thought again. So Wenlong simply walked over to the velociraptor he had killed before, and then used the 2 knives in his hands to cut open the velociraptor's belly, directly using 2 knives to peel off the material of the velociraptor. Although Wenlong's approach seems a bit bloody, it will undoubtedly bring a sense of deterrence to the velociraptor's kind. For this reason, Wenlong also deliberately caused blood to spatter, showing his extremely murderous personality. While doing all this, Wenlong also seized the opportunity to observe the velociraptor hidden in the woods with the corner of his eye in order to grasp the movement of the velociraptor.
Why doesn't this guy leave? Isn't the shock enough? Well, I'll pretend to be more crazy. As if you little cats are afraid of me when you see me. Meow.
Thinking like this, Wenlong simply cut off a piece of velociraptor meat with the knife in his hand, then threw it directly into his mouth and started chewing it. This kind of extremely explosive muscle shows a unique dark red color, because it was just killed. Wenlong bit it, and a large amount of blood spurted out, so that it continued to flow from the corner of Wenlong's mouth. Go underground.
It's delicious,
Wenlong said loudly while chewing, and pretended to be satisfied. Although Wenlong said so, he was still complaining in his heart. After all, Elu cats are no longer wild animals. The result of long-term communication with humans is that Elu cats have long been accustomed to eating cooked food like humans. If you eat it raw, it's okay if it's just relatively tender fish. But when it comes to a strong monster like Velociraptor, whose whole body is made of sinew meat, the meat is dozens of times tougher than beef. Wenlong can't even chew the meat into pieces. Easy. What's more, the fishy smell of raw meat was extremely strong, which made Wenlong quite uncomfortable. But Wenlong still had to pretend to be enjoying the delicious food and pretend to be the natural enemy of Velociraptor. Then Wenlong used his 2 knives to continuously cut off the dark red muscles from the Velociraptor's body, and put them into his mouth piece by piece, biting them with big mouthfuls. Not only that, Wenlong also cut open the bones of the Velociraptor, put them in his mouth and sucked them, as if he was knocking the bones and sucking out the marrow.
It's delicious. It's delicious. Meow.
Even after all the pretense, Wenlong almost vomited it out. But Wenlong still patted his belly and pretended to be satisfied. At this moment, Wenlong glanced at the hidden position of the fast dragon again. And this time, the pair of red eyes hidden in the dense forest finally disappeared.
Who seems to have succeeded?
Wenlong finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
A scary character who can kill velociraptors, eat velociraptor meat, and suck velociraptor marrow can indeed scare away the opponent. Meow.
When he thought that his plan was successful, Wenlong felt quite proud. After all, although Velociraptor is an excellent hunter, it is not a stupid hunter. Many times, Velociraptors also know how to use primitive methods to judge the strength of their prey, and then decide whether a sneak attack is necessary. This is because sneak attack is the strongest point of the Velociraptor. But once it is involved in a long-term frontal battle, the Velociraptor is often not as good as other large flying dragons of the same level. Therefore, the Velociraptor will try its best to avoid sneak attacks on monsters that are stronger than itself and have no flaws. Not to mention that this monster is a terrifying existence that feeds on its own kind. This is a basic law in nature. When species A feeds on another species B, it often means that species A has a greater advantage over species B. And as an excellent hunter, Velociraptor is even more just to understand this. Therefore, Xu Wenlong naturally thought in his mind,
although I don't know what this monster that looks like an Elu cat is, but it can feed on my companions. I'm afraid it is a powerful monster that cannot be provoked.
The idea is that it is reasonable to retreat later. Chapter 434 Ending Work Early.
The Velociraptors are gone. Why haven't the woman and the little girl come yet? Meow?
Now that the Velociraptors have left, Wenlong is wondering why Catherine and Haitang haven't arrived yet. If we calculate it based on time, it should be almost there. But at this moment, Wenlong suddenly heard another rustling sound coming from the woods.
What's going on? Is there another monster? Meow?
Wenlong's heart, which had been relieved, suddenly became tense again. However, a figure soon appeared in the bushes, and Wenlong took a closer look and found that the figure was not a monster, but an ordinary human being. To be precise, it was a girl. The same girl Wenlong had seen before when the hot air balloon crashed. And just like the last time they met, the girl was carrying a chopping axe on her back. The girl was looking at Wenlong in surprise. And then at the dismembered black velociraptor lying next to Wenlong. At the same time, the surprised expression on her face began to change, and eventually turned into fear. With a look of fear.
What kind of monster is this?
The girl said to herself, although the girl's voice was not loud. Wenlong heard it clearly.
Please, I'm just an Elu cat.
Wenlong then realized that he had just been so carried away by eating the velociraptor meat that his face was covered with blood. Especially one that was half-bitten. The dark red flesh was still in his hand. And it looked even more terrifying.
No, don't come over. I'm not afraid of you,
the girl said loudly to Wenlong. Although he said this, Wenlong could clearly hear that the girl's voice was trembling. And even the axe in the girl's hand was shaking a little.
You said you're not afraid. Aren't you already shaking with fear? It's better to explain. Meow.
Wenlong thought to himself.
Wait a minute. Listen to my explanation.
However, when Wenlong was about to wipe away the blood and throw away the piece of meat in his hand to explain, he did not expect that the girl suddenly turned around and ran away in a hurry.
Oh meow. You ran really fast.
Seeing the girl running away like that, Wenlong was too lazy to chase after him.
Forget it. Let's wash your face first. And then go back to find the woman and the little girl. Meow.
So Wenlong simply threw away the velociraptor meat in his hand, put away his 2 knives, went to the river again, took a handful of water, and washed his face first. However, Wenlong heard someone calling him in the distance.
Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! It's finally here!
Meow. As soon as he heard the voice, Wenlong already guessed who it was. So Wenlong turned his head and saw Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's.
Mr. Cat, are you okay?
Catherine and Haitang asked with concern as soon as they saw Wenlong and the velociraptor corpse on the ground.
It doesn't matter. No matter how big the problem is. I have already solved it. Meow.
Wenlong waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem.
That's great. Mr. Cat, you're fine.
Catherine felt relieved when Wenlong said it was fine.
Ah!
This is suddenly, Lindy's exclaimed as if she had seen some major discovery.
What's wrong?
Under Lindy's scream, a group of people also gathered around. What they saw was Lindy's holding a piece of velociraptor meat in her hand. And there was a mark of being torn by teeth on the meat.
Ah? What happened to the meat? Meow?
Wenlong asked.
This is a piece of velociraptor meat, with bite marks left by some unknown monster. Could it be that, Mr. Wenlong? After you fought the velociraptor, some kind of monster appeared and ate the velociraptor's body? Wenlong didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only deny it.
Probably not. Meow.
Wenlong was too lazy to explain to Catherine and others that he ate raw velociraptor meat, let alone explain to Catherine and others that he actually used this method to scare away a velociraptor. According to Wenlong's opinion, this is too troublesome.
But these are indeed bite marks that have never been seen before. According to the information on various monsters that I have studied for many years, I have never seen such marks before. This is definitely correct.
Lindy said.
No, this is not the bite mark of the monster, but the bite mark left by Mr. Cat. I can't get it wrong.
At this time, Catherine said.
Ah? This was bitten by Mr. Cat? How did you know?
Lindy's and Haitang were both a little confused. Not only Lindy's and Haitang, but also Wenlong himself looked at Catherine curiously,
wanting to hear what Catherine explained.
Because the piece of meat that Mr. Cat bitten looked like this. The half piece of imported bacon that Mr. Cat put in the cabinet last time and was reluctant to finish it had such bite marks.
Catherine said.
Are you a pervert? It turns out that you ate all my uneaten food. Meow.
With that said, Wenlong gave Catherine a hard knock.
Mr. Kitty, I won't dare to do it next time. Then Mr. Wenlong, why did you eat the velociraptor meat raw?
Now that she knew it was Wenlong who ate it, Lindy's, who was very curious, naturally couldn't help but ask. At this moment, Wenlong had nothing to hide. So he had to explain to Catherine and others the process of how he met another velociraptor, and then used this method to scare the velociraptor away. Ichiban.
I'm so sorry.
After hearing this, the person who had the biggest reaction was naturally Lindy's.
I actually put you in such danger, Mr. Wenlong. All for protection. Okay, now that I've said it, this little thing doesn't matter anymore. Naya. But Mr. Wenlong, you were injured because of me, and you have to deal with another velociraptor. If something goes wrong, I don't know what to do.
From Lindy's tone, Wenlong could feel that Lindy's was indeed deeply blaming herself.
I told you that you don't have to blame yourself. If you really want to repay me, then do your best to help us find traces of the Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus. Meow. Okay. I will definitely work hard.
Lindy's nodded quickly.
Okay. That's it for today. Let's go back first and search somewhere else next time. Meow.
So Wenlong ordered.
Mr. Cat? The search around here hasn't been completed yet. Is there no need to search anymore?
Haitang asked a little strangely. Indeed, as Haitang said, Wenlong's search range today was only about half of the area marked on the map. However, when the remaining half of the area was not searched, Wenlong actually gave up and continued searching. This made Haitang feel a little incredible. Chapter 435 Ecological Environment.
There's nothing surprising,
Wenlong said,
because we have already encountered 2 velociraptors. There is no need to search anymore. Meow. But what does encountering 2 velociraptors have to do with whether we need to continue searching?
However, Catherine and Haitang still didn't understand why.
Ahem.
So Wenlong glanced at Lindy's, and then said,
Hey, glasses girl. Since you are Wang Li's bachelor, you should know why. Right. Meow? Yeah.
Lindy's nodded.
Well, please explain it to me. I'll strip this velociraptor of its material first. Meow.
Simply, Wenlong handed over this question to Lindy's. On the one hand, this is because Wenlong feels that it is too troublesome to explain. On the other hand, Wenlong wants to test Lindy's knowledge level.
Okay, then let me explain this issue for Mr. Wenlong. This is an issue related to the ecological environment. First of all, when we investigated this area before, we did not find any large-scale damage to the ecological environment. Considering that every time the Dino Tyrannosaurus appeared in a place, it was a monster that would cause great damage. And its damage traces it's easy to identify. And you don't need to carefully investigate every place. So we can basically rule out the possibility of the Dino Tyrannosaurus being nearby. Oh, that's it.
Catherine and Haitang nodded.
Then let's talk about Thunderwolfsaurus.
Lindy's continued to explain.
The investigation of Thunderwolfsaurus will be more troublesome. But we can still make inferences based on some data. Because when I was investigating this area, I counted the number and density of monsters nearby. Based on the size of this area, we can conclude that the approximate number of monsters nearby is not absolutely accurate. But the approximate number should be similar. Based on the number of these monsters and the usual food intake of large monsters, we can conclude that this area can only support 2 monsters at the top of the food chain. The so-called one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers is the truth. This saying does not refer to 2. Tigers must fight when they are together. But generally the amount of food on a mountain can only support 1 tiger at most. So when a second tiger appears, a fight will naturally occur. Oh, Haitang understands,
Haitang said with sudden realization.
That means that the food in this area is guaranteed to feed at most 2 large carnivorous monsters. And since 2 velociraptors have been found nearby, so there is no need to there may be a 3rd large monster. Yes, that's what it means. 2 velociraptors are already the limit that this area can bear. Even if there is 1 more thunder wolf dragon, there will be a food shortage in the vicinity, making it impossible to coexist. Let alone that the food intake of a Dino Tyrannosaurus can match several large monsters. So it is basically certain that neither the Thunder Wolf nor the Dino Tyrannosaurus are around here. So that's it. Sister Lindy's and Mr. Cat. You are really amazing.
At this point, Catherine also understood. At this time, Wenlong had also finished stripping the materials of the velociraptor, and then asked Catherine to carry all the materials on her back. And then the group embarked on the return journey. By the time Wenlong and others returned to Jian village, it was already evening. After enjoying dinner, the group took a short bath in the hot springs, which eliminated physical fatigue and promoted wound healing, and then went to bed early. Early the next morning, when he got up in the morning, Wenlong felt that the fatigue from the previous day had been wiped away. Not only that, the wounds left the previous day had also been completely healed. And this healing was not just on the surface, but also included the wounds inside the body. The internal injuries also disappeared, as if he had never been injured at all.
The effect of the hot spring is good. In just 1 day, the wound has completely disappeared. I can be energetic every day, and my hunting efficiency will also be improved a lot.
Wenlong also thought happily. So Wenlong and others put on their hunting equipment and came to the assembly hall again, preparing to inquire in the hall to see if there was any new information. Although it was early in the morning, a large number of hunters had already gathered at the hunter-gathering place in Jian village. These hunters were whispering to each other and seemed to be discussing something. Judging from the serious expressions of these people, it should be something serious. Question.
Hey, what's going on? What are you talking about? Meow?
Wenlong randomly grabbed an old hunter who seemed to have some qualifications, and then asked,
Don't you know?
The old hunter glanced at Wenlong and then said,
Someone found traces of the Dino Tyrannosaurus by the river yesterday. Trails of Tyrannosaurus. Meow?
When Wenlong heard this, he immediately became interested and thought,
This is important news. I have to inquire about it carefully.
So Wenlong immediately took out the map, placed it in front of the old hunter, and then asked,
Tell me, where did you find the Dino Tyrannosaurus? Meow. Humph. You can tell me this information if you want, but you have to pay me 10 gold coins.
The old hunter thought for a moment and then said,
No problem. It's just 10 gold coins. Just tell me.
Although Wenlong also knew that the other party was trying to steal his money. But for Wenlong now, the problem that can be solved with 10 gold coins is simply not possible. Not a problem.
Okay, then I'll tell you.
The old hunter glanced at the map Wenlong took out, then pointed to an area above and said,
It's right here. Here? Meow?
Wenlong was a little confused.
No way. Isn't this the place we just visited yesterday? Did anyone really see the Tyrannosaurus? Meow? Yes. This is it. Yesterday, someone saw a monster biting a velociraptor by the river here. It actually ate a huge velociraptor. To say that the monster was really terrifying. Does that monster look a bit like an Elu cat? Hey, how you know that? But that's definitely not an Elu cat, but a Tyrannosaurus. Can an Elu cat eat a velociraptor? The child must have been frightened, so he didn't see the monster's appearance clearly. I didn't understand the size of the monster.
Haha, Wenlong sneered.
Okay, I've already told you. You should pay as agreed.
After saying that, the old hunter stretched out a hand, obviously wanting money.
Pay your sister?
Wenlong turned away angrily, leaving only the old hunter cursing behind him. Chapter 436, The Land of Lakes.
Sure enough, there are still many unreliable things in the hearsay. Meow.
Wenlong thought in his heart. But for Wenlong, after all, Jian village of Shichi Kingdom is not the Zixiride Kingdom that he is more familiar with. He doesn't know many people and has no connections. It is naturally much more difficult to obtain information.
Looks like I have to find it slowly on my own. Meow.
While Wenlong was thinking, Catherine and Hai Tang also came over and said to Wenlong,
Mr. Cat, everyone here seems to be talking about a very powerful monster. Ah, I already know this. There is no need to pay attention to that kind of information.
Wenlong spread his hands and said helplessly,
We'd better find it ourselves slowly. I understand. Mr. Cat, so where are we going this time?
Catherine asked impatiently.
Don't let me see the map first. Meow.
With that said, Wenlong opened the previous map. On the top of the map, the previously searched area was crossed out, indicating that the possibility of the existence of Thunder Wolf and Tyrannosaurus had been ruled out. But in addition to this fork, there are several places that have been circled. And these places are areas where intelligence shows that someone has witnessed the Thunder Wolf dragon. But it has not yet been determined.
From the information we received before, it is said that Thunder Wolf dragons have been sighted in the circled places. So let's go here this time.
This time, Wenlong pointed to another area on the map and said, This time the area is obviously further away from Jian village than before. You have to go down along the river and enter a lake area.
Ah, Mr. Cat, are you going so far this time?
Catherine asked again.
Well, it's more likely to find Thunder Wolf and Dino Tyrannosaurus farther away. The area around here has probably been searched for a long time. Meow.
Wenlong said.
Then let's go quickly.
At this time, Lindy said impatiently. As a Wangli bachelor who studies monsters, Lindy's has always been full of curiosity about all kinds of monsters. Especially when she first came to this Shichi country. She could see all kinds of different monsters, which naturally made Lindy's excited. However, Wenlong also noticed that Lindy seemed different from usual today.
Ah, glasses girl. What's in the satchel on your waist? Meow?
Wenlong suddenly noticed that Lindy's had a small satchel on her waist for some unknown reason.
It's flash jade and sonic bombs. I see that Mr. Wenlong has used these props many times to resolve crises. So he used some of our Zywide monster materials to exchange some from the hunters in Jian village.
Lin Tissy said sheepishly.
You told me earlier. I'll just give you a few of these things if you want them. There's no need to go find anyone else. Meow.
Wenlong said again.
I have troubled you, Mr. Wenlong, many times. I don't dare to add to your burden any more.
Thinking of Wenlong's injury yesterday while trying to save herself, Lindy's felt very guilty in her heart. Naturally, she did not want to follow Wenlong anymore. Benefits there.
Okay, now that everything is ready, let's go. Meow.
Now that we had decided to set off, it was of course a matter of course without further delay. And Wenlong and others soon embarked on their journey again. To reach our destination this time, we need to walk downstream along the river. And the distance is much further than the last time.
It's a pity that my hot air balloon was burned down. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to walk for such a long time.
Lindy's also said with some regret along the way.
Hot air balloons are very expensive,
Haitang said from the side.
Yes. It is estimated that my research funds will be deducted in the next year.
After Haitang said this, Lindy's mood became even lower. In this way, Wenlong and his party waited until dusk before finally reaching their destination. As shown on the map, there is a large lake downstream of the river, where the river water gathers, and the water flow becomes extremely slow. Moreover, the river had a flood not long ago, so a lot of wood washed down from the upper reaches was washed into the shade on the shore of the lake, and these water-soaked wood quickly began to rot. It was on these rotten wood that many colorful mushrooms grew. But Wenlong suddenly stopped when he saw these mushrooms.
Mr. Cat, shall we start the search now?
Catherine asked.
It's already evening, and it will be night soon. We won't search today. We'll camp quietly near the lake and rest for the night. We have to go pick some mushrooms and come back first. Meow.
Suddenly, Wenlong said.
Huh? Mr. Cat? Do we need to pick mushrooms now?
Catherine had some questions. After all, generally speaking, Catherine used mushrooms very rarely during hunting. The most used one was Haitang's bow and arrows attack bottle, which used nitrifying mushrooms. However, this time Haitang brought enough attack bottles. There is no need to collect mushrooms in the wild to replenish the number of power bottles. So for a while, Catherine didn't understand why Wenlong suddenly stopped to collect mushrooms.
Why are you asking so many questions? Come and help. Meow.
As he spoke, Wenlong had already trotted over, and then used a knife to cut out a few purple poisonous mushrooms from the rotten wood full of mushrooms.
Ah. Okay.
Now that Wenlong had already taken action, Catherine, Haitang and Lindy certainly didn't dare to be lazy and immediately took out their knives to collect the mushrooms on the shore.
Remember to collect more poisonous mushrooms and paralysis mushrooms. Meow. Clear.
Following Wenlong's instructions, the four of them worked together to quickly collect a lot of mushrooms, and then put them all into the big bag that Catherine carried.
Now that we have paralysis mushrooms and poisonous mushrooms, all we need is raw meat,
Wenlong said to himself after all the mushrooms were collected.
Ah, raw meat? Do you want to eat meat hot pot or barbecue tonight? It's not for you to eat. Idiot! Meow!
Wenlong knocked on Catherine.
Mr. Cat, if you want raw meat, please give it to Haitang.
In contrast, Haitang immediately understood what Wenlong meant. By chance, a big wild boar king happened to be passing by not far away, and Haitang quickly drew out an arrow. Whoosh! With a sound, the big wild boar king was hit in the forehead by an arrow before he even understood the situation, and then fell to the ground motionless.
Mr. Cat, we have raw meat,
Haitang said calmly. Chapter 437 3 Poisons.
Okay, little girl, you did a great job.
When Wenlong said this, he was not praising Haitang's archery skills, but praising Haitang's comprehension ability.
It would be great if everyone was as sensible as the little girl. It would save me a lot of trouble. Meow.
Wenlong also thought in his heart. Now Haitang hunted a big wild boar king, skinned and deboned it, and naturally had a lot of fresh raw meat. Then Wenlong ordered Catherine and Haitang to set up tents and prepare dinner. For safety reasons, Wenlong also asked Lindy's to conduct limited investigations within the sight of Wenlong and others. As for Wenlong himself, after getting enough paralysis mushrooms, poisonous mushrooms and raw meat, he also found some sleep grass in the woods not far away. At this point, Wenlong had all the materials to make special props to deal with the Tyrannosaurus. Even if it's all together, the special props Wenlong made to deal with the Tyrannosaurus Rex came from Wenlong's detailed understanding of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Dino Tyrannosaurus that Wenlong knew was nicknamed the
Bloodiest King of Terror.
which meant that not only did the Dino Tyrannosaurus eat a lot, but it also had a very strong, uncontrollable appetite. If you were a human being, you would definitely be a patient with binge eating disorder. Even if you know you don't need to eat so much, you will still eat uncontrollably. However, this is the terrifying thing about the Tyrannosaurus rex. Because of this characteristic, almost most creatures wherever the Tyrannosaurus rex passes will be devoured and exterminated, causing serious damage to the ecological balance. But on the other hand, this is the weakness of the Tyrannosaurus rex. Because the Tyrannosaurus was a glutton and not picky about food, Wenlong thought it would be easier to feed the Tyrannosaurus some poisonous food.
Okay, now that everything is gathered together, it's almost time to start. Meow!
First, Wenlong cut the poisonous mushrooms into small pieces with a knife, then placed the pieces on the smooth stone slabs by the river, and then crushed them with stones to grind the poisonous mushrooms into powder as much as possible. Shape. After that, Wenlong used the same method to crush the paralysis mushrooms and sleep grass into powder. Then, Wenlong put the 3 powders into a large bottle and mixed them. In this way, the purple poisonous mushrooms, yellow paralysis mushrooms, and gray sleep grass were mixed together to form a bottle of strangely colored powder.
Humph! Paralysis mushrooms, poisonous mushrooms, and sleep grass are mixed together. Even if the terror Tyrannosaurus can't be eaten down, it will at least be eaten until it has diarrhea. Meow!
Looking at the large bottle in his hand, mixing the powder, Wenlong also thought in his mind. Of course, Wenlong also knew that it was not easy to get the Tyrannosaurus to eat this large bottle of poisonous substances. Even if the Tyrannosaurus was very greedy, it did not mean that its IQ was low enough to eat poisonous substances. Eat as much as you want. So Wenlong also needs to do a little disguise for these toxic substances.
Next, it's time for the raw meat of the big wild boar king to come on stage. Meow!
In order to make the carefully prepared toxic substances more attractive to the Tyrannosaurus, so that the
gluttonous king of terror
could eat as much toxic substances as possible, Wenlong used a knife to cut the giant dinosaur into pieces. The most delicious hind leg meat of the wild boar king was cut off entirely. The high-level, tyrant, double sword that can cut through the scales and bones of the giant dragon can certainly be used to cut the hind legs of the big wild boar king effortlessly. However, Wenlong did more than just that. After a moment of dancing with his 2 swords, Wenlong used his fast knife skills to cut dozens of incisions on the large piece of hind leg meat. Then, Wenlong opened these cut holes, and then sprinkled the powder that had been mixed in the bottle into it. The dozens of gaps finally filled the entire large bottle with all the powder. Next, Wenlong tied the meat with rope so that even the cuts could not be seen. At this point, a piece of poisonous raw meat mixed with 3 poisonous substances is completely completed.
Okay, we're finally done. If we really encounter the dread Tyrannosaurus next time, we can use it. Meow!
Wenlong thought proudly in his heart. At this moment, Catherine suddenly waved and shouted,
Mr. Cat, dinner is ready. Yeah, I'll be right over. Meow.
So Wenlong put the prepared poisonous raw meat into a small bag and sealed it for next use. After doing this, Wenlong put the bag into his backpack, then walked to the campfire, preparing to enjoy a day's dinner with Catherine and others.
Mr. Cat, this is the special dinner we prepared today.
When Wenlong sat down by the campfire, Catherine excitedly introduced him to Wenlong. At this time, what Wenlong saw were pieces of meat that had been cut into pieces, strung together and roasted on the fire. After a slight sniff, Wenlong could smell the unique and rich aroma of barbecue.
What kind of meat is this? Meow?
Looking at the strange meat in front of him, Wenlong was stunned, and suddenly he didn't know what kind of meat it was. And looking at Catherine, Haitang and Lindy's, they all ate with gusto. It seemed that these pieces of meat were still quite delicious.
Huh? Can't you see that? Mr. Cat?
Catherine also asked a little strangely.
Is it weird that I can't recognize you? Uncle, I'm not a god.
You've peeled this,
cut it into pieces, and roasted it. If I can recognize it, it's a ghost. Meow.
Wenlong also retorted.
Ha ha. Mr. Cat, you will know after you try it. This stuff tastes very good and is very elastic when chewed. This is recommended by Sister Lindy's.
Catherine continued.
Nowhere. I only read in ancient books that certain parts of this monster can be eaten. So I propose to use this monster as dinner. What really makes the food delicious is Sister Catherine's cooking skills.
Lindy C. also adjusted her glasses and said seriously,
Begonia also thinks it's delicious. especially when chewed.
Even Haitang commented.
Is it really so delicious? I'd like to try it. Sir, to find out what is so delicious.
Although he didn't know what it was, Wenlong decided to give it a try first under the strong recommendation of Catherine and others. So Wenlong picked up a grilled meat skewer, put it to his mouth, and gently bit off a piece. It wasn't until he bit into it that Wenlong suddenly realized that using meat to describe these things seemed inaccurate. If he wanted to evaluate it more accurately, its taste was more similar to cow's fascia, which was particularly elastic. Chapter 438 Sponge. After tasting it carefully, Wenlong finally made a judgment.
This is the lake area, right next to the water source. Considering the types of monsters that live nearby, especially the aquatic monsters unique to the Shichi Kingdom, coupled with this extremely elastic and somewhat too sticky texture. What are we eating? Unripe sponge of aquatic beasts. Meow?
The aquatic beast Wenlong mentioned is a monster living in the water, with a body size of about 0.5 to 3 meters. It is an immature individual of a large aquatic beast, so the sponge in the body is also called an immature sponge. Quality. However, although the value of immature sponge as a material is far less than the mature sponge of large adult aquatic beasts, this immature sponge is not as valuable as the sponge of large adult aquatic beasts, but it is more tender and has a better taste when used as food.
Mr. Wenlong is indeed amazing. This is indeed the unripe sponge material of aquatic animals. I just found it while hunting by the lake. I have only read about it in books before. It is also the first time for me to eat it.
Lindy's praised.
Huh? I always feel a little weird when I think that the word spongy is so close to sponge. Forget it. As long as it tastes good, that's fine. Meow.
After getting Lindy after C's confirmation, Wenlong took another bite and tasted it carefully. Indeed, this kind of sponge tastes great. Not only does it have special elasticity, it is also delicious and juicy. In Wenlong's view, this should be because it is rich in collagen, and the materials composed of these collagens are distributed in a network, with many hollow spaces inside, which can store a large amount of water. After roasting, it has become a place full of fat and seasoning soup. So when you bite it, the fragrant oil and soup will spray from the sponge-like interior into your mouth, giving you a strong impact and a different kind of gourmet experience.
No wonder these three women are so happy eating. If you take just one bite, your mouth will be filled with thick liquid. Collagen should also have a beauty effect. It is also a favorite of women.
While chewing, Wenlong took a moment to glance at the lake not far away. The lake looked calm.
Mr. Cat, is there anything on the lake?
Catherine quickly noticed Wenlong's gaze and asked again.
You have killed so many small aquatic beasts. Their king should be angry. Meow.
Wenlong said while looking at the lake.
They still have a king?
Catherine asked in surprise.
Of course. Aquatic beasts are also monsters that live in groups. There is often a mature aquatic beast that is the oldest and largest in a group of aquatic beasts, which is called a large aquatic beast,
Wenlong explained. At this time, Wenlong turned his attention to Lindy's again and found that Lindy's deliberately avoided his sight.
Hey, glasses girl. Others may not know the characteristics of these aquatic beasts, but you should know it. Right?
Wenlong asked.
Deliberately letting women and little girls hunt small aquatic beasts is to attract big aquatic beasts as well. Come out? Meow? Ah. Well, because I want to see with my own eyes what the big aquatic beast looks like. I have only seen it in books before, and we don't have such a monster in the Zishard area. Anyway, even if the big aquatic beast appears, you can't easily deal with it, isn't it?
Lindy said a little apologetically.
Really? From now on, just say this and let it go. Just think of it as stretching your muscles after a meal. Meow.
When he said this, Wenlong flicked his hand and threw a bitten piece of unripe sponge into the lake behind him.
Plop!
There was a big ripple on the lake. And then there was another boom, and a lot of water splashed out on the lake.
Finally out! Meow!
Then a slender, yellow sea dragon monster broke through the water and appeared in front of everyone. As a sea dragon monster, the large aquatic beast has a head similar to other sea dragon monsters. But there is a bulging petal-like substance around the head of this monster, which is the so-called mature sponge filled with water. Aquatic animals use this organ to store water to ensure that they can keep their skin moist for a long time after leaving the water. Therefore, if you look at the shape of this monster as a whole, it looks like some kind of fruit.
Ah! What a big banana!
Catherine couldn't help shouting when she saw this monster.
Sister Catherine, your metaphor is really vivid.
After hearing what Catherine said, Lindy's also laughed, and she could no longer feel the tension when encountering a large monster.
Sure enough, most people will have such thoughts when they see this thing. Meow.
And Wenlong also remembered that he used to call this big aquatic beast the same way when he saw it for the first time. Anyway, this big aquatic beast has appeared in front of Wenlong and others. It roared, swung its body, and rushed towards Wenlong and others. However, the charge of the large aquatic beast is different from that of ordinary land monsters. It does not use its limbs to run on the ground. Although the large aquatic beast also has 4 limbs. When moving long distances, the large aquatic beast uses itself to stay moist at all times. Smooth skin slid quickly across the ground.
Ah, Mr. Cat, here comes the big banana,
Catherine said.
Forget about the big banana. I'll leave this guy to you. Meow.
Wenlong also responded to Catherine.
Okay, Mr. Cat.
Catherine agreed. Although Wenlong did not explain to Catherine the strength of this large aquatic beast, Catherine relied on her accumulated hunting experience to basically judge that although the size of this large aquatic beast was comparable to many large flying dragons, it was not as powerful as Shangsu could only be regarded as a monster on the same level as the king of Ceylon at best. For such a monster, Catherine certainly had nothing to worry about. Therefore, Catherine drew her sword without hesitation and stood in front of the big aquatic beast.
Bring it on!
Catherine roared, and then only heard a
bang
sound. The powerful impact of the huge aquatic beast was easily blocked by Catherine. The attack of the big aquatic beast was blocked by Catherine for a moment. And then it stopped, looking at the human, who was much smaller than itself. The big aquatic beast fell into doubts. The big aquatic beast didn't believe that a human being could have such a powerful power, especially when this human being was so much smaller than himself. Because the big aquatic beast immediately made a new decision after a brief hesitation. It began to raise its front paw, and then slapped Catherine in the face. Chapter 439, Exercise After Meals.
Bang!
But Catherine is faster than the big aquatic beast. Before the big aquatic beast's front paw touched Catherine's body, Catherine's big sword had already swept over and hit the big aquatic beast's sponge, knocking the giant beast to the ground. However, when Catherine swept across, she did not use the blade of the big sword to attack the big aquatic beast. Instead, she directly used the blade of the sword to slap the body of the big aquatic beast. Therefore, although she knocked the big aquatic beast to the ground, it was not fatal. Fortunately, the mature sponge body full of water absorbed part of the impact very well, which allowed the large aquatic beast to roll on the ground twice and still have enough energy to stand up again.
Why not just kill this big aquatic beast with one sword?
When seeing this scene, Wenlong also had doubts in his heart for a moment. After all, in Wenlong's impression, Catherine was not the kind of hunter who liked to torment her prey. If she could hunt the opponent with one blow, Catherine would not deliberately delay the time. But soon, when Wenlong saw Lindy's beside him nervously recording the posture of the big aquatic beast during the battle, he understood what Catherine was thinking.
Is this woman thinking about Lindy's? Is she deliberately delaying time to let Lindy's know more about the characteristics of the big aquatic beast? She really likes to think about other people's kind-hearted character. Although it is a bit naive. She is not just hate it. Meow.
Wenlong thought in his heart. Woo. But even if Catherine showed mercy, the big aquatic beast still let out a painful whimper. After realizing how powerful Catherine was, the giant beast no longer dared to underestimate the human in front of him. Call. The big aquatic beast began to open its huge mouth and spurted out a stream of white water mist. Wenlong knew that this was a sign that the big aquatic beast was angry.
Be careful. This guy is in an angry state. Meow.
At this time, Wenlong also kindly reminded from the side.
I understand. Mr. Cat, I will deal with it carefully.
Catherine readjusted her posture, preparing to deal with the next attack from the big aquatic beast. Sure enough, after entering the angry state, the attack speed and power of the big aquatic beast were greatly improved. So the big aquatic beast launched a fierce attack on Catherine again. This time the big aquatic beast took a step forward, and at the same time, it moved forward quickly and prepared to swallow Catherine's head with its bloody mouth. It seems that the situation is already very dangerous. But Catherine still kept calm, because even if the big aquatic beast entered an angry state, in Catherine's opinion, it was still too weak.
The speed is too slow. If your opponent is Mr. Cat, I'm afraid you will fall down before you even have a chance to make a move,
Catherine said to the big aquatic beast in front of her. While saying this, Catherine stuck the big sword in her hand directly into the mouth of the big aquatic beast, and then heard the sound of something breaking. Catherine's big sword is made of the materials of the female fire dragon and the male fire dragon. It is a special heavy sword. And both the male fire dragon and the female fire dragon are monsters of a much higher level than this big aquatic beast. They are made of materials. The hardness of the big sword is naturally stronger than any part of the body of this big aquatic beast. Therefore, although Catherine deliberately controlled the force to ensure that the big sword would not directly pierce the throat of the big aquatic beast, just extending the big sword into the throat of the big aquatic beast was enough to pierce the teeth of the big aquatic beast. All collapsed. Woo! All the sharp teeth were shattered. So the big aquatic beast naturally couldn't bite anymore. So it shrank and retreated half of its body backwards. This time the big aquatic beast raised its head high, and then spit out several water balls from its mouth. And Catherine was like an excellent baseball player, constantly waving the big sword in her hand, aiming at the flying water polo and swatting at them. However, Catherine forgot that it was a water ball. And as the saying goes, water has no normal state. After being hit by the big sword, the water ball immediately burst again, and finally turned into water splash, soaking Catherine's whole body. But that's all. The giant aquatic beast finally discovered that his proud attack had almost no effect except giving the opponent a cold bath. So the big aquatic beast wanted to retreat, facing an enemy that was much stronger than him. This was undoubtedly the most correct approach. So the big aquatic beast immediately turned around and prepared to dive into the water again.
Catherine, don't let it run away,
Lindy shouted anxiously as soon as the big aquatic beast turned around. Although for Lindy's, a living large aquatic beast is more valuable for observation than a dead one. A dead large aquatic beast is better than a running away large aquatic beast.
Okay, Sister Lindy's, it can't run away.
Although she said so, Catherine stood still and did not move at all, with no intention of pursuing the opponent. This made Lindy's a little confused. She didn't know how Catherine was going to keep this big aquatic beast in place. After all, as long as this monster living in the water got back into the water, there would be nothing Catherine could do. Keep it again. However, just when Lindy's was extremely anxious, she saw Catherine raising the big sword in her hand. Suddenly, Catherine exerted force, and the special sword, which was heavier than the ordinary sword, flew towards the big aquatic beast under Catherine's strong throw. The speed was so fast that the giant beast there is no way to avoid it. However, only a wailing sound of roar was heard, and Catherine's big sword was nailed to the tail of the big aquatic beast, firmly nailing the giant beast that was trying to escape to the original place, the ground, unable to move.
Sister Catherine, well done!
Seeing this scene, Lindy's also shouted excitedly, and Wenlong also showed a look of relief for a moment.
Both the power control and accuracy are a level higher than before. It seems that after hunting the disaster star dragon, this woman's strength has been further improved. Meow,
Wenlong also said with emotion. In any case, Catherine has firmly cut off the big aquatic beast's attempt to escape. Finally, Wenlong didn't want to see Catherine's one-sided abuse of the monster anymore. So he said,
it's almost time for exercise after dinner. Let's go to bed early today. We have to continue searching this area early in the morning. Meow.
Chapter 440, The Great Aquatic Beast Family.
Okay.
When Wenlong said this, Catherine also knew that she had gone too far. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then stepped forward and pulled out the big sword. The moment the sword was drawn out, a large amount of blood spurted out from the wound. Not only that, the large aquatic beast also fell to the ground due to Catherine's strength. Then Catherine took a step forward and cut the belly of the big aquatic beast completely open with a horizontal slash. At this point, this huge monster was completely finished.
It's so boring. I can't even break a sweat.
Even though she had dealt with the big aquatic beast, Catherine still looked at ease.
I didn't expect you guys to grow up so fast in less than a year.
Seeing Catherine take care of the big aquatic beast with ease, Lindy's was also impressed. Lindy's remembered the first time she met Wenlong and others. At that time, even if Wenlong tried his best, he could only cut off one of the scales of the star dragon. But now, both Catherine and Haitang have become 5-star high-level students. Although Wenlong did not have a hunter level, he was recognized by Shanlan Roden, the president of the Major Bolt and Hunter Guild, and received the title of hero. This means that Wenlong and others are actually only one step away from the title of legend. However, This distance is like a chasm that blocks the eyes of many hunters. Many talented hunters have reached the level of 5-star hunters at a very young age. But in the end, they are unable to do so in their entire lives. Reach the level of legend. In this regard, the requirements for the legendary level are too stringent, and one must hunt powerful ancient dragon species to achieve it. As a result, many people failed the challenge and eventually died. Another reason besides this is that ancient dragon species are too rare. If they lived in an era when ancient dragon species were not so active, some hunters may have never encountered an ancient dragon species in their lives. This also leads to some good hunters have the regret of not being able to prove themselves.
It is said that times make heroes. For these people, this is probably the worst of times and the best of times.
Lindy's thought in her mind again. As the night got darker, Wenlong and others arranged to take turns on duty as usual, and then entered a state of rest. However, the night passed quickly, and nothing of note happened until the next morning. Although they were in the wild, Wenlong and others got up in the morning and walked to the lake to prepare for a good wash.
Ah! Good morning, Mr. Cat. Well, good morning, Sister Haitang. Good morning. Hello, Sister Catherine. Ah! Sister Lindy's. What are you doing? I'm studying the mature sponge on yesterday's large aquatic beast. This elastic material may be more effective as an elastic buffer device for aircraft than the rubbery skin of the poisonous monster bird,
Lindy said seriously.
Not only its special ability to store water, it can store a large amount of water in it. Even if it is cut into thin slices, it can retain a lot of water. It may also be an excellent material for making facial masks. Sister Horrendous, you are so amazing.
Catherine yawned, then came to the lake and prepared to wipe her face with water. However, when Catherine bent down and was about to wipe her face with water, she suddenly felt a hard knock on her head.
Idiot! Even if you haven't woken up, you should take a closer look before doing anything. Ah! Mr. Cat, what's wrong?
Catherine was still confused.
Look carefully at the water. Meow.
After Wenlong reminded her, Catherine remembered to observe the water surface carefully, and found that the water surface was a little different from usual. The color of the water seemed to have turned purple.
Is this poisonous?
Catherine said in surprise.
Yes, it's a poisonous cat,
Wenlong replied.
What's going on? It was fine yesterday, so how could it be like this today?
Catherine asked doubtfully. In front of Catherine's eyes was a large area of purple water. Although this water area did not spread to the entire lake, it was enough to completely dye a large area on one side of the shore purple. On the shore, many fish that died due to venom had their bellies turned upside down.
I'm afraid it's still a continuation of what happened yesterday,
Wenlong said again.
A continuation of what happened yesterday. Does that big aquatic beast have any relatives?
After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine also realized something and asked quickly.
Well, yes. There is another powerful being in the family of this big aquatic beast. This guy's strength is much stronger than the average big aquatic beast. The most troublesome thing is the toxins contained in his body. Meow. Is it poisonous? That's it. So if you look at the water of this lake turning purple, you will know that there should be a big purple aquatic beast down here. It turns out that there are poisonous varieties of aquatic beasts. Could it be said that this monster also has the same poison bag as the poisonous monster bird?
Catherine remembered that when she skinned the big aquatic beast yesterday, she did not find many poisonous monsters in its body. They all have poison bags. So there are some questions.
No, Sister Catherine. This big purple aquatic beast doesn't have anything like a poison bag in its body.
Upon hearing about the so-called big purple aquatic beast, Lindy's also ran to the lakeside excitedly, and then explained to Catherine.
What's that? The mature sponge of the big purple aquatic beast itself will secrete toxic substances. And because there is a large amount of water stored in the mature sponge, the water will soon be contaminated in the sponge, and all will become it turns into poisonous purple water. So every time the big purple aquatic beast changes the water in its sponge, it will pollute a large area of water.
Lindy's pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose and said,
I see. It seems to be a difficult monster.
Catherine did not feel scared, but became excited.
Sure enough, yesterday's battle with the big aquatic beast wasn't enjoyable enough? Meow?
Wenlong said.
Well, it's not really that.
Catherine shook her head and said,
I just felt that since the monster was there, I wanted to hunt it. I see. It seems that you have gradually felt the true meaning of hunting. In other words, hunting has been integrated into your life. Meow.
When Wenlong said this, He thought of something a certain famous mountaineer said before. At that time, someone asked him why he wanted to climb a mountain. And his answer was,
Because the mountain is right there.
such an answer is quite similar to Catherine's answer.